Chapter 17, Part 2. Innovation in the Face of War. Summer to Fall 2005. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1. By U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 17, Part 2. Innovation in the Face of War. Summer to Fall 2005. The Early Roots of the Awakening. The Desert Protectors. Page 458. The coalition's experimentation with more nuanced counterinsurgency approaches among Iraqi Sunni communities coincided with an increasingly heavy hand of al-Qaeda in Iraq in those same locations. By summer 2005, AQI's brutal behavior had caused the group to wear out its welcome with some Anbari tribes. AQI had upset tribal sheikhs by forcibly taking over the cross-border smuggling trade, traditionally a tribal venture, and by enforcing its puritanical interpretation of Islam. In Al-Qaim, Hit, and other western areas, AQI commanders enforced prohibitions on music, gambling, and other licentious activities while forcing some Anbaris to give their daughters in marriage to AQI foreign fighters. Ironically, the same behaviors Ayman al-Zawahiri had warned Zarqawi about, and with the same effects Zawahiri had predicted. The situation came to a head when AQI, which banned secular law enforcement in territory that it claimed, murdered and then beheaded Al-Qaim's police chief, a well-respected Albu Mahal tribal member. Incensed by these actions, the Albu Mahal and other tribal elements collaborated with Muhammad Mahmud Latif and the Association of Muslim Scholars in the preparation of a fatwa that authorized the tribes to fight AQI's foreign fighters. Other tribes soon joined the Albu Mahal in its fight against AQI. In Hit, seeking revenge for a killing of a tribesman, the Albu Nimr allied with Jaish Mohammed and the Albu Mahal against AQI and Ansar al-Sunnah in intense fighting that left at least 32 dead. In June, the Albu Mahal and its allies were able to recapture Qusayba, and by July they had expanded their footprint to include Old Ubaidi and Sada. With its own tribal unit, the Hamza Battalion, not aligned with coalition efforts, the Albu Mahal tribe fought al-Qaeda in Iraq until August, when AQI cut the battalion supply line, divided the forces, and defeated it piecemeal. In the aftermath of the uprising, AQI was particularly brutal in its revenge against the Albu Mahal, hoping to make an example that would discourage other tribes. In Qusayba, AQI went house to house, identifying members of the tribe and executing them publicly. With nowhere left to turn, the splintered Albu Mahal tribe fled to Jordan and deep into the Iraqi desert, making an important decision to request coalition assistance in its fight against AQI. Sheikh Kurdi Rafi Farhan al-Mahalawi, one of the Albu Mahal's tribal leaders, later recalled, quote, "A lot changed when al-Qaeda started its terrorism against the Iraqi people. When that began, a lot of people wanted to fight with the Americans against al-Qaeda because al-Qaeda cut off a lot of heads, destroyed a lot of houses, destroyed infrastructure. Not a single city was without dozens of bodies thrown everywhere, whether in the street or elsewhere. Speaking for myself, I said I will cooperate with the Americans, even with the devil, if it means kicking al-Qaeda out of the area." End quote. While al-Qaeda in Iraq's activities were the primary reason for the tribe's actions, the change in the coalition's posture in Anbar also contributed to the tribe's decision. The increased U.S. combat power that had flowed into Anbar as part of Casey's border campaign, along with new outreach from units such as Alford's Marines, had helped to persuade some tribal leaders that the coalition could be a counterbalance to AQI. The intensity of the tribal uprisings, as well as the decisions of insurgent groups such as the Ramadi Shura Council to seek reconciliation with the Iraqi government, alarmed al-Qaeda's senior leadership in Pakistan into sending one of its senior leaders, Abdul Hadi al-Iraqi, to Iraq on a fact-finding mission. Its alarm had been magnified by exaggerated warnings from the insurgent group Ansar al-Sunnah, which had long resented Zarqawi and believed it, rather than AQI, should be in charge of al-Qaeda's franchise in Iraq. Ansar al-Sunnah held Zarqawi personally responsible for the destruction of its parent organization, Ansar al-Islam, in northern Iraq in 2003. and, like some other insurgent groups, opposed Zarqawi's targeting of Iraqi civilians and brutal beheadings. Moreover, Ansar al-Sunnah's leaders believed that AQI and Zarqawi frequently took credit for attacks that Ansar al-Sunni launched and poached members from among their ranks. Relations between the two insurgent groups were bad enough that al-Qaeda's senior leaders received reports that open fighting might break out. To resolve this dispute and get a better grasp of the situation in Iraq, Abdul Hadi, part of Osama bin Laden's inner circle, twice requested Zarqawi's help to infiltrate Iraq, but Zarqawi claimed the security situation would not permit it. Abdul Hadi's visit to mediate between the two groups was delayed 7 months because of Zarqawi's intransigence, and the AQI-Ansar al-Sunnah feud festered in the meantime. The disputes between insurgent groups and the uprising of Anbari tribes against AQI reached MNFI's attention by September when an MNFI assessment noted, quote, "Since May 2005, select Western Sunni tribes have been in armed conflict with AQI for the town of Qusayba in the western Euphrates River Valley area. Intelligence reports indicate Sunni tribal members, as many as 1,000, are increasingly disillusioned with AQI and are formulating plans to expel foreign fighters." End quote. Sensing an opportunity to extend his Sunni outreach efforts, Casey authorized meetings with the exiled Albu Mahal tribe in Jordan and later sent an aircraft to bring the tribe's senior leader, Sheikh Sabah, to Baghdad to negotiate a formal alliance, though Casey was wary of providing too much assistance and creating another local militia for his units to handle. As Casey's diplomatic initiative with the Albu Mahal was developing, CJSOTF units were returning to Anbar for the first time in a year and were eager to re-energize the irregular force they tried to create in 2004. Because of the CJSOTF's relatively low personnel turnover, many of the same troops who had led the 2004 effort now returned to the same locations in Anbar. Master Sergeant Andy Marshall and other special operators who had worked with the Albu Nimr tribe in 2004 returned to HIT and quickly re-established contact with the tribe. At the same time, Major Adam Such, who had helped pioneer the 2004 effort, was now the battalion operations officer responsible for planning the new initiative, which called for an even larger irregular tribal force named the Desert Protectors. The CJSOTF's plan was a pragmatic one that recognized the Sheikh's goals would simply be to, quote, get the shooting with AQI to stop, end quote, so they could rebuild their neighborhoods and restore their influence over the local economy. The CJSOTF leaders fully accepted that their partner sheikhs would skim a percentage of money from whatever the coalition provided, so long as it was carefully managed and the tribal elements accomplished what was expected of them. Recognizing the process of standing up a tribal force capable of defending itself and maintaining law and order could take up to 2 years, the CJSOTF plan also counseled patience. Accepting these stipulations, Casey, with Ambassador Zalmay Khalilzad's support, approved the plan and began to steer MNFI and MNSTCI resources to it. The transformation of the tribal elements into a force that supported the coalition began first with the Albu Mahal tribesmen who were eager to take revenge against al-Qaeda and return to Al-Qaim. The CJSOTF initially organized and trained a platoon of tribal irregulars whose pay would come from Iraqi Army coffers, but who, unlike the Army, would not be required to deploy anywhere outside of their immediate tribal areas. Marine units in MNFW quickly supported the effort because the tribesmen effectively served as scouts who could identify AQI fighters and leaders during the battles of the Werv campaign. As the effort began having tactical effects, leaders in the Albu Nimr tribe petitioned to join the initiative, partly out of rivalry with the Albu Mahal and partly because of rekindled contacts with the CJSOTF. The Albu Nimr offered more than 500 fighters to Iraqi Minister of Defense Sadoun Dolaimi, an Anbari Sunni who had helped broker the initial agreement between Casey and the Albu Mahal. Dolaimi was forced to downsize the request, telling the Albu Nimr that, quote, neither Prime Minister Jafari nor SCIRI leader Hakim wanted a Sunni army division created, even though they feigned support for Sunni political inclusion, end quote. Ultimately, only a platoon's worth of Albu Nimr volunteers completed training in Fallujah, but with this modest addition, the Desert Protectors spread east to HIT, and the conglomerated tribal force grew to company size. Though they did not have a decisive impact in 2005, the Desert Protectors demonstrated that, under the right conditions, local irregular forces could partner with coalition units against AQI to great effect, a concept that would be important during the awakening in 2006. Recognizing the potentially strategic implications of these tribal realignments, AQI violently struck back to intimidate other tribes from joining the movement. Prominent Albu Isa members who had worked with the coalition in 2004 and banned their tribesmen from joining the insurgency were targeted in June by car bombs and assassination attempts, resulting in the deaths of 2 tribal leaders and the flight of another to Jordan. With many of its leaders gone, the Albu Isa tribe fractured, with some members joining AQI. Fighting also broke out between al-Qaeda in Iraq and the Jaghafi tribe in May after AQI burned down houses of tribesmen in Haditha and beat local civilians. By midsummer, AQI and local tribes were in open conflict in Haditha, Hit, and Qusayba. In Ramadi, Mohammed Mahmoud Latif, seeing the disruptive effect that tribal forces were having on AQI, proposed to local sheikhs that they create their own tribal force. The proposal progressed over the summer. In mid-August, Anbar's governor Mamun Sami Rashid Latif al-Alwani agreed to hold a meeting with 50 imams to discuss the details of setting up such a force against AQI. When AQI learned of the meeting, it launched an attack against the meeting place, doing little damage but emboldening Latif, Governor Mamun, and the restive tribal leaders. Ultimately, however, the Iraqi government in Baghdad did not act on their proposal, and the Ramadi tribal force would not materialize in 2005. Special Operations Forces Transformations. Page 461. The return to the tribal engagement effort was only one of several significant changes that SOF was undertaking in 2004 and 2005. Like McMaster and Alford, SOF leaders were also introducing sweeping innovations, many of which reflected tactical lessons they had learned in their shorter but more frequent rotations in Iraq. Perhaps the most significant innovation was a near revolution in the special operations targeting cycle. Doctrinally, SOF had emphasized extensive preparations that usually involved sequestering or isolating detachments for 96 hours or more, during which they received targeting packages and intelligence from higher headquarters. These detachments would then perform detailed planning, conduct multiple briefings to obtain mission approval, and then rehearse plans exhaustively. Such deliberate tactics were mismatched to Iraq, where intelligence usually came from the bottom up, and where targets were usually fleeting. In order to adapt to this type of warfare, the CJSOTF pushed intelligence analysts down to the company level and below, and developed procedures to operate against time-sensitive targets, establishing, quote, playbooks, end quote, of battle drills that ODAs could execute on short notice, without extensive planning, and with minimal rehearsals. Another significant change for Special Operations Forces was the new need to operate in the battle space of conventional units. Doctrinally, special operators prepared for most of their careers to work in their own joint special operations area located far behind enemy lines or in denied territory where there were no conventional forces. However, in Iraq, any action they took, whether lethal or non-lethal, could affect the campaign plan of the conventional unit who owned the battle space. Operating among conventional units created some frictions, but also some significant advantages. Special Operations Forces were smaller in size and flatter in organization and decision-making authority, but they lacked the combat power and logistics to conduct sustained operations that conventional units could provide. Additionally, Special Operations Forces were able to collect human intelligence far more effectively than conventional forces could. When this symbiotic relationship worked well, often the special operators would gather intelligence, synchronize an operation with the local conventional units to ensure it had the desired impact, and then conduct missions with the battlespace owner providing a quick reaction force. Colonel Stephen Davis, the commander for Regimental Combat Team 2 in Anbar from 2005 to 2006, later explained his perspective on the value of synergy between special operations and conventional forces and his lack of concern about doctrinal command relationships. Quote, RCT-2 forces were QRFing, or Quick Reaction Force, every assault the SOF did. Was it SOF in support of General Purpose Forces? Was it General Purpose Forces in support of SOF? Who really cares? The bottom line is you need to focus on the mission. Don't worry about who gets credit. Leave your ego at the door." End quote. The Special Operations conventional relationship was not smooth everywhere. In some instances, the same disputes over unity of command and unity of effort that had prevailed in the 2003 invasion resurfaced, especially when new units rotated into Iraq. In northern Iraq, the relationship frayed when the 1st Infantry Division took over MND-NC in 2004. From the perspective of 1st Infantry Division Commander Major General John Batiste, the issue was one of unity of command, telling Army historians in 2005, quote, "When you put a Special Forces outfit at whatever level inside a division commander's battle space and they're essentially autonomous with theoretical coordination relationships, it's a recipe for disaster. Those Special Forces units need to be task organized appropriately within the divisions, either attached or in direct support, and there's no other way to do it." End quote. In some cases, poor junior leadership among special operators had resulted in special operations units not consulting with battlespace owners, so there was some truth to Batiste's complaint. However, by early 2005, such, quote, "procedural fouls," end quote, were becoming rarer, especially after the CJSOTF issued an order requiring all missions to obtain battlespace owner approval in advance, except in rare circumstances. The CJSOTF, which was officially under MNCI's tactical control, was loath to accept the command relationship Batiste proposed, partly because special operations units had previously been asked by other conventional commanders to perform inappropriate missions, such as serving as scout platoons, long-range surveillance detachments, or basic training-style platform trainers for the Iraqi security forces. CJSOTF leaders who were responsible for operations across the entire country also wanted to remain free to reposition their forces to match the insurgency's main effort, as they did when moving an entire company from Kirkuk to Anbar to support the WERV campaign. As a result, CJSOTF leaders generally believed the joint doctrinal command relationship of supported element and supporting element better allowed the CJSOTF to meet the MNCI and multinational division commanders' needs. Nevertheless, the dispute between Batiste and CJSOTF leaders grew fractious enough that the CJSOTF limited its missions within the MND-NC area of operations, an unfortunate development from which other multinational divisions nonetheless benefited. By the time of the third major rotation of forces for Operation Iraqi Freedom in early 2005, relationships between special operations and conventional commanders had matured enough that some CJSOTF units began participating in the pre-deployment exercises of the conventional units they expected to support. However, turbulent unit moves, such as the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment's multiple moves in-country and the CJSOTF's short-notice battalion augmentation training team mission, disrupted this beneficial pre-mission training. The rotation of forces also accented a trend which would continue to progress through the war, that Marine and Army commanders who returned to Iraq often had already worked with Special Operations Forces on prior rotations and had come to understand better their roles and capabilities. During 2005, other Special Operations Forces were also experiencing transformative changes similar to conventional forces and the CJSOTF. Like the CJSOTF, other Special Operations Forces learned that the entire intelligence cycle had to be revolutionized from top to bottom, with intelligence collection, exploitation, and analysis pushed to the lowest level possible. Some of the most important enablers in this revolutionized intelligence cycle were intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, or ISR platforms, which, when paired with other capabilities, created the ability to establish a, quote, pattern of life, end quote, for an intended target. Unfortunately, early in 2005, it became clear that other Special Operations Forces did not have enough ISR platforms to have the operational effects that they desired. On February 20, 2005, other Special Operations Forces were following Zarqawi's movements with one ISR platform. Just as Zarqawi's location appeared to be confirmed, the video camera on the ISR platform malfunctioned and needed to be reset, a process that took only 23 seconds. In that short time, Zarqawi himself was able to disappear from sight, escaping capture from an assault force that arrived seconds later. While the team's main prize was gone, it did capture Zarqawi's vehicle and many of his personal possessions, including his laptop, 7 thumb drives, and 50,000 euros. The near miss resulted in a redoubling of efforts to increase the number of ISR platforms to allow for backups in the case of malfunctions and to permit the coverage of more targets. Starting the war with only 2 helicopters equipped with full-motion video cameras, by April 2005, the addition of Predator unmanned aerial vehicles and manned aircraft enabled the number of dedicated orbits for other special operations forces to reach 4.21. Each orbit is defined as the ability to cover a single target continuously for a 24-hour time period. By March 2006, the total had reached 6.25 orbits, and imagery-related intelligence had come to be considered as important as signal-related intelligence. Over time, other special operations forces brought exploitation capabilities, operators, and analysts together under one roof, preventing institutional myopia that would slow down the processing and analysis of raw intelligence. The in-theater exploitation of documents found on objectives, which previously had to be sent back to the United States for translation and analysis, became an especially crucial capability that enabled quicker follow-on targeting of AQI leaders. Likewise, the human intelligence garnered from detainee interrogations was deemed so important and effective that a temporary screening facility was established, which was authorized to hold detainees for exploitation until transferred to the theater facility. The new paradigm in intelligence was matched by a revolutionized perspective in operations that led to missions being conducted to gather intelligence, a reversal of pre-war special operations doctrine in which intelligence guided operations. In almost a reconnaissance-in-force methodology, operations were launched to stir up enemy groups to see, quote, reflections, end quote, or how the enemy reacted, as well as to gather information from an objective in order to assemble pieces of a larger intelligence picture that would lead to follow-on missions. While this approach was sometimes criticized for its similarity to a whack-a-mole arcade game that lacked decisive focus, it reflected the belief that success against AQI would come not from a decisive blow, but from constant pressure that put AQI into a reaction mode, unable to respond to attacks and unable to repair itself as fast as it was being hurt. If AQI could be dealt enough body blows in rapid succession, SOF leaders believed, the network, like an organism, would go into shock and collapse. To that end, raid after raid was launched during the same night. Bolstered by the additional battalion that arrived earlier in 2005, the number of missions conducted each month hit nearly 300 by the end of the year. As the operations multiplied, special operations forces shifted many of the targets from top-tier AQI leaders to mid-level managers of the organization, reflecting yet another transformational perspective that mid-level leaders were the guts of an organization and the most difficult to replace. This industrialization of special operations was best seen in Mosul over the summer of 2005, when Abu Talha and Abu Zubair, AQI's regional emir and his replacement, were killed along with numerous subordinate AQI leaders. By November 7th, 4 more replacement leaders, including the 6th emir of Mosul, Abu Saif, had also been killed, and AQI's Mosul branch began to grind to a halt. Conventional forces also contributed to the destruction of the group in Mosul, raiding terrorist safe houses and killing scores of AQI's rank and file. During one such raid on November 19th, a platoon from the 172nd Stryker Brigade combat team found itself pinned down and outnumbered by AQI fighters. Although the platoon leader, platoon sergeant, and several other soldiers were wounded in the fighting, the unit rallied and defeated the insurgents with grenades and rifle fire. The platoon's tenacity earned its members 2 Silver Stars as well as a Distinguished Service Cross for Private First Class Stephen Sanford, who, despite being wounded 5 times, shielded wounded soldiers with his body and performed first aid until he passed out from blood loss. While these efforts significantly damaged AQI in Mosul, it proved a challenging opponent to destroy and over time would slowly reestablish itself in the city. Casey and Khalilzad bring provincial reconstruction teams to Iraq. Page 464. In the aftermath of the operation in Tel Afar, McMaster tried to resolve some of the underlying causes of instability in the city by pressing the MNFI and embassy systems to use a combination of Commander's Emergency Response Program, or CERP, money and funds from MNSTCI to create jobs and improve education. With this money, Iraqi contractors began to rebuild police stations, refurbish schools, and provide potable water and electricity to the entire city. The Iraqi government committed $44 million for longer-term projects, but after an initial $4 to $5 million, it never followed through with the remainder of the funds. What happened in Tel Afar was similar to what had happened in Fallujah and other Sunni enclaves. According to MNCI Commander Lieutenant General John Vines, quote, "Even though the money was available in the Iraqi government and part of it was probably from U.S. origin, you couldn't get them to allocate it. The central government probably didn't want to see money flowing through primarily a Sunni area." End quote. The problem of trying to get the Shia-led Iraqi government to reconstruct Sunni-majority areas was never effectively resolved. To compensate for these shortcomings in Iraqi governance, during late 2005 another innovation was transplanted with modifications from Afghanistan to Iraq. By the summer, Casey had become concerned that the development of the Iraqi government was not keeping pace with perceived improvements in security and the Iraqi security forces. He worried that the progress of the Iraqi government was being hampered by multiple transitions caused by the decision to hold 3 elections in one calendar year, and worried that the U.S. military simply did not have the skills necessary to help Iraqi's political sphere develop properly. Without a concerted effort to improve Iraqi governance, Casey judged, one of the critical legs of the MNFI campaign plan could falter. This line of effort fell primarily within the State Department's bureaucratic purview, yet Casey believed the State Department was not structured or funded to accomplish the mission. He therefore sought a way to fuse State Department expertise with DoD capability. Together with Abizaid and with the endorsement of Ambassador James Jeffrey, Casey decided to stand up provincial support teams, modeled on the provincial reconstruction teams already operating in Afghanistan, which would be organized from resources already present in Iraq. Casey explained later, quote, "They had elected a provincial council and governors, but they had no revenue stream coming out of Baghdad, and the people had no way of penetrating the bureaucracy. We needed to get something on the civilian side going, and it seemed like the PRT was working in Afghanistan." End quote. Even so, the initial provincial support teams had negligible effects. Despite Jeffrey's endorsement, embassy support for the project was lukewarm, and the teams were too small to make a difference. Many were comprised of only 4 or 5 military officers and a State Department representative, and some members had additional duties unrelated to the support team mission. The arrival of Ambassador Khalilzad in July brought an immediate change. Khalilzad, having seen firsthand the impact the provincial reconstruction teams had on governance, the rule of law, and economic development efforts in Afghanistan, was determined to replicate them in Iraq. He threw his weight behind efforts to establish the teams and recognized they needed to be much more robust in personnel and capabilities than the provincial support teams. Quote, "What really got it, the PRTs, going was the fact that Ambassador Khalilzad showed up and said, 'How come we don't have PRTs in Iraq?' End quote, one MNFI officer recounted. Given the significant differences between Iraq and Afghanistan, the Iraqi teams would focus more on developing provincial governance in order to improve the connection between the central government and its constituents. Implementing provincial reconstruction teams, however, meant overcoming the reluctance not just of the State Department, but also of Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, Donald Rumsfeld, who regarded the teams as a sign of mission creep that would result in DoD paying to accomplish a State Department function. Only after pressure from Casey, Abizaid, and Khalilzad did Rumsfeld acquiesce in the initiative. By November, the first 3 reconstruction teams opened in Nineveh, Tamim, and Babil provinces, with an additional 13 planned to follow in other provinces in 2006. At the same time, MNFI began planning for 14 teams to directly assist Iraq's ministries at the national level and focus on core governmental functions. Like all the other ad hoc organizations created for the Iraq mission, provincial reconstruction teams were slow to reach full capacity due to delays in the arrival of personnel, though many of the teams ultimately grew to 30 to 45 representatives from across the U.S. interagency, with most teams led by a foreign service officer and a military deputy. For the military component, a civil affairs element ranging from a team to company size would pair with an engineer officer to work on reconstruction, while MNCI would provide a liaison from the multinational division and MNSTCI would provide a police partnership program coordinator. With the Army's civil affairs units stretched to the breaking point, Navy personnel were hastily assigned to fill reconstruction team billets, even though they had little or no civil affairs experience. While the State Department provided a majority of the civilian personnel, most teams also had a rule of law expert from the Department of Justice and representatives from the U.S. Agency for International Development. The teams had almost as many contractors as government personnel because they depended on private companies such as Blackwater or Triple Canopy for security, and on contractors such as the Research Triangle Institute to run local governance programs. Despite their potential, the reconstruction teams faced considerable challenges. Manning was a continuous problem, as personnel from civilian agencies could not be forcibly detailed into the positions. The lack of combined pre-mission training meant that the teams had to work through differences in organizational culture, identity, and ethos while conducting a new mission. Allied forces in MNDCS and MNDSE were reluctant to invest their own resources in the program, but were also reluctant to allow American-led teams into their sectors. Many of the commanders within the U.S. sectors were unhappy with the command relationship of the provincial reconstruction teams to the multinational divisions, preferring to have direct control of the teams themselves rather than having them controlled by coalition officials in Baghdad. Shortcomings in the ISF Development Mission. Page 466. MNSTCI takes over the Interior Ministry mission. By early 2005, coalition leaders concluded that the development of the Iraqi Ministry of the Interior, begun under the short-lived tenure of Bernard Kerik in 2003, was falling further behind the development of the Ministry of Defense as time passed, so much so that the coalition's plan to establish police primacy in Iraq's internal security affairs was at risk. To speed up the Interior Ministry's development, Lieutenant General David Petraeus put in place plans to improve the Iraqis' performance at both ministerial and tactical levels. One problem was that coalition advisors had far less access to the Interior Ministry in East Baghdad than they did to the Ministry of Defense inside the Green Zone. Thus, in April 2005, Petraeus's command expanded Forward Operating Base Shield, a coalition base adjacent to the Interior Ministry, so that advisors could maximize contact hours with their Interior Ministry counterparts. Petraeus also pressed coalition leaders to consolidate the police training mission under MNSTCI, a measure that Ambassador John Negroponte and the State Department opposed because it would make Iraq the only country in which DoD, rather than state, had authority to organize, train, and equip a civilian police force. With the arrival of Khalilzad in July 2005, however, the U.S. Embassy changed its position and acknowledged that the civilian agencies had not been able to resource the police mission with the people or money required. Accordingly, in October 2005, a month after Lieutenant General Martin Dempsey took control of MNSTCI from Petraeus, the police training mission was transferred in its entirety from the State Department to MNSTCI. All elements of the U.S. Embassy's Iraq Reconstruction Management Office that had been working on Ministry of Interior Affairs came under Dempsey's operational control. The decision finally created unity of effort within the Security Force Assistance Mission, giving MNSTCI, in Dempsey's words, quote, responsibility for the entire enterprise, from individual Iraqi soldier to Minister of Defense, or individual policeman to Minister of Interior, end quote, and providing for the first time, quote, one organization, one commander, with the resources to accomplish the mission, end quote. With full control over the Iraqi police training and advisory effort for the first time, MNSTCI and MNFI made plans to accelerate police development dramatically, which they assessed to be lagging about a year behind that of the Iraqi Army. Casey and Dempsey announced that 2006 would be the, quote, year of the police, end quote, in which the coalition would increase capability at the ministerial level while speeding up the development of tactical units. Nearly 700 new International Police Liaison Officers, or IPLO, were contracted to mentor local police units, which had had no coalition advisors since Prime Minister Ayad Alawi's objections to the creation of local police transition teams in 2004. The arrival of the IPLOs in 2006 would mirror the use of external military transition teams already underway in 2005. In order to increase the output of the Ministry of the Interior's police training programs and put more police officers on the beat quickly, MNSTCI would also recruit 700 additional Iraqi police instructors and contract 185 additional international police trainers. The coalition would also help Ministry of the Interior forces field more capable vehicles, starting with a battalion of 30 armored security vehicles issued to the Special Police in the fall. Coalition leaders hoped the combination of these changes would enable the ministry to shoulder a greater share of security responsibility and lighten the demands on the Iraqi Army, which, in turn, would allow the coalition to accelerate its transition of security responsibilities to Iraqi authorities. These optimistic plans for police development, however, did not foresee the severe difficulties the rising tide of sectarian warfare would bring to Iraq's Interior Ministry. The transfer of the Interior Ministry Advisory Mission to MNSTCI increased coalition commanders' visibility on the ministry's inner workings, about which MNFI leaders were receiving increasing warnings of sectarian influence and violence. Under MNSTCI, the coalition quickly increased the number of advisors in the ministry headquarters from 40 to 106 personnel, an expansion made possible by the growth of Forward Operating Base SHIELD. As these MNSTCI and MNFI advisors were making preparations for a re-energized police development effort, several thousand recruits were already entering new, quote, public order battalions, end quote, created by Prime Minister Jafari and Interior Minister Bayan Jaber. Though coalition officials initially took Jafari and Jaber's initiatives at face value as a sign that Iraqi leaders wanted to act more self-sufficiently, they quickly realized that Iraqi leaders were keeping the 3,000-man force out of the normal coalition-supervised vetting processes to ensure they were, quote, nearly 100% Shia, end quote, as Dempsey later recalled. Elsewhere in the Interior Ministry, the Iraqi border forces lagged just as far behind coalition expectations as did the police. The disconnect between Casey and Vines over shifting the coalition's main effort from Baghdad to the Syrian border had been mirrored in a disconnect between MNSTCI and MNFI over support to the border forces. Although border transition teams designed to help Iraq's Department of Border Enforcement had been part of the transition team plan since its inception, by fall 2005 only 11 10-man teams were present on Iraq's entire western border, and not until mid-October did MNSTCI operationalize Casey's instructions to enable Iraqi border forces to reestablish control. With the border forces operating at just 70%, MNSTCI assisted the Department of Border Enforcement in a recruiting campaign to bring in nearly 2,500 new guards by the end of the year. In order to advise the larger organization, which by all accounts was in worse shape than the police force, Casey requested additional U.S. forces from CENTCOM to increase the total number of border transition teams from 15 to 26. Given the slow nature of the deployment process, these new forces would not arrive until spring 2006. In the meantime, MNSTCI contracted for the completion of 91 additional border forts, many of which at the time existed only as intermittent border crossing locations with berms and tents. MNSTCI also coordinated with the Department of Homeland Security to pay for approximately 20 Customs and Border Patrol agents to deploy to advise the Iraqi Department of Border Security. Unfortunately, all of MNSTCI's extensive efforts were on the Syrian border. At the same time that the Iranian regime was increasing its infiltration of weapons and operatives into Iraq, not a single team had been assigned to the Iranian border. The Iraqi Army. As MNSTCI was putting renewed effort into the police force, It reviewed its plans for building the Iraqi Army and shifted its main effort from the generation of tactical units to the development of institutional capacity, especially mentoring the Ministry of Defense and the Joint Forces Headquarters on their roles in organizing, training, and equipping the Iraqi military. The most acute need was to accelerate the generation of Iraqi officers and non-commissioned officers, or NCO, which Transition Readiness Assessment reports for December 2005 showed at a 66% and 60% fill, respectively. MNSTCI also began to re-examine the organization of the Iraqi logistics system to increase its internal capacity. Under new MNSTCI plans, each Iraqi battalion would gain a headquarters and services company with maintenance, supply, medical, and transport capabilities. Each division would gain a motor transport regiment, and the Ministry of Defense would receive a national depot with 10 regional base support units. However, Iraqi brigades would gain no logistics capability, and all life support functions, such as food, fuel, and laundry, would remain in the hands of private contractors. Finally, MNSTCI's new plans also envisioned that 3 infantry brigades would be converted to motorized brigades to serve as an operational reserve. 4 new strategic infrastructure battalions would guard oil pipelines and other infrastructure, and each division would gain a signal company, a bomb disposal company, an engineer company, and an intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance company. Despite the shift in MNSTCI plans, however, the combat service support changes to the Iraqi Army were slow in coming, as the coalition's de facto main effort for Iraqi force generation continued to be combat units, and recruitment for the specialized fields of mechanics, medics, doctors, and logisticians was challenging in Iraq in any case. MNSTCI's review of plans for the Iraqi Army also led to a reassessment of the viability of Iraqi Army's force protection requirements. Realizing that the pickup trucks the coalition had initially purchased for Iraqi units were becoming increasingly unsafe in the IED-laden environment, MNSTCI officials and their Iraqi counterparts procured 2,073 up-armored HMMWVs of the same model used by U.S. forces. By November 2005, 267 had been delivered to the Iraqi security forces, with the remainder scheduled to arrive by August 2006. At the same time, MNSTCI began fielding Iraqi armor units. On November 12th, Iraq received 77 T-72 tanks from Hungary and 36 BMP-1 armored fighting vehicles from Greece. While these units would not be operational for more than a year, the return of tanks to the Iraqi Army was a significant milestone, finally overturning Walter Slocum's 2003 design for an Iraqi military of light infantry that would lack any offensive capability that might be used against its neighbors. Rocky start for the military transition teams. In May 2005, the first external military and special police transition teams began to arrive in Iraq for a transition mission that was already falling behind schedule. Although Casey had directed the multinational divisions to stand up internal transition teams while the external MITs were being organized in the United States, the results were uneven. Some units had supported the new mission fervently, but some overburdened commanders who lacked the means to control their areas properly were reluctant to reduce their combat power further by setting aside officers, NCOs, and equipment for the military transition team mission. Nevertheless, by September 2005, 174 internal and external transition teams were in place, including some within Allied sectors, and the program continued to grow. Unfortunately, by the fall of 2005, it was clear the external transition teams that made up the majority of the program faced considerable systemic obstacles, especially personnel issues caused at least in part by the institutional army's reluctance to embrace fully the military transition team concept. Rather than providing incentives for officers and NCOs to serve on the transition teams that were theoretically the main effort of the war in Iraq, many in the Army saw service on a transition team as a career-harming move. This judgment was seemingly validated by the fact that the Army in 2005 did not categorize transition team assignments among the, quote, key developmental or branch qualifying, end quote, jobs officers required for promotion. At a managerial level, some Army personnel officials advised their top-performing officers to avoid assignment on the transition teams. They also often selected MIT members haphazardly, at times even using the criteria of finding personnel who had not yet deployed to combat. These dynamics resulted in significant skill mismatches for the transition team mission, such as the inclusion of artillery and engineer soldiers as battalion-level advisors, even though Iraqi Army battalions had no fire support and no engineer assets except at the division level. Some MIT members also were not prepared for the rigors of living as a small element in an austere environment outside of the normal Army logistical footprint. The fact that the teams were so small, officially 10 or 11 people at full strength but often 8 or 9 in reality, magnified the impact of having poorly matched or qualified personnel. One special police transition team leader related later, quote, "If a person doesn't want to be there, it's different on an 8-man team than it would be in a 120-man company, because everybody counts." We had an NCO who absolutely hated all Iraqis based on his previous war experience and refused to eat with them, refused to socialize with them. He said, "I'll only do what I'm ordered to do and required to do. I'm not eating their food, I'm not socializing, and I'm not playing soccer with them." That creates a poison in a small team environment. End quote. The motley nature of the transition teams resulted in some MITs, in a play on words, calling themselves MUTs instead. Another structural challenge of the external transition teams was that their command relationship created unity of effort problems with local commanders. The transition teams were only under the tactical control of commanders in the multinational divisions, and, as such, the battlespace owners could not restructure the military transition teams or rate their leaders. Instead, the rating chain ran through the various layers of MITs, battalion, brigade, and division, up to the Iraq Assistance Group, a one-star headquarters formed under MNCI to ensure the teams were properly supported across the country. Keeping the team's rating chains separate from the brigades and divisions in Iraq was a decision made out of concern that MIT officers senior rated by division or brigade commanders would wind up competing at a disadvantage against battalion commanders or other peers in those divisions, with the result that MIT members could end up with career-harming evaluation reports. It was an arrangement that irritated many battlespace owners who believed the initial MITs tended not to take into sufficient account the objectives of the units responsible for the territory in which the MITs were operating. The requirement to support the transition teams without the ability to control their day-to-day activities or evaluate their personnel bred resentment toward the program among many battlespace owners. The quality of individuals on some of the first transition teams, a result of the haphazard selection process, only magnified the resentment. Although in many cases the transition teams and battlespace owners worked through these challenges, doing so resulted in lost time and misdirected efforts for the overall campaign. The after-action review of the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment in Operation Restore Rights captured many of these concerns. Quote, "Many of the MIT teams had not been adequately trained to the MIT role. Because of this, Special Forces ODA teams and partnership squadrons would pick up the slack and cross over into the role of the MITs. This caused the MITs to no longer perform their understood functions because the ODA teams were doing it for them. The Army needs to clearly define the roles and responsibilities of these different combat multipliers in terms of their relationships and responsibilities to the ISF, or Iraqi Security Forces. ODAs, or the partnership squadrons, need to have the MITs attached to them and have OPCON, or operational control, of their team's IOT, or in order to allow these clearly defined roles to exist." End quote. In Baghdad, 3rd Infantry Division Commander Major General William Webster echoed similar concerns among senior U.S. commanders. Quote, "I think the transition teams ought to be attached to divisions, and the division commanders ought to be made responsible for the success or failure of the Iraqi units. I don't think they ought to be deployed as a separate organization. We need those combat commanders at the division and brigade and battalion level responsible for counterparts in the Iraqi Army and the Iraqi police forces to make them better, and they would invest a hell of a lot more. We have invested a lot in them, and they have a lot to do. But they also have a staff and a whole huge organization for getting it done." End quote. In advocating that unit commanders, rather than small transition teams, should be responsible for developing the Iraqi units with which their units were partnered, Webster was also echoing the similar argument put forward by General Peter Schoomaker in the initial debate over the transition teams the previous year. For their first several cycles, the transition team deployment timelines were not synchronized with the units they were meant to work with in Iraq, so that the teams generally arrived midway through a unit deployment without having participated in any of the unit's pre-mission training. It was a crucial missed opportunity to form cohesive teams. Quote, "In retrospect, the externally sourced MITs should have been given to the BCTs stateside or in Europe as augmentees," end quote, observed Brigadier General Daniel Bolger, who had served as Coalition Military Assistance Training Team or CMAT commander in 2005. Quote, "Most of the angst among MITs came from externally sourced teams glued onto cohesive BCTs. They felt like outsiders. They were on a different rotation cycle, and it was not easy for either the advisors or the partner units." End quote. The size of the teams also limited their basic effectiveness. With 11 people at most on a team and a countrywide force protection rule that convoys could consist of no fewer than 3 vehicles, no military transition team could conduct split operations without external assistance or security, and they often resorted to using field-grade officers as either drivers or turret gunners to move from place to place. Webster recalled later, quote, "We knew that these SPTTs and MITs were going to be 10-man elements, and we knew then that what that meant in an insurgency was that they either all had to stay in one place or they all had to move, because it took 10 guys to secure 10 guys all the time." End quote. A September assessment of the MITs by the Iraq Assistance Group minced words diplomatically, noting, quote, "Transition teams that are larger and who have strong partnership support do better, faster." End quote. In many cases, the additional requirement to provide security for the transition teams became a tax on battlespace owners' already thinly stretched forces. Equipment problems also hampered the military transition team's effectiveness, especially for the first year-long rotation. By September, the teams only possessed 46% of their equipment, with the worst shortages in communications, equipment, and night vision devices. While these supply shortages were generally resolved by the time the second group of teams arrived in 2006, they hamstrung the team's effectiveness in 2005, a critical period in which the rapid deployment of Iraqi security forces was the centerpiece of MNFI's plan. Most transition teams went through a short training period in the United States, followed by 10 days of Iraq-specific training in Kuwait, including vehicle rollover drills, convoy procedures, IED battle drills, and live-fire exercises. However, in after-action reviews, few transition team members had positive comments about the utility or applicability of their training. To further complicate the pre-deployment preparations, the Army initially conducted pre-mission training at Fort Carson, Colorado, but over the span of a year moved the location first to Fort Hood, Texas, and then to Fort Riley, Kansas, causing a reboot of the program with each move. Upon arriving in Iraq, the teams finally had 8 days of focused transition team training at the Phoenix Academy in Taji, created by Casey because of his concern that the Army's institutional preparatory training would be insufficient. Much of the training prepared the transition teams to teach the military decision-making process and other staff functions to the Iraqi battalion and brigade staffs, rather than to build warfighting units at platoon and company level. The arrival of the transition teams also revealed more clearly the challenges of the Transition Readiness Assessment, the tool that MNSTCI had set up in coordination with MNFI to evaluate the performance of Iraqi units and to inform U.S. troop withdrawal decisions. Many transition teams expressed frustration that the majority of the ratings were only focused on staffing and equipping statistics and ignored the intangible, more subjective determinations of whether an Iraqi unit was cohesive and actually ready for combat. In addition, as Iraqi units were passed from one transition team to the next, the perils of the perspective of a one-year rotation became apparent. Frequently, as a transition team worked with an Iraqi unit, they would chart the unit's steady progress, showing its development over the length of their deployment. When the next team arrived with little basis to judge unit capabilities other than their experiences with the U.S. Army, they would be appalled at the state of the Iraqi Army, and the Iraqi unit's ratings would plummet overnight. Casey himself had observed these challenges, recalling later, quote, What would happen is that the guys in MITS would get them, Iraqi partners, and they would work with them, and miraculously, as they got to the end of their tenure, the Iraqis looked better and better. Well, then the next guys would come in and say, "What the hell is this?" End quote. Challenges of Iraqi military culture. The military transition team's organizational challenges were matched by those of the Iraqis they were meant to advise. The true scale of the team's task was revealed after they began working with the Iraqi security forces and realized that they would have to overcome pervasive corruption and anachronistic military practices. Corruption in the Iraqi security forces was endemic. Its clearest manifestation was the problem of, quote, ghost soldiers, end quote, listed on the Iraqi Army and police rolls by corrupt commanders who had considerable incentives to overstate the size of their units and pocket the excess pay, which the Iraqi government doled out in cash. At a May 2005 conference for MNSTCI, MNCI, and transition team leaders, coalition officials conservatively estimated the number of ghost soldiers to be between 15,000 and 30,000. A figure representing between 10 and 20% of the entire Iraqi security forces at the time, though anecdotal reports indicated the actual numbers could be even higher. MNSTCI and MNFI's 2004 decision to use contracts for Iraqi units' life support such as food, fuel, and laundry exacerbated the situation, as the cash for the contracts went to unit commanders on a per-soldier basis. Some corrupt officers also skimmed money off the life support contracts themselves, a practice that sometimes resulted in rotten or insufficient food, or in soldiers having to pay for their own uniforms. One special police transition team member recalled, quote, "When we started reviewing who was there, trying to get a personnel status report from these guys was crazy. We were just looking for numbers, let alone names, but a couple of reviews of the names came up that they had guys on their books who were not there anymore. They were still collecting their paychecks, so the question was, where's the money going to?" End quote. The worst corruption came at the highest ministerial level. In September and October 2005, the Iraqi government issued arrest warrants for Hazem Shahlan, who had served as Minister of Defense under the Alawi government, and 23 other defense officials. Shahlan and other senior members of the Ministry of Defense had set up a vast scheme of overpayments, kickbacks, shell companies, and other ploys to steal an estimated $1.3 to $2.3 billion from defense contracts in the space of barely a year. Shahlan and many of his co-conspirators were eventually tried and convicted in absentia for the enormous theft because they had fled to other countries before the warrants were issued. The looting of the Iraqi defense budget by its own minister left lasting effects on the security forces by draining the treasury and delaying the proper equipping of the force. In Iraqi tactical units, absenteeism was a serious problem, as it had been in Saddam's army. One cause was the Iraqi Army's leave policy, which promised soldiers 1 week of home leave out of every 4 weeks. This policy, in existence since the Iran-Iraq War, had been instituted because of Iraq's lack of a modern banking system. In a country that functioned on cash and carry arrangements, soldiers received their pay in cash with no system to transfer funds electronically to their families, and thus most Iraqi troops carried the cash home by hand. Low pay also contributed to the absentee problem, creating a situation in which some Iraqi troops found it more economical to desert their posts than to stay. Quote, "In 2005, Iraq paid a rifleman about $300 a month," end quote, CMAT Commander General Bolger noted. Quote, "The Mujahideen would pay him $300 on one night to plant a roadside bomb," end quote. According to Brigadier General John McLaren, the Iraq Assistance Group commander from 2005 to 2006, these factors resulted in a 30% annual turnover rate for the Iraqi Army. Iraqi commanders' ability to discipline deserters was low because Iraq had no uniform code of military justice and therefore had no enforceable law requiring the all-volunteer force to stay on duty. Sectarianism was also prevalent within the ranks, and many units had effectively become ethnically pure. The near-exponential growth of the Iraqi security forces, paired with increased Iraqi sovereignty that gave the Iraqis the lead in managing that growth, made the detailed tracking of ethnic composition within security force units difficult. In a memorandum written after his tenure of command in MNF-NW, Major General David Rodriguez noted, quote, "The 2nd Iraqi Army Division leadership is 100% Kurdish, and its subordinate brigade-level leaders are 80% Kurdish. Overall, the 2nd Iraqi Army Division's ethnic composition is 29% Arab and 61% Kurdish. The 3rd Iraqi Army Division's senior leadership is 75% Kurdish, and the brigade-level leaders are 65% Kurdish. The 3rd Iraqi Army Division ethnic composition is 69% Arab and 31% Kurdish. This situation does not lend itself to building cohesive teams that are representative of the people of Iraq. The high percentage of Kurdish leaders makes those Iraqi divisions vulnerable to political pressure from Kurdish leadership, whose agenda is not always in line with Iraq's national interest." End quote. Similar situations existed across the country, with the Iraqi army units in Baghdad and the south being predominantly Shia. Despite MNSTCI's noble objectives of creating an army that was a truly national force, Iraq's ethno-sectarian forces had essentially carved it up, much as they had done with Iraq's political spoils after the elections. This sectarian streak in the security forces, especially in the Interior Ministry, created a fragility that could be exploited, either in preventing units from deploying and fighting to act in the national best interest, or, in some cases, convincing the units to carry out sectarian violence themselves. Coalition advisors also found that the new Iraqi units retained some of the less desirable traits of the old Iraqi military. Quote, "Talking to Iraqi officers had some echoes of talking to Germans after World War II. Saddam's heavy hand crushed professional instincts," end quote, Bolger recalled. The average senior officer in the Iraqi security forces had grown up in a police state in which multiple military organizations had competed with one another for influence, while regime leaders had aimed to ensure no one organization became effective enough to launch a coup. In such an environment, there was little incentive to share information because information represented a potential advantage over rivals. The most capable officers were those most likely to be purged because they represented a potential threat to the regime. Because of these dynamics, the pre-2003 Iraqi military culture valued the blind following of orders, loyalty, micromanagement, and the avoidance of initiative. When many of the officers and soldiers of the pre-2003 military returned to serve in the new Iraqi security forces, they brought with them some of these same dysfunctional values and group norms. One military transition team leader described some of the absurd practices that resulted. Quote, "When we arrived, the Iraqi chief of staff had all the paper in the headquarters locked up in his office. He would literally count out sheets and only give them to the primary staff officers of the sections. If they came in and asked for 5 pieces of paper, he would ask why they needed it. He would then unlock the cabinet and pull out what they needed." End quote. In many ways, the transition teams had been tasked to rebuild the very sinews of the Iraqi military, including its ethos, a task that was sweeping, slow, and unlikely to meet MNFI's deadlines. Yet it was on the shoulders of these transition teams, ad hoc organizations comprised of a mismatched group of personnel with only 8 days of advisor-specific training, that the MNFI campaign plan rested. As MNFI approached the crucial elections of fall 2005, Casey and other leaders were buoyed by the success of McMaster at Tel Afar and the growing success of Marines such as Lieutenant Colonel Julian Alford in Anbar. The operational shift of forces to the border had led to successful operations at the tactical level. MNFI's counterinsurgency survey had led to the creation of the Coin Academy, which in turn gradually shifted the tactical focus of new units as they arrived in Iraq. Casey's Sunni outreach was bearing fruit, and Anbari tribesmen were beginning to shift sides, a marked contrast to the outright rejectionism and resistance that marked much of 2004. Provincial reconstruction teams and transition teams, critical to the handover of security and governance responsibility to the Iraqis, were finally coming online. The Iraqi security forces were growing rapidly, and the initial transition readiness assessments showed some Iraqi units would soon be able to assume control of battle space from the coalition. AQI, for the first time in the war, was under considerable pressure from rival Sunni insurgent groups, restive Anbari tribesmen, and even from al-Qaeda senior leaders who were worried about the direction in which Zarqawi was taking their Iraqi franchise. However, the seemingly improving enemy picture and the hard-won tactical victories in Tel Afar and Al-Qaim obscured the reality that, at the operational level, the campaign was heading in the wrong direction. The successes in western Nineveh and the western Euphrates had come by pulling critical combat power away from Baghdad and removing the most effective brake on sectarian violence that would soon begin to spin out of control. The October constitutional referendum and December parliamentary elections the coalition expected to be national compacts that would lead to reconciliation, would instead become divisive, identity-driven events that sparked further conflict. End of Chapter 17, Part 2. Innovation in the Face of War, Summer to Fall 2005. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 18, Part 1. Defeated by Democracy. Winter 2005 to 2006. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 18. Defeated by Democracy. Winter 2005 to 2006. Page 485. As the coalition entered the fall of 2005, many senior leaders wanted to believe they were approaching the crescendo of their effort. General George W. Casey Jr. and others hoped that the October constitutional referendum and December parliamentary election would serve to tamp down the insurgency and put Iraq on a new, positive trajectory. Many assumed that democracy would serve as a vehicle for reconciliation and provide a viable alternative to violence that would drive a wedge among different factions in the Sunni insurgency. Successful elections, they hoped, might end the wave of violence that had begun with the overthrow of Saddam Hussein's Sunni regime and gained momentum ever since. Many insisted it would restore Iraq to equilibrium, which would make it possible for the coalition to accelerate transitions to the government of Iraq, draw down military forces, and plan for withdrawal. Yet a sense of fragility permeated the optimism. Many challenges remained, even if democratic elections went smoothly. Al-Qaeda in Iraq, or AQI, had expanded its campaign of brutality. Sectarian tensions simmered across the country, ready to boil over at the slightest provocation. Death squads from all confessionals, some wearing the uniforms of the Iraqi state, stalked the streets in a quiet campaign of ethnic cleansing. All the while, influential neighboring states attempted to manipulate Iraq's internal processes. Faced with all of these dangers, Iraq was on the brink of civil war, not peace, and elections held in this context would serve as the spark, not the damper. The Iraqi Constitutional Referendum. Page 485. One of the most notable political consequences of the Sunni boycott of the January 2005 election was that Sunni leaders found themselves frozen out of the writing of the Iraqi constitution. On May 10, 2005, the newly elected Iraqi National Assembly nominated a constitutional drafting committee that had only 2 Sunni Arabs out of 55 total members. Fearful of the prospect of a new constitution written by the Kurdish and Shia Islamist parties, nearly 1,000 Sunni Arab notables met in Baghdad in late May and demanded a say in the drafting process. Recognizing the danger of another Sunni rejection of the political process, U.S. diplomats pressed Shia and Kurdish leaders to make the process inclusive of Sunni Arabs, so the resulting constitution would be a national compact, not a document subordinating one community to the rest. In early July, U.S. Ambassador to Iraq Zalmay Khalilzad and other U.S. officials persuaded Iraqi leaders to add 15 Sunnis as voting members of the committee and another 13 as non-voting experts, but the addition made little difference to the process. On July 19th, 2 of the new Sunni members were assassinated, which seemed to underscore the message that their participation had not been wanted. During drafting committee conferences, the other Sunni members received similar signals. Quote, "When the Sunni walked in, the Shia said, 'You sit over there. You are only here because the Americans made us let you come,'" end quote, Casey recollected in 2008. As the committee did its work, Khalilzad pushed for the inclusion of Sunni Arab views, but few were incorporated into the final document. Most significantly, the Kurdish parties and the Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq, or SCIRI, representatives leading the committee included articles making Iraq a federal state whose provinces retained the right to form autonomous regions. Those regions would also have the power to form their own regional governments, create their own internal security forces, and control revenues from new energy discoveries. The three Kurdish majority provinces of Erbil, Dahuk, and Sulaimania were already deemed to be their own region, administered by the Kurdistan Regional Government, and allowed to have their own elected president and parliament. Concerning the thorny issue of who would govern oil-rich Kirkuk, the draft constitution set a December 31, 2007 deadline for a referendum to determine whether the province would join the Kurdistan region. The Sunni Arabs bitterly opposed these measures, but Sunni representatives on the Constitutional Committee had little power to resist them. On August 28th, the Iraqi government approved the first draft constitution without consensus support from the drafting committee. As Iraq edged closer to its dual fall elections, Multinational Force Iraq, or MNFI, concerned itself less with the election's political implications than with the necessity to protect the important voting process physically. As with the January elections, Casey feared that AQI and other Sunni insurgents might launch mass attacks in the days before the vote in a Vietnam War Tet-like offensive that would derail any political gains made. To secure the October and December elections, MNFI chose to use much of the same playbook from the January elections, including a temporary surge of additional U.S. forces to disrupt insurgent activities and protect polling sites. To this end, Multinational Corps Iraq, or MNCI, arranged the timing of the transition between the 101st Airborne Division and 42nd Infantry Division in Multinational Division North Central, or MNDNC, so that both units would be in Iraq in October, temporarily boosting the number of Brigade Combat Teams, or BCT, during the critical period of the referendum. Additionally, 2 battalions from the 82nd Airborne Division's Division Ready Brigade, Task Force, or TF 2325, 2nd Battalion, 325th Airborne Infantry Regiment, and TF 3504, 3rd Battalion, 504th Parachute Infantry Regiment, deployed to Iraq in September for a 120-day period that would encompass both electoral events. The 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit, or MEU, U.S. Central Command's or CENTCOM's operational reserve, also deployed to Iraq from October to December 2005. For their part, Iraqi leaders agreed to put in place many of the same protective measures as in the January elections, including declaring nationwide curfews, closing international borders and the Baghdad International Airport, curtailing vehicle movement, and canceling all leave for the Iraqi Security Forces, or ISF. As the fall elections approached, many native Sunni insurgent groups, having concluded that the boycott of the January election equated to a political disaster for Sunni interests, changed course and actively advocated participation in the electoral process. Many of these groups, such as the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades, Jaish Mohammed, and Jaish al-Islami, erroneously believed that Sunnis were the majority sect in Iraq, which would mean they could easily win a fair election without a boycott. In Fallujah, this new direction took the form of a July 2005 fatwa, or religious edict, issued by 15 clerics who urged residents to participate in both the constitutional referendum and the parliamentary elections. Mohammed Mahmoud Latif took this new direction even further by attempting to negotiate a ceasefire in Ramadi and announcing his intention to run as a candidate in the December elections. Latif's announcement split the Ramadi Shura Council, with most of the council's top leaders siding with him, but many of the group's rank and file broke away to formally join with AQI. By the end of July, Latif had to break off ceasefire negotiations with the coalition as a result of AQI assassination plots and pressure from the splintering of the Shura Council, but he did not abandon his support for the electoral process. Over the same period, Abu Musab al-Zarqawi had grown increasingly concerned with Latif's and other Iraqi insurgent groups' decisions to enter the political process. On August 13th, AQI declared those who would write or support the Constitution to be, quote, apostates, end quote, and that the, quote, judicial court of the Organization of Al-Qaeda in Iraq has ruled that it is a duty to uphold God's law and kill those who have declared themselves God's partners in drafting this void constitution, end quote. In response to AQI's declaration, militants attacked poll workers, election officials, and even election sites used in January in the hopes of causing enough carnage to forestall the elections. In one brutal incident on August 18th, insurgents kidnapped 3 election workers who were hanging voting posters in Mosul and publicly executed them in front of a crowded mosque the next day. The Sunni groups that supported political participation resisted AQI's violent efforts to discourage voting. By late September, support among Anbaris for changing course had grown to the point that Sunni leaders in the province were confident enough to form the Anbar General Conference, which lobbied for a unified political front to represent Sunni equities in the upcoming elections. Even prominent Sunni insurgent leaders joined the conference, including Harith al-Dari, Mohammed Mahmoud Latif, and one of Abdullah Janabi's senior lieutenants. The insurgent group Jaish Mohammed went so far as to finance anti-AQI sermons in mosques, post flyers with names and photos of AQI members, and threaten merchants against distributing AQI propaganda. To counter Zarqawi's claim that participation in the electoral process amounted to apostasy, Latif and the Association of Muslim Scholars declared that participating in the referendum to vote against the Constitution was equivalent to jihad, the duty of every Muslim. On October 15th, the day on which the constitutional referendum was held, insurgents managed only 88 attacks nationwide, down significantly from the 299 reported attacks during the January 2005 election. Attacks against election sites were also down, from 89 in January to only 19 in October, as were the total number of casualties, from 213 to 49. With several insurgent groups actively encouraging voting and near-universal participation by Sunni political leaders, turnout increased dramatically during the referendum, as virtually all the Sunni community hoped to reject the draft constitution and its federal articles. But their unrealistic hopes were quickly dashed. When the final votes were tallied after the October 15th vote, overall turnout had jumped to 66%. The vote included near-universal Sunni rejection of the draft constitution in the Sunni-majority provinces. In Anbar, 97% of voters voted against the constitution, and in Salahuddin and Nineveh, the no votes were 82% and 55% respectively. In the ethnically mixed Diyala province, where Sunnis were a plurality, 49% of the population voted against the constitution. Despite the strong opposition in these provinces, Iraqi voters nationwide approved the constitution by a clear majority of 78.6%. Sunni opposition fell just short of the referendum requirement that 2/3 of the voters in 3 provinces had to reject the draft constitution to block its adoption. The constitution, drafted mainly by Shia and Kurdish political parties in the late summer, became Iraq's new foundational law. The results in Anbar in particular gave a window into the state of the insurgency. In areas where the more nationalistic insurgent groups still had sway, election participation was high. In Fallujah and its environs, 69% of the population voted, a high enough percentage that electoral officials had to request additional ballots. In the AQI-controlled territory that included Al-Qaim, Qusayba, and Haditha, voting did not occur at all because it was unsafe even to establish polling sites. Across the province, 32% of eligible voters participated, a sharp increase from the 2% that voted in the January election. However, the increase in participation obscured a sober truth, that while many Sunnis had decided to join the electoral process, they were rejecting wholesale the political changes proposed in that process. The vast majority of those Sunnis who cast votes were voting against a constitution they believed would forever transform Iraq and cement their marginalization in society. Yet, their opposition to the constitution would ultimately prove to be an act of futility and a further sectarian irritant. That some Sunni parties had left the insurgency to join the political process, likewise, was not a signal of future stability, since those parties generally stressed Sunni identity politics, opposed federalism, and demanded the reconstitution of the old Iraqi army, all factors that the major Shia and Kurdish parties vehemently opposed. Ultimately, the identity-driven election would only serve to drive a deeper wedge between Iraq's ethno-sectarian groups. Casey, in retrospect, concluded that the constitutional referendum, quote, was not a national compact. 70% of the Sunni went out and voted against it. You had this document that was written by Iraqis, but it was not a national compact of the whole of the country together. In fact, it was probably more divisive. End quote. Exploiting success. The bridging strategy, and the plan to reduce U.S. troops. Coalition leaders took the adoption of the Constitution as an indication that a turning point had arrived, despite the fact that Iraqi Sunnis had largely voted against the charter. 1 week after the voting, MNFI's October 22 campaign assessment pronounced, quote, "Bottom line, the successful referendum period was a strategic victory for the political process in Iraq, and dealt a considerable blow to the enemy, providing us with a unique opportunity to exploit success." End quote. With a new democratically elected Iraqi government expectedly in the offing, MNFI began to revise its campaign plan. Quote, "We recognized that the campaign plan ran out in December," end quote, Casey later recalled. Quote, "So we knew we were going to need another campaign plan. But I knew we wouldn't get it done until we saw what the heck it looked like after the elections." End quote. Having experienced a nearly 6-month delay in the formation of the Jafari government, the MNFI commander was concerned that the coalition would face a similar delay in the wake of the December elections, and therefore aimed to create a temporary strategy to bridge MNFI from the election to the formation of a new government. After the bridge, the new government would have a 4-year term, enabling MNFI to generate new long-term plans in partnership with it. MNFI's new bridging strategy, published on October 30th, was built on the same guiding principles as the original August 2004 campaign plan, preventing Iraqi dependency and avoiding the creation of antibodies in Iraqi society by continuing to shrink the coalition footprint as quickly as conditions would allow. However, the new version also emphasized Casey's desire to reconcile with the Sunni population and to accelerate transition of responsibility to the Iraqi government and Iraqi security forces, new priorities that Casey encapsulated in the phrase, quote, "Al-Qaeda out, Sunni in, ISF increasingly in the lead, and bridge the gap." End quote. For the objective of driving Al-Qaeda out, Casey's planners judged that the successful conclusion of the border campaign in the western Euphrates River Valley, or WERV, and Tel Afar had done much of the work, but a shift in effort to Ramadi was required to finish the job. Quote, "AQI presence and pressure in Ramadi remains strong. Removal of this threat may be the key to unlocking the insurgency in Al-Anbar province." End quote, Casey wrote in a strategic planning directive on October 30th. To assist in this effort against AQI, Casey judged that information operations could be an important tool in driving a wedge between AQI and the Iraqi population. He ordered MNFI to take action to exploit AQI's blunders in Anbar as evinced in the Ayman Zawahiri letter. Casey's objective of ISF in the lead effectively meant an acceleration of his policy to transfer responsibility to Iraqis. On October 30th, he wrote, quote, "We are approaching the point in the campaign where the work of the past 2 years with the ISF is beginning to pay off. The pace of transitions should pick up in the next months." End quote. Casey also wanted to accelerate the development of Ministry of the Interior, or MOI, forces, calling on Multinational Security Transition Command Iraq, or MNSTCI, to, quote, "develop an action plan to operationalize 2006 as the year of the police, with a goal of having the MOI capable of leading border security efforts by June 6th and beginning to assume the lead in the counterinsurgency effort from the Army by the end of 2006. End quote. This effort would include a request for additional forces to create transition teams with local police. Bridging the gap, meanwhile, meant accelerating the transition of responsibility to the new Iraqi government, which Casey eagerly awaited in the belief that the coalition would finally have a long-term partner government and that Iraqis would create a government of national unity. Accordingly, the October 30th directive called for the creation of ministerial assistance teams to bolster key Iraqi governmental functions and for expanding the provincial reconstruction teams from the original 3 cities to 9. As Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, Donald Rumsfeld had long wished, Casey's directive also sped up detainee transfers to Iraqi control. Finally, the directive emphasized, quote, leveraging reductions in coalition forces to demonstrate the results of improving ISF and demonstrate that the coalition presence is finite, end quote. Coalition units were instructed to, quote, prepare for the next off-ramp decision, end quote. The one component of Casey's directive that took the coalition in a significantly new direction was his Sunni-in provision, which aimed to create, quote, an environment where the Sunni population sees the coalition as the guarantor of its participation in the political process, and the rejectionists find the military option too costly to pursue, end quote. Accordingly, MNFI would press for the reconstruction of the predominantly Sunni cities damaged by fighting in 2004 and 2005, Fallujah, Samarra, and Tel Afar. Casey stressed the importance of increasing voter turnout in the Sunni provinces, and he ordered an expansion of the Desert Protector Program. Lastly, he called on his staff to develop a Sunni amnesty plan that would include sizable detainee releases. One major component of Casey's ISF in the lead effort was a reduction in coalition troops and a shrinking of the footprint of those that remained. Both Casey and General John P. Abizaid maintained, as they had done at the time of the first MNFI campaign plan in August 2004, that with a new democratic Iraqi government in the offing, the gradual reduction of the coalition military presence was vital to ensuring the new government's popular legitimacy. Even before the October referendum, the coalition had steadily reduced the footprint of its bases in 2005. By October 2005, 18th Airborne Corps had closed 31 forward operating bases since assuming responsibility as the MNCI headquarters in February, turning most of the bases over to Iraqi security forces. The base closures were part of MNFI's effort to move as many forces as possible out of Iraq's cities, partly to force political transition with the Iraqis, as U.S. forces had done by leaving their bases in Najaf in September 2005 and transferring responsibility for the entire city to the Iraqi government, the first such transfer of the war. The reduction in the coalition footprint was also the implementation of Abizaid's guidance to decrease the number of antibodies created through friction with the local population. Like Abizaid, Casey believed that no matter how much good coalition troops might do, they were operating on borrowed time because Iraqis universally viewed them as occupiers. By October 2005, MNFI leaders noted that 80% of recorded insurgent attacks took place in just 4 provinces: Baghdad, Anbar, Salahuddin, and Nineveh. Though those 4 contained a majority of Iraq's population, Casey and MNFI leaders believed the statistic meant that the insurgency was localized and could be contained, but only if the coalition sapped the insurgency of its motivation to fight against the coalition presence. A further MNFI statistic that showed 80% of all insurgent attacks were directed against coalition forces and not against Iraqis seemed to reinforce the belief that coalition forces were part of the problem, not the solution. In a September MNFI poll taken in Baghdad, 79% of respondents had expressed no confidence in coalition forces to improve security. 90% had reported feeling very unsafe in the presence of coalition troops, and 53% had supported attacks against coalition forces in order to hasten their withdrawal. Conversely, 78% had expressed confidence in the Iraqi Army and 79% confidence in the Iraqi police. The poll, like many others during that period, failed to break out Iraqi opinions by ethno-sectarian groups, thereby masking Sunni resentment and sectarian tensions, and it did not consider the validity of polling results in such a war-torn, traumatized society in the first place. Nevertheless, The poll's results reinforced MNFI leaders' strong impression that opposition to the coalition was a major motivator among Iraqis. In October 2005 briefings to Rumsfeld and then-President George W. Bush, Casey argued in favor of off-ramping, or canceling the deployment of a few Iraq-bound U.S. units, thereby reducing the coalition's military presence in order to, quote, remove the central motivation attracting foreign fighters and drawing Iraqis to the insurgency, end quote. Time was fleeting to make such a reduction, Casey warned, because Iraqis' quote, tolerance for coalition presence is diminishing, end quote. Beyond Baghdad, however, not all coalition commanders concurred with Casey's off-ramp recommendations. In September, when MNCI asked both the current and incoming multinational divisions for input on the question, the soon-to-depart 42nd Infantry Division and 3rd Infantry Division supported the off-ramp proposal, with the latter judging that, quote, Iraqi Army assumption of battle space will help mitigate the PAC's personnel delta between 3ID and 4ID, end quote. The soon-to-arrive 4th Infantry Division and 101st Airborne Division, however, opposed the off-ramp, with the 4th Infantry Division voicing the strongest opposition. Quote, this course of action placed 4ID into the medium-high risk category for mission success and reflects the growing impression that MNCI is willing to assume risk in Baghdad during a critical phase of the campaign plan, end quote. In Multinational Force West, or MNFW, meanwhile, Marine commanders warned that they did not have sufficient troops for their mission and requested a reallocation of some of the off-ramped forces to Anbar. Finally, in October, Casey's own MNFI Red Cell also recommended against its commander's idea for a 2 BCTs off-ramp, advising that the situation was too uncertain for the loss of 2 brigades before spring 2006. The Red Cell's assessment matched precisely the draft recommendation in the August 2005 counterinsurgency survey, which had also recommended postponing any off-ramp decision until spring 2006. But these recommendations were forgotten once coalition leaders judged the October referendum a strategic success. Iraqi attempts to participate in the planning process. For a document that emphasized Iraqi independence, Casey's October 30th directive reflected little actual input from Iraqis, a fact not lost on Iraqi leaders. While MNFI and the U.S. Embassy were developing these new plans, Iraqi National Security Advisor Muwafiq Rubai wrote Casey and Khalilzad on November 6th to ask them to allow Iraqis into the strategic planning process. Rubai noted, quote, I can see there is a tendency, especially on the U.S. side, to prepare far-reaching plans for all aspects of Iraq's future with minimal involvement from Iraqi stakeholders. I am fully aware that both of you are wedded to the idea of Iraqi ownership, but I am concerned that this is not always acted upon when the idea goes down the line. End quote. Rubai then critiqued the existing campaign plan, which, in his view, amounted to little more than holding off the insurgency long enough to allow a coalition withdrawal. Quote, people can see the writing on the wall that MNFI's focus has essentially been to keep a lid on the insurgency, transfer security responsibilities to the ISF, and lay the groundwork for the eventual withdrawal of coalition forces. Obviously, those objectives do not address defeating the insurgency. End quote. Instead of, quote, hunting down and killing insurgents, end quote, Rubai argued the coalition and the ISF should focus on protecting the population from attacks and creating secure areas that would last even, quote, after clearing operations have concluded, end quote. Rubai acknowledged that such a strategy would require, quote, many more troops on foot patrol, end quote, but was also, quote, aware that calling for additional forces in Iraq is politically unacceptable to Washington. End quote. In Rubai's proposal, instead of American troops, the massive number of additional forces required to protect the population and create secure areas would come from Iraqi irregular forces. Quote, this approach must somehow find a way to leverage personnel from the tribes and local areas, end quote, Rubai wrote, presaging the approach the U.S.-led coalition would eventually adopt in 2007. Rubai added, quote, native indigenous forces like these could be attached to the ISF with specific tasks and timelines. These tribal and local forces may be trained as a form of public safety guards authorized by the MOI, or Ministry of the Interior, or MOD, Ministry of Defense." End quote. Dealing with irregular forces was complicated, Rubai conceded, but the benefits outweighed the problems of hidden agendas and eventual questions of demobilization, and in any case, the dire security situation called for taking risks. Casey forwarded Rubai's proposal for comment to his Strategy, Plans, and Assessment Directorate, where it had a negligible impact on the ongoing development of the new campaign plan. The National Strategy for Victory in Iraq. At the same time that Americans and Iraqis in Baghdad were wrestling with how to adjust the campaign plan in Iraq, senior leaders in Washington were examining Casey's transition strategy and questioning how it fit into U.S. national objectives. At the White House, National Security Advisor Stephen J. Hadley asked Rumsfeld to have Casey explain the details of the campaign plan. What followed was a series of video conferences in which Casey, joined by Abizaid, explained how the mission in Iraq had evolved and where MNFI envisioned the campaign headed. At the conclusion of this interrogative process in the early fall, the National Security Council, or NSC, gave Casey no significant course corrections to his strategy, but instead in November, catching MNFI somewhat off guard, published a document optimistically titled, quote, "National Strategy for Victory in Iraq," end quote, the first publicly released national-level strategy for the war in Iraq. The national strategy identified Iraq as, quote, "the central front in the global war on terror," end quote, and it noted that an American failure there would create a safe haven for terrorists, cause the United States to lose the trust of Middle East reformers, and leave Iraq to slide into tribal and sectarian chaos. The enemy opposing U.S. efforts was loosely defined as Sunni Arab rejectionists, former regime loyalists, and terrorists associated with al-Qaeda. Like Casey's campaign plan, the national strategy did not consider Shia militants a viable threat to coalition goals, and assumed that, quote, "such elements can be handled by Iraqi forces alone and or assimilated into the political process in the short term." End quote. The national strategy laid out a conditions-based integrated approach along political, security, and economic lines. The political track, isolate, engage, build, involved isolation of enemy elements and engagement of potential partners willing to, quote, "turn away from violence," end quote, while building, quote, "stable, pluralistic, and effective national institutions," end quote. The security track, clear, hold, build, focused on clearing, quote, "areas of enemy control," end quote, holding, quote, "areas freed from enemy control," end quote, and building, quote, "Iraqi security forces and the capacity of local institutions," end quote. The economic track, restore, reform, build, consisted of the restoration of Iraq's infrastructure, reform of Iraq's economy to make it self-sustaining, and building, quote, "the capacity of Iraqi institutions to maintain infrastructure, rejoin the international economic community, and improve the general welfare of all Iraqis," end quote. From Casey's perspective, Hadley and the NSC had slightly tweaked the MNFI campaign plan and made it into the national strategy document. Khalilzad agreed, later commenting that, quote, "if you look at the document and you look at what we were doing on the ground, you will find that it was more a reflection of what was already happening," end quote, a process exactly backward from the common military expectation that policymakers would issue explicit wartime guidance that the military would, in turn, use to write military plans. Quote, "Someone once told me that the decision-making process at the national level is idiosyncratic at best," Casey later wrote. "That is an important lesson for future leaders when providing military advice. Do not look for the military decision-making process at the national level." End quote. Despite their increased interaction with Hadley and the NSC, Casey and Abizaid were frustrated by their seeming inability to explain the character of the Iraq conflict to counterparts in Washington. Quote, "I would get asked, 'Why are guys going off post? They are just driving around and getting hit by improvised explosive devices,' end quote," Casey recalled later. The day-to-day nuances of counterinsurgency warfare, combined with complicated metrics for showing progress, were difficult for many senior political decision-makers to comprehend, Casey concluded. Bush and his senior advisors had understood the high-intensity battles of late 2004 in Fallujah, Najaf, and Samarra much more easily than the 2005 counterinsurgency campaign that was largely devoid of such decisive action, Casey told military historians years later. In their near-daily phone conversations, he and Abizaid frequently commiserated on the issue, asking each other after video conferences with NSC principals, quote, "Do you think we got through to them today?" End quote. Casey's struggles in communicating with Washington had come to a head when the general, who had long desired to reduce the U.S. footprint as part of his 2004 campaign plan, told reporters in early August 2005 that the United States was on track to make, quote, "some fairly substantial reductions," end quote, in the period after the October and December elections. The pronouncement was ahead of official U.S. policy and was corrected publicly a few days later by Bush, who noted that talk of troop reduction was, quote, "speculation," end quote, and that, quote, "pulling the troops out now would send a terrible signal to the enemy," end quote. While the incident was quickly overshadowed by larger issues related to the two Iraqi elections, it highlighted the difficulties an operational commander faced in trying to stay synchronized with U.S. national strategy. With the publication of the national strategy, Casey and Khalilzad together produced a new joint U.S. Embassy and MNFI mission statement, a significant change from the August 2004 mission statement that had been created by MNFI and merely endorsed by the U.S. Embassy. Even so, the new objectives were only slightly modified from the original, calling for, quote, "an Iraq at peace with its neighbors and an ally in the war on terror, with a representative government that respects the human rights of all Iraqis, security forces sufficient to maintain domestic order and to deny Iraq as a safe haven for terrorists, and effective national, regional, and provincial institutions capable of meeting the needs of the Iraqi people and creating conditions for rule of law and prosperity." End quote. The only additions were that Iraq would be an ally in the war on terrorism, and its institutions would be capable of establishing the rule of law. These new goals would be overcome quickly by events, as at the end of 2005, Iraq would not have a truly representative government that respected the rights of all Iraqis. Preamble to Civil War. Shia sectarians inside the Iraqi government. Page 494. The Interior Ministry and the Jadariya Bunker. Despite MNFI's optimism that the fall 2005 elections would be uniformly positive events, the underlying tensions between the Shia and Sunni communities ultimately made the elections even more partisan than those in January. In retrospect, the elections served as an accelerant to sectarianism, as factions postured themselves for what they rightly expected would be a violent power struggle after the election outcome. For its part, al-Qaeda in Iraq continued its car bomb campaign against Shia targets, and while the overall effectiveness of AQI attacks diminished after early summer 2005, they continued to target Shia neighborhoods and exhaust Shia patience. On September 14th, Zarqawi's men struck Baghdad with 12 coordinated car bombs, killing 167 and wounding nearly 600. On September 16th, they hit Shia worshippers at a shrine in Tours Komato, 209 kilometers north of Baghdad, killing a dozen and wounding 23. In one horrific incident south of Baghdad on September 26th, Sunni extremists dressed as Iraqi police entered a school and executed 5 Shia teachers and their driver in a classroom. Near-simultaneous car bombs in Balad on September 29th resulted in 95 casualties. Large-scale attacks against predominantly Shia areas a few weeks later on November 18th and 19th resulted in another 324 civilian casualties. As AQI did its murderous work, various government ministries dominated by Shia militant groups who were part of the Jafari government began to withhold basic services in many Sunni areas, forcing Sunnis to cross into other more dangerous neighborhoods. Along the routes to these neighborhoods stood several checkpoints, which had become dangerous places where Sunnis were subject to intimidation or abduction from militia-allied police, or even from militias in government uniforms. Caught between two militant sides, many civilians of both sects found themselves facing a choice between seeking protection from sectarian militias or succumbing to sectarian cleansing, as Jaish al-Mahdi, or JAM, Badr Corps, and al-Qaeda in Iraq each began to take control of various neighborhoods in Baghdad. In some areas, JAM attempted to emulate Lebanese Hezbollah's model of gaining popular legitimacy by providing public services. The militia gave cash to civilians affected by the violence in Baghdad and provided lodging, usually in abandoned Sunni houses, to Shia refugees displaced by the fighting. In October, Iraq's Sunni Deputy Prime Minister and 9 other Sunni ministers wrote Prime Minister Ibrahim al-Jafari demanding action against Shia militants who carried out acts of violence against Sunnis with what appeared to be government sanction. The 6-page letter cataloged alleged abuses by the Ministry of the Interior, including systemic torture, underground detention facilities, executions, and abductions of Sunnis. The ministers charged that the killers often used Interior Ministry uniforms and vehicles, and even claimed to be from the Interior Ministry's public order and special commando units. According to the letter, many of the victims were tortured, with eyes poked out, noses cut off, and hands drilled. Those who were killed were nearly always found bound or handcuffed. Quote, "Our people are being executed under the official or semi-official cover of the law," end quote, the Sunni ministers wrote, with the result that, quote, "These acts have transferred Iraqis from living under the fear of terrorism to living under governmental terror. It is unsafe for an Iraqi to be detained. Most Iraqis have come to think it better to resist and die in his home rather than having his head pierced or body burned or parts cut off and his body thrown on the road to be eaten by the hungry animals." End quote. The Jafari government made little effort to investigate the accusations. The extent to which Sunni complaints were ignored in the Interior Ministry was made clear on November 13, 2005, when U.S. soldiers inspected a central Baghdad facility known as the Jadariya Bunker, run by the ministry's Special Interrogations Unit. After hearing a parent's complaint that his son had been detained illegally at the facility, Brigadier General Karl Horst, assistant commander of the 3rd Infantry Division in Baghdad, led a team of soldiers to search the bunker. Acting on his intuition, Horst demanded access to an area behind a locked door that Iraqi guides purposely avoided. There, he discovered 169 malnourished prisoners, 166 of them Sunnis, all showing signs of torture. The bunker and the organization that ran it had been kept off the Interior Ministry's books and not officially sanctioned, likely because they were being run by senior Badr Corps officer Bashir Nasser al-Wandi, also known as Engineer Ahmed, whom Bayan Jaber had appointed as deputy director of the Interior Ministry's Intelligence Directorate. When Khalilzad questioned Interior Minister Jaber about Engineer Ahmed's facility, Jaber described the detainees as terrorists and downplayed the abuse by saying that the prisoners, quote, "weren't beheaded, they weren't killed, there was no torture," end quote. An MNFI investigation of the incident uncovered additional evidence of sectarian activities by the Jafari government. Investigators found that Engineer Ahmed led an organization known as the Special Investigations Directorate, or SID, that since its formation in July 2005 had, quote, "illegally detained, abused, tortured, and murdered Iraqi citizens," end quote. Many of the SID's victims were allegedly, quote, "former regime personnel, former Ba'ath Party members, or former military officers who had participated in the Iran-Iraq War," end quote. The SID's Jadariya bunker was just a part of a larger sectarian machinery, a holding area where SID members exacted confessions through torture before the victims were executed, ransomed, or tried in the Iraqi courts. The SID men had plenty of political top cover. Jaber, the MNFI investigation found, quote, "had knowledge of illicit activities taking place in the bunker," end quote, and, quote, "failed to act on multiple reports of abuse and torture in the bunker," end quote. In addition, when complaints of the bunker reached Iraq's nascent judicial system, quote, "investigative judges who objected to the illegal procedures were reassigned," end quote, some of them by order of Chief Justice Medat al-Mahmoud. Others were threatened by Engineer Ahmed. One investigative judge who opened an inquiry became the victim of an unsolved murder. MNFI concluded that the investigation had been, quote, "constrained by the non-permissive environment, the lack of Iraqi government cooperation, reluctance of witnesses to come forward, and the perception of official complicity or complacency." End quote. Public news of the facility heightened the tension between Iraq's Sunni and Shia communities before the December elections. The bunker was the first indisputable evidence that sectarian violence had been institutionalized, originating within the government and its police forces, and was not just the work of rogue Shia militias. It also confirmed Sunni leaders' worst fears, fueling the Sunni rejectionists' argument that the only way to survive was to continue resistance against the Shia government and the coalition. The discovery also compounded Sunni frustrations with the coalition, as Casey previously received no fewer than 40 letters from senior political and religious leaders alleging government abuse of detainees, but was unable to produce a tangible change in Jaber's behavior. The coalition's reluctance to hold Jaber and Prime Minister Jaafari accountable played into Sunni rejectionist claims that the United States was not to be trusted because its actions only served to protect the Shia. As notorious as the Jadariya bunker became, it represented a mere fraction of the sectarian infiltration of the Interior Ministry and other security offices in 2005. MNFI estimated that the various Iraqi security ministries ran at least 8 to 10 more unauthorized facilities that held between 2,000 and 10,000 prisoners. Further accentuating the Interior Ministry's problems, in October, MNSTCI had discovered that the ministry's public affairs had issued a public service announcement video depicting Iraqi police dancing over dead bodies and chanting praise for Muqtada Sadr. MNSTCI offered to retrain the ministry's public affairs personnel, but Jaber had promised to fire those responsible instead. Sectarian moves were not limited to the Interior Ministry. In the first week of December, Prime Minister Jaafari issued orders that would have eliminated the Iraqi Joint Headquarters and replaced 10 Sunni senior leaders with Shia officers. Among the purged would be 3 division commanders and the respected secular Shia officer Lieutenant General Nasir Abadi, the deputy commander of the Iraqi Joint Forces. Replacing Abadi would be Lieutenant General Mohan Al-Fareji, an officer whom Lieutenant General Martin Dempsey described as, quote, a bad piece of work, end quote. Sensing the danger in Jaafari's changes, Casey's British deputy MNFI commander, Lieutenant General John Nicholas Houghton, warned that, quote, the overpowering importance of the proposed changes is the political impact they would have in marginalizing the Sunnis at a critical time and in placing the Ministry of Defense at the mercy of an extremist Shia agenda. The political motivation behind the proposed moves is self-evident, end quote. Jaafari had issued his decrees without notifying Sadun Dulaimi, the Sunni Minister of Defense, who, when learning of the proposed actions, begged the coalition to fight the changes, which Casey quickly did. MNFI's timely intervention stopped the purge, but the fact that Jaafari had attempted the move added to Sunni leaders' perceptions of organized wrongdoing by the Shia parties in the government. As coalition leaders in Baghdad responded to the Jadariya bunker incident and Jaafari's power play, coalition units throughout central Iraq were beginning to report similar instances of quasi-official sectarian killing. The clearest perspective on the matter came from the 3rd Infantry Division, whose commander, Major General William Webster, later recalled that during the winter of 2005, quote, I kept telling General Casey and Lieutenant General Vines that in spite of the fact that the election had been held, sectarian violence, to include inside the Iraqi security forces, was becoming the foremost problem that we had to deal with. We found people murdered, beheaded, ripped apart, dumped into rivers, and we found that the majority of attacks were taking place at the mixed margins of the neighborhoods. End quote. Reports from the Baghdad morgue in December showed that 780 murdered bodies, 400 of which had torture or execution wounds, seemed to confirm Webster's warnings. Webster believed most of the trouble came from the Interior Ministry's police forces, which, according to his unit's reports, were not just complicit with sectarian violence, but directly involved in it. Quote, the Ministry of the Interior, absolutely, from top to bottom, could not be trusted, with very minor exceptions, end quote, Webster reiterated later. Quote, you could not trust them. They lied every day, they tortured people, and they had hidden detention facilities and prisons, end quote. The worst, Webster judged, were the special police, which did not have unit boundaries, allowing them to operate across Baghdad with impunity and providing them a convenient excuse to operate in Sunni areas far from their bases. In an attempt to rein in some of their illicit activity, Webster forced special police units in Baghdad to accept unit boundaries and, to signal his seriousness, quote, promised them we would kill them from their leader on down if they came across their boundary and conducted operations in an adjacent unit area. End quote. Webster's threat slowed the Special Police's activities for a time, but the problem of sectarianism in the Ministry of the Interior remained widespread. In Baquba in MND-NC, Colonel Stephen Salazar and his 3rd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division shared Webster's conclusion about the Special Police. When Salazar learned in November 2005 that 7 battalions of Special Police would descend on the predominantly Sunni Baquba for an MOI-initiated operation, he formally objected in an email that the operation, quote, would be a disaster of biblical proportions and the worst possible thing that could happen to Baquba. End quote. Though MND-NC Commander Major General Thomas Turner and MNCI Commander Lieutenant General John R. Vines concurred with Salazar's request to stop the operation, MNFI was unwilling to shut down a rare example of an Iraqi-planned and Iraqi-led mission. As the Special Police arrived, Salazar ordered his units to scrutinize their every move to prevent gross abuses, but the operation was still little more than a thinly veiled roundup of nearly 400 Sunni military-aged males. Only Salazar's personal intervention prevented Interior Ministry units from detaining the Sunni mayor of Baquba without any evidence. Nevertheless, MNSTCI's November assessment to MNFI touted the mission as, quote, the Special Police Force's first independent division-level operation. The Special Police planned and executed this operation with minimal support from coalition forces. This operation will serve as a model for future Special Police operations. End quote. Warnings similar to Webster's and Salazar's had already gone directly to the Pentagon. On September 19, 2005, James Steele, a retired Special Forces officer who had served as a civilian advisor to the Special Police Commandos in 2004 and was a trusted confidant of Rumsfeld, wrote the Secretary about his observations of the Interior Ministry during an official visit to Iraq. Quote, there is a systemic effort by SCIRI and its Badr militia to take control of the high-end units within MOI, end quote, Steele reported, adding that, quote, this effort ranges from assigning Badr officers to command units to protecting thugs like the commander of the Wolf Brigade who had been involved in death squad activities, extortion of detainees, and a general pattern of corruption. Nearly all of the new recruits within the commandos are Shia. Many of them are Badr members. This effort also contributes to the possibility of a Lebanon-type scenario where a civil war ensues with the Sunnis being driven into the arms of the insurgents as their militia. This would put us in an untenable position. End quote. Rumsfeld, in turn, shared Steele's assessment with Bush and Vice President Richard Cheney in a short memorandum a few days later. Malign Iranian influence. The sectarian activity that U.S. officials were seeing at the tactical level went hand in hand with an increase in destabilizing activity inside Iraq by the Iranian regime and its proxies. By fall 2005, Colonel Kevin McDonnell, the commander of the 5th Special Forces Group and the Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force Arabian Peninsula, or CJS-OTF-AP, concluded that Iran was conducting a full-scale unconventional warfare campaign in Iraq to dominate the emerging Iraqi government while keeping the U.S.-led coalition off balance by supplying deadly, explosively formed penetrators, or EFP, to Shia militias. First introduced by Lebanese Hezbollah against the Israelis, EFPs were complex, shaped charge explosives that required careful milling of a concave copper plate that transformed into a molten slug when detonated. The copper slug offered significant advantages over a regular improvised explosive device, or IED, because it could penetrate the armor of almost all coalition vehicles, including the M1 tank, and because it could fly a reasonable distance and hit a target at a standoff range. MNFI statistics from the time showed that the weapon was becoming more prevalent. EFP attacks nearly tripled in just 4 months in mid-2005, from about 20 in June to 58 in October. By comparison, EFPs averaged only 5 per month through April 2005. Drawing on their extensive human intelligence network, McDonnell's troops discovered that, in addition to providing EFPs to Shia militias, Iranian intelligence services and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran, or IRGC, were creating front companies in Iraq to facilitate their covert activities, as well as funneling extensive financial support to the Badr Corps. In an effort to convince MNFI of the scope of Iranian subversive activity, the CJSOTF-AP held a briefing in October for Casey, Vines, Special Operations Command Central, or SOCCENT Commander Brigadier General Francis Kearney, and Major General Richard P. Zahner, Casey's G2. Casey and Zahner were skeptical and wanted concrete forensic evidence that corroborated the CJSOTF-AP's analysis before taking action. Though McDonnell's human sources were adamant about Iranian intervention, MNFI's technical sources were not picking up the same indicators, making MNFI leaders cautious about the implications. To some at the meeting, it seemed as if technical capabilities had a halo effect, and Zahner and Casey put less stock in the CJSOTF-AP's human intelligence network, even though the Allies in southeast Iraq had limited technical capabilities. For his part, it is likely Casey's caution stemmed from the fact that U.S. national policy toward Iranian meddling in Iraq had not yet been set, and Casey understood that he was to avoid a regional expansion of the conflict. However, CJSOTF-AP reports concerned Casey enough that in late October 2005, he ordered his staff to draw up contingency plans for a possible conflict with the IRGC and other Iranian operatives in Iraq, and tasked his staff judge advocate to determine whether the IRGC Quds Force, or IRGC-QF, could legally be declared a hostile force. Such a declaration would make Quds Force operatives enemy combatants, allowing coalition forces to kill them on sight no matter if they demonstrated hostile intent first. The legal review found that not only had the Quds Force provided guidance, training, logistics, and financial support to Shia militants, it had also, quote, supported two separate Iraqi EFP networks by sponsoring EFP IED training in Iraq, Iran, and Lebanon, and facilitating movement of EFP network personnel and equipment between Iran and Iraq. Such activities are clearly hostile and constitute a direct threat to the security and stability of Iraq. End quote. Despite the clarity of Iranian culpability in the deaths of Americans, the memorandum cautioned against the action, noting, quote, a sweeping hostile force declaration against the IRGC-QF could result in an increase in Iranian support to Iraqi insurgents and lead to open confrontation with Iran. End quote. The memorandum also noted that most Quds Force members operated mainly in Multinational Division Southeast, or MNDSE, and the British were not required to honor an American hostile force declaration. Getting British support for such a project undoubtedly would have been difficult. McDonnell's information about Iranian activity, including the infiltration of EFPs across the southeastern Iraqi border, was sharply at odds with reporting from Multinational Division Southeast, or MNDSE, which reflected little malign Iranian activity. To resolve this incoherence, McDonnell hoped to position a special forces company and a partnered Iraqi commando battalion in Basra, where they could capture hard evidence or potentially push some of the EFP smuggling farther north into areas with a greater concentration of American forces. Enlisting the aid of Major General Nicholas R. Parker, the British deputy commander of MNCI, McDonnell traveled to Basra in December to convince MNDSE leaders to allow American Special Operations Forces into the province. British commanders, however, quietly declined the offer out of concern that CJSOTF operations could spark violence with Iran's local proxies, potentially disrupting MNDSE's fragile equilibrium and making a British withdrawal more difficult. Unable to get British consent, McDonnell focused his troops in MNDCS on the mission, and they soon delivered the evidence Casey and Zahner had required. 6 months after being rebuffed by MNDSE, CJSOTF-AP Operational Detachment Alphas, or ODAs, intercepted crates of the copper plates that went into making EFPs, and all were turned on the same lathe in Iran. The FBI traced several Nokia phones captured in the same shipment back to their origin in Japan, where they found the purchase order that had shipped them to Iran. End of Chapter 18, Part 1. Defeated by Democracy. Winter 2005 to 2006. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 18, Part 2, Defeated by Democracy, Winter 2005 to 2006, of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Problems in Basra. McDonnell's difficulties in dealing with MNDSE leaders illustrated that after the havoc of the brutal Soderist uprisings of April and summer of 2004, the British effort in MNDSE had become disconnected from the coalition command in Baghdad, effectively reaching a point where the British were pursuing different objectives than the MNFI campaign plan. The problem originated in London. The British public and even some within the British government questioned the legality of continuing the conflict beyond the invasion and expressed a great aversion to British casualties. Increasingly, British officials began to view the war as a political risk that needed to be minimized by limiting the British military's exposure. At the Ministry of Defense, the Permanent Joint Headquarters, or PJHQ, and MNDSE headquarters, these pressures translated into policies of casualty avoidance and a view of the conflict as an internal Iraqi dispute in which British military forces and funds were of little relevance. Additional pressures on the British mission in Iraq came because of the UK Ministry of Defence's 2004 restructuring plans, which called for steep cuts in the British Army. 4 infantry battalions were eliminated, 10% of the British infantry force, as well as 7 tank squadrons and 6 artillery batteries. Managing these sizable reductions while simultaneously deploying troops to Iraq and Afghanistan created considerable pressure to decrease the British presence in Iraq. For the British government, Operation Telic, the name of Britain's national operation in Iraq, by 2005 had become an economy of force effort in which the level of military resources was dictated by domestic policy, rather than by the situation in theater. Organizational factors worsened the divergence in the Allies' objectives. Although the deputy MNFI commander in Baghdad was a British 3-star general, PJHQ had designated the 2-star MNDSE commander in Basra as the United Kingdom's national contingent commander to give the British government greater awareness of the area where nearly all British troops were based, rather than having information filtered through a higher headquarters. As a result, British commanders in Basra came to see PJHQ rather than MNCI as their next higher headquarters, and British leaders in London often bypassed the MNFI headquarters. One MNDSE commander later commented British defense leaders, quote, jumped through the theater/operational level and concentrated directly on what was going on in the multinational division in Basra. Baghdad was a distraction, end quote. As the British government and public became more casualty-averse, the result of this reporting chain was a heavy emphasis on force protection from London. The British rotational policy did not help the divergence in national objectives. In a period of 18 months in 2004 and 2005, 5 British brigade commanders rotated through Basra. The high turnover among the senior British commanders in MNDSE made it difficult for MNFI and MNCI leaders to detect the changes occurring in British policy because they were camouflaged by the frequent change of personalities in British leadership. In addition, with each new commander came new priorities that disrupted continuity in planning and operations. The short command tours also hindered MNDSE leaders from establishing strong working relationships with their coalition counterparts, as well as with Iraqi military and civilian leaders. One British Ministry of Defense study later concluded that, quote, the short-term horizon and rapid turnover of UK in-theater commanders made it more likely that the significance of key events would be missed, end quote. As UK leaders in London began to signal to MNDSE in 2005 the importance of gradually disengaging from security operations in southern Iraq, the British efforts to improve governance and security at MNDSE collided with the intra-Shia political conflict emerging in the far south. With the formation of new provincial governments after the January 2005 elections, Shia militias associated with local governments, especially the Sadrists, stepped up attacks against British troops and against each other. When the Staffordshire Regiment began to round up suspected JAM militia members led by Ahmed al-Gharawi in Amara in mid-May 2005, the Sadrist provincial governor, Adel Mohoder al-Maliki, threatened to cut all ties between the British and Maizen's provincial council if the operation was not halted. A few days later, on May 29th, a British patrol near Amara was hit by an EFP, killing one soldier. EFPs had been used in the south as early as August 2004, but when the remnants of this one were sent to Baghdad, U.S. analysts determined it was of the same design used by Lebanese Hezbollah and likely of Iranian origin. A short time later, another EFP in Amara killed 3 soldiers in a Land Rover patrol, after which British commanders decided that all British patrols would be conducted in warrior infantry fighting vehicles. Intra-Shia violence, meanwhile, worsened in the summer of 2005 as the various parties jostled for position ahead of the December 2005 elections. On August 24th, tensions exploded when the Sadrists tried to reopen an office in Najaf a year after it had been closed during the August 2004 uprising. They were prevented from finishing their task by members of the Badr Corps, leading to fighting between the two groups that lasted for 2 days. Once again showing their ability to mobilize their forces across the country on short notice, the Sadrists responded with attacks against the Badr Corps in Basra, Hilla, Diwaniyah, Amara, and Baghdad. When the fighting finally stopped, 100 had been killed, and the Sadrist office in Najaf had been burned to the ground. The Jamiat police station crisis. The late August clashes showed that the Sadrists had regained their footing a year after their defeat in Najaf, and their resurgence quickly became a threat to the British strategy of transitioning security responsibility to local Iraqi forces. By spring 2005, Basra's police force was increasingly falling under the control of the JAM militia. In April, British forces discovered evidence of torture at Basra's Jamiat police station while investigating the death of a detainee that had been turned over to the Iraqi police's infamous Serious Crimes Unit, commanded by a Sadr loyalist named Captain Jafar. Basra Police Chief General Hassan al-Saad admitted publicly to the press in May that he could not control 3/4 of his force due to its infiltration by militias, particularly the JAM and Badr Corps. Officers loyal to the militias, Saad said, used their positions as cover to carry out executions against rivals and mostly Sunni former regime loyalists. As was happening in Baghdad, local Basra civilians began observing police checkpoints jointly manned by Iraqi police and JAM militiamen. At the same time, British officials in Basra began receiving reports of Jafar's close ties to Basra JAM leader Ahmed al-Fartusi and his militia. Despite this growing body of evidence, British commanders were cautious about confronting the militia's expanding influence within the Iraqi police and throughout the city. Clashing with the militias could have several consequences. It could undermine key relationships with members of Basra's security and governance teams, increase British casualties, and set back British efforts to draw down troops. Seeking to resolve the problem by political means, the senior British police advisor in Baghdad presented Interior Minister Bayan Jaber with a list of police officers in Basra that MNDSE recommended for dismissal, but Jaber ignored the recommendation. Rebuffed, MNDSE developed a list of 200 individuals, 180 of them police officers, for arrest in an attempt to bring the militia to heel. Included on the list was Fartusi, though British leaders found they could not arrest him because of his presence on Prime Minister Jafari's no-strike list. But when 3 British soldiers were killed within the same week by EFPs linked to Fartusi, Brigadier John Lorimer, commander of the 12th Mechanized Brigade, decided to arrest the JAM leader with or without Iraqi government approval. On September 17th, a Special Air Service or SAS detachment supported by the Coldstream Guards and 1st Battalion, the Royal Anglican Regiment, seized Fartusi at his Basra home in a nighttime raid. 2 days later, in likely retribution for the capture of Fartusi, plainclothes Iraqi police ambushed 2 SAS operators as they were trailing Jafar, who had become a suspect in the April detainee murder. In the ensuing gunfight, the SAS men killed one of their police attackers and wounded another, but were eventually captured by another Iraqi police element while trying to return to their unit. The SAS operators, who had been dressed as Iraqi civilians, identified themselves as British personnel but were taken to the Jamiat station and badly beaten. MNDSE responded by dispatching reinforcements from the Coldstream Guards and the Royal Regiment of Wales to seal off the city and surround the Jamiat station while flying a negotiating team in to secure the release of the SAS men. Lorimer met with Basra's governor at the same time British Ambassador William Patey met with Jabber. Both demanded the British soldiers' immediate release, but neither the governor nor the minister could or would secure the men's freedom. Back inside the station, Iraqi police officers, including Serious Crimes Unit head Jafar, accused the SAS soldiers of being Israeli spies. The British negotiating team, meanwhile, found itself trapped inside the station. Outside, the Coldstream Guards fended off an unruly crowd and other police while taking fire from militiamen that destroyed 2 warrior infantry fighting vehicles and damaged 7 others. In the confusion, Iraqi police moved the 2 SAS detainees to a JAM stronghold on the western outskirts of the city, but British surveillance tracked the movement, laying the groundwork for a rescue mission. That evening, an SAS squadron, flown from Baghdad with support from 2nd Battalion, the Royal Welsh, smashed into the Jamiat station and rescued the negotiating team before moving on to the JAM stronghold and rescuing the 2 SAS soldiers. The incident was highly embarrassing for the British, who had long contended that Basra was stable, that ISF training was progressing on target, and that ordinary crime, rather than nefarious militia activities, was responsible for most security problems. As recently as July, the MNDSE commander reported to Casey that Basra had, quote, insurgents but no insurgency, end quote, and that the province would be able to revert to provincial Iraqi control by early October. After the Jamiat incident, however, Chief of the General Staff General Sir Michael D. Jackson visited Basra and wrote to General Richard Dannatt, the commander of Land Command, quote, though there was no sense of defeatism in theater, the possibility of strategic failure was mentioned in earnest on this visit more than on any before, end quote. The raid on the Jamiat station had exposed the truth that militia influence in MNDSE was destabilizing security and undermining coalition efforts to strengthen Iraqi governance. The week after the fiasco, coalition leaders canceled Basra province's scheduled September 22nd return to provincial Iraqi control, a decision that meant the de facto abandonment of the British plan to withdraw nearly 5,500 soldiers by April 2006. The Jamiat operation also showed that the British forces in Basra had no credible Iraqi force with which they could partner. While training of Iraqi forces had been ongoing since the fall of Saddam, there had been no embedded advisors until early in 2005 when Major General Jonathan Riley, the 6th MNDSE commander, embedded members of an entire UK battle group with Iraqi Army units, mirroring the U.S. military transition team program. Unfortunately, the plan came with the Whitehall-imposed caveat that British troops could only embed at the brigade level or above, since officials in London judged that embedding at lower levels would expose British troops to more risk than the United Kingdom was willing to accept. Such restrictions had proved to be onerous and impeded progress at the battalion and company levels, organizations that critically needed mentoring. The progress of the Iraqi police in Basra had been even worse since British police advisors did not embed with their counterparts at all. These choices had significant long-term consequences, as they made it difficult for British commanders to judge the true capabilities of Iraqi units and so limited their ability to shape Iraqi forces positively that British leaders expected to shoulder the responsibility for security as British forces withdrew. Nonetheless, the incident did not cause the British government to abandon its overall strategy. Back in London, an interdepartmental review 2 weeks after the Jamiat operation recognized that stability was being threatened by the intense rivalries among political parties and their militias. However, it argued that negative media portrayals overstated the depth of the problem, that militia influence within the Iraqi police was minor, and that the governor and provincial council's refusal to work with the British was, quote, awkward, end quote, but, quote, not significant, end quote. Rather than taking a more direct approach to confront the militias with clearing operations, reforming the police, embedding with the ISF, and exerting more influence in MNDSE to establish security, the review recommended that UK forces take action only against militias who directly threatened them. The review also recommended that Iraqi leaders in Baghdad should exert more control in the south and should replace Basra's police chief. The British government's reluctance to take a more direct approach and increase its own involvement would set the stage for Basra's eventual tailspin. AQI and the Amman, Jordan bombings. Page 504. Elsewhere, the threat from Zarqawi's al-Qaeda in Iraq was broadening. In a bid to expand the war in Iraq into a regional battle, AQI initiated attacks outside of Iraq and publicly declared its true sectarian intentions for the first time, two moves that ran counter to the advice of al-Qaeda's senior leaders. On September 14th, Zarqawi issued a statement announcing that, quote, Al-Qaeda is declaring all-out war on the Rafida, a derogatory term for Shia, wherever they are in Iraq, end quote. He exhorted Sunnis to, quote, wake up from your slumber because the war to exterminate Sunnis will never end, end quote. It was a significant message from the AQI leader who previously had been publicly coy about his intentions toward the Shia, often claiming the attacks he launched were aimed to force a coalition withdrawal instead of sectarian mayhem. On November 9th, al-Qaeda in Iraq took another step toward expanding the war when it attacked 3 hotels in Amman with 4 Iraqi suicide bombers, leaving 67 dead and more than 150 injured. Taking responsibility for the attacks, Zarqawi preposterously claimed that the attack had targeted establishments harboring Western and Israeli spies, calling the hotels, quote, playgrounds for Jewish terrorists, end quote. In reality, however, only 1 American was killed, and almost all of the casualties were Jordanian, the largest concentration of them coming at a wedding attended by a number of Jordanian notables in the Radisson Hotel. The death toll could have been even worse had one of the attackers, a rare female suicide bomber, not failed to detonate her explosive vest successfully. The woman, an Iraqi from Anbar named Sajida Rishawi, was captured after her suicide bomber husband successfully detonated his own belt. Under questioning, Rishawi revealed that one of her fellow bombers had once been detained by U.S. forces but had been released when U.S. officials no longer deemed him a threat. She also confessed that she had joined the mission because 3 of her brothers were killed while fighting for AQI against U.S. troops in Anbar. Zarqawi's actual goal was likely to destabilize the monarchy in his native Jordan, and in fact, the bombing was not the first attack Zarqawi launched inside the kingdom in 2005. In August, AQI had carried out an unsuccessful rocket attack against 2 U.S. Navy amphibious warfare ships, the USS Kearsarge and the USS Ashland, in the port of Aqaba. Instead of destabilizing the regime, the Aqaba and Amman attacks produced a backlash against AQI, with thousands of Jordanians taking to the streets to support King Abdullah and denounce Zarqawi. Representatives of Zarqawi's Kalayla tribe, including his own brother and cousin, publicly disowned him by taking out half-page advertisements in all 3 of Jordan's major newspapers, declaring, quote, "We sever links with him until doomsday," end quote. Days after the attack, Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas visited the bombing site and declared that the perpetrators, quote, "do not belong to any human race, Arab or Islam. May God curse them from this day until Judgment Day," end quote. Subsequent reactions in the Arab media in Syria, London, Lebanon, and Kuwait, as well as Sunni communities in Jordan, Iraq, and throughout the Middle East, would long haunt Zarqawi and his organization. The Atiyah Letter. In the aftermath of the Amman attack and its repercussions throughout the Arab world, al-Qaeda's senior leaders again tried to rein in their wayward Iraqi franchise. Atiyah Abd ar-Rahman, a top lieutenant of Osama bin Laden, wrote Zarqawi a highly critical letter, urging him to cease his more violent attacks and follow orders from al-Qaeda's leadership on strategy. In the letter, likely sent in December 2005 just after the Amman attacks, Atiyah compared Zarqawi's extreme tactics in Iraq to the massacres conducted by the armed Islamic group in Algeria that had destroyed popular support, implying that al-Qaeda in Iraq was on course to bring about its own downfall as well. Atiyah warned, quote, "We are against all acts that alienate, from killing to any sort of other treatment. Even insofar as the corrupt ones and traitors from among the Sunnis, we shouldn't kill them unless the people would understand and think that it was a good thing due to the obviousness of their corruption, their treason, and their evil. If we come and kill some people whom we know to be corrupt and treasonous, but who are respected and beloved by the people, then this leads to great trouble, and it is an act against all of the fundamentals of politics and leadership." End quote. Atiyah singled out Zarqawi's attacks against religious scholars and tribal leaders, warning him that such attacks were corrosive to their efforts and that Zarqawi's movement was too weak to fight fellow Sunnis, the Shia, and coalition forces at the same time. Channeling Mao Zedong, Atiyah warned Zarqawi that the popular support that their movement enjoyed would be fleeting if Zarqawi did not change his tactics. Quote, "The Muslim nation is with us, loving us, harboring us, supporting us, sympathizing with us, and concurring with us. Also among these are our metal and the metal of our soldiers, which are the waters that our fish inhabit. If we waste this great foundation, then we would be remiss, profligate, and liable to fail." End quote. Atiyah also criticized Zarqawi's unilateral decisions to expand the war, urging him to, quote, "abstain from making any decision on a comprehensive issue, one with broad reach, and on substantial matters until you have turned to your leadership. Sheikh Usama and the Dr. Zawahiri and their brothers." End quote. Atiyah stressed that, quote, "announcing a war against the Shiite turncoats and killing them, expanding the arena of war to the neighboring countries, and undertaking large-scale operations whose impact is great," end quote, should not have been conducted without the approval of al-Qaeda's senior leadership. Atiyah was not the only Salafist who was alarmed by Zarqawi's excesses. Zarqawi's own Jordanian mentor, Sheikh Abu Muhammad al-Maqdisi, publicly broke with his former protege in July, denouncing Zarqawi's killing of innocent Iraqis. Other prominent Sunni clerics followed suit, and Egypt's Sheikh Mohammed Sayyid Tantawi and Saudi Arabia's Mohsen al-Awaji joined the chorus of voices denouncing Zarqawi's tactics. National Guard Challenges. Page 505. As the threats from Zarqawi, the Shia militants, and the Iranian regime began to mount in the crucial election season of 2005, inside MNFI a few signs of trouble emerged among some of the National Guard units that had arrived as part of the third major rotation of forces. The 2004 decision to operationalize the National Guard had resulted in an abnormally high number of National Guard units in Iraq during most of 2005. Most of these units performed well at the company level and below, such as the troops of the Kentucky-based 617th Military Police Company. When ambushed near Salman Pak on March 20, 2005, the 617th Military Police Company responded so ferociously that it routed its attackers, killing 27 insurgents and wounding or capturing 7 others in intense fighting that required the guardsmen to clear 2 enemy trenches in close combat. One soldier, Staff Sergeant Timothy 9, was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, and 2 others were awarded the Silver Star. One of the Silver Stars was awarded to Sergeant Leigh Ann Hester, who became the first woman to earn the award since World War II and the first woman to earn the medal for close combat. Some other National Guard units at higher echelons, however, did not perform as well under the intensifying pressure of the summer and fall of 2005. While many of the Guard units around Baghdad performed admirably, as well or better than their active counterparts, several Guard units had problems operating in the difficult Iraq environment. The first signs of trouble appeared in the 1st Battalion 184th Infantry Regiment from the California National Guard, which had been assigned to the 4th BCT 3rd Infantry Division in Baghdad. The battalion had been given responsibility for the Karada district, just south of the Green Zone, in February 2005. By summer, Accusations surfaced that the battalion's leaders had condoned illegal activities with prisoners, and U.S. officers found a video of unit non-commissioned officers abusing 7 prisoners by kicking them in their genitals and shocking them with a taser. The initial investigation into detainee abuse uncovered systemic problems with the battalion, leading to at least 10 other investigations that revealed a negative command climate. The battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Patrick Frey, was an eccentric officer who had first fought in Vietnam before fighting as a mercenary in Rhodesia. In Iraq, he carried a tomahawk that he cleared at clearing barrels and used to knight soldiers during promotion ceremonies. Frey tolerated similar eccentric behavior in his subordinates, such as allowing soldiers to carry samurai swords on patrol. As the investigations expanded, investigators discovered that Frey had almost been relieved of command during the battalion's pre-deployment training, and one of the generals responsible for training the unit had predicted Frey would, quote, get soldiers killed, end quote. Frey had also been accused of mistreating his own troops during mobilization training, placing some of them in a survival school-style isolation to toughen them, and causing a near mutiny that came to the attention of the Los Angeles Times. The pattern of abuses and poor leadership had continued in Iraq. Battalion leaders had interpreted the rules of engagement aggressively, leading one investigator to describe Frey and his men as, quote, trying to fight World War III. It was them against the world, end quote. The investigations also revealed that the unit was falsifying patrol reports, as in one case in which a lieutenant sat in his HMMWV inside a forward operating base and called in reports over the radio so his platoon could sleep. In another case, a company first sergeant was found to be extorting money from his soldiers. The investigations found enough wrong within the battalion that Webster, the 3rd Infantry Division commander, chose to relieve Frey and several company commanders, replacing them with new commanders drawn from the 3rd Infantry Division staff. Webster was forced to use his own personnel because the U.S. Army's Personnel Command and National Guard Bureau were unable to provide replacement commanders from the United States on short notice. In a tragic turn of events, Frey's replacement and a replacement company commander died in a double IED attack less than 2 months later. Meanwhile, MNCI leaders began to suspect by fall 2005 that just south of Baghdad, Georgia Guardsmen were having problems as well. On June 22nd, the 48th BCT had taken control of the infamous Triangle of Death, an area south of Baghdad around the towns of Yusufia, Mahmudiyya, and Lutufia. The 48th BCT was filling the gap created by the reassignment of the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment from the area to Nineveh. The 48th BCT had been dealt a difficult hand, taking over violent districts that no coalition unit had held for longer than 3 months, and some unit leaders believed there were areas that had never seen coalition forces. The 3rd Infantry Division, which managed the Inspector General and legal complaints for the brigade, began to notice patterns similar to those of the 1st Battalion 184th Infantry Regiment. Soon after arriving in Iraq, the 48th BCT was racked by so many disciplinary issues that division leaders judged the brigade's problems were diverting its attention from fighting the war. One investigation led senior 3rd Infantry Division leaders to conclude that the brigade command sergeant major was sexually harassing the women in his unit. Multinational Division Baghdad, or MNDB, and MNCI leaders also assessed the brigade was struggling tactically, and that confronting the well-developed insurgent sanctuary south of Baghdad exceeded the brigade's capabilities. By the end of October, the 3rd Infantry Division and MNCI leadership lost confidence in the 48th BCT's leaders and relieved the unit of its duties in its battle space, redirecting it to the mission of escorting logistics convoys as the theater security force. In its place, the 2nd Brigade 101st Airborne Division took control of the Triangle of Death. As the 2nd BCT assumed the battle space in October, the number of U.S. casualties in combat engagements spiked. On the 2nd BCT's first day, an IED killed 5 of its soldiers, following a considerable period in which the 48th BCT had reported no attacks of any significance. Over its first 47 days in the Triangle of Death, the 2nd BCT's units found themselves engaged in battles merely to leave their forward operating bases, and 22 of the brigade's soldiers were killed or evacuated. During one of the brigade's first offensive operations, it found 14 IEDs daisy-chained together over a roughly 100-meter area, and another 23 IEDs in a 500-meter area. The brigade's area of operations apparently was patrolled so lightly that insurgents had had time to build some of the IEDs with 500 to 700 pounds of explosives and cover the bombs with concrete to conceal them from metal detectors. Other missions in the brigade's sector uncovered several car bomb factories, likely for use in AQI's car bomb attacks in Baghdad. While many National Guard units were facing the difficulties of the worsening security situation in Iraq, back in the United States, a crisis arose in which the National Guard units were sorely missed. On August 29, 2005, Hurricane Katrina made landfall, creating a swath of destruction in the Gulf states. With so many National Guard units deployed to Iraq, some of the Gulf states lacked the troops they would normally call up to perform disaster response missions. Mississippi and Louisiana, the two hardest-hit states, each had a brigade combat team in Iraq when Katrina struck, meaning that 35% of the Louisiana National Guard and 40% of the Mississippi Guard could only watch the disaster unfold on television from 7,000 miles away. The residual Guard forces in the United States faced an equipment shortage as well because a substantial amount of their equipment had been harvested by Coalition Joint Task Force 7 or CJTF-7 and MNFI over the 2 years of conflict. Harvested equipment remained in Iraq to equip the next unit in the rotational cycle and save the Army the cost of shipping equipment each time units changed. Lieutenant General Stephen Blum, the chief of the National Guard Bureau, argued that the shortages, quote, left troops at home without modern communications and night vision equipment, as well as the vehicles necessary for Guard troops to traverse neighborhoods flooded in the wake of Katrina. End quote. The situation resulted in a strange role reversal as more than 20,000 stateside active-duty soldiers rushed to the Gulf states to perform disaster response missions in place of the absent National Guard troops. Of the 65,000-man relief effort for Katrina, nearly one-third were active forces, including a Marine Expeditionary Unit and the division-ready brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division. The reversal of roles seemed to validate some state governors' criticism of what they considered the overuse of the National Guard outside of the United States. Quote, "Is it really the best use to take a first responder from home and put him in to guard an airport in Saudi Arabia?" End quote. Virginia Governor Mark Warner had asked at a gathering of governors in July. National Guard brigades that mobilized were unavailable for emergencies for at least 18 months, given the 6-month preparatory training for units headed into combat. The concern was particularly acute in states with smaller National Guard forces, such as Montana, where Governor Brian Schweitzer had requested earlier in 2005 that the Department of Defense, or DoD, immediately redeploy all 1,500 Guardsmen from Iraq, almost half the state's total force, so they could respond to state emergencies. Because of the challenges of 2005, Guard units would not be brought back to Iraq in force until 2009. Elections and Off-Ramps, page 508. The December Parliamentary Elections. In an electoral whirlwind, Iraqis went to the polls again on December 15th to elect their first government under the newly ratified constitution. As with the October referendum, Sunni insurgents had little effect on the actual voting, carrying out just 80 attacks and causing 14 casualties nationwide. The surprisingly peaceful election day capped a 2-month drop in violence. From the October 15th referendum to the parliamentary elections, MNFI assessed that attacks had dropped by 26% and casualties by 29%. One likely reason for the drop in election day violence was MNFI's outreach to Sunni leaders ahead of the vote. Casey's interactions with Sunni notables since the summer of 2005 had led him to the realization that Sunni political and tribal leaders not only interacted with the insurgency, but also exerted influence over it, a fact that Casey believed presented an opportunity to drive a wedge between insurgent factions. Accordingly, in November he had authorized Minister of Defense Sadoun Delaimi to engage 18 key Sunni leaders as a way to expedite the Sunni-in component of Casey's bridging strategy. By December, the talks seemed to show progress, and the Sunni leaders had asked that MNFI pause offensive operations as a confidence-building measure. Unwilling to cease offensive operations fully as AQI and other groups tried to disrupt the elections, Casey had instead agreed on December 11th to pause offensive operations at the battalion level and above until after the election, and to consider releasing specific detainees. The drop in election violence was also driven by Sunni opposition to al-Qaeda in Iraq. By November, the Anbar General Conference, the Sunni political organization formed in September, had expanded and renamed itself the Anbar People's Conference. The group, now claiming nearly 100 politicians, tribal sheikhs, technocrats, and insurgent leaders, began organizing municipal security committees to protect and facilitate the December parliamentary elections. In Ramadi, for example, Muhammad Mahmud Latif's followers in the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades forcibly drove AQI from several neighborhoods to protect the electoral process, and in one district, Latif's ally, Sheikh Nasser Abd al-Karim Mukhlif al-Fadawi, raised a tribal militia to guard polling sites against AQI attacks. To a degree, emboldened by AQI's failure to disrupt the constitutional referendum, Sunni Arabs had doubled down on their efforts to jumpstart the political process, hoping that they could eventually return to their dominant position in Iraqi politics and reestablish control of the Iraqi state. These efforts culminated in the merging of Sunni political parties into the Iraqi Tawafuk Front, as Sunni leaders believed they could garner more seats in the National Assembly by pooling their resources and running together. The Tawafuk Front ran on a platform that called for insurgent disarmament and coalition withdrawal, and many of the group's expatriate leaders were having covert discussions with coalition representatives to begin the process. All of these moves were hailed by Casey and MNFI as evidence that important elements of the Sunni Arab resistance were interested in reconciling and joining the political process. Voter turnout for the election seemed to be promising as well. Over the year, voter participation increased significantly, from 58% in January to 66% in October and 75% in December. More importantly, the long-sought Sunni participation seemed to have materialized on December 15th. In Anbar, overall voter turnout increased from 2% in January to 38% in October to a whopping 86% in December. In Nineveh, participation jumped from 16% to 53% to 70% across the three elections, and Salahuddin's reported turnout grew from 29% to 90% to 98%. Because of a 75% overall voter turnout and significant Sunni participation, the makeup of Iraq's governing body shifted. Across the country, Iraqi voters overwhelmingly cast their votes along sectarian lines, leading one Iraqi commentator to pronounce that Iraq had held, quote, not an election, but a census, end quote. The Shia United Iraqi Alliance, or UIA, dropped from 140 to 128 seats. The Kurdistan Alliance decreased from 75 to 53 seats, and Ayad Alawi's secular Iraqi National Accord decreased from 40 to 25 seats. The Tawafuk Front and another new Sunni party, the Iraqi National Dialogue Front, obtained 44 and 11 seats, respectively. The expanded Sunni parliamentary bloc was led by Tariq Hashimi, the former Muslim Brotherhood leader Adnan Dulaimi, the former Ba'athist Saleh Mutlaq, and Jaish al-Islami insurgent leader Khalaf Ulayan. With a total of 275 seats in the Council of Representatives, Iraq's new parliament, no bloc achieved an outright majority, meaning that Iraq's next government would be a coalition of parties from different sects and ethnicities. However, the election was not completely unmarred by sectarian violence, as SCIRI's militant wing, the Badr Corps, had carried out an intimidation campaign during the parliamentary electoral cycle. In Basra, Maysan, and Mutana provinces, Badr members, some in police uniform, tore down rival parties' campaign posters, burned down Alawi's campaign office in Samawa, and threatened supporters of other political parties. In Basra and Amara, Badr members tampered with the vote by removing ballots for Alawi's list and filling in blank ballots for the Shia UIA. The off-ramp continues. The surprisingly high turnout figures, particularly in the Sunni areas that had boycotted the January voting and had been strongholds of the insurgency, indicated to Casey and MNFI that their plan to bring the Sunnis into the political process had worked. In the days after the election, Casey concluded that the time was right to signal to Iraqis that the reward for turning from violence to politics was the beginning of an end to the U.S. military occupation. Security and political conditions in the country, Casey believed, warranted going ahead with the off-ramp of 2 BCTs that MNFI had been exploring since before the October referendum. Violence had continued to decrease over time, MNFI analysts noted. Car bomb attacks had decreased by 62% between the January and December elections, while the casualties caused by these attacks had fallen by 97%. Numerically, suicide car bombs had decreased from more than 60 in June to 26 in November and just 12 by mid-December. The drop in attacks seemed to indicate that the coalition's operations in the western Euphrates and Tel Afar had succeeded in shutting down the foreign fighter pipelines and stemming al-Qaeda in Iraq's devastating wave of car bomb attacks. The increased voter participation also reflected Sunnis' rejection of AQI's calls to boycott the elections, Casey and MNFI judged. Quote, improved Sunni Arab participation in the political process helped drive a wedge between Sunni rejectionists and terrorists and foreign fighters, end quote, MNFI analysts concluded in a report, 2005, The Insurgency Year in Review, issued on Election Day. With security rapidly improving and former insurgents apparently choosing the ballot box over violence, the coalition was in a, quote, better position versus AQI than at any time in the previous 18 months, end quote, Casey reported to Bush the following day, adding that, quote, recent coalition and ISF operations have restored Iraqi control to the Syrian border, disrupted AQI facilitation networks, and set conditions for future success, end quote. The state of the Iraqi security forces was improving enough, Casey believed, that the time had come to use the drawdown of coalition troops as a forcing function to make the ISF perform more security tasks. In terms of raw numbers, the ISF had grown considerably in 2005, reaching 214,000 members by December and marking a turning point at which ISF strength exceeded that of coalition troops for the first time in the war. More importantly, ISF units seemed to be reaching a level at which they could operate independently. The metric used to reflect Iraqi unit capabilities, the Transition Readiness Assessment, or TRA, for December 2005 showed 1 Iraqi Army battalion already operating fully independently, TRA Level 1, another 44 in the lead with coalition forces acting in a supporting role, TRA Level 2, and another 55 operating side by side with coalition forces, TRA Level 3. Another 8 battalions of Iraqi Special Police were also in the lead, according to their TRA ratings. By MNFI's calculations, 10 Iraqi battalions at TRA-1 or TRA-2 could be considered the equivalent of 1 U.S. brigade, meaning that the ISF of December 2005 was more than capable, in MNFI's view, of making up for the 2 U.S. brigade combat teams that Casey was considering off-ramping. Off-ramping 2 BCTs would incur some tactical risk, Casey acknowledged. There could be a, quote, reduction in tactical and operational effectiveness and flexibility, end quote, as well as a, quote, misperception of the U.S. running away, end quote. The, quote, creation of expectation for continuous drawdown, end quote, and the danger that the insurgency could increase in size and effectiveness. Violence was likely to surge in the period immediately following the elections, Casey expected, but he believed it would be the last breath of a dying insurgency extinguished by the democratic process and a new government with popular legitimacy. Deciding not to off-ramp the BCTs in the wake of a successful election, meanwhile, could incur strategic risk. In addition to the political implications of such a decision, refusing to off-ramp U.S. troops now that the Iraqi battalions were approaching full readiness could, quote, increase the potential for Iraqi dependency on coalition forces, end quote, Casey warned Rumsfeld on December 19th. For all of these reasons, the coalition, quote, had to draw down to win, end quote, the MNFI commander argued. Taking Casey's recommendation, Bush announced on December 23rd, 8 days after the elections, that the United States would off-ramp the 2 BCTs Casey had designated. The president's decision would mean the reduction of U.S. BCTs in Iraq from 17 to 15 by January 2006 as units in Iraq redeployed. To hedge his bet, Casey had agreed with CENTCOM that one of the off-ramped brigade combat teams, the 2nd Brigade 1st Armored Division, would deploy to Kuwait and serve as a, quote, call-forward force, end quote, essentially an operational reserve for MNFI. However, inside Iraq, the off-ramp would mean a reduction of 6,700 U.S. combat troops, along with about 3,000 additional troops in U.S. support units that also would not be needed. Because almost all of the BCTs deploying to Iraq in 2006 would be transformed modular units with fewer troops than the legacy brigades they were replacing, MNFI expected an additional net reduction of 2,700 troops from, quote, modularity savings, end quote. The overall reduction of the coalition footprint would come in other areas as well. From late 2005 to fall 2006, MNFI planned to replace 5,922 support soldiers with contractors gradually, at a cost of $866 million, while the MNFI headquarters itself would shrink from 999 personnel to 864. The consequences of flawed data. Casey's recommendation and Bush's decision rested on data that both men believed indicated an improving situation in Iraq. Attacks had dropped significantly with each electoral cycle. Electoral participation had increased, and polls indicated that those who were participating in the political process were ready for the coalition to withdraw as soon as possible. The Iraqi security forces, at least based on the transition readiness assessment, seemed to be reaching the point at which they could replace coalition units. However, each of these metrics was fraught with problems. Modern polling methods were incapable of accurately gauging Iraqi public opinion in 2005. The challenging security environment prevented balanced access to all of Iraq's communities, and pollsters almost never broke down their respondents along sectarian lines. Polling results like those of the October and December elections masked Sunnis' growing anger with a political system they perceived as intended to subjugate them permanently. After 35 years of Ba'athist rule, Iraqis' long-standing fear of responding truthfully to queries also skewed polling results. While most Iraqis told pollsters they wanted coalition forces to withdraw, many Sunnis also noted that nothing created greater fear than Iraqi security forces arriving in their neighborhoods without American troops in tow. MNFI's Significant Activities, or SIGACT data, used to calculate attack trends over time, also tended to cloud the coalition's understanding of the situation. MNFI considered attacks against coalition forces to be significant activities and used them as the principal indicator of the insurgency's strength and of the security situation. Attacks against Iraqi security forces were sometimes included in MNFI's Significant Activities data as well. Rarely, however, were attacks against Iraqi civilians included, and when they were usually not broken down along sectarian lines. They were also not usually categorized by scale, so that an attack that killed over 100 civilians might be treated the same as an attack that killed one coalition soldier. Thus, the U.S. military's post-Vietnam War aversion to maintaining body counts reached its logical conclusion and produced unintended consequences in the Iraq War. The oft-cited statistics showing increased participation in the democratic process also were deceptive. While Sunnis voted in greater numbers with each successive election, they were participating to register their dissatisfaction with the new political system rather than their support of it. Similarly, the Transition Readiness Assessment, which produced results showing that Iraqi units were ready to assume security responsibility from coalition forces, belied the Iraqis' real capabilities. While Iraqi units might be fully equipped and manned, they were far from ready to face insurgents and sectarian forces on their own. Many units had become ethnically pure and unwilling to respond to orders that would threaten their own faction, while others who might have been willing to fight lacked the proper training and logistics functions to make them effective. These problems with the metrics that guided MNFI's decision-making were little recognized in 2005, but they had far-reaching consequences. Geographic impacts of the off-ramp. In geographical terms, MNFI planners intended to absorb the troop deficit created by the off-ramp in Baghdad and Diyala, two of the most violent areas in Iraq. For Baghdad, the loss of one off-ramped brigade in 2006 would mean a precipitous drop in troops that was the continuation of a multi-year trend. The number of U.S. troops in Baghdad had dropped from 35,000 in 2004 to 30,000 in 2005 and to 24,000 in 2006. These changes were ostensibly balanced by a parallel growth of the Iraqi security forces, which, in Baghdad, went from 22,000 to 36,000 to 56,000 over the same time period. As MNDB was losing significant combat power, its area of operations was expanding tenfold, partially as a result of the departure of the 1,600-strong Ukrainian contingent from MNDCS in December 2005, but also because MNCI had decided to shift Najaf from Multinational Force West, or MNFW's area of operations, to MNDB, to allow the MEF to focus solely on the challenging situation in Anbar. By early January 2006, the greatly expanded MNDB area included all of Babil, Karbala, and Najaf provinces, creating a gerrymandered sector that stretched from Baghdad all the way to the Saudi border. With the Ukrainian departure, meanwhile, the adjacent shrunken MNDCS was effectively 1 BCT strong. U.S. troops in the north were about to be similarly stretched. In MND-NC, the off-ramp would decrease the number of U.S. BCTs from 4 to 3, a sharp difference from late 2003 when 2 full U.S. divisions had held the rest of northern Iraq. With the off-ramp, Multinational Division North Central, or MND-NC, contained 12 battalions spread over only 18 forward operating bases in 2006, down from 17 battalions and 28 forward operating bases in 2005. Like MND-B, MND-NC expanded its area while losing troop strength. In January 2006, Major General Thomas Turner and his 101st Airborne Division, having taken over MND-NC in November, assumed responsibility for MNFW from departing Major General David M. Rodriguez and the 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment, forming a new division area called MND-N. The 101st took charge of the 172nd BCT in Mosul as well as the Kurdish provinces of Dahuk and Erbil, where the South Korean MND-NE had begun to reduce its presence. While the 2 Kurdish provinces were generally quiet, they still required a troop commitment to help develop the ISF, governance, and the rule of law. These changes greatly taxed the capacity of the 101st Airborne Division's headquarters, which had shrunk significantly as a byproduct of transformation. In both MND-N and MND-B, the drawdown of bases and personnel paralleled accelerated efforts to reduce the coalition presence in Iraq's cities. In the days immediately following the December 2005 election, Casey issued new planning guidance for MNFI basing that represented the fruition of his and Abizaid's concern with coalition troops creating antibodies among the population. Quote, "As part of the strategy of reducing our visibility and profile, we will reduce our presence and operating profile in cities where practical and operational requirements permit," end quote, Casey's order noted. Quote, "Where we need to retain the ability to monitor or influence events within cities, coalition forces should relocate to bases, initially on the outskirts of the urban areas where necessary, and later to more distant locations," end quote. As part of this effort to downsize the coalition footprint from 81 bases to 4, the order directed the multinational divisions to plan to move out of Baghdad, Basra, Mosul, Ramadi, Fallujah, North Babil, Najaf, Kirkuk, Samarra, and Bakuba by the end of 2006. Political warning signs. In the aftermath of the December 15th election, Iraqis did not share the optimistic outlook that had led Casey and MNFI to launch the plans for the reduction of coalition troops. The election results were far from conclusive. While the UIA had secured a plurality of votes, it needed to forge a complex coalition in order to govern. Far from being a unified bloc itself, the UIA had become a fractious Islamist Shia alliance composed of SCIRI, the Dawa Party, the Sadrists, the Fadila Party, and some Shia independents. Muqtada Sadr, who, like the Sunni Arabs, had realized that opposition to elections was counterproductive, had sponsored a Sadrist party that secured 32 seats, giving Sadr significant leverage in the forming of a governing coalition. The election had essentially legitimized Sadr and his movement and given them an advantage in their long-standing battle with coalition forces. Any coalition military action against Sadr's followers was more difficult now that they were certain to be part of the government. Quote, "Moving against Sadr would be perceived as attacking the legitimacy of the government," end quote, MNCI Commander Vines noted later. Quote, "It would be the equivalent of the police coming down and arresting the Republican National Committee," end quote. The coalition's most potent enemy from the summer of 2004 would now be an integral part of the Iraqi state. The October and December elections of 2005 left coalition leaders with the mistaken sense that a strategic victory was within their grasp. The coalition had fulfilled the United Nations or UN mandate in UN Security Council Resolution or UNSCR 1546 and was about to shepherd into existence Iraq's first democratically elected government, a step that U.S. doctrine, going back as far as the Marine Small Wars Manual, considered a sign of progress in counterinsurgency campaigns. From the perspectives of Casey and Abizaid, the election results were evidence that Iraqis, especially Sunnis, were choosing the democratic political process over the insurgency, and that a fissure was opening between the Iraqi Sunni population and al-Qaeda in Iraq. The Iraqi security forces' success in securing the election, meanwhile, seemed to indicate that Iraqi forces were ready to begin taking lead responsibility for the country's security. For Casey, the time seemed right to begin the American troop drawdown and to accelerate the transition of responsibility and bases to the Iraqis, which he had believed since August 2004 was the eventual path to success in Iraq. Yet, many of these were deceptive or simply poor indicators. MNFI's assessment of a decrease in violence came from statistics that principally tracked violence against coalition forces, which was no longer the focus of al-Qaeda in Iraq and other groups that were more intent on killing fellow Iraqis. The Transition Readiness Assessment inflated MNFI's perceptions of ISF capabilities. The increase in voter participation across 2005's elections concealed a darker sectarian competition that was playing out. The flawed statistics also concealed a deeper problem, that the assumptions underlying MNFI's campaign plan were themselves fundamentally flawed. Virtually all of the U.S. government had assumed that elections would solve Iraq's ills so long as insurgents could not prevent the holding of the vote. MNFI successfully blocked militant attempts to disrupt the elections, but Iraq continued its slow march towards civil war nonetheless, showing in hindsight that MNFI and U.S. national leaders had applied the wrong prescription to Iraq. Assuming that Iraq's main problem was an insurgency against the coalition, U.S. leaders expected elections to remove most of the underlying reasons for insurgents to continue their struggle. Yet, the Iraq conflict had already evolved into an intercommunal political struggle that teetered on the edge of civil war. In such a scenario, elections were inherently destabilizing events that served as accelerants to civil war. By incorrectly diagnosing the problem, the United States had ensured it would not be able to accomplish a key component of its end state, a representative government that respected the human rights of all Iraqis. In the world outside the coalition headquarters, uninfluenced by the flawed metrics being meticulously tracked in PowerPoint presentations, Iraqis viewed the late 2005 election season not as a stabilizing period, but rather as a potential preamble to sectarian civil war. In polls conducted between October and December by the State Department's Office of Research, a majority of Iraqis in the key cities of Mosul, Tikrit, Kirkuk, and Baghdad were concerned or very concerned that civil war was imminent in Iraq. In Mosul, 76% of respondents worried that civil war was looming, and in Baghdad, the number worried about civil war had doubled since the same question was asked in March, jumping to 53%. As Iraqis began 2006, They tended to fear that sectarian violence in the country was primed to explode, and their fears were justified. End of Chapter 18, Part 2. Defeated by Democracy. Winter 2005 to 2006. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 19, Part 1. The Iraqi Civil War Comes into the Open. January to June 2006. Of the U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1. By U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 19. The Iraqi Civil War Comes into the Open. January to June 2006. Page 529. For General George Casey Jr. and Ambassador Zalmay Khalilzad, the high Sunni voter turnout of December 2005 signified an opportunity to be exploited. Iraq's Sunnis had disregarded threats from al-Qaeda in Iraq, or AQI, and other hardline insurgent groups against joining the political process, the U.S. leaders noted, and the time was right to expand outreach to Sunni leaders to draw them further away from Abu Musab al-Zarqawi and other Sunni rejectionists. From his headquarters in Tampa, Florida, General John Abizaid agreed, asking his staff in late 2005 how best to exploit the strategic advantage he believed the coalition had gained over al-Qaeda in 2005. Coalition leaders also believed 2006 would be the year increasingly capable Iraqi security forces would be able to shoulder much of the burden for internal security, allowing U.S. forces to extricate themselves from the country gradually, as Casey's campaign plan had envisioned. If the coalition could build on the momentum created by Sunnis' decision to vote, then 2006 could be the year in which the coalition and its Iraqi partners defeated AQI. In the course of events, these expectations would not last long. Instead of stabilizing under the influence of a solidifying government and a maturing security force, Iraq was about to erupt in a sectarian conflict that would derail Multinational Force Iraq's, or MNFI's, drawdown plans and prompt a divisive debate within the coalition over how to prosecute the war. The response to the December elections. Page 529. Iraq's Sunni leaders viewed the December 2005 election results in far different terms than coalition leaders. Within days of the voting, unofficial election returns began to indicate a large plurality for the Shia Islamist parties in the United Iraqi Alliance, or UIA, and Sunni political leaders realized they faced a political disaster. Having campaigned with the deeply mistaken assumption that Sunnis formed a much larger portion of the Iraqi electorate than they actually did, Sunni politicians had unrealistically expected to win a major share of power in the new parliament. In essence, many Sunnis had come to the conclusion that their best hope to return to power was not with the insurgent group Hizb al-Auda, or the Ba'athist Party of the Return, but with the political process the coalition and the United Nations, or UN, had established. Re-establishing a share of control over Iraq's political levers of power might also have enabled them to stop what they saw as a renegade Shia sectarian government that was using Iraq's security forces to terrorize Sunnis and cleanse them from the Baghdad region. However, as the unofficial vote count showed that Iraq's Shia and Kurdish parties together would easily have a majority in the 2006 parliament, it became clear that the Sunni parties possessed little power to secure their constituencies' political aims. After spending several months urging the Sunni populace to reconcile themselves to the new political process in the hopes that it would return them to power, Sunni leaders realized they had gambled their political reputations on the election outcome and lost. On December 20th, 5 days after the election, several key Sunni leaders, including Tariq Hashimi and Khalaf Ulayan, met with Casey to express their anger and frustration at the election result. Unwilling to accept the reality of their demographic minority, they alleged that the impending Shia Kurdish victory was the result of massive voter fraud. According to notes from the meeting, furious Sunni leaders noted that they had, quote, spoken out for participation in the elections. It turned out to be useless, and now they are shut out of the political process and have lost credibility within their community." End quote. The encounter worried Casey enough that in a discussion with President George W. Bush the following day, he identified Sunni disappointment with the election results and the potential that the disappointment could lead to increased violence as the most significant of post-election challenges. The looming reality that electoral disappointment could lead to increased violence was further evidence that the elections, rather than serving as venues for national reconciliation, had in fact been destabilizing events that helped push the country towards civil war. A second look at force reductions. Casey's concerns about the Sunni political reaction, however, did not alter MNFI's plans. By January 5, 2006, Casey had regained enough optimism to predict to Bush that MNFI would be able to cancel the deployments of a total of 4 Brigade Combat Teams, or BCT, and 1 Marine Regimental Combat Team, or RCT, for the next troop rotation, drawing the U.S. forces down to just 10 BCTs and 1 RCT in Iraq by October 2006. While pleased with the scope of these estimates, Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, Donald Rumsfeld was unhappy with their speed, preferring an acceleration of the drawdown with further troop reductions in January. Casey disagreed, judging that it was too soon to gauge the full impact of the elections and of December's 2-brigade off-ramp decision. Quote, "Broad trends in Iraq develop over time," he wrote to Rumsfeld, "and week to week and even month to month upward or downward spikes in enemy activity or friendly capabilities often do not identify the true long-term trends." End quote. MNFI had developed a procedure to evaluate force structure decisions on a quarterly basis, Casey explained, and he proposed to postpone any decisions until the formal reviews scheduled for March, June, and September, each of which might support a decision to cut 1 to 2 brigades. Quote, "Reacting to monthly data spikes or making the next off-ramp decision before the impact of previous unit off-ramps is determined risks making off-ramp decisions prematurely," end quote, Casey argued. Rumsfeld, after insisting that a special limited distribution briefing be put together for him, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, or CJCS, and the U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM commander, relented and agreed to wait until March to make any decisions. However, Casey and Rumsfeld agreed that in March they expected to make a decision that would curtail the 2nd Brigade 28th Infantry Division Pennsylvania National Guard by 1 month and curtail 1st Brigade 10th Mountain Division by 3 months, with neither of those brigades replaced, effectively drawing down the U.S. contingent to 13 BCTs by May. MNFI's Sunni outreach. Having convinced Rumsfeld that the time was not right to consider additional troop reductions, Casey turned his attention to attempting to exploit the perceived success of the election through other means. Instead of trying to mollify Sunni anger over the election defeat, Casey and other coalition leaders worked to broker better relationships between Sunnis and the Shia leaders of the government. In January, Casey took Prime Minister Ibrahim al-Jafri to Ramadi to confer with a group of local leaders called the Anbar Security Council. After months of subsequent meetings, Jafri would eventually pledge $75 million in reconstruction funds for the city, although the Iraqi government would never actually follow through on this promise. Jafri would also agree to hire 15,000 Anbaris into the Iraqi Security Forces, or ISF, to offset Sunni perceptions that the ISF was becoming a Shia sectarian tool, with the tribal sheikhs who were already working with the coalition's Desert Protectors Initiative used to vet the new recruits. In addition to continuing their engagements with the Anbari sheikhs, MNFI leaders began to expand their months-long negotiations with Sunni insurgent groups with the aim of permanently severing them from AQI and its allies. Even before the December election turnout, there had been promising signs that some of the Sunni insurgent groups were ready to turn against Zarqawi and AQI. By September 2005, the question of whether to participate in the elections had created a deep rift between AQI and other insurgent groups, a severe enough rupture that members of the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades and the Islamic Army in Iraq had agreed to form an alliance to destroy AQI over the issue. AQI, in turn, had begun targeting leaders from these rival groups in order to preserve its supremacy in the insurgency. Aware of these intra-insurgent dynamics, MNFI and the U.S. Embassy had deftly begun to coax the less recalcitrant insurgent groups into the political process, aided by many Sunnis' grudging acknowledgement that the coalition was becoming a necessary protector against the sectarian behavior of the Jafari government. By February 2006, discussions between mid-level leaders in MNFI and the Sunni Iraqi resistance had gained enough momentum that, for the first time, Casey authorized a U.S. general officer, Major General Richard "Rick" Lynch, to begin formal talks with representatives of at least 15 insurgent groups. Casey believed that Sunni insurgents had become more willing to negotiate in good faith because they hoped the United States could act as a counterweight to rising Iranian influence. At one point, Casey became hopeful enough about the negotiations' prospects that he briefly considered using the occasion of the seating of the new Iraqi government, expected to take place as early as March or April, to announce the end of coalition offensive operations and the beginning of reconciliation efforts, an idea that would soon be overcome by events. The Mujahideen Shura Council. While the election outcome alarmed Sunni political leaders who saw themselves headed for a much smaller share of government power than they had hoped, Abu Musab al-Zarqawi was apprehensive by the election result as well, but for different reasons. The high Sunni turnout in the December 15th vote had indeed been a political setback for AQI, whose demand that Sunnis boycott the political process had fallen flat, and Zarqawi and AQI needed to take quick measures to bolster their popular support. As a Jordanian leader of an insurgent organization with a large number of non-Iraqis, Zarqawi was vulnerable to other Sunni groups' assertions that he and AQI did not operate according to native Iraqi interests. Zarqawi also was stung by the criticisms from al-Qaeda's senior leadership in the Zawahiri and Atiyah letters, and he had searched for a way to soften his image. His solution to these political problems was to put an Iraqi face on his jihad by creating an insurgent front group consisting of AQI and 5 smaller native Iraqi insurgent groups. 2 senior Sunni insurgents, Muharib Jabouri and Mullah Nadim Jabouri, organized the groups in a meeting in the Tigris River town of Dulu'iyah, about 97 kilometers north of Baghdad and a mere 16 kilometers from the coalition airbase at Balad. The resulting Mujahideen Shura Council that announced itself on January 15, 2006, succeeded in attracting some senior Iraqi insurgent leaders, including Ibrahim al-Badri, the future Iraqi state in Syria or ISIS Caliph Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. It also created partnerships with elements of the 1920 revolutionary brigades in Diyala and Jaish al-Islami in Baghdad, the 2 insurgent groups whose members elsewhere had turned against AQI during the election season. Despite the Shura Council's purported Iraqi leadership and claims that it could moderate AQI's behavior, in reality it was a thinly disguised vehicle for Zarqawi and AQI. As the real power behind the council, Zarqawi would continue his campaign to provoke a sectarian response from Iraq's Shia community, a strategy that some Iraqi insurgents did not endorse. The Samarra Mosque Bombing. Page 532. The formation of the Mujahideen Shura Council was followed 5 weeks later by AQI's most significant terrorist bombing of the Iraq War. Throughout 2005, U.S. officials had carefully watched the Iraqi Shia community's reaction to Zarqawi's campaign and tended to conclude that Shia leaders were able to preserve the Shia population's patience as it absorbed the brunt of AQI's mass casualty attacks, especially in Baghdad. Just 5 days after the December elections, MNFI's December 20, 2005 campaign progress review assessed that the AQI-led insurgency had failed, quote, to foment sectarian violence. Terrorist attempts to provoke violent Shia retaliation have failed, end quote. Just 2 months later, however, Zarqawi and AQI would succeed spectacularly in this regard. Samarra, a city with a Sunni-majority population 129 kilometers north of Baghdad and just 29 kilometers from the town where the Mujahideen Shura Council had been founded, was home to the Askariya Shrine, one of the 4 holiest sites in the Shia world, along with the shrines in Karbala, Najaf, and Qadimiyya. With its famous Golden Dome, the Askaria Mosque was the destination of hundreds of thousands of Shia pilgrims who made their way to Samarra to worship at the burial place of Shia Islam's 10th and 11th Imams. Shortly after midnight on February 22, 2006, 7 members of AQI, 2 Iraqis, 1 Tunisian, and 4 Saudis, entered the shrine dressed as Iraqi police officers and captured the 5 security guards posted there. The AQI men quickly went to work wiring the mosque with explosives and just before 7 a.m. detonated their charges, collapsing the Golden Dome and doing extensive damage to the mosque itself. The attackers had chosen their target and timing well, doing their work with no interference from U.S. troops or Iraqi security forces. Coalition troops had scarcely any forces nearby to prevent the attack or respond to the aftermath. As a byproduct of MNFI's ongoing base closure effort, the main coalition bases inside Samarra had again been shut down in late 2005, leaving only 2 platoons from the 101st Airborne Division, a special police transition team, and a Special Forces Operation Detachment Alpha, or ODA, inside the city of 350,000. One of the bombers later claimed that, quote, "The shrines of the al-Askari Imams were chosen because of their religious importance and their geographical location, and the choice was meant to cause sectarian division among the people." End quote. We're not seeing civil war. The news of the Samarra Shrine's destruction unleashed an immediate and furious reaction by Shia across Iraq. In the days that followed, sectarian violence that had previously been mostly clandestine and limited began to explode into the open. In several major cities, Shia protesters flooded the streets calling for revenge. Black-clad Shia militia members dominated the protests, which in many places gave way to attacks against Sunni mosques by militiamen using rocket-propelled grenades and automatic weapons. By the end of the day of the Samarra bombing, the Interior Ministry reported that 27 mosques had been attacked in Baghdad alone and several Sunni clerics murdered. Attacks against Sunni mosques took place in Basra, Diyala, and central Iraq as well. A wave of killings accompanied the mosque attacks. In one instance, armed men claiming to be police reportedly removed Sunni prisoners from a jail and killed them. In another case, U.S. troops found a fresh mass grave with 47 bodies the day following the bombing. At MNFI headquarters, Casey was inundated with frantic phone calls from Sunni leaders reporting militia attacks against Sunni mosques and civilians. Although Casey discounted much of the reporting as hysteria, he and Khalilzad agreed that the danger of a dramatic escalation of violence was high and urged Joffrey to impose a 24-hour nationwide curfew. The 2 U.S. leaders were dumbfounded when the Iraqi Prime Minister refused, telling them blithely that, quote, "The Shia have to blow off steam right now." End quote. In the hours and days that followed, dozens of bodies, many with signs of torture and mutilation, appeared on the streets and in the Tigris River. The bodies found by U.S. patrols were collected and delivered to the overflowing Baghdad morgue. What had previously appeared to be a narrowly targeted, systematic murder campaign devolved into random sectarian killings, with factors that before had served as a bulwark against the violence, such as intermarriage or tribal ties, seeming to dissolve overnight. Saman Dlaour Hussein, an Iraqi Sunni, later described how quickly the wave of violence broke over Baghdad. Quote, "The night of the bombing, the head of a prominent Sunni family was murdered in Washash in Baghdad and left in the street. It was a statement by the Mahdi army saying no Sunni was safe there anymore, no matter who they were. Everyone understood what that one killing meant for our area, and we were afraid. And after that, the real killing started." End quote. In the several days following the Samarra bombing, media sources estimated that approximately 1,300 Sunnis were killed and over 100 Sunni mosques attacked by Shia militants. 8 Sunni clerics were killed in the first 24 hours. A clerk at the Baghdad morgue told desperate Sunni families that the morgue required extra time to locate their missing family members because more than 1,000 bodies had been delivered since the day of the bombing, and a UN official separately reported the same figure to the New York Times. Despite what media sources were indicating, MNFI reports in the aftermath of the bombing gave a different, less alarming picture of the violence. MNFI statistics showed considerably lower levels of violence, a fact explained in retrospect by the coalition's apparent loss of situational awareness and reliance on faulty metrics. As the violence was unfolding, much of the MNFI leadership discounted the divergence between media reporting and MNFI's internal reporting as the result of sensationalized press reports and the exaggerations of Iraqi Sunnis. Representative of this thinking was a February 28th report by MNFI analysts that played down the number of protests and attacks on Sunni mosques on the day of the Samarra bombing, noting that, quote, there were 81 reports of mosques being attacked and damaged that originated from sources other than MSCs, or major subordinate commands. Of the 81, 50% were undamaged and another 20% were only lightly damaged. This accounts for nearly 3/4 of all the reports of damaged mosques. 78 of the 83 demonstrations directly attributable to the attack were peaceful, and of the 5 described as violent, the total BDA, or battle damage assessment, was 1 ISF killed and 3 civilians injured. End quote. Mirroring this assessment on the day after the bombing, coalition spokesman Lynch told a press gathering, quote, we're not seeing civil war igniting in Iraq. We're not seeing 77, 80, 100 mosques damaged. We're not seeing death in the streets. We're seeing a confident, capable Iraqi government using their capable Iraqi security force to calm the storm that was inflamed by a horrendous, horrific terrorist attack yesterday against the Golden Mosque in Samarra. End quote. In Washington, Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice echoed Lynch on the same day, saying, quote, I don't think we do the Iraqi people any good, or really that we are fair to them, in continually raising the specter that they might fall into civil war. End quote. Yet, despite the differing statistics, Casey chose to hedge his bets by instructing his subordinate commanders just 2 days after the Samarra attack that the situation demanded more than, quote, business as usual, end quote. In a strategic directive issued on February 24th, Casey outlined the ways in which increasing ethno-sectarian violence could jeopardize the coalition's mission in Iraq, and urged his subordinates to take measures to dampen tensions and stabilize the situation, particularly in Baghdad. Still, Casey viewed the bombing mainly as a threat to future progress, rather than a near-term unraveling of the security situation. While the attack and its aftermath had triggered warnings, he judged the crisis could be managed and even used as an opportunity to bolster confidence in the Iraqi government and demonstrate the capability of the Iraqi security forces, thus reinforcing his overall strategy to put the Iraqis, quote, in the lead, end quote, and help them as they handled the security situation. Yet, for the first time, Casey's command guidance delved explicitly into the sectarian conflict that had been roiling Iraq since the toppling of Saddam Hussein. Casey ordered his subordinates to, quote, prevent the fracture of the ISF along sectarian lines, end quote, to, quote, remain alert for indicators of ethnic or sectarian movement, end quote, and to block, quote, extra-governmental armed groups from filling a perceived security vacuum, end quote. Casey was right to warn his units of these dangers. While the initial spasm of killing seemed to die down after several days, it was replaced by an increasing number of systematic sectarian abductions, murders, and bombings. On March 8th, armed men in police uniforms kidnapped and later killed 50 Sunnis at a security company in West Baghdad owned by relatives of Ghazi al-Yawar, Iraq's former interim president. On March 12th, 6 car bombs ripped through Shia neighborhoods, killing an estimated 50 people and wounding at least 200 more in coordinated attacks that bore AQI's hallmark. Even elite members of the Iraqi Special Operations Forces, or ISOF brigade, were not spared, with 4 Sunnis from the unit kidnapped and executed in the first week of March. The U.S. advisors from the Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force, or CJSOTF, who accompanied ISOF members to recover the bodies in the Baghdad morgue, were shocked at what they discovered. Throngs of Iraqis queued outside the morgue to look for their missing relatives. Inside, room after room contained stacks of bodies, some with their hands still zip-tied and many displaying evidence of torture. When the special operators asked the morgue employees whether the collection of bodies represented a week's worth or longer, the employees simply responded that it was what had come in overnight. Sensing that they were witnessing a significant event that had not registered with coalition leaders, the operators recorded the scene and passed the video to Multinational Corps Iraq, or MNCI, and MNFI leaders. The scene at the morgue was a sign that the Baghdad region had begun to devolve into a chaotic state, with populations of either sect coming to realize that neither the Iraqi government nor the coalition could effectively protect them. As a result, previously unaligned civilians began joining militias to survive or seek revenge. Across Baghdad, minority Iraqis in heterogeneous neighborhoods were driven out by violence and threats, fleeing to the relative safety of neighborhoods where their own sect was the majority. Ali Khadam, an Iraqi Shia, later described how his family was swept up in Baghdad's demographic changes. Quote, "The area we lived on the western edge of Baghdad was mostly Sunni, but there were several Shiite families. After the Samarra bombings, all the Shiite families got threat letters from al-Qaeda in Iraq. The notes were delivered to every Shiite house. The letters said we were dirty collaborators working with the Americans, the Iranians, and the Jews, and said we had 72 hours to leave. We didn't bother to take anything from the house, just some blankets for the children, because it was cold weather then." End quote. As the weeks passed, the violent outburst of February 22nd gradually settled into what were apparently coordinated plans by militant groups to cleanse mixed neighborhoods of the opposing sect and, having captured those neighborhoods, use them as bases from which to strike areas controlled by the opposing side. One Sunni insurgent group's operational plan, captured in the weeks following the Samarra attack, instructed its militant members that, quote, "The priority in Baghdad is the Shia. Drive away the Shia and expel their businesses and workplaces from our areas. Expel all merchants of gas, bread, or meat. Move the battle to the Shia depths and cut off the paths from them by any means necessary to put pressure on them to leave their areas." End quote. Once neighborhoods had been taken over, militias such as Jaish al-Mahdi quickly began to serve as surrogates for the state, taking over social services and quasi-government functions. With mass expulsions from neighborhoods occurring on both sides, the militias began assuming responsibility in some neighborhoods for providing the basic needs of shelter, security, and food. Rasim Haikal, an Iraqi Shia, described this process. Quote, "The Mahdi Army had basically taken over our neighborhood in northern Baghdad by the middle of 2006. They were very open about it. They established checkpoints on the main roads to search cars coming and going. At that time in our area, they controlled everything and were involved in everything. One day, they summoned me and a bunch of other ration distributors in the area. They made it seem like an official meeting. They said the government had given them authority to collect any rations dedicated to Sunni families and redistribute them to families of Shiite martyrs. Most of the distributors were so scared they agreed to cooperate without asking questions, even though it was not clear whether there had been such an order from the government." End quote. In short order, the bombing had driven Iraq's mixed-sect regions into a situation in which the central government had all but failed, with the population's basic needs increasingly met through associations with localized religiously affiliated groups, and with mass migrations rising significantly. Considering the post-bombing period in hindsight, Major General Richard Zahner, Casey's intelligence director, judged that Shia leaders such as Muqtada Sadr had, quote, "basically let JAM, or Jaish al-Mahdi, off the leash," end quote, and allowed Shia militants to indiscriminately attack Sunni mosques, Sunni citizens, and even anyone with a Sunni name. The Shia attacks inevitably caused retaliatory violence from the Sunni population, creating a cycle of violence with significant momentum and inertia. In essence, quote, "It grew to become a self-sustaining sectarian conflict," end quote, Zahner recalled. Despite these unmistakable signs of civil war, less than a week after the mosque bombing, CJCS U.S. Marine General Peter Pace began using a refrain that would be repeated frequently in the coming months, remarking, quote, "I think that the Iraqi people, Kurds, Shia, Sunni, walked up to the abyss, took the look in, didn't like what they saw, have pulled together, have pulled back from violence, and are working together to keep things calm and to find the right mix for their own government," end quote. Casey adopted a similar tone in his press engagements and discussions with U.S. officials in Washington. Casey maintained that the level of violence had been overstated, recalling later that the phone calls from Sunni leaders on the night after the bombing were full of reports, quote, "all night long about militia here and militia there," end quote, but that when MNFI had spent several days, quote, "going around trying to verify stories about mosques being burned down all over Baghdad, you would go there and there would be a broken window, and the mosque would be fine. It was a hysterical period," end quote. This downplaying of the attack's aftermath came through in a March 3rd press briefing in which Casey reported that just 350 civilians had been killed in the days since the bombing, and told reporters that, quote, "it appears the crisis has passed," end quote. While Casey carefully caveated his conclusion with the comment that, quote, "Iraq is still not out of danger," end quote, his central message was that the situation was not dire and a civil war not imminent, a judgment he reprised on March 9th in prepared comments for congressional testimony. Casey downplayed the violence in reports to senior U.S. leaders as well. In a March 10th briefing to Bush on, quote, "post-Samarra violence in perspective," end quote, Casey noted that according to MNFI statistics, the number of attacks in the aftermath of the Samarra bombing was smaller than during the November 2004 Battle of Fallujah, the August 2004 Battle of Najaf, and each of the 3 election periods during 2005. Quote, "Overall attack levels are decreasing since the referendum and have held steady for the last 4 weeks," end quote, he reported. Aside from the day immediately following the attack, Casey informed the president that the, quote, "levels of violence did not increase substantially," end quote, and that, quote, "reporting had exaggerated the levels of violence and instability," end quote. Briefing Rumsfeld on the post-Samarra situation a few days later on March 22nd, Casey assessed that, quote, "civil war in Iraq is not imminent nor inevitable," end quote. As in previous assessments, he emphasized that it was important to look at the bombing in the context of what, in his opinion, had been other, darker periods that the 3-year mission had safely weathered. He added his opinion that, quote, "Iraq could not be pushed into civil war as long as coalition forces remain in large numbers, ISF remains a national force, and ethnic groups support the political process," end quote. In an internal MNFI discussion on March 31st, Casey clarified that he defined the term civil war in Iraq as meaning, quote, "intense, sustained, and widespread ethno-sectarian violence across multiple provinces accompanied by collapse of the central authority and the ISF," end quote. Casey and his staff selected the American Civil War as the model by which to determine whether the crisis in Iraq had in fact become a civil war, and in Casey's view, Iraq was nowhere near such a state. Quote, "There was no one seceding, there was no one trying to set up a different country or join Iran or Syria," end quote, Casey's chief of strategy pointed out years later. Quote, "Even the Kurds realized they needed to be part of a bigger Iraq," end quote. Casey and his advisors had set a high bar for describing Iraq's violence as a civil war. In retrospect, the difference between MNFI's appreciation of the immediate post-Samarra security situation and that of civilians and non-governmental organizations is striking. To begin with, MNFI's statistics and those of civilian organizations were sharply at odds. For the period stretching from the bombing until March 3rd, in which Casey estimated 350 civilians had been killed, the Baghdad morgue recorded 1,300 deaths, and the Ministry of the Interior cited 1,077, indicating perhaps that the coalition had succumbed to limited situational awareness, but certainly indicating the coalition was not reconciling its reporting with that of civilian counterparts. One potential reason for the divergence in estimates was that MNFI was principally tracking only the attacks that it characterized as ethno-sectarian in nature. An April 10th information paper by MNFI's Intelligence Directorate stated that an attack was considered ethno-sectarian if, quote, it is committed by individuals from one ethnic or religious group against individuals or symbols of a different ethnic or religious group, where difference in religion or ethnicity are a primary motivation. End quote. But because the coalition and Iraqi authorities often lacked evidence and basic information about the corpses in Baghdad's streets or floating in the Tigris River, determining whether the motivation of a murder or violent act was ethno-sectarian was highly subjective and erratic, a factor that almost certainly skewed MNFI's statistics on civilian deaths. Staying the course at MNFI. Casey and MNFI remained on course after the Samarra bombing to continue the transition of security responsibility to the Iraqis. In Casey's regular updates to Washington, the post-Samarra violence did not figure significantly. Only 2 of the 25 video conferences that Casey conducted with the President, SecDef, or National Security Council between February 22nd and the end of May addressed the attack or sectarian violence. By contrast, 3 briefings addressed the topic of accelerating the transition by further reducing U.S. brigades over the summer. In March, Casey reported to Rumsfeld that MNFI was still on track to draw down from 15 BCTs to 10 by the end of 2006, and from 81 bases to around 50 in the same time frame, indicating that the bombing had done little to alter his campaign plan. However, the bombing had adjusted the plans that Casey and Rumsfeld had made in January to redeploy 2 brigades early. Now, after conducting the March Force Structure Review, Casey recommended that 2nd Brigade 28th Infantry Division Pennsylvania National Guard would redeploy as planned in June, and 1st Brigade 10th Mountain Division would only be curtailed a month, redeploying in July. While Casey reported that the December decision had yielded positive returns, citing a drop in attacks in Diyala where a brigade was off-ramped, he ultimately argued that it was, quote, still too early to fully assess the impact of the December 2005 decision, end quote. With the updated plan, MNFI would drop to 14 BCTs in June and to 13 by August. The precipitous drop was a result of MNFI's 2005 decision to source only the 2006 to 2008 rotation with 13 total BCTs, meaning that when the 2nd Brigade 28th Infantry Division Pennsylvania National Guard left Multinational Force West, or MNFW, and the 1st Brigade 10th Mountain Division left Multinational Division Baghdad, or MNDB, there would be no backfill for either unit. The MNFI high-value target list reflected this continuity in strategy as well. Despite considerable evidence of Shia death squads and militias stoking sectarian violence throughout 2005 and in the immediate aftermath of the bombing, MNFI's list of the most wanted terrorists and insurgents remained almost exclusively Sunni. On the February 25, 2006 list, 12 of the 19 names were members of AQI or other affiliated jihadist organizations, and the top target was Abu Musab al-Zarqawi. Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri had dropped to number 19 on the list, one of only 5 former regime members still on the list. Tellingly, only 2 targets were associated with Shia organizations. Operation Scales of Justice. Even as MNFI continued at the strategic level on its course of transition, drawdown, and consolidation, Casey and his commanders recognized that the violence in the Iraqi capital required a tactical response. On March 12th, MNFI launched Operation Scales of Justice, a month-long U.S.-Iraqi effort to establish new fixed checkpoints in and between Baghdad's neighborhoods and to enforce curfews reminiscent of the Ba'athist regime's pre-2003 method of controlling the city's population. To ensure that the operation could serve the additional purpose of demonstrating the Iraqi security forces' growing capability, MNFI planned Operation Scales of Justice collaboratively with Iraqi leaders and aimed to integrate U.S. and Iraqi units throughout the city, but with Iraqi units actually, quote, in the lead, end quote, on the street. The fixed checkpoints, which aimed to inhibit the freedom of movement of sectarian elements, were combined with raids to capture individuals suspected of conducting sectarian violence. 2 U.S. brigades, 4th Brigade 101st Airborne Division in East Baghdad and 4th Brigade 4th Infantry Division in Central South Baghdad, would support Iraqi-led operations on either side of the city. In southwest Baghdad, MNFI committed 1 battalion from 2nd Brigade 1st Armored Division, the call-forward force that had been off-ramped in December from Iraq to Kuwait. At the same time, MNCI moved 1 battalion from Colonel Michael Steele's 3rd Brigade 101st Airborne Division in Salahuddin Province, or MNDN, to East Baghdad, and 1 Marine battalion from RCT-5 to West Baghdad, bringing the total U.S. contingent for the operation to 10,000 troops. The influx of U.S. troops into the Baghdad area was a partial reversal of the policy of shrinking the American footprint in the capital that Casey had been employing just weeks earlier. The MNFI commander had previously aimed to starve U.S. units of troops, thereby forcing them to partner fully with their Iraqi counterparts and to concentrate tactical units on the forward operating bases on the city's periphery. This approach had confounded many of Casey's tactical commanders who had difficulty finding ways to tamp down the sectarian violence with diminishing resources at the same time they were instructed to distance themselves from the areas they were tasked to control. When Casey visited the 4th BCT 101st Airborne Division in East Baghdad on the day of the Samarra bombing, for example, Brigade Commander Colonel Thomas Vale complained that his transformed brigade was, quote, stretched, end quote, as it tried to secure Sadr City's population of 3 million, with 2 of its maneuver battalions missing. Casey responded that feeling stretched was, quote, part of the plan, end quote. As Casey told historians later, in his view, the only way to make an Army unit do less was to give it less with which to do the job. This concept would shape much of MNFI's response to the post-Samarra violence throughout the spring and summer of 2006. For his part, Jafari committed to reinforce the initial footprint of 26,000 ISF with an additional 11,000 Iraqi troops. However, in light of coalition commanders' concerns about the Interior Ministry's involvement in sectarian activity, the Commando and National Police Brigades would fall under the tactical control of U.S. Brigade combat teams in order to restrain their ability to, quote, conduct rogue operations, end quote. All told, the coalition and Iraqi leaders expected an operation involving 47,000 troops inside the city. Meanwhile, 3 weeks after the spasm of killings that followed the shrine bombing, Casey began to reorient his headquarters to the new threat from death squads and, quote, extrajudicial killings, end quote. On March 15th, 3 days after the launch of Operation Scales of Justice, Casey stood up a joint U.S.-Iraqi extrajudicial killing, or EJK, task force inside the MNFI headquarters to investigate sectarian violence and nominate targets that could be used to detain, prosecute, or neutralize those responsible. Even as the Operation Scales of Justice checkpoints appeared around the city, there were plenty of killings for the EJK task force to investigate. On March 21st, Iraqi and U.S. officials estimated that almost 200 executed and tortured corpses had been found in Baghdad over the previous 2 weeks, a tripling of Baghdad's normal murder rate. 5 days later, U.S. and ISF troops found 30 beheaded bodies in Diyala province. On March 29th, armed men in police uniforms, who were likely actually police, killed 9 people in a raid in the Mansour neighborhood in West Baghdad. On the same day, gunmen abducted 35 Baghdadis in 4 separate mass kidnappings across the city, and Baghdad morgue officials reported that 30 to 40 dead bodies were found on the streets of the city each day. Within 2 weeks of the launch of Operation Scales of Justice, U.S. troops were noting large armed groups in the Baghdad region, a shift in tactics more akin to the 2004 uprisings than to the more shadowy militant posture of 2005. On March 25th, a large gunfight erupted between JAM and Sunni fighters in the mixed-sect town of Mahmudiyah, south of Baghdad, a rare force-on-force battle between militias that ended with an estimated 40 gunmen killed or wounded. A day later, on March 26th, a combined CJS-OTF Iraqi Special Operations raid on a JAM compound in Adamiyah resulted in 16 Sadrist militiamen killed. The raid in Adamiyah, which had been launched to target the same sectarian forces responsible for killing ISOF soldiers earlier in the month, had serious political repercussions. In a display of their information operations savvy, less than an hour after the mission had concluded, the Sadrists had removed weapons from the site of the battle, repositioned militiamen's bodies to make it look like they had been executed in the midst of prayer, and released photos and a statement accusing the coalition and ISOF of massacring innocent Shia worshippers in a mosque. Picked up by major press organizations, the photos created political shockwaves that reverberated back to Washington, with the SecDef and the CJCS fielding questions about the operation. A 6-week investigation that involved the Iraqi Prime Minister's office and MNFI ensued, with the special operators eventually cleared of any wrongdoing on the strength of recordings from helmet-mounted video cameras and a combat cameraman who accompanied the mission. However, the political damage had been done. CJS-OTF missions against JAM death squads were essentially sidelined during the investigation, and when the CJS-OTF proposed a comprehensive mission in late May that would simultaneously hit dozens of JAM targets from Basra to Sadr City in one night, Casey decided that the missions would be conducted sequentially over a period of days instead, blunting their effect. The sectarian violence taking place during Operation Scales of Justice sometimes had political overtones as well. On April 7th, 3 suicide bombers attacked the Baratha Mosque in West Baghdad, a Shia religious compound controlled by the senior Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq politician and cleric Jalaluddin Sagir. Sunnis had long suspected Sagir, a former Badr Corps member, of operating Shia death squads out of the mosque complex, and the April 7th bombing appeared to target him specifically. 2 of the bombers, dressed as women, detonated themselves among worshippers, but the third penetrated Sagir's office and almost killed Sagir himself. Altogether, their bombings killed 85 and wounded another 160. One reason Operation Scales of Justice failed to stem this kind of violence was that the ambitious plans for Iraqi security forces reinforcements and ISF-led operations in Baghdad did not happen. Only 2,000 of Joffrey's promised 11,000 Iraqi troops ever materialized, leaving the operation significantly under-resourced. Kurdish-led ISF brigades in particular did not respond to orders to deploy from northern Iraq to the capital, highlighting that the new Iraqi Army the coalition had built was not a national institution, but instead a force with many ethnically homogeneous or single-sect units that answered to political parties rather than the formal chain of command. The units that did deploy in Baghdad suffered from the same ghost soldier problem that coalition commanders had observed in the Iraqi Army and police in late 2005. The Iraqi units' real strength on Baghdad's streets was often significantly less than their strength on paper or in transition readiness assessment reports. The performance of those Iraqi troops that were on the street was disappointing. Often relegated to duty at checkpoints, the ISF seldom left them, and the checkpoints themselves largely failed to limit the movement of insurgents or weapons. The Iraqi soldiers manning the Operation Scales of Justice checkpoints tended to be, quote, poorly equipped, undisciplined, and running around in their skivvies, end quote, MNDB Commander Major General James D. Thurman observed. Inspecting the checkpoints himself, the Iraqi Minister of Defense commented that the enemy would have to be quite bad not to be able to bypass or get through the barriers. Meanwhile, Iraqi Army units that were well-trained and capable often were restrained from operating against Shia death squads because of the political repercussions of taking on sectarians who were connected to major Iraqi political parties. By the time Operation Scales of Justice ended in mid-April, the number of civilian deaths in Baghdad each week had dropped to about 230, down from over 300 in the weeks following the Samarra bombing, but still significantly higher than the December 2005 average of about 160. Nevertheless, despite the still elevated violence and the sobering performance of the ISF, Casey and his command judged that the situation in Baghdad had stabilized, at least temporarily. MNFI's April 15th assessment of the operations in Baghdad concluded that, quote, Operations Scales of Justice and Northern Lights helped reduce the number of VBIED, or vehicle-borne IED, and SVBIED/SVEST, or suicide vehicle-borne IED/suicide vest, attacks in Baghdad. The nature of the violence changed as there is an increase in the small arms attacks, but violence overall appears to be reduced since those operations started. End quote. Attack levels, meanwhile, were, quote, on the rise but have not reached the levels that occurred around the January 2005 election and the referendum. End quote. Finally, rather than blaming the violence on a worsening sectarianism, the MNFI assessment blamed the slow pace of the formation of the new government, concluding that, quote, much of the increase in violence is likely due to the perceived instability of the government. This instability is exacerbated by the prolonged period of time that it is taking the government to form. End quote. As had long been the case, MNFI leaders hoped that the seating of the new democratically elected Iraqi government would naturally encourage the warring parties to begin to resolve their problems politically. The fundamental nature of the conflict had changed. Despite MNFI's relatively positive pronouncements and Casey's own, as Operation Scales of Justice came to a close, the MNFI commander's perspective on the post-Samarra environment was beginning to evolve, as was that of his senior subordinates. On April 22nd, just a week after MNFI had assessed Operation Scales of Justice as a relative success, Casey's intelligence director, Zahner, told Casey and a gathering of coalition commanders that the post-Samarra period had witnessed, quote, a shift in the nature of the struggle from a Sunni insurgency attempting to derail the political process and terminate an occupation to a competition among social and political leaders and their ethno-sectarian constituencies for economic power and political dominance. End quote. The drivers of violence had shifted as well, Zahner concluded. Before Samarra, MNFI had perceived most sectarian violence as a matter of tit-for-tat attacks in which the Badr Corps conducted targeted killings of individual Sunni figures, while Sunni militants carried out indiscriminate suicide attacks against the Shia population. However, after the bombing, Shia attacks against Sunnis had become indiscriminate as well, with JAM taking a much more prominent role by carrying out random sectarian killings against the Sunni population at large. Iran's role in the sectarian violence also became clearer, with MNFI concluding that, quote, Iran is arming, training, and financing Shia militant groups, especially Jaish al-Mahdi and Badr, end quote. Casey was coming to the even broader conclusion 2 months after the Samarra attack that the nature of the conflict, as he termed it, was changing. It was a proposition he had been pondering since before the Shrine bombing, reflecting both his frustrations with the Jafari government and his recognition of the Sunni-supported AQI bombing campaign. A week before the attack, Casey had proffered to his subordinate commanders the idea that the Iraq conflict had become a fight for the division of power among competing ethnic and sectarian groups, rather than an insurgency against the coalition. By late April, Casey's thinking on the question had crystallized. The war was a struggle for the division of political and economic power by Iraqis, he told a gathering of U.S. generals on April 24th, with 4 different groups driving the conflict: Iran, Shia extremists, secular Sunni resistance, and Sunni extremists. In this altered paradigm, fighting the coalition was no longer the central objective of the conflicting parties, and for the first time in the war, the U.S. Theater Command was acknowledging the powerful, destabilizing influence Iran and Shia extremists were having on the campaign. Casey continued his analysis along these lines in discussions with Rumsfeld 2 days later. The nature of the violence had changed, he reported to the SecDef. Since the Samarra incident, 8 times more civilians were killed by execution or murder than by car bomb, a significant change since AQI's 2005 car bomb campaign. MNFI was also showing a spike in the number of murders and executions, from 11 a day before the bombing to a high of 36 a day for the week of March 8th to 14th. Casey remained hopeful that the escalating violence was only a short-term trend, and noted that for the week of April 13th to 20th, the number of murders and executions had dropped to only 29 per day. The updated campaign plan that Casey and MNFI published on April 28th also reflected the change in the command's new understanding of the Iraqi environment. The April plan intended to lay out the coalition's activities throughout a 4-year period that would theoretically include the end of the MNFI mission and a transition to, quote, normal diplomatic and security relationships, end quote. But in a change from earlier campaign plans, the April version noted that the war had evolved from an insurgency directed against external actors, i.e. the coalition, into a conflict, quote, between and among its ethnic and sectarian groups over the distribution of political and economic power, end quote, as evidenced by the, quote, outpouring of rage and violence, end quote, following the Samarra attack. Whereas coalition leaders had assumed in late 2004 and throughout 2005 that the Iraqi election process would naturally stabilize the country, the April 28th document declared instead that, quote, voting in the elections has been substantially driven by ethnic and sectarian identity rather than by political issues, reflecting a polarized society which inhibits the creation of a stable, enduring democratic state, end quote. For the first time, the MNFI directive also identified militias, called extra-governmental armed groups, and ethno-sectarian violence as part of the overall threat to the coalition's mission. Despite this dramatically changed analysis, coalition commanders did not believe the changing situation invalidated the core principle of previous campaign plans, that responsibility must be shifted to the Iraqis as quickly as possible in order to avoid continued Iraqi dependency and to minimize the buildup of opposition or antibodies against coalition forces. Quote, enduring strategic success will only be achieved by Iraqis. Iraq's problems require Iraqi solutions, end quote, the April 28th document stated. Quote, we will succeed by increasingly putting Iraqis in charge across all lines of operations, moving to a supporting role, reducing our visibility and level of involvement, and by pressing them to address and resolve Iraqi problems with Iraqi resources, end quote. In 2006 and 2007, the coalition would aim to foster the, quote, formation of a government of national unity, end quote, in order to, quote, address those conditions that have the potential to push Iraq into a civil war, end quote. At the same time, the coalition would, quote, progressively transition battle space to the IA, or Iraqi Army, end quote, prepare Iraqi police to, quote, begin assuming the lead role in combating the insurgency, end quote, and mentor the new government so that its ministries and institutions would, quote, begin to develop the skills to govern effectively, end quote. The coalition would also carry on with its attempts to persuade Sunni insurgents to eschew violence in favor of politics. Quote, coalition outreach to Sunni Arabs will continue to stress that the political process offers the best hope for resolution of their legitimate concerns. The involvement of Sunni Arabs in the political process at all levels will be essential, end quote. Finally, abandoning the 2005 emphasis on reestablishing control over the borders in order to interdict what Casey and others had assumed to be the external accelerants of the conflict, the April plan declared that, quote, Baghdad's significance as the seat of government and crucible of sectarian strife makes it the coalition's main effort for 2006. End quote. In addition to Baghdad, the MNFI plan identified 9 cities of strategic significance where the coalition would consolidate its presence and focus on developing capable Iraqi forces to assume responsibility for security: Najaf, Ramadi, Baqaba, Babil or Hilla, Fallujah, Samarra, Kirkuk, Mosul, and Basra. Casey later explained his rationale for maintaining the core principles of previous campaign plans, noting that the Samarra bombing, quote, didn't cause me to go back and question the fundamental underpinning of our campaign plan, which was that Iraqi success in the long term will only be achieved by Iraqis. My view then, and my view continues to be now, that they had to work through these sectarian problems. It wasn't going to be pretty as they worked their way through them, but they had to solve them. They had to get to the bottom of them, and we could only help them get through this period. End quote. End of Chapter 19, Part 1. The Iraqi Civil War Comes into the Open. January to June 2006. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 19, Part 2. The Iraqi Civil War Comes into the Open. January to June 2006. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. The Year of the Police. Page 545. The disappointing performance of the Iraqi security forces in Operation Scales of Justice and the immediate aftermath of the Samarra bombing showed that they were far from ready to take the level of responsibility that coalition leaders had hoped they would shoulder in 2006. MNFI and MNSTCI had begun the year with a set of plans to make 2006 the, quote, Year of the Police, end quote, in which the coalition would place special emphasis on building the capabilities of the Interior Ministry's local police and border troops. Thus, they could eventually take over internal security duties from the Army, as Colonel William Hicks's 2005 counterinsurgency survey had recommended, and as Casey and other commanders believed was necessary for the long-term success of the counterinsurgency effort. 3 weeks before the Samarra bombing, MNSTCI had given Casey a plan for, quote, accelerating the year of the police, end quote, noting that the goal of the enhanced effort was to reach Transition Readiness Assessment Level 2 for police stations, which would, quote, equal transition and coalition forces off-ramping, end quote. To get the Iraqi police to this level, MNSTCI would discard its police partnership program in favor of more robust mentoring. Using the Special Police and Military Transition Team programs as a model, MNSTCI would create police transition teams, or PTTs, that would eventually place coalition advisors in nearly 200 provincial, district, and local police stations with the goal of improving community policing in the 10 strategic cities identified in MNFI's campaign plan. On the ground, the police transition teams would be built around MNSTCI's 500 International Police Liaison Officers, or IPLO, civilian police professionals from around the world who had volunteered to mentor the Iraqi police. Most of these police professionals were either contractors with former law enforcement experience or traffic police or other local law enforcement officers seconded by their governments. Few, if any, were paramilitary police units such as the Italian Carabinieri or the French gendarme. MNSTCI's previous experiences with the international officers had shown that the program tended to be ineffective because the lightly armed officers with no military training rarely left the safety of coalition forward operating bases. However, under the new PTT concept, the liaison officers were paired with interpreters and a military police squad that would allow the IPLOs to move more freely and interact with the Iraqi police whose capability they were supposed to be building. To meet this increased requirement for military police, MNFI requested an additional 5 military police companies to join the 2 brigades already deployed for the mission. The arrival of nearly a brigade's worth of National Guard military police made the total in-theater military police contingent an extremely large one for the Army's low-density military police corps, but also made it possible for the first time for the coalition to place transition teams with local police, and not just the special police. At the same time, to restore the crumbling local police stations, MNSTCI would oversee $425 million in building and renovation contracts. This effort was complicated because many police stations were merely leased from private owners who, in some cases, took advantage of the upgrading of their property to raise the rent, sell the renovated facilities, or release them to higher-paying tenants. Like the local police, the Interior Ministry's Department of Border Enforcement would receive heightened MNSTCI attention in 2006 as well. The plan to grow the number of border transition teams, or BTTs, from 15 to 26 was adjusted to reflect heightened concerns with Iranian malevolence. Because a steady drumbeat of intelligence in late 2005 and early 2006 had warned of Iranian involvement in explosively formed penetrators or EFP smuggling and sectarian violence, MNFI and MNSTCI leaders decided that most of the new BTTs would deploy to the Iranian border, previously largely without any coalition presence, though the new teams would not be in place until the spring. As these initiatives were getting underway, MNSTCI and the Interior Ministry consolidated the originally Sunni-majority Special Police and the Shia-majority Public Order Brigades in April 2006, shortly after their lackluster performance in Operation Scales of Justice. The amalgamated police units were rebranded as National Police Brigades, with each of the two formerly separate elements forming a National Police Division headquarters under the Ministry of the Interior. In mute testimony to the increasingly dangerous security environment, MNSTCI decided to outfit the national police units with heavy weapons such as RPK and PKM machine guns and rocket-propelled grenades, an effort that paralleled a similar program to issue each Iraqi Army battalion 8 mortars, 8 DSHK heavy machine guns, 10 SVD sniper rifles, and 10 RPGs. These new armaments for the National Police and Iraqi Army represented a further reversal of the coalition's original 2004 plan not to provide heavy weapons to Iraq's security forces. They also highlighted an underlying conundrum that had bedeviled the coalition's advisory mission from the start. On one hand, MNSTCI and MNFI planners intended that the Iraqi police would eventually perform the true rule of law functions of a democracy, investigations, arrests, and processing the accused through a criminal justice system. On the other hand, realists in both headquarters knew that such techniques were not what Iraq needed in the midst of an insurgency and intense civil violence. Providing Iraqi police units with only handcuffs, Glock pistols, and fingerprinting kits was likely to result in dead policemen. As a result, the coalition was effectively training and equipping the police as paramilitaries capable of conducting counterterrorism and counterinsurgency operations, a fact at cross purposes with the goal of creating police on the beat performing rule of law functions. The addition of transition teams for the local police and border forces added to the already complicated picture of provincial reconstruction teams, or PRT, special police transition teams, or SPTT, military transition teams, or MIT, and several varieties of special operations forces deployed across Iraq. In theory, these elements would follow the guidance of battle space-owning commanders and synchronize their activities with the commander's intent. However, in reality, the growing array of advisory organizations made maintaining unity of effort within the coalition's brigade and division areas of responsibility even more difficult than before. The Return of Lieutenant General Peter W. Corelli, page 547. Amid the escalating sectarian violence and new campaign plan of spring 2006, most of the U.S. tactical units and their headquarters were rotating out of the country, meaning that in many places newly arrived units were the ones dealing with the deteriorating security situation. In January, Thurman's 4th Infantry Division took over responsibility for Baghdad from Major General William Fuzzy Webster and the 3rd Infantry Division. In late February, Major General Richard Zillmer and 1st MEF replaced Major General Richard Huck's 2nd MEF as the headquarters for MNFW. Unlike previous Marine rotations, the 1st MEF headquarters was restructured so that the 1st Marine Division headquarters did not have to deploy, thereby reducing redundancy in the Marine Command structure as well as the number of Marines deployed. In a break with Marine doctrine, for the first time in the war, a MEF would directly command 2 Marine RCTs and an Army BCT without any intermediate layer of command. Also in February, Colonel Sean McFarland's 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division, a legacy brigade, replaced Colonel H.R. McMaster's 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment in Tel Afar. Within this series of handovers, Lieutenant General John Vines and his 18th Airborne Corps relinquished duties as MNCI to Lieutenant General Peter Corelli and 5th Corps on January 19th. Corelli's return to Iraq came little more than a year after leaving Baghdad as commander of the Army's 1st Cavalry Division and handing responsibility for the city to Webster and the 3rd Infantry Division. Corelli had left Baghdad in early 2005 deeply concerned that the U.S. Army's culture was leading its tactical units to take far too violent an approach to their operations and to view their role too narrowly in the fluid counterinsurgency campaign. In Corelli's judgment, it was fairly easy for U.S. brigades to focus on the security component of the campaign, especially the capturing and killing of the armed resistance. However, he believed an over-reliance on this approach was unnecessarily fueling the insurgency. In a widely circulated military review article in summer 2005, Corelli voiced his frustration along with his prescription that the Army should embrace the full spectrum of operations. Quote, "It is no longer sufficient to think in purely kinetic terms," he wrote. "Executing traditionally focused combat operations and concentrating on training local security forces works, but only for the short term. In the long term, doing so hinders true progress and, in reality, promotes the growth of insurgent forces working against campaign objectives. It is a lopsided approach." End quote. Arriving in Baghdad in January 2006, Corelli set about establishing a, quote, "focus on improving Iraqis' quality of life," end quote, emphasizing more precise and measured kinetic responses, the improvement of economic conditions, and the provision of basic services to the Iraqi population. As he published his first MNCI operations order in April, he also encouraged his units to reduce what he saw as their over-reliance on raids and to focus more on the non-lethal methods he believed would lead to more enduring results. Echoing the approach he had taken as MNDB commander when he organized his division to deliver SWET, or sewer, water, electricity, and trash services, Corelli aimed to have MNCI's political and economic development efforts catch up with its security efforts. It was a sharp break from previous commanders who had accepted the importance of pursuing all the lines of effort, but had generally believed that putting money or effort into political and economic development before the security situation had stabilized was folly. Corelli, by contrast, believed that the fastest way to stabilize the security situation was through economic development. Quote, "It is absolutely ludicrous, this concept that somehow you have to get to that level of security that will allow commerce to occur," end quote, he told reporters in mid-2006. In his first few months in command, Corelli became more certain that the Army's culture required adjustment toward the non-kinetic factors of counterinsurgency. He was cognizant of the increasing sectarian violence in spring 2006, but also convinced that U.S. units' missteps were contributing to the insurgency and violence, particularly in escalation of force incidents in which a perceived threat to coalition troops resulted in the death or injury of civilians. Corelli's headquarters monitored these incidents closely, and Corelli himself believed that decreasing the number of escalation of force incidents was not only a moral imperative, but also a necessary step that would stop some Iraqis from joining the insurgency. A study on such incidents commissioned by Corelli immediately after he arrived validated his suspicions, concluding that, quote, "CF, or coalition forces, escalation of force casualties against Iraqi civilian population far exceed the threat posed by them," end quote. The study also found that 81% of escalation of force incidents occurred during coalition force movement under conditions that gave soldiers and Marines very little time, often only seconds, to make life and death decisions on whether approaching Iraqis were a threat. As a result, most escalation of force incidents resulted in coalition forces firing on Iraqi civilians. Of the 4,492 incidents recorded between January 2005 and January 2006, only 67, or 1.5%, actually involved insurgent attacks. Convinced that some units were acting too aggressively, Corelli was predisposed to react strongly when, over the first few months of his command, allegation after allegation of violations of the laws of armed conflict and the rules of engagement landed on his desk. The Haditha Killings. Barely a month after taking command, and just as sectarian violence was about to escalate in central Iraq, Corelli was confronted with evidence supporting his belief that systemic problems in U.S. military culture were creating an overemphasis on kinetic operations. When Corelli learned that Time magazine planned to report allegations that Marines had deliberately killed 24 civilians in Haditha the previous November, Corelli quickly opened an investigation, which was initiated on February 12th. The allegations were disturbing, and Corelli judged that, if true, they had the potential to do as much damage to the coalition's interests as the Abu Ghraib scandal. The story did not take long to emerge under investigation. In the aftermath of an improvised explosive device, or IED, attack that destroyed a high-mobility multipurpose wheeled vehicle, or HMMWV, and killed a Marine, the remainder of the Marine squad killed the occupants of a passing civilian vehicle and then systematically cleared nearby buildings, using grenades for forced entry and shooting the unarmed civilian residents in the head, chest, and back. None of those killed had been found with weapons, and the dead included elderly Iraqis, 76 and 66 years old, and children, 3, 4, 5, 10, and 15 years old. The initial MNCI investigation, completed on March 9th, highlighted, quote, inadequate and untimely, end quote, reporting of the killings through the chain of command, which led Corelli to open a second investigation and refer the case to the Naval Criminal Investigative Service based on the possibility of criminal misconduct. The initial Marine report of the incident filed in November had been highly inaccurate, blaming the IED blast for the deaths of 15 civilians and indicating that 8 insurgents had been killed in the aftermath of the ambush, despite considerable evidence to the contrary. An Army Regulation, or AR 15-6 investigation by Major General Eldon Bargewell, MNFI's Director of Operations, completed on June 15th, did not find evidence that the Marine chain of command had attempted to cover up the incident. However, it did conclude that Marine leaders had displayed a lack of interest in investigating the massacre and had created an atmosphere in which, quote, civilian casualties, even in significant numbers, were viewed as routine and as the natural and intended result of insurgent tactics, end quote. Bargewell determined that the Marines' training on the Rules of Engagement, or ROE, and the Law of Armed Conflict, or LOAC, had been adequate, but that the command climate from platoon through MNFW levels, quote, may not have consistently or professionally encouraged the disciplined application of ROE and LOAC, end quote. He also recommended that, quote, the USMC should determine if the command climate and philosophy of RCT-2 and subordinate units could have been a contributing factor in the misapplication of tactical firepower, end quote, during the Haditha incident. While Corelli and his command were still digesting the initial Haditha inquiry and initiating a formal investigation into the incident, similar crises were developing elsewhere. On April 26th in Hamdaniya, 7 Marines and a Navy corpsman from 3rd Battalion 5th Marine Regiment allegedly executed an Iraqi civilian and placed an AK-47 and shovel next to his body to provide justification for the shooting. By June 21st, the week after Bargewell completed his Haditha report, those involved in the execution were charged with murder, kidnapping, conspiracy, larceny, and providing false official statements. General Corelli and Colonel Steele. The next incident occurred on May 9th during the 3rd Brigade 101st Airborne Division's Operation Iron Triangle near Mutana in Salahuddin Province, in which members of Company C, 3rd Battalion 187th Infantry Regiment executed 3 detainees and tried to cover up the killings. The ensuing investigation raised questions in the mind of Corelli about the command climate and the aggressiveness of the entire brigade. The commander of that brigade, Colonel Michael Steele, had commanded a ranger company during the Black Hawk Down battle in Mogadishu in 1993, and from that experience he had drawn the lesson that his soldiers, above all else, must be prepared to fight a determined enemy. Steele had employed this lesson during his brigade's pre-deployment training, emphasizing the skills necessary to kill the enemy and offering unit commemorative coins to soldiers who had achieved confirmed, quote, kills, end quote, of insurgents. Steele had also banned the practice of firing warning shots, a decision which stood in contravention of the rules of engagement for the Iraq theater of operations. As investigators delved into the Company C incident, they discovered that members of the company had kept a running tally of the number of kills they had accumulated, and that other Iraqi civilians had been killed during the operation. For Corelli, the most significant element of the case was the investigation's revelation that, in briefing his unit immediately before Operation Iron Triangle, Steele had told his troops that all the military-aged males on a small portion of the operation's objective were to be considered enemy combatants and therefore could be killed without the step of positively identifying an enemy posing a threat. Corelli feared that Steele's guidance reflected broader problems within the brigade and that Steele's command climate had contributed to wanton killings. Steele had based his justification on an interpretation of the ROE that allowed enemy personnel that had been declared enemy combatants, including AQI, to be killed simply based on their status, regardless of whether they were making hostile acts. This was the same ROE, for example, that the coalition had applied after declaring JAM enemy combatants during the 2004 uprisings. Steele had applied his ROE interpretation to the portion of his brigade's objective in which intelligence reports indicated that enemy personnel from AQI were present. But MNCI investigators concluded later that this interpretation had confused many of the soldiers and leaders in the assault force, who concluded that the entire operation was being conducted according to status-based rules allowing enemy personnel to be shot on sight. The MNCI investigation also concluded that Steele's interpretation had been reached, quote, after a tortured and convoluted reading of the ROE, end quote. However, a parallel investigation by the 101st Airborne Division into the brigade's command climate diverged from MNCI's assessment, concluding that, quote, although the command climate had the potential to contribute to a third BCT soldier being more likely to use deadly force in a situation where he or she is authorized to do so under the applicable ROE, or Rules of Engagement, it is apparent that the brigade commander's comments and actions did not result in a command climate that encouraged illegal, wanton, or superfluous killing. Some 3rd BCT officers, however, clearly felt that it did. End quote. After reviewing these opposing viewpoints, Corelli concluded that Steele's command climate had contributed to the incident, and the MNCI commander ordered the Criminal Investigation Division to open an investigation of Steele on charges of dereliction of duty, obstruction of justice, and making a false official statement. Contributing to Corelli's decision was an MNCI review that determined that of MNCI's 14 brigades, Steele's brigade had produced the most friendly fire incidents, or instances in which U.S. troops fired on other U.S. forces or Iraqi forces, and second most civilian casualties, resulting in 15 investigations in less than 6 months. From Steele's perspective, a series of early interactions with Corelli had already gone badly, leaving the MNCI commander with a negative picture of Steele and his brigade. Most significantly, as U.S. leaders hailed the first meeting of the newly elected Council of Representatives on March 16th, that political news had been overshadowed by international coverage of a combined air assault that Steele and his brigade had conducted with Iraqi troops in Salahuddin province that morning. Operation Swarmer, as Steele's brigade had called it, was the largest air assault mission since the beginning of the war, with almost 2,000 soldiers from the 3rd Brigade, along with hundreds of Iraqi troops, assaulting into a 26-kilometer by 14-kilometer square area near Samarra in search of insurgents and weapons caches, just as the new parliament was being seated. A senior officer later recalled that Corelli, upon learning of the mission, angrily commented, quote, "The president just called me up and wanted to know what Swarmer was and how come it was the lead in the paper." End quote. Frustrated by the lack of information operations coordination that created a distraction from the more strategically significant political events in the capital, Corelli and other senior coalition leaders in Baghdad had angrily reproached Steele. The perplexed Steele had replied that no one had warned him to delay operations during the opening of the parliament, and that his operation had been a combined U.S.-Iraqi operation acting on information that Zarqawi himself might be present in the area. After receiving the Operation Iron Triangle and Command Climate investigation reports a few weeks later, Corelli initially decided to relieve Steele for what he considered an, quote, unacceptable command climate, end quote, and for what Corelli considered Steele's failure to report the suspected killings when he first learned about the incident. The relief action progressed far enough that MNCI drafted a press release on what would have been the first removal of a U.S. brigade commander in Iraq. But after MNCI's legal experts did not recommend relief, Corelli settled on issuing a general officer letter of reprimand for creating a command climate, quote, where irresponsible behavior appears to have been allowed to go unchecked, end quote. Part of Corelli's motivation for punishing Steele was to deliver a message to the force. A senior Corelli aide later recalled, quote, I think the way that he reprimanded Colonel Steele he thought was both appropriate from a military discipline point of view, but also from the point of view of signaling to the rest of the force the organizational impact, that doing this was not okay, and this is not how we should be doing business. End quote. The weight of MNCI's investigations. While Corelli was still fully engaged in the investigations of Operation Iron Triangle and Colonel Steele, yet another incident came to light. The event had originally happened on March 12th when 4 soldiers from 1st Battalion 502nd Infantry Regiment raped, murdered, and burned the body of a 14-year-old Iraqi girl and then killed the remainder of her family in Yusufia, a rural town south of Baghdad. The crime would finally become known in June when insurgents captured and executed 2 soldiers from the same unit in apparent retribution for the murders. Faced with successive alleged incidents of crimes by his own troops, Corelli decided to invest a significant amount of his time and energy into their investigations and consequence management. The MNCI commander himself spent nearly 30 days reviewing and studying the incidents and personally presented the Haditha report to Casey during a 2-hour briefing in July. The incident warranted his personal attention, Corelli later recalled, because, quote, looking back at Lieutenant General Sanchez's issue with Abu Ghraib, I did not want to be put into the position that I think Sanchez was put into. He basically took recommendations from a written report that he did not have the time to sit down and read. So I looked at all of the evidence, rightfully or wrongfully. I was doing that to protect General Casey, to make sure that this thing got a thorough review by everyone, and we did not just sign off on it. End quote. Yet the investigations would reveal a philosophical fault line between Casey and Corelli. As the investigations mounted, Casey concluded that Corelli was spending too much time personally focusing on them, given the breadth of his responsibilities as MNCI commander. Like Corelli, Casey believed the incidents were morally reprehensible and should be investigated and prosecuted fully, but he did not share Corelli's judgment that the problems with interpreting the rules of engagement cut deeply or systematically across the force. Nor did he agree with Corelli's view that the incidents were having a significant impact on the coalition campaign. Instead, Casey became concerned about the potential impact the investigations were having on the vast majority of soldiers and Marines who were conducting their operations professionally. Quote, there was a constant patter about why were there so many investigations, end quote, Casey recalled later. Quote, the troops and the captains were saying, what the heck, everything we do gets investigated, end quote. The two commanders' sharp differences of opinion came to a head during Corelli's presentation of the conclusions of the Haditha investigations, with Casey venting his frustration about his subordinates' focus, according to Corelli's recollection. The investigations and MNCI's responses to them also revealed deep philosophical fault lines about the proper conduct of the war, with the operational level command on one side and some tactical units such as the 101st Airborne Division on the other. Quote, "The story of Colonel Steele and Operation Iron Triangle is about a fundamental difference of opinion about how to prosecute the war in Iraq," end quote, Brigadier General Michael Oates, one of the 101st's assistant division commanders, noted later. Many of the 101st leaders believed Corelli's emphasis on restraint at the tactical level simply did not make sense in the less urbanized insurgent strongholds in northern Iraq. They had bristled during Corelli's initial visit to the 101st headquarters in Tikrit in late January, when the MNCI commander had, among other things, discouraged the division from using artillery counterfire against insurgents firing mortars and argued that it was counterproductive in civilian areas. The interaction had left Oates and other 101st leaders convinced that Corelli did not appreciate the character of the conflict in Tikrit, Samarra, and other areas that had been the heart of Saddam's regime. For his part, Corelli was convinced that, quote, "there was a cultural issue as the army was struggling to understand the nonlinear battlefield. They did not understand the balance of kinetics and non-kinetics and how it could change things," end quote. To win in Iraq, Corelli believed he had to adjust U.S. units' ingrained focus on killing the enemy, which he considered a vestige from the Cold War era of interstate conflict, unsuited to an environment where identifying the enemy was extremely challenging, and the reality of who was actively fighting on the side of the insurgents seemed to change on a near-daily basis. In Steele, the MNCI commander believed he recognized the diametrically opposite view, and Steele agreed. In Steele's view, Corelli's emphasis on reconstruction was, quote, "a fundamental failure to understand the threat in Iraq. We will never win Iraqis' hearts and minds. We are fundamentally in tension with their culture. And we can give them every dime of taxpayer money, we can build them every project in the world, and we will still not win their hearts and minds," end quote. For Steele and those who shared his views, presence patrols and reconstruction projects would not solve Iraq's problems, and they argued instead that aggressively pursuing and killing enemy organizations, quote, "led to fewer dead Americans," end quote, and greater operational success. By late spring 2006, Corelli had decided to take broad steps to suppress the point of view that Steele represented. Under Corelli's guidance, MNCI began using the Army Criminal Investigation Division to investigate escalation of force incidents, with a view to reduce those incidents by restraining liberal interpretations of the ROE. In cases where Criminal Investigations Division investigators believed they had discovered credible information that soldiers had committed a crime, those individuals were, quote, titled, end quote, a process that involved soldiers or leaders having their fingerprints collected, their mugshots taken, and their names added to the Defense Clearance and Investigations Index and Army Crime Record Center databases, where they would remain for a span of 40 years regardless of the investigation's eventual outcome. The measure appeared to some subordinate commanders to be heavy-handed because the databases were often used in civilian employment decisions, military promotion and selection boards, and clearance reviews. At the same time, Corelli directed all MNCI units to conduct reinforcement training on what he considered the core warrior values, changed the procedures for following up on events that triggered command notifications, and prohibited use of the term, quote, military-aged males, end quote, because it could desensitize U.S. troops, quote, to the distinction between insurgents and male non-combatants, end quote. In writing to Marine leaders in the wake of the Haditha investigation, Corelli also recommended a broader counterinsurgency training regimen, noting that units, quote, were very comfortable with kinetic operations, but less so with the complexities of counterinsurgency operations in which the support of the population is essential to success, end quote. Inside Iraq, MNCI's core warrior values training reflected Corelli's concerns that a small number of individuals were tarnishing the reputation and the accomplishments of the broader coalition through criminal acts and violations of the laws of war. This group, Corelli believed, tended to view every Iraqi as the enemy, contemptuously refer to them by names such as Haji, and to presume, quote, that because we are at war, the rules that normally govern their conduct don't apply, end quote. The MNCI training packet included discussions of military values and integrity, as well as training vignettes that covered different situations coalition members might encounter. While several of the scenarios covered innocuous subjects, such as whether to handcuff a detainee in front of his family or the use of female soldiers to search female Iraqis, one of the training scenarios was a close approximation of the Haditha incident in which a unit, having taken casualties in an IED attack, had to respond to its leader's pronouncement, quote, "I think the guy in the window with the phone is the trigger man. Engage him." End quote. Participants were then quizzed about what they would do in such a situation, with attached teaching points emphasizing that immediately engaging was wrong, and stressing the ROE and the requirement to positively identify targets as threats before engaging, all part of Corelli's objective of rebalancing the kinetic and non-kinetic activities of many Army and Marine units. The Nouri al-Maliki government. Page 554. As the coalition struggled internally with the question of their forces' tactical posture, Iraqi politicians jockeyed for position in the process of forming the new Iraqi government in the aftermath of the December 2005 elections. Many American officials had hoped that Adel Abdel Mahdi, the senior SCIRI candidate, would secure the Shia UIA bloc's nomination for prime minister. However, in a secret ballot of UIA members of parliament on February 12th, he lost by one vote, 64 to 63, to Ibrahim al-Jafri, who benefited from the support of the 30 Sadrist members of parliament. After the political turmoil and sectarian infiltration of the government that had occurred under Jafri's year-long premiership, however, U.S. leaders were unwilling to support his return. Kurdish parties and powerful Shia politicians joined the United States in opposition to Jafri's candidacy, creating an extended lame duck period that frustrated Iraqis and coalition leaders alike. The hiatus between governments effectively froze coalition efforts to improve the Iraqi political environment and the capacity of the government with, quote, "no focus and reform of ministries and no purging," end quote, of sectarian actors, as MNFI intelligence director Zahner later termed it. The frustration in Iraq's political stagnation reached to the highest levels of the U.S. government. On March 25th, Bush wrote a letter to Grand Ayatollah Ali Sistani, at least in part with the hopes that the Shia leader could spur the government formation process along. After praising Sistani's restraint in the wake of the Samarra bombing, President Bush emphasized what he viewed as joint Iraqi-American goals, writing, quote, "Like you, I am deeply concerned about the slow pace of government formation and hope for rapid progress in the coming days. Working together, we want to help build a democracy that respects the principles of majority rule with a respect for minority rights, as provided in Iraq's constitution. Iraq needs a strong, effective prime minister to lead it at this turning point in history. Iraq needs a prime minister who can unite the nation. We would not support a prime minister who cannot garner the necessary support across communities to meet the Constitution's requirements, and thus would not be capable of leading a united Iraq." End quote. Bush concluded his letter hoping that Sistani would use his influence to encourage Iraq's leaders to take brave and decisive steps to demonstrate their commitment to a strong, unified Iraq. On April 20th, Jafri finally acceded to the pressure to give up his candidacy and placed his support behind Nouri al-Maliki, a senior leader in Jafri's Dawa party whom Khalilzad had quietly encouraged to seek the premiership. 2 days later, Parliament took the required first step of electing a president, Patriotic Union of Kurdistan or PUK leader Jalal Talabani, and 2 vice presidents, paving the way for Maliki's nomination as prime minister. When the UIA took another vote for premier after Jafri's withdrawal, Maliki defeated Mahdi by the same 64 to 63 vote that Jafri had won 10 weeks earlier, with the same Sadrist support. Nouri al-Maliki grew up in a small middle-class neighborhood near Karbala, 121 kilometers south of Baghdad. He was heavily influenced by his grandfather, a tribal leader and Shia cleric who participated in Iraq's 1920 uprising against the British, and his father, an Arab nationalist who sided with the military against the Ba'ath Party after the 1963 coup. After earning a bachelor's degree in theology and a master's degree in Arabic, Maliki worked in the government education department in Hilla and had convinced the department's senior Ba'ath Party officials that he was a Ba'athist sympathizer, even as he secretly worked within the outlawed Dawa Party. He had joined the Dawa Party in 1970 and remained a member as Saddam cracked down on the party in the mid-1970s. When the crackdown intensified at the beginning of the Iran-Iraq War, Maliki fled to Syria, where he established a network of Dawa activists from Iran to Beirut. He left Syria for Iran in order to fight against the Iraqi regime in 1982, but eventually returned to Syria to oversee the Dawa Party newspaper published there and to become an important political operative. In Damascus, he formed close ties to the Syrian regime of Hafez al-Assad, including to Assad's senior security strategist Mohammad Nassif Kerbeik, and reportedly took part in planning militant operations focused on assassinating Saddam. Following the U.S. invasion, Maliki returned to Iraq, where he became a senior Dawa Party member of parliament. On May 20th, the Iraqi parliament approved Maliki's premiership and a council of ministers that included 8 Sunnis, 7 Kurds, 21 Shia, and 1 Christian. With a parliamentary support base composed of more Sadrists, 30, than members of his own Dawa Party, 28, Maliki found himself reliant on Muqtada Sadr first to form and then to maintain a government. As a result, the Sadrists gained cabinet posts as the ministers of health, transportation, and agriculture. The Sadrists' powerful role within Maliki's cabinet would have far-reaching effects, as even the hint of support for coalition operations against Shia militias could result in Maliki's ruling coalition falling apart. Coalition leaders, however, welcomed Maliki's accession to the premiership enthusiastically, judging him a welcome change from the indecisive sectarian Jafari. Maliki, quote, said all the right things, end quote, British Ambassador William Patey recalled. Quote, he was leading a government of national unity. They agreed to a national program in May. It was based on national reconciliation, national recovery, international engagement. He said all the right things about inclusion. We were quite encouraged by his steps and initial statements. End quote. Casey, Khalilzad, and other American leaders believed that Maliki's government of, quote, national unity, end quote, could finally take action against the violence being carried out by sectarian actors both inside and outside the government. For MNFI leaders, Maliki's nomination in late April signaled that the coalition's troop drawdown plan could remain on track. On May 1st, Casey reported to Rumsfeld that the, quote, breakthrough in the formation of the Iraqi government, coupled with the continuing development of the Iraqi security forces, sets the conditions to go forward with the next force structure step, an off-ramp of 2 BCTs that will result in 3,800 troops not deploying to Iraq. End quote. Casey later described the heady time of the government formation as a, quote, false bump, end quote. At the tactical level, the situation continued to deteriorate as the Iraqi political parties formed their unity government. On May 10th, the newly elected President Talabani announced that 1,091 civilians had been killed in Baghdad in April, a sign that the burst of killings following the Samarra bombing had not dissipated at all. 2 weeks later, the Iraqi government arrested 42 soldiers from the Iraqi Army's 16th Brigade in the Dora neighborhood of Baghdad who had effectively become a Sunni death squad, assassinating Shia Baghdadis connected with the government and even murdering their own commander when he threatened to report their activities. As the summer approached, Casey himself was unsure of how to interpret the increasing violence. Provided with an assessment of the growing number of daily attacks on May 31st, the MNFI commander wrote in the margin, quote, attacks may be the wrong metric. Who are they against? End quote. The note seemed to show that the coalition leaders' thinking had not yet caught up with the situation, which, by reasonable definitions, had become a civil war. Negotiations with the Sunni insurgency. The worsening violence was partly masked by signs that a significant number of Sunni insurgent factions were responding to MNFI's outreach efforts by contemplating a ceasefire with the coalition. The discussions of early 2006 in which Lynch and other U.S. officials had participated offered promise in this regard, but in order to take the next steps, Casey had demanded that the insurgents demonstrate the ability to reduce violence locally in exchange for potential prisoner releases. Though the evidence was inconclusive about whether the insurgent representatives could actually deliver the confidence-building measures Casey required, the months of meetings between insurgent and coalition representatives led to a formalized exchange of requests between the two groups. In a May 10th letter provided to MNFI, a broad array of Sunni insurgent groups outlined 16 major demands, including the preservation of Iraq as a unitary state, the cancellation of the Coalition Provisional Authority or CPA written transitional administrative law, the holding of new democratic elections to reverse the victory of sectarian parties, the purging of militias from the Iraqi security forces, and the recall of former Iraqi Army and security forces while, quote, purging and removing bad elements who committed crimes against the people, as well as dishonest and corrupt elements, and referring them to the judiciary, end quote. The insurgent groups also called for a constitutional amendment process to cancel the Constitution's de-Baathification sections, change the planned distribution of revenues from national resources, and review the federal status of the, quote, region of Iraqi Kurdistan, end quote. The desire to amend the Constitution was not just an insurgent aspiration. A December 2005 poll had shown fully 44% of Iraqis supporting such a step, with the Sunni-majority provinces of Salahuddin and Nineveh registering 76% and 78% support, respectively. In a final point that revealed much about the Sunni insurgents' changing calculus, the May 10th letter called for, quote, ensuring complete cooperation and coordination between Iraq and America in confronting the Iranian-Persian presence in and infiltration into the internal affairs of Iraq, and combating all official and party authorities that facilitate and encourage this presence and its blatant intervention into the affairs of our country, end quote. As one of the Sunni negotiators told Lynch, MNFI's chief negotiator, quote, General, we hate you. We hate the Americans, your occupiers, but we hate the Persians worse, end quote. To the surprise of many MNFI leaders, many of the demands of the Sunni resistance organizations seemed relatively reasonable and almost all political in nature. Encouraged by the talks, MNFI released nearly 3,000 detainees as part of the broader effort toward reconciliation in June, although amid the intensifying sectarian violence, it was difficult to gauge whether the insurgent groups were actually fulfilling their end of the bargain by ceasing attacks. The Zarqawi Raid. Like the positive developments coming out of negotiations with Sunni insurgents, the extended hunt for Zarqawi was bearing fruit. A major lead had come in January when Iraqi Interior Ministry forces captured Abu Zar, an al-Qaeda in Iraq operative who specialized in launching car bomb attacks on Baghdad. Realizing his importance, other special operations forces obtained Abu Zar's transfer, and in turn he provided the location of an AQI safe house in Yusufia, a city in Iraq's Triangle of Death, where he had met senior AQI leader Abu Ayyub al-Masri. After watching the safe house through intelligence surveillance and reconnaissance platforms for 3 months, U.S. troops were rewarded for their patience in April, when several vehicles arrived at the abandoned house nearly simultaneously. Special Operations Forces leaders ordered an assault force to be launched, and 9 senior AQI members were captured, including the AQI Emir of northern Iraq, Baghdad's AQI media emir, and a Sufi Iraqi known simply as Alawi. Ironically, Alawi had been previously arrested in September 2005 and released from Abu Ghraib in February 2006, only to be recaptured by the Special Operations Assault Force 6 weeks later. After 39 days in detention, Alawi revealed critical information: that an Iraqi named Sheikh Abed ar-Rahman was Zarqawi's spiritual advisor and met with him weekly. Alawi also revealed the location of Rahman's house. Armed with this information, other Special Operations Forces shifted assets to watch Rahman's house, chronicling his activities for 3 weeks, noticing Rahman at times switched between multiple vehicles in one outing, a tactic known to be used when AQI operatives met with Zarqawi. On June 7th, Rahman again used this tactic, eventually arriving at a house in Hibhib, a town northeast of Bakuba and a mere 19 kilometers cross-country from the coalition base at Balad. As the house in question met the profile for Zarqawi's safe house, SOF leadership became convinced that Rahman was probably meeting Zarqawi. Facing the reality that the location of the house made it difficult for an assault force to kill or capture Zarqawi successfully, Special Operations leaders instead requested a lethal strike by a pair of orbiting U.S. Air Force F-16s. When a man matching Zarqawi's description appeared on the full-motion video surveilling the target house, they gave the order to drop laser and global positioning system or GPS-guided bombs on the target and directed an assault force to move immediately to the site. As the members of the assault force arrived and secured the site, they found a grievously wounded man being loaded into an Iraqi ambulance. The wounded man, who would die before he could be questioned, was Zarqawi himself, and the long manhunt for Iraq's most barbarous sectarian murderer was finally over. To a great degree, the success was a result of three transformational ingredients for Special Operations Forces: the improvement of the targeting process, the acquisition and effective integration of additional intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance assets, and the professionalization of interrogation procedures at purpose-built temporary detention facilities, all of which had matured in Iraq in 2005 to 2006. When Casey called Rumsfeld to inform him of the most significant kill-capture mission since the capture of Saddam, Rumsfeld's initial thoughts when answering the unscheduled phone call from Iraq were, quote, "Jesus Christ, what the hell else could have gone wrong in that place?" End quote. The SecDef's response typified U.S. anxiety with the Iraq mission. Still, the killing of Zarqawi was undoubtedly a coalition success and the culmination of many months of hard work. Moreover, many coalition leaders hoped that the killing of AQI's founder would help stem the sectarian violence that was wrecking the country. With the main Sunni driver for sectarian violence gone, the coalition might gain some breathing room to get the situation under control. At the beginning of 2006, Casey and MNFI believed that their campaign plan was broadly on track. Indicators of violence were down, electoral participation was up, the Iraqi security forces appeared to be growing in size and capability, and the Sunni insurgency appeared to be fracturing. As a result, Casey and his command determined to continue or even accelerate their process of off-ramping coalition combat power, consolidating coalition forces, and passing responsibility to the Iraqis. The bombing of the Askaria Mosque on February 22nd highlighted Iraq's fragility, but in the Samarra bombing's immediate aftermath, Casey and MNFI mistakenly perceived only a temporary spike in violence, concluding that the attack had not set off a civil war and that the Iraqi political process could resolve Iraq's problems. MNFI leaders' denials that Iraq had devolved into civil war were reminiscent of the coalition's 2003 denial that an active insurgency had developed, and, as in 2003, MNFI in 2006 believed the situation could be addressed by tactical responses and might even provide an opportunity to showcase the Iraqis' self-sufficiency. As MNFI's assessments grew less sanguine in the spring of 2006, Casey's views changed to reflect his realization that the Iraq conflict had shifted from an insurgency against coalition forces to a new and complex war for political and economic power among Iraqis. Despite this change, Casey maintained his belief that, as had been the case in Bosnia, the locals needed to solve their sectarian problems themselves, a conclusion that validated MNFI's decision not to alter its campaign plan. At this critical juncture, the seating of a unity government led by Maliki, the killing of Zarqawi, and seemingly successful outreach to Sunni insurgents convinced Casey that the coalition might have, quote, turned the corner, end quote. Casey later recalled the optimism of this period, noting, quote, Maliki gets the government formed at the end of May, we get Zarqawi on June 7th, and he, Maliki, appoints his security ministers the next day. So there is this great groundswell of good feeling. At the beginning of June, there was a very positive sense that we had finished the UN process and we had an elected Iraqi government based on their constitution, so there was a great sense of optimism. Their army was in good shape and the police had more work to do, but we were going in the right direction." End quote. In actuality, the shrine bombing did not mark the start of the violent power struggle among Iraqis. It marked instead the point at which MNFI's perception of the conflict began to catch up with the reality that resistance to the coalition occupation was no longer the most significant driver of violence. The violent power struggle among Iraq's ethno-sectarian groups had been sparked in earnest at least a year earlier by the formation of the Jafari-led government, and in truth, it had been ongoing since the fall of Saddam. Iraqis, by contrast, had understood the magnitude of the bombing, recognized how quickly the situation was unraveling, and behaved accordingly. The summer of 2006 and the sectarian violence that it would unleash would upend Casey's thesis and challenge the core philosophy and assumptions of the coalition's strategic plans, setting the campaign on a completely new direction. End of Chapter 19, Part 2. The Iraqi Civil War Comes into the Open. January to June 2006. Read by Adam Cable. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 20, Part 1. Baghdad Burns. Summer to Fall 2006. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1. By U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 20. Baghdad Burns. Summer to Fall 2006. Page 569. In the weeks following the Samarra mosque bombing, General George W. Casey Jr. had believed the violence that followed the attack would subside, especially as a result of combined security operations, the seating of the new Nouri al-Maliki government, and the June 7th death of al-Qaeda in Iraq or AQI leader Abu Musab al-Zarqawi. As the new Maliki government began to organize itself in the early summer, the coalition's victory against AQI's top leadership would prove short-lived. By the early summer, violence in central Iraq was increasing steadily. Operation Scales of Justice had been insufficient to halt the killing, both because of a flawed concept and because the Iraqi government had not managed to reinforce the Iraqi Security Forces, or ISF, in Baghdad as it had agreed to do. What slowly dawned on coalition leaders in the summer of 2006 was that Baghdad had descended into a self-sustaining cycle of communal violence, part of a larger conflict in which Shia and Sunni militants attempted to cleanse the population of the opposite sect from vital terrain inside and around the city. The promising election period of December 2005 had given way to one of the worst years in Baghdad's modern history. Tactical Response in Baghdad. Operation Together Forward. Page 569. As the situation in central Iraq worsened through the spring and early summer, Multinational Force Iraq, or MNFI, looked to reduce violence while continuing its planned withdrawal. While Operation Scales of Justice had failed to achieve its goal of reducing violence in Baghdad during the politically uncertain government formation period of April and May, coalition leaders believed a renewed security operation under the newly seated government of Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki had much better chances of success. Accordingly, as Casey prepared in early June to return to Washington to brief President George W. Bush and the National Security Council, or NSC, principals on the Iraq campaign's progress, Maliki and his coalition counterparts announced a new phase of the Baghdad Security Plan. On June 14th, the Prime Minister declared that Operation Together Forward would commence immediately following the conclusion of Scales of Justice. In all, nearly 50,000 troops in 48 Iraqi and coalition battalions would take part. 13 Iraqi Army battalions, 25 Iraqi National Police battalions, and 10 coalition battalions comprised of 21,000 Iraqi police, 13,000 Iraqi National Police, 8,500 Iraqi Army soldiers, and roughly 7,200 coalition forces. These troops would aim to implement a clear, hold, build concept in Baghdad, with the Iraqis in the forefront and assigned the most difficult tasks. While coalition forces partnered with Iraqi troops would clear Baghdad neighborhoods, the Iraqi police were expected to hold the cleared areas and the Iraqi ministries and local governments to build with coalition assistance. MNFI's guidance for the operation emphasized transitioning authority to the Iraqis, directing coalition forces to, quote, accelerate the transition from scales of justice to Iraqi police-led interim provincial authority to enable the continued formation of the government of Iraq, end quote. The operation envisioned an end state in which Iraqi police forces would lead security operations in the Qarada Peninsula and begin to take the lead in Rusafa, Atamiya, Sadr City, and New Baghdad. Operation Together Forward also involved the implementation of emergency anti-terrorism and weapons control laws. Security measures included an increased number of checkpoints and patrols, a citywide nighttime curfew, and targeted raids against terrorist networks. It became apparent throughout the summer, however, that the Iraqis lacked the capacity for either holding or building, especially with the police force and ministries that were themselves embroiled in the sectarian war. While some Iraqi forces were capable of clearing and holding territory, they tended to lack the will to do so in areas where the troops had no sectarian, tribal, or political ties. On the ground in Baghdad, Operation Together Forward focused on Sunni and mixed-sect neighborhoods suspected of being support zones for AQI and other Sunni militants. Under Maliki's instructions, the predominantly Shia National Police were charged with leading the security initiative, while the Iraqi Army and coalition forces played supporting roles. Operation Together Forward was typified by large-scale clearing operations that yielded little intelligence, roiled the population in Baghdad's Sunni neighborhoods, and largely ignored areas controlled by Shia militias such as Sadr City and Sha'ab. As Sunni areas were cleared, they were often left without any lasting security arrangements, so that, in many cases, the local Iraqi inhabitants were under greater danger of sectarian killings after U.S. forces had cleared an area than before. 10 days into the operation, an MNFI periodic review noted that, quote, Sunni citizens continue to fear MOI, or Ministry of the Interior, JAM, or Jaish al-Mahdi, and Badr death squads. High-profile intimidation incidents continue. JAM continues assassinations. Atamiya, Dora, Mansour, still key areas of violence. End quote. Media coverage had caught on to the ineffectiveness of the operation, MNFI officers noted, with, quote, civil war, end quote, replacing the term reconciliation in most reporting, and numerous reports concluding that, quote, the Baghdad security plan is failing and not protecting, end quote. In addition to Operation Together Forward's lopsided focus on Baghdad's Sunnis, serious shortcomings in the ISF's performance quickly emerged, especially as the operation settled into a system of checkpoints across the city. In East Baghdad, Colonel Thomas Vale's 4th Brigade 101st Airborne Division noted that police checkpoints, quote, required constant supervision, end quote, and that, when attacked, national police outposts tended to respond by firing outward in all directions in a, quote, death blossom, end quote, without discriminating among their targets. The Iraqi police seemed willing to emplace checkpoints, but in some cases these became places to identify Sunnis for killing. Iraqi police also searched mosques that they believed to be insurgent safe havens and weapons caches. Mosque searches were considered a critical metric for MNFI throughout Operation Together Forward, and one that MNFI spokesmen frequently cited. However, as Vale later recounted, mosque searches by the Iraqi police while coalition forces waited outside rarely produced results, and only, quote, with rare exception were we able to trust the results of a mosque search, end quote. The Shibboleths of Baghdad. The technical deficiencies of Operation Together Forward were many, but there were other important reasons for the security forces' failure to stem the violence in Baghdad. First and foremost, the violence by summer 2006 was intercommunal, with various neighborhoods and suburbs of the capital in a chaotic state of sectarian war. Baghdad's 9 districts were battlefields on which Sunni insurgents and Shia militias preyed upon each other's populations. The city's civilians were caught between 2 warring sides, with sectarian violence altering their daily lives during what became the deadliest summer of the Iraq War. One early sign of the sectarian violence was the appearance of what Iraqis called the medjool, unidentified bodies that were dumped into the Tigris River or left in vacant lots in contested neighborhoods, such as Dora. By mid-2006, parts of the river had become a graveyard as murder victims were dumped in the river and left to float downstream. Those found downstream were often stripped of identification, blindfolded, handcuffed, or with gunshot wounds to the head. Local police in the town of Suwaira, south of Baghdad, reported in fall 2006 that they had collected 339 bodies of men, women, and children from the river since January 2005, but that number likely represented just a fraction of the dead. Quote, "We used to fetch them out," one local fisherman told reporters, "but now there are so many we leave them. Otherwise, there would be no time for fishing." End quote. In early May, Iraqi President Jalal Talabani announced that more than 1,000 Iraqis had been killed in Baghdad alone during the previous month, signaling that the capital had become the most violent place in Iraq. MNFI officers began using the term extrajudicial killing, or EJK, to label the wave of largely sectarian murders and death squad activities sweeping Baghdad throughout the spring and summer of 2006. As the number of these killings mounted, Casey began receiving regular updates from his staff on this new category of violence. MNFI analysts quickly discovered that a great deal of the killing was being carried out by Shia militia groups that operated either with impunity or with the tacit approval of the local police. In one instance in May, a coalition unmanned aerial vehicle, or UAV, recorded militia members in the act of carrying out extrajudicial killings at a JAM compound in Baghdad, and Casey thought the incident important enough to show newly appointed Prime Minister Maliki as evidence that his government needed to rein in the militia. Maliki, after viewing the videotape and demurring for several days, asked Casey not to raid the JAM compound and not to release the tape publicly, arguing that doing so would, quote, "start a sectarian conflict and make it worse than it is now," end quote. Having tracked the rise of these types of murders over the course of the 3 months following the Samarra bombing, Casey's staff reported on May 23, 2006, that they were having an impact on the overall security situation. For many Baghdadis, the most dangerous locations in the city were the many checkpoints the police and army had emplaced as part of the Baghdad security plan. In some instances, Iraqi security forces allied with JAM used the checkpoints to divert Sunnis to secondary checkpoints manned by militia death squads on side roads or behind concrete walls, where Sunnis could be abducted or shot. A similar system of false checkpoints for purposes of abducting and murdering Shia Baghdadis sometimes sprang up in Sunni areas of the capital and the surrounding belts. As the danger from the checkpoints grew, many of Baghdad's residents began employing dual identities just to get around the city. Commuters began carrying 2 sets of identification cards, one with Shia information and the other with Sunni information, that would allow them to pass through the ISF or militant checkpoints they were sure to encounter on their way. Parents also began instructing their children to carry 2 different identity cards, complete with backstories for each identity, to give to police or militants who might stop them on their way to school. Baghdadis who traveled throughout the city by car even learned to play Sunni or Shia music or to hang Sunni or Shia symbols from their car mirrors as they moved through different neighborhoods. Throughout the early summer of 2006, Sunni suicide bombers continued to target Shia mosques and markets in Baghdad and beyond. On June 2nd, a suicide bomber, probably dispatched by AQI, killed 33 people in Basra, demonstrating that the terrorist group was capable of reaching Iraq's far south. Back in Baghdad on June 17th, a suicide bomber with explosives hidden in his shoes attacked the Baratha Mosque just before Friday prayers, killing about 10 people and wounding dozens more in the second major attack against the mosque in 2 months. According to Major General Mehdi Garawi, a notorious national police commander in the capital, the bomber had detonated a suicide belt while praying among other worshippers. Following the attack, the mosque's leader, Jalaluddin Sagir, a senior member of the Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq, or SCIRI, placed the blame on AQI members he claimed were targeting leading Shia clerics in order to, quote, restore some respect after the killing of al-Zarqawi, end quote. Despite the massive security crackdown in the city as part of Operation Together Forward, attacks on Shia mosques, holy sites, and neighborhoods became part of daily life as AQI and its supporters waged a bloody sectarian war in Baghdad's streets. The Iranian regime's destabilizing role. Another major factor complicating operations like Together Forward was the fact that the Iranian regime was playing a destabilizing role in Baghdad and central Iraq. In the months after the Samarra Mosque bombing, evidence mounted of the Iranians' involvement in promoting Shia on Sunni sectarian violence and in prosecuting attacks against U.S. troops. The situation was problematic enough for General John Abizaid to write Secretary of Defense or SecDef Donald Rumsfeld on May 8, 2006, about the extent of Iranian involvement in anti-coalition violence, a report that Rumsfeld shared with Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice and National Security Advisor Stephen J. Hadley the following day. An increasingly concerned Casey was determined to share this knowledge with Maliki so the new prime minister could be persuaded to do something to stop it. Casey concluded that the Iranians had two goals in Iraq. First, to establish a friendly government by providing political, economic, and security assistance to Iraqi Shia allies, and second, to impose political, economic, and human casualty costs on the United States in order to deter future American military actions against Iran. Thus, the Iranian regime had an interest in conducting direct, lethal attacks against the United States, not just through Shia militant groups like JAM or the special groups, but also through the ostensibly friendly Badr Corps. MNFI believed that the Badr Corps had in fact been trained by Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran, or IRGC, in insurgency tactics in the event that the Iraqi Shia militia might be called on to fight in a conflict with the United States or other countries. Casey's views were seconded by Lieutenant General Peter W. Corelli and his officers at Multinational Corps Iraq, or MNCI, who on May 13th shared with Casey their assessment that the Iranian regime was, quote, supplying weapons to militia and extremist groups, providing safe haven, allowing smuggling of weapons and terrorists, and acting in such a manner in northern Iraq that violates Iraq's sovereignty. End quote. Presenting the problem to Maliki, Casey laid out the broad lines of Iranian influence in Iraq, many of which, the MNFI commander believed, undermined Iraqi sovereignty and independence. Iranian-sponsored groups carried out lethal attacks using explosively formed penetrators, or EFP, Iranian camps trained Iraqi extremists, and the Iranians even provided some support for AQI. The Iranian regime also had a strong influence over Iraq's Shia political parties, especially SCIRI, the Badr Corps, and the Sadrists, and was also playing a role in the northern Kurdish regions and in various southern areas, such as Basra. Finally, there was an extensive deployment of the IRGC inside the country, constituting Iran's largest foreign operational presence. Despite Casey's determined efforts to convince Maliki to confront the Iranian foreign minister at an upcoming meeting, however, Maliki did little beyond privately acknowledging to Casey that Iran was conducting terrorism in Iraq. By May 24th, Casey had ordered his staff to evaluate whether the coalition should declare the IRGC Quds Force a, quote, hostile force, end quote, whose members could be engaged or arrested without previously demonstrating hostile intent, the same category into which AQI fell and into which JAM had fallen during the 2004 uprisings. The review was the second time in 7 months that Casey had ordered the same evaluation, and it produced the same results, an ambiguous legal recommendation that would make convincing political leaders a difficult task. Corelli shared Casey's concern that the Iranian regime was apparently conducting a proxy war against his troops. Quote, At my level, what most concerns me is the Iranians' apparent active participation in killing and maiming U.S. and coalition soldiers. Evidence of the Iranian government in violence against the coalition seems to be growing, end quote, he wrote to Casey in late May, also sharing with the MNFI commander a summary of the extent of Iranian-sponsored EFP networks and the lethality of their technology. Quote, "The government of Iran is pursuing a multifaceted interventionist policy in Iraq," Corelli wrote, adding that the primary purpose of their activities is to ensure that Iraqi policy is determined by a relatively weak, pro-Iranian, Shia-dominated Islamist government. The secondary purpose is to either accelerate the withdrawal of coalition forces or, perhaps, to keep us tied up here and bleed us white. End quote. Corelli also noted that Iran was attempting to manipulate Iraq's politics, supporting the, quote, formation of the UIA political alliance, end quote, which, quote, advocated for MNFI withdrawal, end quote. Once the UIA had come to power, the Iranian regime had, quote, increased efforts to place SCIRI and Badr members into senior leadership positions, especially in the Interior Ministry, end quote. As another means to garner influence, Iran had also given Iraq a $1 billion loan for reconstruction projects in Basra and provided additional funds for schools and mosques in Najaf, Karbala, and Amara. In Corelli's view, the most pressing military aspect of the problem was the Iranians' freedom of movement across the border into Iraq. Quote, "The Iranians are in at least partial control of the borders into Iraq, either through proxies or directly," end quote, Corelli reported. Corelli cited the example of Zerbatia, where the Iranian regime controlled electricity and water to the Iraqi border crossing point that served as a gateway to the militia-controlled city of Kut. Indeed, by August, the MNFI J2 had concluded, quote, "Iran is smuggling weapons across the border near Badra in Wasit province, using Iraq Ministry of Health transport vehicles, Sadarist-controlled, to transport weapons throughout southern Iraq," end quote. To address this problem, Corelli proposed a redeployment of U.S. forces, unconsciously echoing the arguments Casey had made in 2005 about protecting Baghdad by moving U.S. troops to the Syrian border. Quote, "I believe we should at least consider whether to adjust our own force posture to the region of the Iranian border. I believe that a big part of the security problem in Baghdad is originating outside of the city. The rat lines are coming in from both the west and the east. To help secure Baghdad, we may have to go after the problem at its source. We could, for example, put a battalion or more of U.S. forces near the eastern border, or establish a screen line away from the border to backstop the Iraqi border forces." End quote. Corelli posited that tackling the Iranian border problem might even help with the coalition's Sunni insurgent problem because, quote, "Sunni insurgent elements would see us addressing a key concern of theirs. We might leverage a reduction in violence in the West and in Baghdad as a result." End quote. At his level, Corelli planned to take measures to, quote, "immediately stanch the virtually unimpeded flow of people and materials," end quote, through the border crossing points, and to, quote, "look at whether these are particularly nefarious individuals involved in providing EFP technology and expertise who we may request authority to target," end quote. But these steps, quote, "would only get at a part of the problem," end quote, he explained to Casey. Quote, "What we most need is a comprehensive approach that would provide Iran with the necessary disincentives to continuing on their current course, inhibit their ability to achieve their objectives, and that would get the Iraqis to defend their own sovereignty." End quote. Corelli saw the issue of controlling the border with Iran as important enough to merit an internal MNCI study to explore courses of action that would address the problem. When it was briefed to him on July 8th, the study concluded that sending additional transition teams to support the Iraqi Department of Border Enforcement was not the solution, as the problem was a matter of the border guards' corruption and ulterior motives, rather than a lack of training. Instead, a more extensive coalition force presence was required to oversee the border enforcement employees and ensure they did their jobs to standard. To meet this requirement, MNCI proposed sending up to 2 battalions of U.S. forces, preferably motorized forces, armor, or mechanized infantry. Ideally, these forces would come from outside Iraq and deploy to the provinces of Wasit and Diyala, the areas MNCI considered most problematic. In effect, Corelli's officers were proposing to discard Casey's military transition team or MIT-type approach in favor of the unit-to-unit partnership approach General Peter Schoomaker had advocated in 2004. Casey met with Corelli on June 14th, just before the MNFI commander was to depart for meetings in Washington, D.C. Casey generally agreed with his subordinate commander's analysis, although he made no final decisions on border security changes. In the strategic picture, there was little daylight between the two commanders. There were 4 groups that would have to be neutralized, quote, to allow the Iraqis to work out the division of power and resources in a secure environment, end quote, Casey believed: Iran, Sunni extremists, Shia extremists, and the Sunni Arab resistance. It was not at all clear, however, that the new Maliki government saw the situation the same way. Nor was it clear how far the coalition itself was willing to go to shut down the Iranian regime's proxy war. The week before meeting Corelli about the Iranian problem, Casey and his command had prepared a plan to kill or capture Quds Force commander Qasem Soleimani, who had made his way into Iraq for at least the second time in 2006. However, the U.S. commanders had ultimately refrained from taking action against Soleimani, allowing the Iranian general to enter and exit Iraq unhindered. General Casey's Drawdown Plan, page 575. 5 days after the launch of Operation Together Forward, Casey arrived in Washington for high-level meetings on the state of the Iraq campaign and discussions on the way ahead. He had left Baghdad optimistic that Together Forward and the heavier reliance on Iraqi troops to secure Baghdad would reverse the cycle of violence in the city, and his presentations in Washington reflected this optimism. In separate meetings with Rumsfeld and the Joint Chiefs of Staff in the Pentagon, Casey reported that the security situation would allow MNFI to cancel the planned deployment of 2 American brigades to Iraq in August, resulting in a net reduction of 7,000 soldiers. Like the December 2005 decision that also canceled the deployment of 2 brigades, MNFI would keep one of the units, 2nd Brigade 1st Infantry Division, at a heightened alert status at its home station in Germany, but prepared to deploy. If the situation proceeded as MNFI anticipated, Casey later told the NSC principals on June 23, the deployment of additional brigades could be canceled, dropping the U.S. contingent to 10 combat brigades spread across only 57 bases by the end of 2006. By summer 2007, the force would be reduced further to 7 or 8 brigades and 30 bases, and eventually to just 6 combat brigades and 11 bases by the end of 2007. To justify this drawdown in the face of Iraq's escalating violence, Casey again cited growth in the size and capability of the ISF and the pending transfers of provisional control to the Iraqis. Though the drawdown would incur some risk to the coalition's mission, Casey emphasized that there were risks in not reducing coalition forces too, noting that the proposed reductions would, quote, create a sense of urgency in the Iraqi government and its security forces, end quote, and would, quote, continue to remove a central motivation attracting foreign fighters and drawing Iraqis into the insurgency, end quote. Years later, Casey would argue that the drawdown was the best possible response to the mounting violence, noting that, quote, since the fundamental problem in Iraq was over the division of political and economic power, and that this conflict was the root cause of the sectarian violence, the ultimate solution would be political and not military, end quote. In the course of events, the drawdown would be temporarily postponed until Casey and Khalilzad could discuss its details with Maliki. Yet Casey's drawdown plan leaked to the U.S. media immediately, with the New York Times publishing most of its details on June 24th, the morning after the general concluded his briefings to the NSC. The disclosure of the MNFI commander's plans to significantly reduce U.S. combat power in Iraq prompted immediate criticism from U.S. observers who were watching the spike in violence in Baghdad. A number of prominent critics outside the U.S. government charged that Casey's drawdown plan resembled the same approach that the United States took to stop ethnic cleansing early in the Bosnian conflict. Such a plan avoided directly challenging sectarian forces and instead relied on American forces pulling back from the population, creating fire breaks to prevent the violence from spreading to surrounding countries while the country descended into full-scale civil war. American forces would only return when the ethnic fires had burned themselves out and the conflicting parties were truly ready to negotiate a cessation of violence, often after areas had been ethnically, quote, purified, end quote. The concern over ethno-sectarian cleansing rose as the civilian casualties mounted. Whereas 1,778 Iraqi civilians had been killed in January, by June the figure had risen to 3,149, a jump of 70%. 1 week after Casey reported to Bush at Camp David that U.S. troop withdrawals could go ahead as planned, the United Nations, or UN, estimated that 14,338 civilians had died violently across the country in the first half of 2006, with an average of 100 people dying per day in June, more than half of them in Baghdad. The false hope of provincial Iraqi control, or PIC. One reason for Casey's optimism about drawing down combat power was his assessment that the long stagnant effort to improve the Iraqi political situation was beginning to show promise. MNFI had created a program originally named Provincial Iraqi Governance but changed to Provincial Iraqi Control, or PIC, when a staff officer noted what the original acronym would spell, to establish conditions to transfer security responsibility in the various provinces back to Iraqi control. When a province met the PIC program's specific criteria, the coalition would withdraw its combat forces from the province and then transfer authority over security matters to the local Iraqi government. Following the transfer, the Iraqi Army would serve only in a supporting role, and coalition forces would move to tactical overwatch in a nearby province, ready to assist if needed. Because the Iraqi police would assume responsibility for security, the coalition stipulated that the overall threat would have to be low, and the local Iraqi police forces needed to have attained a transition readiness assessment level of 2, the level at which Iraqi forces were deemed capable of taking the lead in providing security. The PIC program also stipulated that each Iraqi province should have a stable provincial government and should create a provincial joint coordination center to oversee security operations. If the prime minister declared a crisis, Iraqi military forces and coalition forces could be called back to restore order. By June, Casey had briefed Rumsfeld that 5 provinces would be transferred in July, 7 by August, and 13 by the end of the year. It appeared to MNFI leaders that the hard work of the provincial reconstruction teams was paying dividends and that Casey's Year of the Police initiative and increased police transition teams were improving the Iraqi police in several provinces. Those initial estimates proved overly optimistic. The first province would not be transferred until July 13, 2006, when Multinational Division Southeast, or MNDSE Commander Major General John Cooper signed the Provincial Iraqi Control Agreement for Mutana Province in the provincial capital of Samawa. With the turning over of Mutana Province to the Iraqis, the 600-man Japanese military contingent that had focused on humanitarian assistance and reconstruction withdrew completely from Iraq, closing an ironic period in the Iraq War in which British and Australian soldiers guarded Japanese soldiers building roads and bridges under the hot sun. In September, D-Kar Province, also in MNDSE, became the second province handed back to the Iraqis under the PIC program. By the end of 2006, only one other province had been transferred to the Iraqis, a far cry from the heady estimates made by MNFI in June. The president loses confidence in the transition strategy. Throughout 2005, President Bush had supported the MNFI campaign plan to achieve what he considered the 2 most important U.S. goals in Iraq: protecting the United States from terrorism and fostering an Iraqi democracy. The elections of 2005 had appeared to bring progress toward Iraqi democracy, and Casey and Abizaid had bet that the formation of the new Iraqi government would begin to stabilize the country and reduce the terrorist threat as well. The president had been willing to go along with the transition plans as long as they brought progress toward these dual goals, but as the violence in Baghdad escalated, the campaign appeared to be neither reducing the terrorist threat manifested in al-Qaeda in Iraq and its allies, nor securing an Iraqi democracy. For Casey, the violence in central Iraq and the danger to the new Maliki government were unacceptable, but in his view, it remained important that the Iraqis themselves solve these problems. Assessing the situation through his Bosnia experience, in which he had concluded that Americans could not resolve someone else's intractable sectarian conflict, Casey believed a more forward-leaning U.S. intervention in Baghdad would represent a setback on the road to the ultimate goal of a self-sufficient Iraqi government. As a result, he was unwilling to use a large infusion of U.S. troops to calm the situation, believing that any gains would be short-lived and easily reversed once the American units inevitably left. For Abizaid, the prospect of more U.S. troops on the ground in Baghdad was similarly undesirable. Based on his reading of Middle Eastern history and his experiences in Lebanon in 1983, he remained convinced that foreign troops in the Arab world created antibodies against their presence. The more numerous and visible the foreign troops, the more numerous the antibodies would become. Like Casey, he also believed that Arab armies and governments were inclined to allow Western troops to perform their security tasks for them if the Westerners were willing to do so. Abizaid had long believed that the proper response to the violence in Iraq was to continue reducing the American footprint so that those militants motivated by the offending U.S. presence would stop fighting. A steady withdrawal of American personnel would also press the Iraqi government and its security forces to take responsibility for securing their own capital, in his judgment. For Rumsfeld, both Casey's and Abizaid's analyses ran true, and he agreed that the ultimate way to achieve the president's goals was to encourage, cajole, or even coerce Iraqi self-sufficiency. He also added his own consideration that a heavier investment in the ground campaigns in both Iraq and Afghanistan would undoubtedly slow the effort to modernize the U.S. military into the leaner, more technologically enabled fighting force that he believed the United States would need to secure itself against threats in the decades to come. Over the course of 2006, however, Bush's assessment of the situation in Iraq diverged from the optimistic appraisals made by his generals and SecDef. In mid-2006, many observers in Washington sensed that the situation in Iraq was going awry as sectarian violence escalated from month to month, AQI in Iran appeared to be on the rise, and Iraq's political and military elements appeared immobilized. The commander-in-chief's concerns first came to a head during Casey's return to the United States in early June. Speaking to military historians years later, Bush recalled that, along with the other NSC principals at Camp David on June 12th, he had listened to Casey's assessments of the Baghdad security plan and to the MNFI commander's plans to transition security responsibility to the Iraqis, but that in smaller discussions with his closest advisors, he had decided that the transition strategy was not working, and that it could not work. Speaking later to NSC staffer Megan O'Sullivan in the Oval Office after she wrote a critical memo questioning the validity of the strategy, Bush had asked her how her Iraqi associates in Baghdad were faring, and the president was struck by her reply that Baghdad's population had descended into a violent nightmare in which families were afraid to leave their own homes. National Security Advisor Hadley later told military historians that he, too, had heard Casey's campaign progress report at Camp David and had come away with the conclusion that the transition strategy was no longer capable of achieving the president's goals. In a one-on-one meeting back in the White House, Hadley and Bush agreed that the transition and drawdown plans were not working, Hadley recalled. What was needed, Hadley suggested to the president, was a new approach and probably new leadership to implement it. He asked the president for authorization to proceed quietly with a review of the options for changing course and to gather information from Casey and MNFI to inform the strategy review. The president gave his approval, initiating what became a 6-month process of finding a new approach to Iraq to replace the one the commander-in-chief had concluded had failed. By July 21, 2006, Hadley's review was underway, with the National Security Advisor sending Casey 50 questions inquiring about the situation in Iraq and MNFI's plans. These were questions, Hadley noted, that, quote, the president asks every day that he, Hadley, cannot answer, end quote. Rather than review all 50 questions, the somewhat frustrated Casey asked rhetorically, quote, whether the real issue wasn't whether the change in conflict meant that there needed to be a change to their strategy, end quote. More than 3 years into the war, the president had decided to part ways with his top officials overseeing the U.S. military campaign in Iraq. July 2006. The Sectarian Cleansing of Baghdad. Page 579. The wave of sectarian killings increased further in July when more than 3,400 Iraqi civilians met violent deaths, 1,962 of them in Baghdad alone. Meeting separately with Prime Minister Maliki and with the new Iraqi Interior Minister Jawad Bolani on July 8th, Casey expressed his worry that the combined coalition ISF operations were not slowing the sectarian killings. The July death toll led both Abizaid and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Peter Pace to comment publicly on the possibility that Iraq could descend into civil war. Within MNFI, Strategic Operations Director Major General David A. Fastabend made a similar observation that where the question of an Iraqi civil war was concerned, quote, "We are at least at Harper's Ferry," end quote, referring to the 1859 event involving John Brown that had presaged the coming American Civil War. Hours after Casey warned Maliki about the mounting violence, a bloody massacre confirmed his concerns. On July 8th, a car bomb struck the Shia Zahra Mosque in West Baghdad, and the next day, Shia gunmen retaliated by killing about 50 Sunni men, women, and children in nearby Hay al-Jihad, a predominantly Sunni neighborhood in the Rashid district, along the road to Baghdad International Airport. After setting up checkpoints along a main commercial street in the neighborhood, the gunmen had pulled Sunni Arabs from their vehicles and homes, killing them and leaving their bodies in the streets. Neighborhood residents reported seeing the victims' bodies in the streets with their hands bound behind their backs, some with gunshot wounds to their heads, others with bodies pierced by bolts and nails. In an attempt to quell the chaos, the Iraqi government imposed a daytime curfew, and by early afternoon on the same day, American and Iraqi forces had sealed off the neighborhood. Sunni leaders accused the Mahdi army of committing the killings, a charge that Muqtada Sadr deflected by calling the massacre a, quote, Western scheme, end quote, to foment, quote, a civil and sectarian war among brothers, end quote. The Hay al-Jihad massacre set off a string of bloody attacks in Baghdad. In the 5 days that followed, over 150 Baghdadis were killed in suicide bombings, indirect fire attacks, and shootings in various neighborhoods of the capital, including attacks on police patrols and checkpoints. The sectarian violence spread beyond Baghdad as well. On July 18th, in the Sadrist stronghold of Kufa, adjacent to Najaf, a Sunni suicide bomber lured a group of Shia day laborers into his van and then detonated the vehicle, killing 53 people and wounding 100 in one of the deadliest attacks of the year. When policemen arrived at the scene, bystanders pelted them with stones and demanded that JAM take over security of the city. While sectarian violence played out across Baghdad, the composition of its 9 districts underwent a significant transformation. By the end of the summer, Baghdad's once mixed Sunni-Shia neighborhoods had become far more segregated along sectarian lines. The gradual displacement of Baghdad's population into sectarian enclaves had been taking place practically since the fall of the regime, but this process accelerated after the Samarra mosque bombing in February 2006. West of the Tigris, Hurriya and Washash went from mixed sect to almost wholly Shia in population. East of the river, the neighborhoods of Sha'ab and Hay al-Basatin also went from mixed sect to predominantly Shia, while the Shia-majority neighborhoods of 9th Nisan and Rustamiya lost their Sunni minorities completely. In turn, the majority Sunni Amariya and Ghazaliya on the west side of the city lost nearly all of their Shia residents, while al-Jihad and Dora went from mixed sect to majority Sunni. In East Baghdad, the mixed-sect Fadel neighborhood became a Sunni majority, while the Sunni majority Adamiya lost its small Shia minority altogether. Meanwhile, west and south of the city, Shia were completely expelled from the Sunni majority suburbs of Abu Ghraib and Haswa. With these changes, Baghdad's demographic layout was changing virtually beyond recognition. The Yusufia abductions. In mid-June 2006, news broke that soldiers of the 1st Battalion 502nd Infantry Regiment 101st Airborne Division had gang-raped and killed an Iraqi girl and murdered her and her family in Mahmoudiya on March 12, 2006, further poisoning Baghdad's already hostile atmosphere. On June 16th, in an apparent act of retaliation, AQI fighters ambushed 3 U.S. soldiers manning a vehicle checkpoint near the Euphrates River. The ambushed soldiers belonged to the same platoon as the soldiers responsible for the March rape and murder. Hearing small arms fire from about a kilometer away, other members of the platoon arrived 25 minutes later to find one soldier's body lying face down in weeds and water near an empty HMMWV, and the 2 other soldiers on duty that night missing. After several days of searching along the Euphrates, U.S. troops found the 2 soldiers' bodies bearing signs of torture about 5 kilometers away near the defunct Yusufia power plant in the area known as the Triangle of Death. On the day the bodies were recovered, the Mujahideen Shura Council announced the kidnapping of the 2 Americans, followed by a statement that the new leader of AQI, an Egyptian named Abu Ayyub al-Masri, who had worked with AQI's Ayman al-Zawahiri and the terrorist group Egyptian Islamic Jihad, had killed the 2 soldiers himself. In late June, Major General James D. Thurman, the commander of MNDB, ordered an investigation into the March killings. On July 9, 2006, a federal court charged 4 soldiers of the 1st Battalion 502nd Infantry Regiment with the rape and murder of 14-year-old Abir al-Janabi and the murder of 3 members of her family. As the news of the incident spread in early July, a number of insurgent groups made retaliatory claims or announced revenge campaigns, calling them the, quote, Abir operations, end quote. On July 4th, JAM declared its responsibility for the downing of a U.S. Army AH-64 Apache weeks earlier and promised upcoming revenge operations in Abir's honor. On July 10th, the Mujahideen Shura Council released a gruesome video of the mutilated bodies of the soldiers AQI had captured on June 16th, with an accompanying message in which a Shura Council member claimed the group had carried out the killings as, quote, revenge for our sister who was dishonored by a soldier of the same brigade, end quote. The following day, Jaish al-Islami claimed responsibility for a suicide bombing in the Green Zone, quote, as a revenge operation for the rape and slaying, end quote, of Abir, killing dozens of Iraqis in the area. Abizaid and Casey reverse course. The apparent failure of Operation Together Forward to stem the sectarian killing in Baghdad in June and July 2006 was partly a result of the fact that MNFI's transition campaign plan was creating a shortage of U.S. troops needed to support the shaky Iraqi police and army in the city. Throughout the spring, Casey and Abizaid had remained committed to MNFI's drawdown plan, and Casey had continued to look for opportunities in May and June to redeploy additional Brigade Combat Teams, or BCT, early. While he had hoped to allow the 2nd Brigade 28th Infantry Division Pennsylvania National Guard in Ramadi to depart without a relieving unit, Casey had no choice but to replace the brigade with Colonel Sean B. McFarland's 1st Brigade 1st Armored Division when it became clear that Anbar's capital was falling into AQI's hands. The repositioning of McFarland's brigade from Tel Afar would leave only 1 striker BCT in Nineveh province, recreating the conditions that had led to the province's security collapse in 2004. In Baghdad, however, Casey went ahead with a plan not to replace Colonel Jeffrey Snow's 1st Brigade Combat Team 10th Mountain Division, despite the fact that the unit was responsible for stemming the increasing violence in northwest Baghdad. The decision to replace the departing 2nd Brigade 28th Infantry Division with a brigade already deployed in Iraq reduced the number of brigades in the country to 14. The scheduled withdrawal of the 1st Brigade Combat Team 10th Mountain Division would bring the number of brigades to 13. When Snow's brigade withdrew in early August, the unit's entire area of operations fell under the responsibility of a lone reconnaissance, surveillance, and target acquisition squadron, the 8th Squadron 10th Cavalry Regiment, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel John Gentile. Beyond the dearth of coalition troops, Scales of Justice and Together Forward had cast doubt on the readiness of the ISF to take over the security missions that Casey and Abizaid intended U.S. troops to stop performing. In order to continue the drawdown and transition effort, the U.S. commanders needed to find quicker ways to increase the Iraqi security forces' capabilities. In late June, Abizaid dispatched CENTCOM's Chief of Staff, Major General Lloyd Austin, to Baghdad to determine how best to strengthen the Iraqi forces. From June 20th to July 5th, Austin and a team of CENTCOM officers dubbed the, quote, Chief of Staff Assessment Team, end quote, or COSAT, inspected the ISF development mission and optimistically concluded that MNSTCI had, quote, generated a force that within the next 6 months will have the capacity to completely assume the battle space and transition to Iraqi Army Lead, or IAL, up to brigade level throughout Iraq, end quote. To achieve this end state, Austin and his team concluded, Casey would need to make the MITS the coalition's main effort and take advantage of, quote, a window of opportunity to reduce the presence of coalition forces while expanding the capabilities of transition teams as behind-the-scenes combat multipliers, end quote. By mid-2006, however, it was not clear that Iraq and the U.S. mission there could afford to wait those 6 months. On July 11th, Prime Minister Maliki met with Senator Joseph R. Biden, Jr., who told the Prime Minister that the American public was losing patience and that U.S. forces would not remain in Iraq for much longer. In a meeting with Maliki and Rumsfeld the following day, Casey laid out for the Iraqi leader his plan to reduce the coalition footprint by 2 brigades, a plan that U.S. leaders had agreed on in Washington in June, but had not yet socialized with Maliki. This news, coming directly on the heels of Biden's dire warning, unnerved the Iraqi prime minister about the coalition's commitment to protect his new government. Maliki was anxious that the coalition was reducing forces, particularly in Baghdad, while sectarian bloodletting continued unabated. After Rumsfeld departed, Casey attempted to reassure Maliki about the impending U.S. drawdown, telling the Iraqi leader that because the prime minister was opposed to any immediate reductions, Casey would, quote, reduce the proposal from 2 brigades to 1 and move the additional forces into Baghdad, end quote. Having been pressed by Iraqi leaders since 2004 to hand them greater responsibility, Casey now faced the prospect of those same leaders resisting the transition plan. To restore the Iraqis' comfort with the transition, Casey and the U.S. Embassy secured Maliki's support for a U.S.-Iraqi, quote, Joint Committee for Coalition Withdrawal, end quote, which met for the first time just 4 days later on July 16th, with Mawafik Rubai heading the Iraqi side. Rumsfeld, however, was nonplussed when learning that the committee had included the words coalition withdrawal in its title, and in a typical snowflake, the SecDef reminded Casey that the committee's purpose was to discuss the way forward and, quote, certainly in the current environment, end quote, both he and Hadley believed a committee focusing explicitly on withdrawal, quote, would not be good, end quote. Even as he worked to ease the Iraqi leaders' concern about the departure of U.S. troops, Casey began to share the Iraqis' misgivings after another spike in AQI suicide attacks on the capital that resulted in cycles of Shia and Sunni retribution. June had seen 104 suicide vest attacks and 38 suicide car bomb attacks across the country, both numbers representing the highest number of attacks since October 2005. Even though the suicide bombings generated significant media attention, most of the violence in Baghdad, a stunning 93% according to MNFI statistics, was due to either murders or executions rather than terrorist bombings. This violence, causing an average of 105 attacks against civilians a day, had been on a continuous upward trend since the elections held in December 2005. Facing a changed situation, Casey began to agree with the intelligence briefings given by Major General Richard P. Zahner, MNFI Deputy Chief of Staff for Intelligence, that posited the conflict had shifted, quote, from a Sunni insurgency attempting to derail the political process and terminate an occupation to a competition among social and political leaders, and to a struggle between Sunni and Shia extremists, end quote. Zahner argued that the shift had begun in February 2006 and had led to a cycle of sectarian violence in which AQI bombings triggered JAM retaliatory violence, which then prompted further Sunni reprisals, all of which undermined confidence in the Iraqi government and hurt reconciliation efforts. On July 18th, less than a week after hearing Maliki's concerns, Casey wrote in an email to Abizaid and Pace that his thoughts on force reductions had changed. Quote, I am beginning to see the retaliatory efforts by the Shia extremist groups less as tit-for-tat violence and more as a semi-organized effort to expand geographic control into Sunni areas, primarily in Baghdad, Basra, Diyala, and to a lesser extent Kirkuk. End quote, he explained. Consequently, the MNFI commander would need, quote, to keep more coalition troops here than I had originally intended to help the Iraqis through this. End quote. In the span of just over a week, Casey reversed his previous stand on troop numbers and decided to extend the deployment of the 172nd Infantry Brigade to stabilize Baghdad and Diyala, to call forward the 2nd BCT 1st Armored Division from Kuwait, and to cancel all pending plans to further reduce MNFI's force structure through the end of 2006. Casey made these changes grudgingly, noting in the same July 18th email to Abizaid and Pace that, quote, there will never be a good time for reductions until the Iraqis reconcile the past and get on with the future. I firmly believe that the longer they feel they can rely on us, the longer it's going to take them to find the political will to reconcile, which they must do for Iraq to move forward. The extra brigade will help the security situation, but it is not likely to have a decisive effect without the commitment from the political and religious leadership of Iraq to stop the sectarian killing, something they are not ready to do. I also believe that we must leverage this extension of U.S. support to press the Iraqis into reconciliation action. Otherwise, it may actually extend the conflict and our timetable by allowing them to postpone their ultimate reconciliation. End quote. In other words, Casey believed the extended presence of the U.S. military merely postponed the inevitable political reconciliation Iraqis would eventually be forced to undertake on their own. Casey's view did not seem to allow for the possibility that a withdrawal of the U.S. military might actually undermine the reconciliation he believed would ultimately happen, or that the country might break into warring fragments after U.S. withdrawal. On paper, Casey's July 2006 plan to stabilize Iraq was impressive, returning the number of brigades in Iraq to 15 and effectively reversing his December 2005 redeployment schedule. In reality, however, the plan had significant challenges. First, Colonel Robert Scurlock's 2nd BCT 1st Armored Division was no longer a full-strength brigade, as all three of its maneuver battalions had already been called forward, one to Baghdad in March to support Operation Scales of Justice, and the other two to Ramadi in June to reinforce Colonel McFarland's brigade. Thus, when Scurlock's brigade was ordered to Baghdad as part of Casey's plan, only his headquarters and some support elements remained to reinforce coalition troops in the capital. While this provided a badly needed brigade headquarters, Scurlock would command a hodgepodge of 3 battalions from 3 different units with which he had not trained. His cobbled-together brigade signified again that coalition planners in Iraq were misapplying the Army's concept of modularity down to the battalion level. A second challenge came from the fact that the extension of the 172nd Stryker Brigade came so late that nearly 400 members of the brigade had already returned home to Alaska, with even more soldiers and equipment in Kuwait waiting to redeploy. Extending the brigade meant that the redeployed soldiers needed to return to Iraq for another 4 months, a development that damaged morale and was deeply unpopular in the brigade's home community. After the extension, soldiers from the brigade grimly joked that Operation Together Forward had become Operation Together Forever. Nevertheless, the extension was a move that Corelli had been urging Casey to make for months, since the MNCI commander had long since reckoned he needed to bring the brigade's combat power and a large infantry contingent from Mosul to Baghdad to stabilize the capital. On August 2, 2006, a perturbed Rumsfeld wrote to Casey of his frustration over the 172nd Stryker Brigade's late-breaking extension. Quote, "The late request to keep the Stryker Brigade in Iraq has been unfortunate. We can manage the extension, but the fact that they were already en route to Kuwait hurt. We have to do a better job looking around corners." End quote. End of Chapter 20, Part 1. Baghdad Burns. Summer to Fall 2006. Read by Adam Cable. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 20, Part 2. Baghdad Burns. Summer to Fall 2006. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 20, Part 2. Baghdad Burns. Summer to Fall 2006. Operation Together Forward 2. Page 584. The 172nd Stryker Brigade and 2nd BCT 1st Armored Division would form the backbone of Operation Together Forward 2, MNCI's renewed effort to extinguish the sectarian fires burning throughout the capital. In Casey's view, however, the real reinforcements needed to come from the Iraqi forces stationed outside the capital, something he had been unable to force Iraqi leaders to provide for Operation Scales of Justice and Together Forward 1. In an attempt to reverse this trend, Casey flew to Kurdistan on July 20th to press the Kurdistan Regional Government's president, Masoud Barzani, to agree to the deployment of 2 majority Kurdish Iraqi Army brigades from the north for the pending operation in Baghdad. With the additional U.S. forces and 2 more Iraqi brigades, 5,500 U.S. troops and 6,000 Iraqis, Casey and Corelli judged the coalition could stanch the bleeding. The operation, which began on August 7, 2006, had a scheme of maneuver similar to the previous 2 Baghdad operations, with coalition troops doing the clearing and Iraqi police the holding, a division of labor that Casey still judged appropriate. Quote, "Coin is about getting the police to do it," end quote, he told Rumsfeld in August. While the Iraqi police held terrain, MNFI would work with the Iraqi government to build reconstruction efforts in the capital, spurring economic development and improving basic needs measured in employment statistics, power generation, and popular opinion. As with previous operations, Together Forward 2 emphasized keeping the Iraqis in the forefront. Quote, "To be successful, we will assist the government of Iraq in developing and sustaining a well-orchestrated security effort that integrates all elements of national and coalition power," end quote, read the commander's intent for the operation. As part of this concept, the 172nd Stryker Brigade would not be given its own area of operations and would instead be used as a mobile strike force to assist other American units in clearing neighborhoods. The only significant change from previous efforts was Casey's suggestion to MNCI to construct a berm around Baghdad because, quote, "it had worked in Mosul, Tel Afar, Ramadi, and a number of cities in western Al-Anbar," end quote. The perimeter security plan for Baghdad would become known as Lion's Wall, an 88-kilometer obstacle belt around the city that would be tied to the canals and rivers and would include 28 enduring checkpoints manned by Iraqi security forces. As before, the operations would involve the predominantly Shia National Police, the Iraqi Army, and local Iraqi police, with U.S. troops from Thurman's MNDB again working alongside the Iraqi forces. From the coalition perspective, Together Forward 2 was the second phase of an Iraqi-led operation meant to reduce sectarian violence by all sides in Baghdad. From the Iraqi government's perspective, however, it was yet another operation against Sunni terrorists and Ba'athist-affiliated militants. Casey's hope that the operation would also target Shia militants quickly evaporated. When Casey pressed Iraqi leaders to authorize the targeting of Shia death squads in Sadr City in mid-August, Maliki forcefully rejected Casey's proposal, accusing the U.S. general of trying to get his government overthrown. The impact of the close election of December 2005, which had given the Sadrists an outsized role in the government, had fully materialized. With a relatively small political base of his own, Maliki rejected MNFI's target packets due to pressure from Shia political parties and pressed MNFI to focus solely on Sunni militants. The impasse drove home the fact that Maliki fundamentally disagreed with Casey and the Americans over what constituted the main threat to security and stability in Iraq. Maliki, quote, "was scared to death that the Ba'athists were going to come back," end quote, Casey later recalled, and the Iraqi leaders saw the Sunni resistance and the possibility of a Ba'athist return to power as a far more pressing danger than the Iranian regime and its proxy militias. He was less troubled about the potential for a sectarian civil war, he told Casey on August 14th, because, quote, "Civil war is easier to deal with than the Ba'athists," end quote. The disconnect between U.S. and Iraqi objectives was not the only problem. As the 172nd repositioned to Baghdad, the 2 additional Iraqi Army brigades from the north once again failed to materialize, meaning Together Forward 2 continued to rely heavily on the predominantly Shia police forces already in the city. These units, some of which were heavily infiltrated by Shia militia members, created a counterproductive dynamic in the Sunni neighborhoods that were the focus of the operation. Their aggressive cordon and search tactics, along with their tacit partnership with roving Shia militants, alienated Sunnis and created the perception that U.S. troops were sanctioning their use by partnering with them. The Shia ISF units were capable of conducting clearing operations, but showed little inclination to secure Sunni neighborhoods against Shia militias. For the first weeks of the operation, MNFI did not fully register these shortcomings, partly because coalition leaders continued to emphasize the transition of battle space to Iraqi control as a measure of success. At an MNFI commanders conference on August 19th, Casey told his assembled division commanders and general officers that 75% of the ISF was in the lead in their areas of operations, and that by December he anticipated 90% of Iraqi Army divisions would be in the lead and 7 or 8 more provinces transferred to provisional Iraqi control. Together Forward 2 was the 3rd effort to clear Baghdad, Casey told the coalition generals, and, quote, "This one needs to be successful," end quote. A few days later, on August 25th, Casey assured Rumsfeld that the Iraqi capital would quickly transition to full ISF control. He reported the same to the visiting Iraq Study Group, also known as the, quote, Baker-Hamilton Group, end quote, in late August, and, when asked, assured group members that MNFI had enough forces for its mission. Violence in the capital was down 50% over the last 6 weeks, he reported to the visiting dignitaries, though this figure was juxtaposed awkwardly with an internal MNFI report the same day that casualties had risen 21% over the previous week, and that MNDSE was the only sector of the country not seeing an increase in violence. Reviewing a year's worth of attack trends 4 days later on August 29th, MNFI officers told Casey that AQI was still, quote, capable of sustaining suicide attacks for 10 weeks before undergoing a reconstitution period, end quote. The growing disparity between actual trends and MNFI's expectations did not sit well with Rumsfeld, who remarked to Casey on August 31st that the planned dates to transfer provinces to Iraqi control seemed to continually, quote, slip, end quote, because of security conditions, so much so that he required the general to start reporting the originally planned schedule so the SecDef could understand the reasons for the slippage. As September came to an end, the sectarian violence that coalition leaders had expected Together Forward 2 to resolve continued to climb, with the last week of the month the deadliest of the war by several measures. Instead of improving conditions in Baghdad, Together Forward 2 was winding down with a higher level of violence than when the operation had begun. Quote, "The results of Operation Together Forward 2 are disheartening," end quote, the Iraq Study Group report would later note. Quote, "Violence in Baghdad, already at high levels, jumped more than 43% between the summer and October 2006," end quote. As if to punctuate the operation's failure, in the 2-day period of October 9th and 10th alone, Iraqi troops found 110 gunshot-riddled bodies in Baghdad. As had been the case with Operations Scales of Justice and Together Forward 1, U.S. troops could clear areas relatively easily, but the sparse coalition units would then move on to clear other areas, leaving the cleared battle space to be held by Iraqi units that often had sectarian objectives or were incapable of stopping Shia militias from carrying out killings in the cleared neighborhoods. In many cases, insurgents who could track the progress of the sequential clearing operations around the city were able to leave neighborhoods in advance of cordons and searches and simply trickle back in once U.S. troops had moved on. The problem of the national police. KC and MNFI had begun 2006 with high hopes for the Iraqi Interior Ministry and its forces, billing it as, quote, the year of the police, end quote. But of the ISF units that participated in the 3 failed iterations of the Baghdad security plan between April and October, the police were the most problematic. Among the police, Baghdad's national police units stood out for their ineffectiveness and sectarian behavior. Rather than holding cleared areas, the national police in many cases became actively involved in sectarian purges and large-scale arrests of Sunnis. To a great extent, national police units had been infiltrated by sectarian commanders and militia-affiliated foot soldiers, many of whom had been absorbed into the Interior Ministry under the oversight of SCIRI Interior Minister Bayan Jabr. Compounding the problem was the fact that portions of the Interior Ministry's intelligence and targeting apparatus in 2006 remained under the control of Bayan Jabr's Badr Corps ally Bashir Nasser al-Wandi, the sectarian militant who had run the infamous torture center in the Jadariya bunker discovered by U.S. officers in 2005. Though implicated in numerous cases of torture, Wandi, known by the nom de guerre Engineer Ahmed, continued to direct Interior Ministry units during the Baghdad security plan operations, undermining MNFI's goals by using the operations as a cover for sectarian cleansing death squad activities. The Interior Ministry itself had been undergoing further sectarian, quote, purification, end quote, with many Sunni and non-sectarian Shia officers purged, usually based on false pretexts. Some of the purging reached levels that triggered MNFI reactions, such as when Major General Ali Ghaleb, a Shia Turkoman from Tel Afar, was dismissed from his position as director of the Iraqi Police Service for alleged ties to the Ba'ath Party. Ghaleb's dismissal prompted Casey to write a letter to Maliki, noting that Iraq was in a critical period of transition and reconciliation, and that Ghaleb should be reinstated because he was, quote, a loyal servant of the people of Iraq, end quote. Despite the official appeal from Casey, Maliki did not act on the request. The Interior Ministry and the National Police had also been implicated in a second instance of detention facility abuse uncovered by U.S. forces in May 2006. The scale of the torture, which took place at a location known innocuously as Site 4, exceeded that of the Jadariya bunker. When a bilateral U.S. and Iraqi team conducted a no-notice inspection of the facility run by the 1st National Police Division on May 30th, they found 1,845 detainees, including 38 juveniles, crammed into a facility designed to hold no more than 750. In addition to horrendous overcrowding and unsanitary conditions, the investigators found widespread evidence of torture and abuse, including a heavy hoist and chain device used to lift handcuffed detainees by their wrists while they were beaten and tortured, at times with electric shocks. Blood spatters marred the floor underneath the hoist. The juveniles, the inspectors determined, were systematically raped by the guards, with other detainees volunteering to the investigators that they often, quote, heard children being raped at night, end quote. By early July, 3 weeks into Operation Together Forward 1, MNDB Commander General Thurman and his subordinates concluded that the sectarian behavior of the National Police had become a serious problem. For instance, U.S. military advisors noted that members of the 1st National Police Division's 2nd Commando Brigade, infamously known to Iraqis as the Wolf Brigade, would conduct proper neighborhood searches when U.S. soldiers were present, but would later return at night to kidnap or kill Sunnis and sometimes burn their houses. Meanwhile, 2nd National Police Division Commander Major General Mehdi Gharawi was acquiring a brutal reputation, with dozens of witnesses reporting his direct involvement in torture and murder, sometimes allegedly torturing prisoners with his own hands, charges for which U.S. leaders would demand the Iraqi general's prosecution the following year. In West Baghdad, U.S. commanders saw the results of Gharawi's handiwork. As Lieutenant Colonel John Norris's 4th Battalion 23rd Infantry, from the recently extended 172nd Stryker Brigade, moved into the Baya neighborhood near Baghdad International Airport, they were immediately confronted with a sectarian murder they referred to as the Meat Market Massacre. On October 1st, gunmen in camouflaged uniforms abducted 22 Iraqis from a Sunni-owned meatpacking plant in Rashid district, and although most of the victims were later executed, a few survivors lived to tell the tale. Days later, while searching a field that American troops called Dead Man's Corner, soldiers from Lieutenant Colonel Jeff Peterson's 1st Squadron 14th Cavalry Regiment in nearby East Rashid found 7 of the victims, one of whom was still alive and gave enough information to pinpoint an execution site. At that site, U.S. troops recovered bullet casings apparently from the Glock pistols used by the National Police. The Americans quickly determined that those responsible for the murders were most likely the 8th Brigade 2nd National Police Division, men under Garawi's command. As a result, Norris expelled the battalion of the 8th Brigade believed responsible for the Meat Market Massacre from Baya and requested that the Iraqi Army provide a replacement force since the Army was more respected in the community. Nevertheless, another National Police battalion assumed responsibility for the area instead, a decision Norris understandably feared was, quote, only going to make the situation worse, end quote. Abuses like these were not limited to the National Police. Throughout Baghdad, especially on the western side, both the National Police and the local police were involved in sectarian violence. JAM members and other Shia militiamen coordinated with police at local checkpoints as a means of carrying out sectarian murders, a practice that was a common feature of the violence engulfing Baghdad. Driving through a police checkpoint was, quote, like Russian roulette, end quote, one Sunni told reporters in September 2006. Quote, Shia death squads leveraged support from some elements of the Iraqi police service and the National Police, who facilitated freedom of movement and provided advance warning of upcoming operations, end quote, a November 2006 Department of Defense or DoD report observed. In the Dora neighborhood, 4th BCT 4th Infantry Division reported on November 5th that police attacks against Sunni locals were prompting a violent response. Quote, this past week, the NP, or National Police, conducted a unilateral raid to detain a target. The local nationals believed that this was a militia-led, unauthorized raid due to the lack of coalition forces. As a result, the local nationals in the area began to defend themselves and attacked the National Police. This incident has further impacted the trust the local nationals have for the National Police. They believe that the NP are detaining people at checkpoints and are turning them over to the militia. They state that they do not trust going through a checkpoint unless coalition forces are on the checkpoint with the NP. They continue to state that they do not trust the NP and IP and assert that they are undisciplined, corrupt, and that they only see the local Iraqi police and NP detain Sunnis. They say that the Sunnis that are taken are beaten and tortured during interrogation and show up beaten to death. End quote. Pressed by Sunni locals in October about how to tell good police from bad, one Iraqi police colonel admonished that Baghdadis should not open their doors to any Iraqi policeman, quote, unless he is accompanied by an American soldier. End quote. These dynamics had significant implications for the MNFI campaign plan. On August 25th, Casey had warned Rumsfeld that MNFI might have to invoke Leahy Amendment restrictions and cease U.S. support for the National Police Divisions in the near future. Named for its sponsor, Senator Patrick Leahy, the 1997 law stipulated that the U.S. military and Department of State could not provide assistance to foreign security forces if U.S. officials concluded that those police units were guilty of, quote, gross violations of human rights, end quote. That American officials were contemplating invoking the amendment in the fall of 2006 attested to just how much had changed since the, quote, year of the police, end quote, had been announced at the start of the year. The War of the Ministries, page 589. After the frustrations of dealing with the government of Ibrahim al-Jafari in 2005, Casey, Khalilzad, and other coalition leaders had placed great hope in the seating of the new Maliki government in June 2006. Abizaid, in particular, believed a 4-year government of more permanent ministers and a parliament elected by almost 80% of the Iraqi electorate could play a stabilizing role after 3 transitional governments in 3 years. For Corelli and MNCI, meanwhile, the prospect of more effective ministers and ministries was an essential element of the plan to dissipate the country's violence by non-kinetic means, such as the provision of essential services and the development of the Iraqi economy. This concept echoed Corelli's 2004 rubric of sweat, that burgeoning ministries would be able to speed improvements in Iraq's sewer, water, electricity, and trash systems. These improvements, Corelli predicted, would create economic growth and jobs that in turn would encourage Iraqi militants to abandon violence. Within months of the new government's formation, however, signs emerged that the Iraqi ministry's effectiveness in many cases was sliding backward. By fall 2006, the violence ravaging the streets of Baghdad had seeped into the operation of the Baghdad-based ministries as well, so that each major ministry became a sectarian battleground over which the same warring parties waged a violent struggle for control, often with ministerial staffs and security details transformed into a sectarian killing apparatus for the cleansing of various neighborhoods. MNFI leaders had particularly hoped the transition to a new government would bring a change to the sectarian militia-infiltrated Interior Ministry. The replacement of former Badr Corps officer Bayan Jaber by the independent Shia politician Jawad Balani as Interior Minister in summer 2006 seemed to offer hope that Badr's militant influence within the ministry would diminish. However, little changed in the months after Balani's appointment. Despite his responsibility for the torture at the Jadariya bunker, Engineer Ahmed remained in his position as the ministry's deputy director of intelligence with little change to his activities, and coalition advisors as late as spring 2007 would describe him as the most powerful man inside the ministry. The Interior Ministry building itself was part of the problem. Located in northeast Baghdad, the site was difficult for Iraqi officials to reach via Baghdad's unsafe streets, and its various floors and wings were guarded by different political factions that kept nervous watch on each other. Though Balani had been appointed to clean up the ministry's activities, he rarely visited the building, deciding instead to locate his office at the safer Adnan Palace near the Green Zone, which Bayan Jaber had also done before him. Indeed, though Jaber had become finance minister, he kept the same office he had used as interior minister and retained some unofficial lines of authority into the ministry, meaning that in late 2006 there seemed to be two competing interior ministers working remotely from the same palace, one a would-be reformer and one interested in preventing reform. Beyond the Interior Ministry, other ministries came under greater militant sway once the Maliki government's slate of ministers took their posts. Under acting minister Shirwan al-Waeli, a Dawa party appointee who had once been a Ba'athist military officer, Sadrist loyalists began filling key positions in the transportation ministry, leading to a virtual takeover of portions of the state transportation infrastructure by the Mahdi Army and its allies. The Sadrists controlled the ministry's civil aviation department, giving them significant power over the state-run Iraqi airlines, and they also administered Iraq's seaports. More importantly, the Sadrists controlled many of the operations of Baghdad International Airport, including Iraq's sky marshals and the British contracting company that provided airport security. In other ministries, the Sadrists used their new official positions to carry out direct attacks against coalition or Iraqi civilian targets, often in official uniforms and using government vehicles and identification. U.S. officers monitoring indirect fire attacks on the Green Zone noted that Shia militiamen sometimes fired mortars from within the grounds of the Ministry of Agriculture, where JAM members served as security guards. Most egregious, though, was the Ministry of Health, which under Sadrist influence in 2006 perversely became a sectarian killing machine. Deputy Health Minister Hakim Zamili, a senior Sadrist who had been a junior army officer under Saddam Hussein, oversaw the infiltration of Sadrist militiamen into the ministry's security positions. As a result, the detachments meant to guard Baghdad's hospitals in 2006 instead became sectarian death squads who killed Sunni hospital patients and used ambulances to ferry death squad members, militiamen, and weapons around the city. Zamili's activities were so brazen that his fellow Shia deputy health minister, Dawa party politician Ammar Safar, gathered evidence and witnesses to build a case against Zamili and his henchmen. But on November 19th, Men wearing Iraqi police uniforms abducted Safar and made a series of videos in which the captive deputy minister recited the demands issued by a previously unknown, allegedly Sunni militant group, all of which American officials determined was a ruse orchestrated by Zamili to conceal his involvement in the kidnapping. The videos culminated in the apparent on-camera shooting of Safar, who, since his body was never found, became the highest-ranking Iraqi government official to disappear during the country's sectarian violence. Assassinations and kidnappings were taking place in other ministries as well. The highest profile of them took place the month before Safar's abduction. On October 9, 2006, gunmen in Iraqi military police uniforms shot to death Army Lieutenant General Amr Hashimi, brother of Iraq's Sunni Vice President Tariq Hashimi, and the third Hashimi sibling to be murdered since 2003. The fact that Hashimi's killers wore ISF uniforms was typical in that the militants and death squads of 2006 were finding it easy to infiltrate the ISF or to mimic them, all of which harmed the Iraqi public's trust in the country's security forces. The assassination also came at a time that coalition officers were noticing a sectarian shift in the Iraqi officer corps, with Sunni officers like Hashimi often targeted or intimidated into leaving their posts. Just weeks after Hashimi's death, MNFI judged that Shia political leaders in the Maliki government were seeking to impose sectarian quotas in the senior ranks of the Iraqi Army in order to place politically loyal Shia officers in key positions. The wave of sectarian killings became problematic enough that on November 5th, Vice President Richard Cheney's National Security Advisor John P. Hanna raised the issue with Badr Corps leader Hadi al-Amiri during a visit to Baghdad. Amiri, whose own Badr Corps militia was deeply involved in the death squad activity Hanna was complaining about, attempted to misdirect blame to former regime members and the coalition for the rise in sectarianism, arguing that because MNFI and the ISF had failed to protect Iraqi communities from sectarian attacks, those communities had turned to militias for their defense. For good measure, Amiri denied any Iranian involvement with the Badr Corps. 9 days after the Hanna-Amiri meeting, Baghdad witnessed the most audacious attack in the so-called War of the Ministries. On November 14th, approximately 50 police vehicles full of gunmen arrived at the Ministry of Higher Education in the Karada neighborhood. Dressed in national police uniforms, the well-organized gunmen closed off the surrounding streets, entered the building without resistance, and hauled away more than 100 ministry employees in handcuffs. Not until several years later did Iraqi officials report that the gunmen had been Shia militiamen, likely members of Qais al-Khazali's Asaib al-Haq, who had infiltrated the national police. The gunmen drove their captives, presumably through the numerous ISF checkpoints of the Baghdad security plan, into Sadr city and sorted them by sect, executing the Sunnis and dumping at least 16 of them into a mass grave that Iraqi authorities did not uncover until 2012. The smoothness of the operation, a huge logistical undertaking, illustrated the impunity with which Shia militia death squads could operate in the Baghdad region. These constant pressures on the Iraqi ministries meant that by late 2006, U.S. officials visiting Iraqi ministries often found their Iraqi counterparts living in a state of siege, hunkered down in offices from which they rarely ventured out, sleeping on cots and making the dangerous trek back to their family homes only a few times a month. In some cases, ministries run by one party virtually fell out of regular contact with ministries run by enemy parties, with formerly routine matters such as delivering interministry paperwork, a key component of the Iraqis' outdated paper-based system, having become deadly tasks from which couriers occasionally did not return. Within the larger ministries, different floors or wings were often subdivided, occupied by different parties and secured by their respective militants, so that ministry entrances and stairwells became checkpoints manned by militiamen posing as security details. In this state of affairs, much of the regular business of the government ground to a halt, so that ministries had little hope of spending their budgets other than for personnel salaries. Such conditions precluded the possibility that the Iraqi government could implement a successful Sweat-style reconstruction program as Corelli and MNCI hoped. As the sectarian violence sweeping central Iraq had moved into the halls of government, the Iraqi state, to which MNFI had hoped it could soon transition responsibility, had ceased to function. The end of Operation Together Forward 2 in October 2006 brought with it signs that the coalition's campaign plan was in serious jeopardy and that the assumptions underpinning the coalition's entire transition strategy were crumbling. Neither the seating of a 4-year government nor the pulling back of U.S. troops from the Iraqi population had had a stabilizing effect. The killing of Abu Musab al-Zarqawi had not slowed AQI's operations. 3 successive attempts at a Baghdad security plan had yielded more violence, not less, and the concept of, quote, police primacy, end quote, in an Iraqi counterinsurgency campaign had fallen apart as the national and local police became parties to the sectarian cleansing of Baghdad. The possibility that essential services and economic development could lead the country out of instability dissolved as the Iraqi state ministries went physically to war with one another. As the Iraqi capital's population fell into a nightmare of street-to-street killings, the Iranian regime's Quds force used the chaos as cover to step up attacks on American troops and to help its proxies drive Sunnis out of the Baghdad region. Against this backdrop, Casey's and Abizaid's plans to pull U.S. brigades out of the country in summer and fall 2006 became untenable, and they were compelled instead to reinforce a theater whose forces they had been determined to reduce. Finally, the disparity between MNFI's projections and the hellish reality on the ground had caused the president to lose confidence in the strategy the coalition had been executing for 2 years, a development that would soon cause a furious search for a new approach. End of Chapter 20, Part 2. Baghdad Burns. Summer to Fall 2006. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 21, Part 1. Hope in Ramadi. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1. By U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 21. Hope in Ramadi. Page 601. As the situation in Baghdad unraveled during mid-2006 and central Iraq began to descend into sectarian civil war, a far different development unfolded in Anbar province. After 3 years of increasing violence against the coalition and a growing consolidation of local power in Anbar by al-Qaeda in Iraq, or AQI, a partnership between coalition troops and local Anbaris was about to challenge AQI's grip on the province. This partnership would take hold despite AQI's deep roots throughout the upper Euphrates River Valley, and it would involve coalition troops expanding their presence in the Ramadi area, a tactic that ran counter to Multinational Force Iraq's, or MNFI's, heavy emphasis on reducing the coalition's footprint across the entire country. AQI, the coalition, and the battle for the Ramadi tribes. Page 601. The Anbar People's Committee. The December 2005 elections represented a stunning political turnaround in Ramadi, where voter turnout had exceeded 80%, an extraordinary difference from the mere 2% in the boycotted January election. The change represented a major success for Mohammed Mahmoud Latif, the Ramadi cleric and insurgent leader who had pushed for participation in the political process after judging that the January 2005 boycott had been a mistake. Latif had risked a great deal to promote voting in December, defying threats from Abu Musab al-Zarqawi and other rejectionist insurgents, and even using his 1920 Revolutionary Brigades fighters to ensure security at the polls. Having decided to vote in December, Anbaris faced the frustration of sending new representatives to the national parliament but still having to deal with a provincial government in Ramadi that almost no one in the province had voted for the previous January. Aiming to build on the December election's momentum, Latif immediately mounted a challenge to the members of the provincial government, especially the Iraqi Islamic Party, or IIP, which he and other Anbari tribal leaders viewed as suspicious carpetbaggers. On January 1, 2006, Latif and more than a dozen tribal sheikhs and Anbari notables formed the Anbar People's Committee, through which they planned to represent the Anbari tribe's interests with the Iraqi government and to form the nucleus of provincial military and police forces that would be under Latif's direction. Latif's move was a bold one, but was at odds with Multinational Force West, or MNFW's, existing political strategy for the province. Viewing the unpopular provincial council as the province's legitimately elected representatives, MNFW had given IIP Governor Mamoun Sami Rashid al-Alwani its full backing. Though most of the provincial council had fled Ramadi during the violence of 2005 and early 2006, Alwani remained, riding to the governor's office each day in a coalition convoy and working under the protection of a company of Marines in the frequently bombarded provincial government center. Throughout 2006, Alwani did little more than survive, though he did that rather well, escaping more than 30 attempts on his life. Still, as the representative of a political party that considered the tribes an anachronism, Alwani failed to win many allies among Anbaris through bravery alone. Seeing cooperation with the provincial government as essential, MNFW Commander Major General Richard C. Zilmer sought to alleviate the mutual disdain between influential Anbari tribes and the governor. Against this backdrop, Latif and his new committee offered themselves to Anbaris as an alternate government, an open rival to the IIP-led government that Zilmer and MNFW were working hard to solidify. Latif and the Anbar People's Committee also challenged Zarqawi and his terrorist allies, who had been fighting for more than a year to create an extremist Islamic emirate within Anbar. AQI's immediate response to the committee's creation was to issue fatwas calling for the death of every Ramadi sheikh participating in it, as well as to direct AQI and Ansar al-Sunnah fighters to attack the recruits the sheikhs had begun to assemble. Working with Colonel John L. Gronsky and 2nd Brigade 28th Infantry Division Pennsylvania National Guard, the coalition unit responsible for Ramadi, Latif and the committee signed up 671 Anbaris at a police recruiting drive at a local glass factory in the first days of January. However, on the drive's final day, January 5th, an AQI suicide bomber killed 56 potential recruits and Lieutenant Colonel Michael McLaughlin, Gronsky's tribal and police engagement officer. AQI followed up the bombing with assassinations of tribal leaders in the Anbar People's Committee, and by January 18, 2006, more than half of the dozen or so sheikhs who had formed the committee 17 days earlier had been killed. AQI's murder of Sheikh Nasser Abed al-Karim Muklif al-Fadawi, a prominent leader of the Al Bufahad tribe, prompted many of the remaining committee members to withdraw from public view. As the Anbar People's Committee's leaders went into hiding, AQI reinforced its fighters in the Ramadi area and focused its attacks on Latif's 1920 revolutionary brigades that had guarded polling places the previous month. By February 5th, AQI had defeated Latif's men and forced Latif himself to flee Ramadi to escape assassination. AQI's victory over Latif and other rivals in Ramadi began a gradual shift among Anbaris away from the optimism that had followed Operation Say Aid and toward a neutral stance between the insurgency and the coalition. Many Anbar residents and the leadership of local groups such as the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades sought to retaliate against AQI, but in each instance they were outfought and unable to oppose the group on their own. For some observers, the coalition's failure to recognize and bolster the Anbar People's Committee represented another squandered opportunity to leverage Anbari tribal power to reverse the dismal situation in the province. Major Benjamin Conable, a Marine intelligence officer in Anbar, considered the Anbar People's Committee an abortive awakening like that of the Albu Mahal and the Desert Protectors in Al-Qaim the previous year and the efforts by Major Adam Such in 2004. Operation Say Aid had significantly degraded AQI in western Anbar, enough so that by the December elections Zarqawi and his followers were on their heels, and the Anbar People's Committee had posed a real political threat to AQI. By killing police recruits, slaughtering the committee's sheikhs, and renewing a campaign of violence throughout the rest of the winter, AQI had turned back the threat and emerged stronger than before. AQI retakes Ramadi. With the Anbar People's Committee out of the way, AQI immediately enjoyed greater freedom of movement in Ramadi and increased its attacks against coalition and Iraqi government forces. During January 20th to the 21st, AQI and local fighters carried out 2 complex attacks against the Ramadi government center and nearby coalition bases using indirect fire, small arms fire, rocket-propelled grenades, or RPG, and car bombs. AQI also stepped up its shadow governance throughout Anbar, offering compensation payments to Iraqis whose homes were damaged by the coalition, and offer 300 families accepted. Against this increased AQI activity, Gronsky's brigade's practice of conducting battalion-sized sweeps through Ramadi's neighborhoods and then returning to forward operating bases without leaving a large presence inside the city proved ineffective, a fact that the brigade's frustrated soldiers and commanders increasingly recognized. Even so, the practice was in line with the brigade's top-stated objective of, quote, protecting the force, end quote, which, as the brigade explained in briefings to General George W. Casey, Jr., it had ranked in priority above the objective of, quote, defeating the insurgency, end quote, an approach that ran counter to MNFI's goals. AQI fighters routinely mounted attacks against the government center from the abandoned buildings that surrounded it. They also moved freely around the city, skirting coalition checkpoints using side roads through the Sufia and 2nd Officer districts. AQI leaders even set up a command and control center inside the Al-Hajj Mosque in the city's Katana district, from which they oversaw attacks. They also issued coded orders using selected excerpts from the Quran recited over the mosque's loudspeakers. In their well-planned attacks, AQI commanders used operations orders and sand tables to rehearse their operations and synchronize massed attacks by up to 150 fighters, equivalent to an infantry company-sized attack. With limited intelligence on AQI's organization inside the city, Gronsky responded by employing forward observers from the 1st Battalion 506th Infantry Regiment to identify enemy targets that could be engaged by guided multiple-launch rocket systems fired from Camp Fallujah, a practice Gronsky discontinued when he concluded the indirect fire was doing more harm than good. The situation was a curious role reversal from most other coalition-held cities. In Ramadi, the coalition launched harassing fire against an insurgent force conducting coordinated battalion-sized maneuvers from bases inside the city. By April, AQI had also taken over the city's black market and become financially self-sufficient. In Ramadi alone, AQI grossed more than $500,000 per month on black market fuel sales, which, when combined with its extensive criminal enterprises, produced a monthly influx of several $1,000,000, more than enough to cover expenses, acquire real estate, and make significant inroads into the provincial economy. These and similar revenues elsewhere in Iraq also allowed Zarqawi to operate independently of the senior al-Qaeda leadership outside the country. The funds also kept fighters flowing into AQI's ranks. Coalition troops killed over 200 AQI fighters in March and April, but they were easy for Zarqawi to replace. By May 2006, with AQI's financial network in place, the starting salary for an AQI fighter in Ramadi was the equivalent of $1,000 per month. The next highest-paying insurgent group, Ansar al-Sunnah, paid far less at $250 a month. AQI also funded bonuses, $200 for a successful improvised explosive device or IED attack, $500 to $700 for destroying a high-mobility multipurpose wheeled vehicle or HMMWV, and $7,000 for shooting down a helicopter. In Fallujah, where AQI's presence was more contested and lacked Ramadi's financial sophistication, al-Qaeda fighters were paid between $190 and $380 per month. By the end of the spring, AQI considered much of central Ramadi and its outlying regions to be safe areas, as well as the center of its activities across Iraq. No one is really in control of the city. As violence escalated in Ramadi in early 2006, Casey's plans to reduce the footprint of U.S. forces in Iraq collided with AQI's expansion in Anbar. In his deliberations over force levels with Secretary of Defense or SecDef Donald Rumsfeld in early March, Casey judged that the situation in Iraq had improved enough to allow for Gronsky's 2nd Brigade, 28th Infantry Division, Pennsylvania National Guard to depart in June without another brigade to backfill it. Within days, however, Casey realized the situation in Ramadi had deteriorated with such speed that the plan to transition control of the city to Iraqi security forces upon 2nd Brigade, 28th Infantry Division, Pennsylvania National Guard's departure might have become infeasible. On March 30th, he issued a warning order to Colonel Sean McFarland and his 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division to prepare to move from Tel Afar to Ramadi to replace 2nd Brigade, 28th Infantry Division, Pennsylvania National Guard in June. McFarland's brigade had replaced Colonel H.R. McMaster's 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment in western Nineveh only the month before, but having decided in December 2005 to off-ramp 2 U.S. brigades, Casey had to cover the insurgent hotspot in Anbar by uncovering another insurgent hotspot in Nineveh. The violence in eastern Anbar touched Casey directly when mortar fire interrupted his April 13th meeting with Zilmer near Fallujah, killing 2 Marines and injuring 19 others. Following the incident, Casey questioned whether his Anbar consolidation plan could proceed without a major offensive in Ramadi. AQI's 11 complex attacks against the U.S. and Iraqi forces in the city between April 9th and 24th seemed to reinforce these doubts. Even so, as late as May 5th, Casey briefed Rumsfeld that he still intended to hand Ramadi over to the Iraqis instead of replacing 2nd Brigade, 28th Infantry Division, Pennsylvania National Guard with another American unit. However, within 2 weeks, the MNFI commander acknowledged the need for additional resources, as well as a major operation to reestablish control of the city. Casey hoped the plan to transition Anbar could be kept on track by having 2nd Brigade, 28th Infantry Division, Pennsylvania National Guard conduct a large operation in May, just before the brigade was scheduled to return home. On May 6th, Casey met with Gronsky, Zilmer, and Lieutenant General Peter Corelli to hear 2nd Brigade, 28th Infantry Division, Pennsylvania National Guard's plan. He came away discouraged. The overall plan was, quote, not imaginative, end quote, the MNFI commander told his staff afterward, adding that the plan was being executed by a unit that lacked a good intelligence picture, had too few forces, and, quote, seemed to be distracted by their imminent departure, end quote. Quote, no one is really in control of the city right now, Casey observed. Not the government, not the terrorists, not the coalition. End quote. Casey had contemplated launching a deliberate 2-brigade operation in Ramadi by overlapping McFarland's and Gronsky's brigades by a month, but the lateness of the decision to move 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division from Tel Afar made the idea impossible. Instead, to reinforce McFarland, who would leave 1 battalion behind in Tel Afar and already had sent another to Hit months earlier, Casey called forward 2 battalions from 2nd Brigade, 1st Armored Division, the brigade that had remained in Kuwait as part of the Theater Reserve. With the 1st Battalion, 506th Infantry Regiment remaining in East Ramadi and a Marine battalion still at the Ramadi Government Center, the shift in combat power to Ramadi was similar to MNFI's reinforcement of Baghdad for Operation Together Forward 1. Despite Casey's assertion that no one controlled Ramadi, Zarqawi and AQI believed that they had the city firmly in their control. However, AQI leaders were aware that the coalition's posture in the city was about to change. Lieutenant Colonel Ronald Clark's 1st Battalion, 506th Infantry Regiment received reports that insurgents within the city expected a Fallujah-like assault once 2nd Brigade, 28th Infantry Division, Pennsylvania National Guard departed. Although Clark knew an operation of that scale was not planned, he did nothing to correct the insurgents' fears. By late May, his unit learned that some AQI leaders were evacuating the city in anticipation of a coalition attack, and many senior and mid-level AQI members gravitated to safe havens in the Jazeera area, the southern end of Lake Tartar, Haditha, and Syria. Zarqawi believed AQI's greatest vulnerability lay in the Ramadi area tribal network that opposed his organization and at times cooperated with the coalition. Accordingly, as McFarland's troops conducted their 2-week relocation from Nineveh, Zarqawi and his allies met in the Amariya neighborhood of West Baghdad to devise ways to win or control the tribes. They planned to recruit 5 to 10 trusted members of each tribe to report on tribal cooperation with the coalition and gather information about coalition activities, with the ultimate goal of establishing insurgent safe havens throughout the Euphrates River Valley from Al-Qaim to Ramadi. Meeting again at the Ibad al-Rahman Mosque in Ramadi, AQI leaders also decided to instruct low-level fighters to remain in Ramadi and defend against the new coalition offensive with IEDs and other indirect means, rather than fighting coalition troops head-on as they had done in Fallujah in 2004. Casey's guidance to McFarland, meanwhile, had been, quote, to fix Ramadi but don't do a Fallujah, end quote, an idea with which the brigade commander concurred. Quote, that was fine, because I didn't have the combat power to do a Fallujah, end quote, McFarland recalled. Quote, but I wasn't quite sure how I was going to fix Ramadi. When we got there, the enemy basically controlled the center part of the city. End quote. The insurgency had inflicted significant damage on 2nd Brigade, 28th Infantry Division, Pennsylvania National Guard, which had suffered 82 soldiers killed and another 611 wounded throughout their deployment. As Casey had judged the previous month, the coalition's intelligence on Ramadi was poor. What was known was that insurgents controlled large swaths of the urban terrain, and coalition troops were attacked an average of 20 times a day. Quote, the read that I got was pretty superficial, end quote, McFarland recalled later. There were large parts of the Ramadi area to which 2nd Brigade, 28th Infantry Division, Pennsylvania National Guard, quote, never went, end quote, he noted, adding that, quote, if they caught a lot of contact in an area, they just stopped going there, especially in downtown Ramadi. So there were big parts of the map, I kind of joked, that I said were labeled, here be monsters, end quote. 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division takes over Ramadi. Page 606. McFarland and 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division officially relieved 2nd Brigade, 28th Infantry Division, Pennsylvania National Guard on June 6th, one day before AQI's top leader Abu Musab al-Zarqawi was killed in a coalition airstrike in Hibhib near Balad. It was a promising beginning for 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division's mission to expel Zarqawi's followers from the city, but the task remained a daunting one. The brigade was responsible for an enormous area stretching from Lake Tartar to Lake Habaniya in the south, about the size of the state of New Hampshire, with more than 600,000 inhabitants. McFarland's Brigade Combat Team, or BCT, was unlike any other in Iraq. With 5 maneuver battalions cut from 4 different brigade-level headquarters, it was nearly twice as large as the legacy brigades that commanders had favored for their additional manpower. The brigade also was unique in its jointness. McFarland controlled a Marine Infantry Battalion, Marine, Navy, and Air Force officers served on his staff, CB and Marine Engineer platoons built his construction projects, and Navy Sea, Air, and Land teams, or SEALs, embedded with his rifle platoons, earning the nickname, quote, Army SEALs, end quote. Various contingents of Special Operations Forces, or SOF, had moved to Ramadi to support the coming fight, but the majority of the manpower came from a SEAL task group that had moved its headquarters from Baghdad to Anbar in April 2006, nearly doubling the Special Operations contingent that had returned to the province in 2005. To the SEAL task unit that directly supported him in Ramadi, McFarland gave a simple mission, quote, kill insurgents, end quote. The situation among Ramadi's local security forces was far less encouraging. Only 120 Iraqi policemen served the city, mostly in stations on the outskirts of town, and many of those were under insurgent influence. The Iraqi Army units in Ramadi were among the least developed in Iraq, both in size and in training. Unlike in Tel Afar, McFarland had no viable Iraqi civilian authority to pair with, as Ramadi had neither a mayor nor a city council. Against this backdrop, McFarland moved quickly to exploit the leadership vacuum left by Zarqawi's death. A week after assuming control of the Ramadi area of operations, 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division launched a 2-battalion attack from the south across the old rail bridge in Tamim to seize a foothold in the city. Their concept for securing the city amounted to a tactical reversal of MNFI's campaign plan. While MNFI steadily was reducing its presence in Iraqi cities and concentrating its units on large forward operating bases, McFarland would move his units into Ramadi's neighborhoods, seizing and holding terrain as McMaster and Alford had done the year before in Tel Afar and Al-Qaim. McFarland knew intuitively that even his reinforced brigade could not conduct simultaneous attacks to clear Ramadi as had been done in Fallujah. Instead, he would have to fight his way into the city one neighborhood at a time and establish mutually supporting combat outposts. This incremental approach was driven in part by limitations in the amount of barrier materials and defensive fortifications available and in the numbers of engineers to emplace them. A single outpost would require 10,000 sandbags, miles of concertina wire, and truckloads of plywood, among other sundries of supplies. As his brigade re-established control on the ground, McFarland would partner and co-locate with Iraqi Security Force or ISF units, rather than simply handing them responsibility for territory they could not secure on their own. By the end of June, McFarland's brigade had established 4 new combat outposts within the city, as well as the heaviest troop density there since the 2003 invasion. The new coalition presence had its intended effect. Quote, "Within 48 to 72 hours of us setting up a combat outpost," McFarland observed, "insurgents would essentially impale themselves on it, and that is why we were able to kill so many." End quote. Even so, with only a brigade to secure a city much larger than Fallujah, McFarland's plan would hinge on growing capable ISF units that could, quote, "thicken," end quote, the counterinsurgent ranks, something no unit in Anbar had been able to accomplish on a sustained basis. End of Chapter 21, Part 1, Hope in Ramadi. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 21, Part 2, Hope in Ramadi. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Patriquin, Dean, and the Tribes. Though McFarland and 1st Brigade 1st Armored Division did not realize it in midsummer 2006, their problem in generating reliable ISF would be solved by what seemed at the time to be a completely separate initiative, tribal outreach. Immediately after arriving in Ramadi, McFarland had tasked his civil affairs officer, Captain Travis Patriquin, with learning as much as possible about the Ramadi area tribes. The 32-year-old Patriquin was the right choice for the job. An unusual officer, he had served as an enlisted soldier and had an interest in foreign cultures and aptitude for languages that had served him well as he accompanied Special Forces missions in Afghanistan. Earlier in his Army career, he had taken an Arabic immersion course in Jordan and had deployed to Kuwait with Special Forces units. In Nineveh, McFarland had used Patriquin as a liaison to local leaders, and the young captain had surprised the officers of the 3rd Iraqi Division when he rose at a luncheon to inform them, in Arabic, that he looked forward to working with them. He had used his 4 months in Tel Afar to learn the Iraqi dialect, eventually speaking it well enough that, upon first meeting Patriquin, a stunned Sheikh Sattar of the Al-Burisha tribe thought he must be speaking to an Iraqi in an American officer's uniform. Sattar and other sheikhs were equally stunned by the novelty of an American officer who was fully versed in their cultural norms of conversation and socialization. Because of his personality and ability to converse in Arabic, Patriquin immediately gained Sattar's trust and became McFarland's primary interlocutor with the tribes, a weighty responsibility for a captain, but one that Patriquin relished. Along with Patriquin, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Dean, commander of 1st Battalion 35th Armored Regiment, a unit that had been called forward to Ramadi after sitting in Kuwait for 6 months, also began meeting with local sheikhs and securing their support for 1st Brigade 1st Armored Division's planned police recruitment drives. The first drive on July 4th immediately came under indirect fire, but succeeded in enlisting 80 candidates, and much to Dean's satisfaction, recruitment steadily grew thereafter. Dean's outreach paid particular dividends as he developed a relationship through the summer of 2006 with Ahmed Abu Risha and his elder brother Abdul Sattar, the leader of the Al-Burisha tribe. Dean was the first coalition commander to realize Sattar's potential influence in Anbar and Baghdad. The Albu Risha long had been active against AQI but had been overlooked in the coalition's Sunni engagement efforts because of the tribe's supposed lower-tier status within Anbar's large Dulaim confederation. Sattar's father, Sheikh Khamis Bizia, had been friendly with the coalition following the invasion, but AQI murdered him on November 6, 2004 at the outset of Operation Al-Fajr for cooperating with U.S. forces. With his father dead and his eldest brother Abdullah Bizia slain by AQI in August 2004, Abdul Sattar had become the head of the tribe, while another brother, Sheikh Bezia, had become Anbar province's deputy police chief after serving as a police commander in Ramadi. As one of the few surviving senior members of the ill-fated Anbar People's Committee, Sattar was well known throughout the tribal system. It also was likely the coalition underestimated his influence because the Albu Risha's connections beyond Ramadi were not well known. The previous Iraqi Minister of Defense, Sadun Dulaimi, was a member of Sattar's tribe, and Sattar's brother Ahmed had served as a liaison between Dulaimi and the Albu Mahal sheikhs who formed the Desert Protectors in Al-Qaim in 2005. It was with Dulaimi's support, via Ahmed Abu Risha, that Sheikh Saba and the Albu Mahal had been able to arm the Desert Protectors. Sattar also had formed a partnership with one-time insurgent leader Mohammed Mahmoud Latif to seek a political solution to the violence racking Anbar, and both were determined not to allow a repeat of the defeat of the Anbar People's Committee. The lines between the tribes and the insurgency were often hazy, and it was fortuitous for the coalition that the flexible Dean and Patriquin were on hand to navigate these complex ties as Sattar's influence grew during the summer and fall of 2006. 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division, and AQI collide. 2 days before the successful July 4th police recruiting drive, Casey visited Ramadi and came away pleased with what he saw in McFarland's first month in the city. The 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division had killed 170 insurgents and was killing between 5 and 10 enemies per day, McFarland reported, and to coincide with the recruiting drive, the brigade had seized the Ramadi hospital that AQI was using as a headquarters because of its dominant height within the city. But the brigade commander also wanted to change the signals Ramadi residents were picking up from the coalition. McFarland found it unsurprising that Anbaris declined to take risks to oppose AQI when the coalition continued to emphasize American withdrawal. In McFarland's view, it was important to communicate that the coalition was establishing a presence in the city, that the insurgents would be killed, and that the Americans were there to stay, all themes that ran against MNFI's message. Throughout July, as 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division expanded its presence, AQI prepared to retaliate. On July 24th, approximately 200 insurgents simultaneously attacked 20 different Iraqi and coalition locations in and around the city, intending to destroy the police stations located near the north-south bridge on the Euphrates River and in the peripheral tribal region, but McFarland's troops and Iraqi police forces repelled the attacks. 3 days later, AQI leaders Abu Salih al-Saudi, Abu Abdallah al-Saudi, and 14 other AQI fighters were killed when coalition aircraft struck a meeting of the group's leadership north of Ramadi, capping a costly 2-week period for AQI in which the group lost an estimated 65 killed, and many AQI members were forced to seek refuge in the city's Tamim district. As 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division's outposts and operations began to restrict AQI's movement, the group changed tactics, instead using mortar and IED attacks against Ramadi's main coalition bases and the government center. On August 2nd, 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division troops seized Anbar University, a longtime hotbed of insurgent activity where it was estimated up to 30% of the students were involved with the insurgency, and a car bomb construction site was located on the university grounds. By August 10th, McFarland had established 2 additional combat outposts in the city, and the total of local police recruited in June and July had risen to 355, almost 3 times the number of police on duty when 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division had arrived. The tide was beginning to turn. The Devlin Report. Throughout August, McFarland's troops continued to enjoy tactical successes, while Dean and Patriquin expanded their cooperation with the increasingly influential Sheikh Sattar, who had begun organizing a new assembly of tribal sheikhs to oppose AQI. At 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division's higher headquarters, however, Multinational Force West, or MNFW, officials had their reservations about the brigade's tribal outreach and about the coalition's overall prospects in Anbar. On August 17th, Colonel Peter H. Devlin, the senior Marine intelligence officer in Anbar, produced a bleak assessment that declared the coalition and ISF were, quote, no longer capable of militarily defeating the insurgency in Al-Anbar, end quote. According to the report, the coalition had too few troops in Anbar to overcome the stalemate with the AQI-dominated insurgency there, with U.S. units mostly unable to establish sustainable security beyond the perimeters of their bases. In addition, Devlin concluded, both the central and local governments had collapsed in Anbar, leaving AQI to fill the vacuum and become the strongest political force in the province. In Devlin's judgment, it was a situation, quote, beyond repair, end quote. The report quickly was leaked to the American media, where it seemed to cast further doubt on the increasingly unpopular campaign in Iraq. McFarland noted, quote, because Pete Devlin was sounding these cautionary notes up at the MEF headquarters, it was a little bit more difficult for me to convince my bosses to come down and embrace the sheikhs, end quote. He later said, quote, they were getting a lot of advice of, be careful, your job is really to support the governor. It's not really to support these sheikhs. These sheikhs could go rogue on you. I had to overcome that. Those were valid concerns. I don't belittle them at all. But it did make it a little bit more challenging for me to try to make sure that the Marine leadership in Anbar understood that these guys, the Ramadi sheikhs, really can be trusted. End quote. For his part, Casey found the tone of Devlin's report and its widespread leak unwelcome and poorly timed. On September 2nd, Casey confronted Zilmer in Fallujah, expressing his disappointment in Devlin's, quote, defeatist, end quote, attitude. Warriors needed to have a more positive mindset, Casey told the Marine commander, adding that the MEF G2 should be looking for AQI vulnerabilities, rather than assuming the coalition could not win. The Anbar Awakening, page 611. The Founding of the Sahawa. Just 4 days after Devlin's report concluding that Anbar permanently was lost, Sattar's tribal alliance, known as the Anbar Emergency Council, went to war with al-Qaeda, just as the Anbar People's Committee had unsuccessfully done in January. On August 21st, AQI leaders Abu Bakr and Abu Uthman ordered an attack on the newly established Jazeera police station north of the Euphrates, an ISF outpost emplaced with the Albu Risha's support. The attack set off a gas explosion that badly injured 6 Army soldiers and killed 11 of the 30 police stationed there. Rather than quit, as had often happened before, the Iraqi police, newly confident in their U.S. military support, insisted on keeping the police station open. On the same day, AQI fighters led by Rashid Abu Zayan, a militant who had been released from U.S. detention at Camp Buka the previous day, assassinated the leader of the Albu Ali Jassim tribe, Sheikh Khalid Ali Albu Jassim. A former Iraqi general and local political leader, Khalid had at one point cooperated with AQI leaders, but he and his tribesmen had become AQI's enemies when they refused the terrorist group's demand to hand over their weapons. Rather than returning Khalid's body to his tribe for a proper Muslim burial, the AQI leaders left his decapitated corpse in the desert, forcing the Albu Ali Jassim tribesmen to search for several days for his remains. The brazen attack on the tribally connected police station and the desecration of Sheikh Khalid's body were a tipping point for the Anbar Emergency Council. Outraged sheikhs from the Albu Diab, Albu Asaf, Albu Ali Jassim, Albu Julib, and Albu Risha tribes gathered on August 31st to declare an anti-AQI front. On September 3rd, Dean reported to McFarland that the Anbar Emergency Council and its armed wing, the, quote, Anbar Revolutionaries, end quote, were ready to side with the coalition publicly. The Anbar Revolutionaries were a potent group, drawing their fighters from the local police, army officers, and local tribesmen, as well as from insurgent groups including Jaish al-Haq, the Numan Brigade, and Mohammed Mahmoud Latif's branch of the 1920 Revolutionary Brigades. Clearly recognizing this nascent threat, AQI leaders gathered at least 850 fighters in the Ramadi area by summer's end, including reinforcements from Beiji. With the additional forces, AQI launched a series of attacks in September in an attempt to regain the initiative, leading to spurts of fierce fighting. During one of these engagements on September 27th, AQI fighters attempted to overrun a patrol from 1st Battalion 36th Infantry Regiment in Hit. When his company commander and first sergeant were both hit, 2nd Lieutenant Walter Jackson rushed into the street to help them. Despite being grievously wounded twice, Jackson fought off the insurgents and recovered his commander, an act for which he was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. 2 days later in Ramadi, on its last mission before rotating home, a squad of SEALs performing overwatch for soldiers in the city's Mala'ab district came under intense fire. When insurgents threw a grenade among the SEALs, 25-year-old Master-at-Arms Second Class Michael Mansour, who had already earned a Silver Star earlier in the same deployment, immediately threw himself on the grenade, which killed him when it exploded. Saving his teammates with his sacrifice, Mansour was awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously. As battles raged across the city during September, McFarland became convinced that supporting tribal groups like the Anbar Revolutionaries was the best solution for growing the local police, who were essential for the city's security. When he reported these developments to the Marine Expeditionary Force, or MEF headquarters, however, he was met with hesitation and skepticism. The Marine leaders had not discounted the potential for tribal negotiations, but were going about it in a different manner. Many of the lineal Anbari sheikhs, heirs by birthright to tribal lines of succession, had fled to Jordan during the 1990s or after the U.S. invasion. These lineal sheikhs, while technically still tribal chieftains, had been replaced on the ground by other members of their clans who had stayed behind. Dean and Patriquin met with the tribal power brokers who had remained in Iraq, while the Marine leadership engaged the more detached tribal figureheads who were in Jordanian exile, creating a tension between two tribal outreach strategies that endured well into the following year. When Brigadier General David Reist, Zilmer's deputy and MNFW's lead for engagements, learned that 1st Brigade 1st Armored Division had been closely working with Sattar, he told Dean that many at MNFW considered the sheikh a criminal and that Dean should arrest him. Quote, "I'm not arresting him. You arrest him," end quote, Dean had defiantly replied, and had been surprised not to receive a reprimand. On September 7th, coalition troops captured senior AQI leader Abu Bakr on his way to meet Abu Uthman near Abu Ghraib, dealing the Ramadi AQI leadership a serious blow at a time when the tense relations between AQI and the tribes were coming to a head. 2 days later, on September 9th, McFarland met with Sattar and 20 other sheikhs for the first time, with Sattar presenting the group's 11-point platform for an Anbar, quote, awakening, end quote, or Sahawa in Arabic. The sheikhs proposed manning new police emergency response units, or ERU, with their tribesmen and declared that any further attacks against coalition troops would be considered assaults against the tribes as well. McFarland immediately endorsed 10 of the tribe's proposed points, but opposed one in which the tribal leaders demanded the removal of Governor Alwani and in which they implied they might use force to expel him. Cognizant of MNFW's heavy investment in Alwani, McFarland pressed Sattar and the other sheikhs to abandon their opposition to the governor for the time being. With coalition endorsement of most of their awakening platform, on September 14th, Sattar and 40 other sheikhs issued an emergency council proclamation acknowledging their decision to work with the coalition against AQI in Anbar. The Anbar Emergency Council was the largest tribal organization the coalition had yet seen, consisting of 41 sheikhs from 17 Anbari tribes, including 9 sheikhs from the powerful western Anbar Albu Mahal and Albu Nimr tribes. Meeting near the Jazeera police station north of Ramadi on the same day they issued their proclamation, the council members voted to name Sheikh Sattar as the rightful governor of Anbar province and proposed to seek Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki's support for a plan to re-establish security in the province. In this step, The awakening had instantly become a rival provincial government, complete with its own alternate security structure. For the Ramadi sheikhs, Sattar was the province's legitimate leader, not Governor Alwani. The awakening had an immediate impact on the security situation. As the coalition and the Anbar revolutionaries stepped up their pressure on al-Qaeda's networks, the number of insurgent attacks declined sharply by 50% during September alone. As the Anbar revolutionaries and the Emergency Council began to have a serious effect on the battlefield, they received a significant political boost as well when Iraq's state-run television channel began to portray their campaign against AQI positively. The tribes, Baghdad, and the Anbar police. As the awakening tribes came forward to form security units, 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division worked to overcome bureaucratic obstacles to incorporating the tribesmen into Anbar's formal security structures. The Interior Ministry and MNFI centrally determined the number of police stations authorized in much of the country and had given Ramadi a cap of 11 stations. The tribes, eager to provide their men for the police force, recommended establishing police stations manned by tribesmen within their own tribal precincts, but McFarland technically was prohibited from overseeing the hiring and pay of police who were not assigned to one of MNFI's already designated stations. To solve this bureaucratic conundrum, the brigade creatively established substations in the tribal areas, each connected to a sanctioned station, and with tribesmen brought onto the rolls and paid as if they were assigned to one of the 11 approved stations. Employing local men to staff these stations quickly paid off. They had a stake in securing their home areas and were well positioned to provide 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division intelligence about insurgent networks in them. In addition to the sanctioned police, scores of Anbari men stood ready to form the Anbar Emergency Council's proposed Emergency Response Units, or ERU. To gain approval in Baghdad for this new source of counterinsurgent manpower, McFarland briefed Casey on the ERU concept, while Sattar petitioned Interior Minister Jawad Bolani for support for the ERUs. On October 8th, Bolani authorized 2 ERUs for Sattar and an additional one for Habaniya. The influx of tribal police recruits exceeded all expectations. The tribes quickly became so depleted of men because they were at police training in Jordan that the sheikhs asked McFarland to pause recruiting in October until some of the recruits returned from training to guard the tribal areas. It was a good problem to have, McFarland noted, since it indicated the virtual flood of Anbaris now willing to serve. The awakening received yet another boost when, at Sattar's urging, Anbar revolutionary leader Brigadier General Hamid Hamad al-Shoka was appointed Anbar police chief. Under Shoka's direction, the Anbar revolutionaries allowed AQI fighters to surrender at the Jazeera police station, turn in their weapons, and not be targeted as long as they did not return to fighting. With the Interior Ministry's endorsement of Sattar's efforts and the installment of Shoka as police chief, control of Anbar's security forces was shifting into the hands of Sattar and the Sahawa. By October, the tribal movement also was becoming a political player, lobbying senior government officials in Baghdad for official recognition. For the Baghdad-based Iraqi Islamic Party, the awakening was a clear political threat, one that needed to be co-opted or contained if the IIP was to retain its leadership of the Sunni political bloc. In response, Maliki, Vice President Tariq al-Hashimi, and Governor Alwani attempted to form a competing tribal council of their own with IIP members. With the awakening IIP rivalry growing, on October 10th, MNFI facilitated a meeting between Sattar and Alwani that temporarily eased tensions, but the underlying political competition would remain a potential driver of instability. Nevertheless, despite the looming power struggle among the Sunni factions, the events of summer and fall 2006 had produced an astonishing turnaround in the state of the ISF in the province. Filling the ranks of the 1st and 7th Iraqi Army divisions based in Anbar had been an uphill battle, given the reluctance of Sunni men to risk being deployed to another part of the country once they had enlisted. Anbaris also generally did not view the Iraqi army as theirs, considering it instead an extension of the Shia-led central government, which they still regarded with deep suspicion. Unique among the division-sized sectors, MNFW's greatest gains in security force development materialized in the Iraqi police, rather than in the army. The police in Anbar grew during Zilmer's tenure from 2006 through early 2007, from about 2,000, most of whom were posted in Fallujah, to 8,500. Police recruitment escalated in October with the infusion of Ramadi's tribal levies and the rapid formation of the 3 battalion-sized ERUs Bolani had approved, but MNFW observed progress in recruitment in every city across the province. Such growth only occurred with the active support of Anbar's tribes. The Islamic State of Iraq. As Sheikh Sattar's star ascended, al-Qaeda leaders sought to eliminate him as a threat. In early October, AQI commander Abu Ayyub al-Masri sent Sattar an ultimatum that he had 1 month to pledge support for AQI or he would be killed. On October 16th and 22nd, vehicle-borne improvised explosive device or VBIED attacks struck near Sattar's home, apparently related to Masri's effort to murder Sattar and dismantle the awakening. At the same time as these attacks against Sattar, AQI unveiled a new political initiative, the Islamic State of Iraq, which partly was an ideologically driven attempt to establish an Islamic emirate and partly a political response to the Sahawa. In September, Ayman al-Zawahiri instructed Masri to create the Islamic Emirate of Iraq or Islamic State of Iraq, or ISI, and to prove it was an indigenous organization by appointing an Iraqi leader. Masri chose an unknown figure with the nom de guerre Abu Umar al-Baghdadi to lead the new state. Al-Qaeda senior leaders also ordered the new ISI to establish a central tribal council to rival the Sahawa and unite Sunni tribes loyal to AQI, an arrangement to which many tribes in Anbar and Mosul agreed because it came with a promise of financial and material support. To celebrate the creation of the ISI, more than 60 AQI fighters defiantly paraded through still-contested East Ramadi on October 18th, claiming the city as the capital of their new, quote, caliphate, end quote. Similar demonstrations spread across Anbar, giving AQI a morale boost when none of the celebrations in Ramadi, Haditha, Haklaniya, Bani Dahir, Rawa, or Rutba met with ISF or coalition resistance. The AQI-led celebratory parades indicated that the battle for Anbar continued. While McFarland had made significant progress by reclaiming parts of Ramadi block by block, East Ramadi remained contested territory with tribal influence limited and fragmented in its dense urban community neighborhoods. But the AQI-dominated eastern quarter of the city remained the only area of Ramadi left to be cleared, McFarland reported to Casey on October 25th. The rest of Ramadi had become calm enough that the brigade commander was able to take Casey on an uneventful hour-long patrol through the city streets to the government center, which had been the scene of intense AQI attacks earlier in the year. McFarland felt close enough to what he viewed as the conclusion of his decisive operation that his units began the renovation of the government center area, a complex of more than 30 buildings almost completely destroyed after years of fighting. The Sahawa, the IIP, and MNFW. As insurgent violence in Ramadi continued to drop, Hashimi and other IIP leaders in Baghdad grew more uncomfortable with the Ramadi Sheikh's new role and the U.S. military's apparent endorsement of them. On October 30th, Hashimi and Alwani tried to persuade Casey that the Ramadi Sheikhs should be folded into an, quote, Islamic Party Tribal Council, end quote, under Alwani's leadership, a proposal Sattar's group already had rejected. However, the MNFI commander would not allow tribal and provincial government disputes to stand in the way of what he saw as an imminent tipping point against AQI in Ramadi, or to slow the success in building a large police force in such short time. Instead, the general urged the IIP leaders to take full advantage of the tribe's willingness to fight extremists. Insisting on a centrally devised framework for arming and employing the tribes risked alienating them, Casey warned. As if to illustrate how the political ground was shifting, on the same day that Casey was quashing the IIP's plans, Sattar was meeting with Maliki to discuss how to equip the awakening. 2 days later, on November 1st, Maliki and Casey met to discuss the tribal movement and its standoff with the unpopular provincial government, and the two leaders even briefly considered the option of holding an early provincial election in Anbar to seat a more legitimate provincial government. Though the election option would not materialize until 2009, Casey was determined to take advantage of what he perceived could be a decisive opening against AQI in Anbar. He had been unhappy with what he saw as MNFW's hesitancy to seize the opportunity, and had opined in late September that Zilmer and his command should be taking bold steps, quote, more along the lines of Operation Say Aid, end quote, from the previous year. Large-scale activities, quote, focusing on major muscle movements, such as disrupting traffic across the border and controlling the lines of communication, end quote. As if to prod MNFW into this kind of approach, Casey requested that the U.S. Central Command commit its theater reserve, the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, or MEU, to Anbar in order to, quote, go for the jugular, take risk, and to be decisive, end quote. In other words, to finish off AQI in western Iraq once and for all. Arriving in November, the MEU sent 2 companies to reinforce McFarland's work in Ramadi, while the remainder fought in Haditha to disrupt al-Qaeda's hub connecting the Euphrates River Valley with Beji in the north and Rutba in the west. Consistent with his view that Anbar had reached a tipping point, Casey believed the extra weight of the MEU would be decisive, and described the continued fighting in McFarland's sector as the, quote, final kinetic phase of operations in Ramadi, end quote. As he made these moves, the MNFI commander emphasized to Iraqi leaders such as Hashimi the importance of staying focused on al-Qaeda, rather than getting distracted by internal political disputes. He directed Zilmer to get involved in sorting out a compromise between al-Wani and the tribes. From MNFW's perspective, however, the awakening still seemed like an unreliable secondary effort that could jeopardize the command's main engagement strategy with the larger Anbari tribe's exiled leaders in Jordan, men who retained considerable financial and moral heft. Zilmer hoped to persuade them to return home and use their authority to bolster security force recruitment and unite their tribes against al-Qaeda. No significant breakthroughs had come from this line of effort, however, and Sattar's rise seemed to make such a breakthrough even less likely. Just as tension had developed between the tribes and the provincial government, similar resentment roiled Anbar's tribal order, where leaders perceived influence as a zero-sum game. As the awakening's relationship with McFarland's brigade deepened and the Ramadi violence subsided, Sattar's capacity for patronage expanded, and the Albu Risha eclipsed larger Anbari tribes such as the Albu Isa, Albu Nimr, and Albu Mahal, whose sheikhs chafed at the U.S. military's inadvertent reordering of the traditional tribal hierarchy. Skeptical of what McFarland's accommodation with Sattar might ultimately gain and sensitive to what it could potentially cost, Zilmer nonetheless allowed it to continue, hoping the bottom-up approach that tapped into the awakening would help rather than hinder the top-down track of engagement with the lineal sheikhs in Jordan. In the hope of forging a connection between al-Wani and the tribes, Zilmer instructed McFarland to engage the governor, but within the MEF, senior officers doubted whether these two feuding factions could be reconciled. Quote, the Sunni elite that once held sway over al-Anbar has been reduced to an ineffectual potpourri of mutually antagonistic special interest groups, end quote, wrote Devlin, MNFW's chief intelligence officer, in another pessimistic report in November, seemingly written as though the sharp drop in violence and the explosion in tribal police volunteers had not happened. Slightly modified from his famously gloomy August assessment, Devlin's updated report acknowledged Al-Qaim and Ramadi as relative bright spots in an otherwise failed tribal system. Yet he expressed misgivings about their durability given the Iraqi government's persistent stinginess vis-a-vis the Sunni province and what Devlin considered the unreliability of tribal militias. The awakening, led by Sheikh Sattar, was a, quote, force to be reckoned with, end quote, Devlin conceded, but associated groups like the Anbar revolutionaries, quote, could become a power unto themselves, end quote. Seeing little coming from the besieged provincial government in the way of material assistance, McFarland ignored these MNFW warnings to avoid getting too close to Sattar, whom the Marine headquarters still considered untrustworthy. From the brigade commander's perspective, MNFW's warnings to avoid a rapprochement with Sattar and the tribes were akin to a lifeguard telling a drowning man to avoid a certain flotation device because it was not, quote, U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary approved, end quote. The rescue of the East Ramadi tribes. McFarland's success in weakening AQI's grip on Ramadi, building local security forces, and gradually placing Iraqi forces in control of sections of the city continued throughout the fall. By November, the police force was growing rapidly. Most areas to the north and west of Ramadi had flipped against al-Qaeda, and even the disinclined Albu Alwan tribe in West Ramadi had joined the awakening. Still, most tribes east of the city remained neutral or uncooperative due to their intimidation by or alliances with AQI. Lieutenant Colonel Charles Ferry's 1st Battalion 9th Infantry Regiment had recently taken control of East Ramadi from Lieutenant Colonel Ronald P. Clark's 1st Battalion 506th Infantry Regiment, but it was no stranger to the area. It was a rare unit that returned to the same area of operations as its previous rotation, and, in fact, it had been the battalion that had handed East Ramadi to Clark the previous year. Ferry's area extended east of the city and south of the Euphrates, where the river made several pronounced north-south bends known to the troops as the, quote, shark fins, end quote. As Ramadi became less hospitable to AQI, the shark fins, containing the areas of Sufia and Juleba, had become key terrain for the insurgents, areas where AQI could continue to train new recruits and stage attacks east to Baghdad or west into Ramadi. The shark fins also were the only remaining locations from which AQI could fire mortars into Ramadi and on coalition locations with easy ingress and egress for insurgents along Route Michigan, the main supply route through Anbar. The westernmost shark fin in Ramadi's Sufia district was home of the Albu Soda tribe, led by Sheikh Jassim Mohammed. Sheikh Jassim had represented the Albu Soda at the September Sahawa Declaration, but had been reluctant to join the awakening fully, given AQI's heavy presence in his territory. He and his small tribe had managed to establish checkpoints to control AQI movement and moved to eliminate AQI's mortar firing positions within their tribal area, but AQI had retaliated by killing Jassim's brother and 2 cousins and dumping their bodies into the Euphrates. In response, the outraged Albu Soda mounted raids against insurgent safe houses and delivered captured AQI fighters by boat across the Euphrates to the nearest police station, after which AQI leaders, intent on retaining their sanctuary, moved to eliminate the Albu Soda altogether. Considering the Albu Soda as one of the weakest elements of the burgeoning awakening, AQI commanders believed that if they and the local branch of Ansar al-Sunnah could join forces to destroy the tribe, it might begin a domino effect that could topple the tribal movement. McFarland and the 1st Brigade 1st Armored Division had planned a final push to wipe out AQI's remaining influence in eastern Ramadi, starting with the Mala'ab, the city's eastern urban area, before pushing farther east to seize the shark fins. But events on the ground changed this approach. On November 24th, AQI asked Sheikh Jassim to meet to negotiate the removal of his checkpoints. Nervous about being kidnapped, Jassim had notified Patriquin of the impending meeting, and the American officer had presciently given Jassim a satellite phone to call for help in case the negotiations became troublesome. On November 26th, 2 days after Jassim's meeting with AQI, more than 100 AQI fighters attacked the Albu Soda tribal area, and the tribe frantically called Ferry's interpreter for coalition support. The newly arrived Ferry, unfamiliar with the Albu Soda's situation and unsure of Jassim's veracity, had already planned a battalion operation into the Mala'ab for the following day, an important effort that a detour to help the Albu Soda in the shark fins would disrupt. Learning of Jassim's position from Patriquin, Ferry realized the developing tribal battle was one his unit had to support. Within an hour, Ferry and his men had scrapped their planned operation and began maneuvering their battalion to Sufia. The fight in the shark fins was not an orderly one. From his unmanned aerial vehicle or UAV feed, Ferry's unit was unable to distinguish AQI and Albu Soda fighters, so Patriquin persuaded the Albu Soda men to wave towels so coalition troops could visually separate the tribesmen from the AQI fighters. Soon, airstrikes and artillery pounded AQI locations, destroying AQI trucks and fighters. As night fell on November 27th, discerning an insurgent from a tribesman became increasingly difficult until Ferry convinced Jassim by phone to light a bonfire to mark the Sheikh's forward line of troops. After reducing several AQI obstacles and destroying AQI vehicles that were attempting to drag al-Busota fighters away as trophies, Ferry finally linked up with Jassim on the battlefield, and the tribe was out of danger. By Anbar standards, the battle had been a large one. The al-Busota lost at least 55 tribesmen, while at least 68 insurgents were killed. Taking quick advantage of the victory, 1st Battalion 9th Infantry Regiment established a new combat outpost in the Sufia shark fin, and after an additional brief fight near Fishhook Lake in December, the entire Sufia district was under U.S. and Awakening control, isolating the remaining insurgents in East Ramadi. The death of Captain Patriquin. Ferry's battalion would continue to fight significant AQI resistance throughout December and into the new year, finally controlling the 2nd shark fin and establishing another combat outpost to control Juleba by January 25, 2007. The final clearance of East Ramadi, the Mala'ab, would have to wait for the arrival of 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division's successor unit, Colonel John Charlton's 1st Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, in February. But, by any measure, the situation in eastern Anbar had already turned to the coalition's advantage to a degree that had been unimaginable half a year before. One of the architects of the historic turnaround, however, would not be present to see its completion. By December, Patriquin had become optimistic enough for Ramadi's prospects and the growing Sahawa that the articulate young officer had begun working closely with Marine Major Megan McClung, MNFW's Chief of Public Affairs, to engage the many journalists now arriving in Ramadi to get a first-hand view of the awakening and its impact. On December 6th, after escorting Fox News' Oliver North and MSNBC's Sarah Childress around the city, Patriquin and McClung struck an IED that destroyed their HMMWV and killed them instantly. The loss was a difficult one for both MNFW and 1st Brigade 1st Armored Division. McClung was the first female Marine officer to be killed in Iraq, the first female graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy to have been killed in combat, and the most senior female officer to be killed in the war. It equally was devastating for the awakening sheikhs, who had grown so close to the ubiquitous Patriquin that they had dubbed him with the tribal name Hisham Abu Risha. When the American commands held a memorial service for the officers, scores of tribal sheikhs and Anbari security officers filed into the large hall, with the senior sheikhs taking their place in the first row next to McFarland in a visual representation of the nascent Anbari-American alliance Patriquin had helped to construct. Quote, "No one is going to replace Patriquin," end quote, Sattar lamented. 11 days after his death, Patriquin's outsized influence was felt as far away as Washington, D.C. Interviewed on Meet the Press, former Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich cited Patriquin's tribal strategy as an example of what Gingrich thought the United States should be doing to win the war. Gingrich described a clever stick-figure PowerPoint presentation the irreverent Patriquin had created entitled, quote, "How to Win in Iraq," end quote, to show the logic of tribal outreach. The PowerPoint and Patriquin's analysis went viral on the internet. In subsequent years, Patriquin's instrumental role in bringing to the coalition side tribes that many had come to view as irreconcilable would lead some observers to compare him to T.E. Lawrence. Back in 1st Brigade 1st Armored Division, McFarland reflected on the captain's impact on the war. Quote, "When the history of this conflict is written, his contributions will loom very large," McFarland eulogized, "and I will personally do all I can to make sure he receives the credit and recognition that he deserves. He was the architect of one of the war's central, and perhaps the decisive, aspect." End quote. During 1st Brigade 1st Armored Division's 7 months in Ramadi, the brigade estimated it had killed 1,500 insurgents and detained another 1,500. McFarland's units had suffered 96 killed in action, while approximately 150 Iraqi soldiers and police had been killed. During those same 7 months, the Iraqi police force in Ramadi had grown to close to 3,000 strong, occupying stations throughout the city and its tribal belts, and with Sattar's assistance, an additional 3,000-man ERU brigade also had been established as auxiliary police. Under the force of this new Sahawa U.S. coalition, insurgent attacks had fallen by 70%, and Ramadi even had managed to hold its first mayoral election since 2004. These gains had not been achieved easily and had come despite a strategic trajectory in MNFI and the Iraqi government that was moving in a different direction. MNFI's campaign plan throughout 2006 remained focused on national elections, a reduction in coalition presence, and a steady security transition to Iraqi control. It also was focused upon national-level politics and top-down governance and reconciliation. The change in Anbar, however, had come from the bottom up, on both the coalition and the Iraqi sides. The levers of power in Anbar that turned the province against AQI had emerged from the Sunni tribal structure that had boycotted the national political process. They rose from the tactical grassroots level rather than the national one. From December 2005 to September 2006, the Anbari tribes and their allies had tried to establish a parallel provincial governing structure that they considered legitimate, and with the Sahawa, they finally had succeeded. This complex tribal system ultimately delivered dedicated police and local security forces that allowed provincial governance to take root. On the coalition side, 1st Brigade 1st Armored Division's operations were an anomaly among MNFI's brigades because they amounted to a distributed small unit urban presence at a time when MNFI pressed toward its goal of reducing U.S. bases to just 50 by the end of the year. Surprised in retrospect at the latitude he enjoyed in going against the strategic grain, McFarland attributed it to a, quote, joint dispensation, end quote. Had his brigade been under an army division, the colonel mused, he likely would have been subjected to greater scrutiny and thus more readily challenged by higher echelons that were pursuing different approaches. The awakening also made clear that the lines between insurgents, provincial and national governance, tribes, and security forces were not as distinct as coalition units typically assumed. One of the awakening's chief architects behind the scenes, Mohammed Mahmoud Latif, was himself a prominent insurgent leader, while many tribes intermittently supported or opposed the insurgency as the political winds shifted one way or another. Iraqi motivations were often quite localized, as tribes came under AQI enticement or threat to their personal safety and economic livelihood. Despite the coalition's focus on national unity and governance, local and tribal grievances more often than not were the dominant causes of violence against either insurgents or the coalition. The burgeoning awakening demonstrated that coalition units that could decipher these motivations could also exploit them, sometimes delivering results that were significant on a regional or national scale. For the moment, the 1st Brigade 1st Armored Division approach in Ramadi was an anomaly, but before long it would become the centerpiece of a new strategy that the U.S. President and other senior leaders were desperately seeking. End of Chapter 21, Part 2. Hope in Ramadi. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 22, Part 1. The Failed Transition. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 22. The Failed Transition. Page 627. As Operation Together Forward 2 wound down in the fall of 2006, General George W. Casey Jr. considered the disappointments of this latest iteration of the Baghdad security plan and determined that the dynamics in the capital had to change. A heated encounter with Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki only confirmed this grim realization. Casey returned to Baghdad after a week of consultations in Washington and learned that on the day prior, October 11th, Iraqi soldiers stationed west of the Tigris River in the Mansour district had caught 17 men clad in army uniforms in the act of raiding a local Sunni residence. Protesting their arrest, the men identified themselves as members of the Iraqi Army on a secret mission authorized by the Prime Minister. A phone call interrupting their interrogation validated this claim. An irate Major General from Maliki's office demanded the release of the soldiers in custody, some of whom were assigned to an army unit based in Sadr City, and threatened to arrest the commander of the brigade holding them. The incident struck a nerve with Casey, who in the previous month had heard similar complaints from Iraqi brigade and division commanders about the Prime Minister's office bypassing the military chain of command and ordering the release of prisoners without explanation. For an American commander whose strategy relied on the capability and professionalism of the Iraqi security forces, such instances of brazen overreach rankled him. Paired with Ambassador Zalmay Khalilzad, Casey confronted Maliki his first day back in country. When the Prime Minister unapologetically acknowledged his office's role in the operation, the Multinational Force Iraq, or MNFI commander, pointed out just how ugly perceptions of this incident could be. The Prime Minister was essentially orchestrating raids out of Sadr City against Sunni enclaves in the capital. Sectarian overtones aside, the practice of circumventing the Ministry of Defense and the chain of command undermined the military institutions that so desperately needed to be solidified. When Maliki dismissed Casey's concern as, quote, no big deal, end quote, the MNFI commander pushed back more fervently, enough for the Prime Minister to ask if the general was threatening him. Returning to his quarters that night, Casey wrote an email to his boss at U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, General John P. Abizaid. Casey related that he understood Maliki's frustration at having limited rapid response capability to strike at fleeting terrorist targets, and the necessity of coordinating with, quote, too many people, end quote, i.e. the coalition, constantly tested the Prime Minister's patience. However, the fact that Maliki remained, quote, unrepentant and did not appear to grasp the significance or consequences of his actions, end quote, deeply troubled the MNFI commander. Quote, he is clearly frustrated with the slowness of the transition and wants his hands on the controls, wrote Casey, but he is just as clearly not ready to command the IAF, or Iraqi Armed Forces, end quote. Maliki wanted control of the security apparatus as quickly as possible, and for his part, Casey was willing, even eager, to grant it. Yet, in the fall of 2006, the threats besieging Iraqi society far exceeded the ability of the Iraqi government and its security forces to deal with them. Casey often made the case that this gap was closing, but even if that were the case, it was closing too slowly for everyone's taste. Accumulating evidence of the government's complicity in perpetuating the cycle of violence, the kind illustrated by the Maliki-sanctioned October 11th raid from Sadr City, cast a pall over Baghdad's near-term prospects for stability. The deteriorating security situation in Baghdad. Page 628. MNFI faced an uphill climb. The conflict remained a competition among, quote, ethno-sectarian groups vying for economic power and political influence against the backdrop of a residual insurgency and an increasingly sectarian terrorist campaign, end quote. Such had been the coalition's basic understanding of the problem since the aftermath of February's Samarra mosque bombing, but conditions had become even grimmer. Shia death squad activity, once believed to be the sphere of, quote, rogue Jaish al-Mahdi or JAM militia, end quote, now appeared to include mainstream elements of Muqtada Sadr's militia and others such as the Badr Corps. Faced with the Shia militia onslaught, Sunni neighborhood watches in Baghdad had grown more organized and had even begun to acquire limited offensive capability. Furthermore, the Shia-Sunni conflict continued to be characterized by a geographical component. Violence in October mainly occurred in the western part of the city, but it spread beyond the capital itself as Shia militias attempted to expand their control of Baghdad's northern and southern lines of communication, often with the assistance of militia-infiltrated Iraqi units. Operation Together Forward 2, which had formally ended on October 22nd, took a toll on al-Qaeda in Iraq, but the growing problem of the Shia militias meant that tactical success against Sunni extremists had lost some of its significance. As Operation Together Forward 2 concluded, 7 of the coalition's 15 U.S. Brigade Combat Teams, or BCTs, fell under the control of Major General John T. Thurman's 4th Infantry Division, assigned as Multinational Division Baghdad, or MNDB. At the time, 3 of these units occupied territory in the northern and southern belts just outside the city. 4 operated inside Baghdad proper. East of the Tigris River, 4th Brigade 101st Airborne Division focused on pursuing insurgents based in the beleaguered Sunni enclave of Ademia while struggling to limit Shia militia forays out of Sadr City and across the Army Canal. 2 brigades split the western half of the capital, with 2nd Brigade 1st Armored Division responsible for the northern sections of Mansour and Kademia, and 4th Brigade 4th Infantry Division operating across the breadth of Rashid. The 172nd Stryker Brigade served as a strike force operating in trouble spots throughout the city. These American units were joined by elements of 2 Iraqi Army divisions, the 6th and the 9th, as well as 2 National Police divisions of dubious utility. Plans had existed since the late spring to move 2 additional Iraqi Army brigades from the outlying provinces to Baghdad, but the Ministry of Defense had failed to deliver on what would have been a welcome infusion of Iraqi manpower. As Ramadan ended and October gave way to November, Thurman and MNDB observed a few positive indicators of levels of violence, but the atmosphere was generally gloomy. Militants had carried out an average of 80 attacks per day in Baghdad in October. MNDB reported an average of 76 attacks per day the first week of November, a number that held about steady throughout the month. Quote, incidents, end quote, tracked as part of the broader ethno-sectarian conflict, followed a more uneven trend during this period. According to coalition estimates, during the week of October 28th to November 3rd, 274 Iraqis were killed in a total of 147 incidents in Baghdad. Security-related incidents dropped to 99 the following week, shot back up to 158 the next, and then settled down to 137 toward month's end. The brutality of the sectarian conflict translated into intense fighting for coalition units in and around the capital. During a patrol in the Hurriya district on October 30th, an element from the 172nd Stryker Brigade was caught in an ambush with the platoon leader's vehicle disabled by an explosively formed penetrator. Despite being wounded himself, Sergeant Gregory D. Williams, Jr. recovered his wounded lieutenant and provided suppressive fire until assistance arrived. For his actions, he was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross. Similarly, Chief Warrant Officer David F. Cooper received the Distinguished Service Cross for heroism he displayed on a November 27th mission targeting foreign fighters in the Baghdad belt area between Taji and Lake Tartar. After one of the other helicopters in his flight from the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment was shot down, Cooper set up a defensive perimeter to await the recovery team. Attacked by a massive enemy force that included dismounted personnel and vehicles armed with anti-aircraft cannons, Cooper flew multiple strafing runs and prevented the ground perimeter from being overrun. The intense fighting highlighted that levels of violence remained far above those routinely observed before the February 2006 Samarra mosque bombing. When U.S. forces captured Saddam Hussein in December 2003, the coalition had high hopes that justice served would bring a stabilizing sense of closure to Iraqi society. Nearly 3 years later, however, the Iraqi government braced itself against an anticipated backlash in the wake of the November 5th announcement that the former dictator had been sentenced to death by hanging. A curfew and vehicle ban in Baghdad dampened violence for a short time, but as the month of November progressed, the coalition detected an elevation of suicide attacks. These had averaged 35 per month from January to August 2006, but had risen to above 50 in both September and October. The near-simultaneous explosions of 4 car bombs in the Shia-populated district of New Baghdad on November 19th served as a reminder of al-Qaeda in Iraq's staying power. 4 days later, on November 23rd, Sunni extremists rocked Sadr City with the detonation of 6 car bombs in the space of 90 minutes, killing 181 civilians and wounding another 247. The combined attack was the deadliest since the war in Iraq had begun in 2003, and a rattled Casey reported to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff that he considered the bombings in Sadr City as significant as the Samarra mosque attack the previous February. Indeed, JAM and other Shia militias showed signs of striking back hard in retaliation for al-Qaeda's high-profile attacks. Reports surfaced that the militias intended to sidestep the curfew by donning Iraqi security forces uniforms and operating official vehicles. Indirect fire against Sunni mosques mounted. Shia militants added to the chaos with a spate of high-level kidnappings. With JAM on the move and al-Qaeda poised to continue its onslaught, the sectarian violence in Baghdad seemed out of control. MNFI's spokesman repeated assertions that Iraq was not in a state of civil war, but the command's internal assessment painted a different picture. In the wake of high-profile attacks and reprisals, 3 of MNFI's 4, quote, civil war indicators, end quote, pointed in an unfavorable direction, with the 4th inconclusive. The security situation seemed to have deteriorated since the previous month, when a leaked report from CENTCOM depicted the, quote, index of civil strife, end quote, in Iraq as edging consistently toward, quote, chaos, end quote. In search of an Iraqi solution. The central tenet of MNFI's strategy was that, quote, enduring success will only be achieved by Iraqis, end quote. If, as Casey believed, quote, Iraqi problems require Iraqi solutions, end quote, then the deployment of additional American troops to the theater would yield temporary and local security gains, but fail to supply the leverage necessary to arrive at a long-term solution. As Casey accumulated experience as MNFI commander, he grew more convinced that there was a subtle danger in, quote, doing too much with your own hands, end quote. Even as the security situation deteriorated in the fall of 2006, he subjected the question of troop levels to a rigorous test. Would increasing the current number of American soldiers in Iraq move MNFI closer to the end state of an Iraqi government securing its citizens, or not? Lower-level commanders nervous about the tactical situation were, in effect, challenged to think about the long-term implications. When debates about off-ramps or reinforcements were framed in this way, Casey's subordinates often demurred. If the end state was a self-reliant Iraq, argued Casey, then a foreign military force actively engaged in maintaining order ultimately hampered progress toward that goal. To win, to meet its strategic objectives in the most expeditious manner, the United States had to draw down, he believed, while gradually adapting its force posture to support an increasingly sovereign Iraq. By late 2006, Casey saw additional reasons to counsel against further U.S. troop involvement. He and other commanders doubted whether the Iraqi government wanted stability as much as the coalition did. Casey suspected that powerful factions within the government viewed the continuing cycle of violence as advancing their interests, yet the complex interplay of violent actors in Baghdad only bolstered his inclination to shift responsibility toward the Iraqis. Reflecting on this difficult period, Casey later admitted to asking himself whether he should have allowed the U.S. military to shoulder more of the security burden. Quote, if it had been just a counterinsurgency, I probably would have, end quote, he recalled. Because the conflict was fundamentally a struggle for political and economic power among diverse ethno-sectarian groups, he judged that an outside actor like the coalition was not in a position to navigate these turbulent waters. The more complex the situation, the less inclined Casey was to put American soldiers at risk. The impending rotation of the U.S. division and brigades in Baghdad also reinforced his predisposition to make only minor adjustments to the military plan and to scale back involvement in favor of allowing the Iraqis to lead. When it came to the question of bringing in additional American troops, the MNFI commander felt certain that the domestic U.S. political context militated against this option in any case. Since Casey's assumption of command in 2004, the Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, had prescribed a path to success that entailed drawing down American forces while reducing their role vis-a-vis the Iraqis, an approach to which Casey, as well as Abizaid, generally subscribed. Like Casey, SecDef Donald Rumsfeld's opposition to increasing the U.S. presence was rooted partially in his concern that American soldiers would tend to carry out combat missions themselves rather than risk failure at the hands of less capable Iraqi units. The downside of the U.S. military's, quote, can-do, end quote, attitude was that it undermined the urgency with which the Iraqi government approached the transfer of security responsibility, Rumsfeld believed. Making Iraqi units too reliant on their U.S. partners would dissuade them from eventually taking the lead in security operations and, in the long run, extend the American military commitment, he concluded. From the beginning, Rumsfeld communicated to Casey that time was of the essence. For both, it was not a stretch to associate a rise in U.S. troop levels in late 2006 with, quote, doing too much, end quote, for the Iraqis and extending the length of the war. The Shia South, Embers Under Ashes, page 631. Across the Shia South, the British-led Multinational Division Southeast, or MNDSE, had carried out an economy of force mission under a similar belief that coalition troop levels should diminish over time. British leaders were under increasing pressure to support rising troop commitments in Afghanistan, faced criticism at home over the unpopular Iraq War, and were persuaded that the southern provinces were already sufficiently stable. As such, they made transferring security responsibilities to Iraqi forces the focus for their deploying commanders. The transition to Provincial Iraqi Control, or PIC, was an important milestone not only on the road to Iraqi, quote, security self-reliance, end quote, but also as a prerequisite for the withdrawal of the United Kingdom, or UK, troops from the country. Granting PIC status to each of the 4 provinces in MNDSE was the ticket out of Iraq. Unfortunately, the perception of comparative calm in the MNDSE sector created a false sense of security that encouraged transition on the basis of wishful thinking rather than actual conditions on the ground. Since the first years of the coalition's Iraq campaign, the United States and Britain had operated under an accommodation of sorts. U.S. commanders were content to leave what they regarded as an economy of force mission to their European allies in the South. British officers, in turn, would manage and resource the mission enough to keep things in Basra under control while carrying out a series of incremental force reductions. Nonetheless, while the sectarian homogeneity of the Shia South spared the region from a cycle of retaliatory death squad activity, violence and criminality had escalated all the same in 2006, undermining development, governance, and security. The lack of British enthusiasm for the war prevented MNDSE from playing a more active role in securing the population, and Shia militias sought to fill the void with destabilizing consequences. In reality, the informal US-UK accommodation unwittingly made the British, quote, mere observers of the gradual transfer of power to Iranian-backed militias, end quote, as one officer described it. Maliki acknowledged the worsening problems, particularly in Basra, and developed a security plan for the city to shore up public confidence, reduce police corruption, confront the militias, and uphold the rule of law. He declared a state of emergency there in June 2006, and the following month established a Basra Security Committee chaired by Major General Ali Hamadi, his senior military advisor. Like much of Iraq in the second half of 2006, the populous southern city was the scene of a communal power struggle involving multiple factions. A besieged governor championed the interests of his own Fadila party while competing militias engaged in a campaign to infiltrate or undermine the local state apparatus. Distrustful of the governor and alarmed by deteriorating conditions in the province, Maliki staffed the Basra Security Committee with his confidants. One of them forebodingly characterized the city as, quote, embers under ashes. When the ashes are removed, the flames will return, end quote. Meanwhile, the 10th Iraqi Army Division wrestled with loyalty and capacity issues due in part to an inept commander, the low priority it received in terms of equipment and funding, and a large number of Basra natives in its ranks who were vulnerable to intimidation by local militias. The early British decision not to embed advisors with the division's subordinate units during operations also hampered their development. Hamadi, Maliki's man in Basra, put little stock in the division's abilities. Only about 50 to 60% of the division was reliable, Hamadi judged, and its soldiers were not strong enough to stand up to JAM in any case. He rated the police as far worse, gauging their reliability at 15 to 25%. At best, Iraqi security forces in Basra turned a blind eye to death squad activities. At worst, The local security forces were private militias beholden to political parties engaged in a war among themselves. The solution to the loyalty problem, he argued, was to raise 1 or 2 battalions of tribal recruits answerable only to the Basra Security Committee. The penchant for creating a responsive military organization outside of the normal chain of command seemed ubiquitous. Elsewhere, MNDSE pressed ahead with the transition to provincial Iraqi control. In July 2006, the division transferred security responsibility for Mutana province to the Iraqi Army and handed over Camp Smitty, a base outside the city of Samawa, after which the Australian task force that had been posted there relocated to Talil airfield near Nasiriyah and assumed an, quote, operational overwatch, end quote, role. Days later, however, hundreds of Iraqis overwhelmed the indigenous guard force and stripped the camp almost bare, making off in pickup trucks with everything from air conditioning units and computers to bedding and kitchen utensils. The looting tarnished the luster of what Maliki had billed as a, quote, great national day, end quote, and threw doubt on Iraq's readiness to take this first significant step toward, quote, building a stable and democratic future, end quote, in the southern provinces, as UK Defense Minister Desmond Brown optimistically described it. In nearby Dikar, the battalion-sized Italian contingent had begun to draw down in preparation for the Iraqi assumption of provincial control in September as Italy moved to complete its troop withdrawal. A third southern province, Najaf in MNDB's sector, was slated to go to PIC in December. These supposed success stories masked internal Iraqi struggles that continued with varying degrees of violence long after the transitions occurred. Even in relatively stable Mutana province, where the Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq, or SCIRI, controlled the levers of political and military power, the population suffered from JAM intimidation. From Salamanca to Sinbad. When Major General Richard D. Shirreff assumed command of MNDSE in July 2006, he brought a new perspective on British operations that challenged the prevailing mindset of transition and withdrawal. He was troubled by the worsening security environment, not least the shortage of resources that seemed to prevent the division from forestalling it. In Maizan province, bordering Iran, the cities of Amara and Majar al-Kabir were, quote, effectively no-go areas, end quote, where any UK operations resulted in serious fighting. Just 1 battalion covered Basra city, and that unit was capable of deploying only 200 soldiers on the streets at any time. According to Shirreff, the strategy of gradual withdrawal not only risked failure in Iraq, but also jeopardized the reputation of the British Army, as well as the UK's reputation as a reliable ally of the United States. Quote, we had a strategy that involved extraction rather than achieving mission success, end quote, he recalled later. Quote, it was, in a sense, an exit strategy rather than a winning strategy, end quote. The general believed that without security there could be no stability or economic development on which to base the withdrawal. Security, he argued, was the prerequisite for PIC. What he witnessed upon his arrival in Iraq was instead a, quote, cycle of insecurity, end quote. Shirreff envisioned a large-scale, resource-intensive operation to confront the militias and restore security. He developed this concept in conjunction with the British 3rd Mechanized Division headquarters and the 19th Light Brigade prior to their Iraq deployment. Adopting a, quote, clear, hold, build, end quote, methodology, the plan divided Basra into 16 districts, each to be tackled sequentially through a series of pulses and pauses. After British troops pulsed into a district and conducted clearing operations that targeted criminals and indirect fire cells, Iraqi forces would follow in order to reestablish their presence in the area during a deliberate pause. Then would come development projects designed to deliver quick results and create jobs, Shirreff hoped. A requested surge in support from the British Foreign and Commonwealth Office and the Department for International Development did not materialize, thus undercutting the comprehensive civil-military approach Shirreff sought. To conduct this operation, dubbed Operation Salamanca, Shirreff requested additional forces, and given London's reluctance to deploy more troops to Iraq, the MNDSE commander looked for them inside his organization. Visiting Camp Abu Naji on the outskirts of Amara in late July, Sharif conferred with the commander of the Queen's Royal Hussars, who convinced the general to close down the base. Amara's inhospitable security environment kept the battle group bottled up, and frequent mortar fire added to its woes. Furthermore, sustaining the formation required a 3-day round trip by the entire division reserve, involving over 200 logistics vehicles every 2 weeks. Seeing an opportunity, Sharif agreed to transfer Camp Abu Naji to the Iraqis. Splitting the 1,200-man battle group, he ordered half to exchange their tanks and infantry fighting vehicles for wheeled Land Rovers and conduct a mobile screening operation along the Iranian border. As part of this tactical readjustment, the others would report to Basra, where they would augment the main effort. The subsequent events surrounding the British withdrawal from Camp Abu Naji reflected poorly on the Iraqi security forces as well as on MNDSE. In mid-August, troops from a battalion of the 4th Brigade 10th Iraqi Army Division mutinied when their leaders informed them of a plan to deploy the unit north to Baghdad for Operation Together Forward. With its ranks infiltrated by both JAM and Badr Corps fighters, the battalion collectively refused to participate and ended the protest only when the brigade commander announced that the imminent move had been cancelled. Meanwhile, the Queen's Royal Hussars continued their withdrawal and completed the ill-timed transfer. Within hours of the British leaving camp, a mob of 5,000 Iraqis, including several hundred armed men, demanded entry. The Iraqi Guard Force, consisting primarily of former mutineers, happily obliged after receiving a promise of safe passage. As they had done at Camp Smitty, looters stripped Camp Abu Naji of all that could be carried away, while the local solderist office broadcast over loudspeakers, quote, "This is the first Iraqi city that has kicked out the occupier," end quote. Militants claimed that indirect fire attacks had chased off coalition forces, and senior U.S. leaders at MNFI interpreted the British decision that way as well. Emboldened, JAM continued its campaign to wrest control of Amara from the Badr-led local police, enjoying the support of the province's solderist governor as it did so. Kidnappings and assassinations escalated dramatically in October when JAM fighters overran a number of police stations, prompting the dispatch of Iraqi Army battalions from Basra and the deployment of British units to the outskirts of the provincial capital. While highly embarrassing for MNDSE, the aftermath of the Camp Abu Naji transfer also highlighted the questionable state of the 10th Iraqi Army Division. When Sharif briefed Operation Salamanca to General Peter Corelli in August, he sought U.S. involvement in his plan. In doing so, Sharif bucked the trend among British commanders of accepting and even encouraging MNDSE's treatment as a separate entity within MNCI. Approaching Corelli as a genuine tactical subordinate, Sharif asked for American reinforcements to support clearing operations in Basra. Struck by the MNDSE commander's unusually aggressive concept, Corelli offered a U.S. battalion from his operational reserve, a company of AH-64 helicopters, 1 unmanned aerial vehicle to close a gap in British surveillance coverage, and $80 million to supplement development projects. Casey also agreed in principle with Operation Salamanca after Sharif promised to maintain MNDSE's screen along Maizen's eastern border to discourage Iranian weapons smuggling. Yet the idea of employing U.S. forces to augment the Basra effort appalled civilian and military leaders in London, who considered it tantamount to an admission of British failure. At Britain's Permanent Joint Headquarters, or PJHQ, the UK Chief of Joint Operations instructed Sharif to turn down the offer, but to compensate, PJHQ agreed to reinforce MNDSE with a battalion from the Staffordshire Regiment and another that had been preparing for a stint in Cyprus. Sharif welcomed the concession, but deployment timelines for the newly committed units would delay the start of the operation and cause it to extend beyond the end of his 6-month tour. The ambitious effort envisioned by Sharif would eventually be scaled down. If British leaders in the United Kingdom had little inclination to fully support Operation Salamanca, the Iraqi government was also reluctant to confront the Shia militias head-on, preferring to seek a political accommodation with the Sodderists and other Shia militants. Briefed on the plan in August, Iraqi National Security Advisor Mawafaq Rabai rejected it based on the recommendation of Maliki's Dawa Party advisor on Basra matters, Safa al-Safi. The Prime Minister requested a modified approach that focused primarily on economic development, with the Iraqi security forces conducting only limited security operations. Sharif reworked the concept in September 2006 alongside members of the Basra Security Committee and presented the revised plan, Operation Sinbad, to Maliki, Rabai, and Casey later that month. Skeptical of the MND-SE commander's aggressive approach to put the restive province on a sound footing, senior officers at PJHQ emphasized merely the narrative of success over what could actually be accomplished and derisively labeled the operation, quote, Spinbad, end quote. Commanders in Baghdad take stock. Page 635. While their senior headquarters wrestled with how to change course to dampen the sectarian conflict in Baghdad, U.S. BCTs operating in the city continued to engage in a complex, frustrating, and at times befuddling war. Since the January 2005 elections, MNFI had envisioned a steady transition as coalition units reduced their presence throughout the country and passed control to improving Iraqi security forces. By November 2006, this overarching thrust of the campaign remained, but leaders at the tactical level found it increasingly problematic, particularly in Baghdad. East of the Tigris River, for example, 4th Brigade 101st Airborne Division witnessed a three-way fight among Sunni insurgents, JAM, and the coalition, with the ill-defined loyalties of local Iraqi security forces obscuring the way forward even more. Determining how U.S. troops participated in this sectarian melee most effectively was murky. Brigade Commander Colonel Thomas Vail complained of, quote, the lack of a clear, unified definition of the end state, end quote, and offered the troubling judgment that the Iraqi government and security forces' goals, quote, are not necessarily aligned with ours, end quote. If the question of how to end the fighting in Baghdad seemed unsettled, BCT commanders were certainly not confused about the nature of the violence. Those posted in the capital in the fall of 2006 were nearing the end of their year-long combat tours. When asked by Casey for their views on the security situation, few held back. All saw the units they led embroiled in sectarian conflict, a struggle far more complicated and demanding, they believed, than a classic counterinsurgency. What made their mission especially difficult was the destructive bias of the Iraqi government itself. The unanimity among BCT commanders assigned to MNDB was staggering. To a man, they branded the government and its security forces as instigators of sectarian violence. Quote, JAM, or Jaish al-Mahdi, has been executing and continues to execute a deliberate, decentralized campaign to control East Baghdad, end quote, wrote Vail, with death squads operating energetically and publicly and Iraqi security forces in support, either actively or passively. Colonel Michael H. Shields, commander of the 172nd Stryker Brigade, noted that the Iraqi government, quote, facilitates JAM activities, end quote, including the maintenance of a safe haven in Sadr City. In the northwest quadrant of the capital, Colonel Robert Skurlock, in charge of 2nd Brigade 1st Armored Division, assessed that, quote, most Iraqi people view the militias as the government in most neighborhoods, end quote. The perception strongly held among Sunnis that local security forces were, quote, heavily influenced, end quote, or simply, quote, run, end quote, by Shia militia leaders only seemed to confirm this close connection. Iraqi security forces in Rashid district provided both tacit and deliberate support to JAM, and Colonel Michael F. Beach, the brigade commander there, had linked the National Police directly to the mass murder of Sunnis on 2 recent occasions. In the rural and largely Sunni belts south of Baghdad, newly arrived Colonel Michael Kershaw, commanding 2nd Brigade 10th Mountain Division, reported observing sectarian violence only, quote, in areas where GOI, or Government of Iraq, forces are in the lead, end quote. Not a ringing endorsement of Iraqi progress toward stability. While MNFI balked at characterizing the conflict as a civil war, the brigade commanders in Baghdad were much more inclined to do so. Reflecting on the mobilization of local Sunni militias to confront JAM intimidation in Mansour and Kadhimiya, Scurlock saw the possibility of a rapidly downward spiral. Quote, "To have a true civil war, you need to have opposing political and ideological views, backed by population centers and militias," end quote, he wrote. Quote, "We are dangerously close to seeing this on a widespread scale," end quote. In Rashid, Beach feared similar implications of the deteriorating security situation. Quote, "The threat of self-sustaining and expansive Iraqi civil war in the capital city is now only being contained by U.S. forces," end quote, he reported. How the brigade commanders viewed the character of the conflict affected their judgment on how coalition military power should be applied. Given their widely shared assessment of the fight as a sectarian conflict, several commanders viewed separating the belligerents as the primary role of U.S. forces. Quote, "At the tactical level, most of the counterinsurgency principles apply," end quote, concluded Colonel John Tully, commander of 2nd Brigade 4th Infantry Division, but adhering to counterinsurgency doctrine at the operational and strategic levels of war was, quote, "destined for failure as long as the central government is controlled by sectarian forces," end quote. Absent a legitimate host nation government, Tully added, coalition forces had to, quote, "mediate the conflict at a local level," end quote. Posted on the northern outskirts of Baghdad in Taji, Colonel James Pasquarette, the commander of 1st Brigade 4th Infantry Division, agreed that U.S. troops were typically seen as, quote, "honest brokers," end quote, in the ongoing sectarian conflict by both Sunni and Shia actors. Pasquarette considered security as foundational to the needs of the population, and, as honest brokers, the Americans were especially well suited to provide that security. From his area south of the capital, Kershaw concurred, commenting that where sectarian violence routinely occurred, the job of the coalition was, quote, "to prevent two rivals from exterminating each other," end quote. A separate assessment prepared around the same time by MNCI officers for Kareli took a similar stance. Quote, "If the course is not diverted soon," Kareli's officers warned, "then a large-scale ethno-sectarian conflict, civil war, is assured," end quote. Their paper called for a, quote, "fundamental shift," end quote, in the coalition's approach to one of peace enforcement operations. Forces in and around Baghdad should impose a, quote, "forcible separation of belligerent parties," end quote, intervene to restore order, and redouble efforts to retrain civil authorities and enhance government credibility. Quote, "The establishment of physical separation," they posited, "will force a halt in the cycle of violence, creating time for other methods of conflict resolution to be utilized," end quote. Of course, undertaking such an approach required more troops. Troop presence mattered in the eyes of Multinational Division Baghdad or MNDB's brigade commanders, and it also appeared to matter to Iraqis. A division assessment in November 2006 found beleaguered Sunni residents in Ghazaliya relieved to see the coalition assuming a more prominent role in providing security. Another assessment brought bad news, but it reinforced the same point. In areas where citizens believed that coalition forces were leaving, they were less likely to engage and pass on information. Troubled by what they saw, the U.S. brigade commanders advocated a new approach. If additional troops were not forthcoming, then U.S. leaders needed to change how they employed those on hand. The commanders pushed for taking a harder line against JAM, quote, "the most significant threat to stability and to coalition forces," end quote, ventured Beach. Sensing and lamenting a reluctance to target high-level JAM fighters, Scurlock advised ramping up operations to disrupt the militia, detaining its leaders, and then ignoring Iraqi demands for their quick release. Vale, the commander responsible for Sadr City, proposed a deliberate effort to, quote, "fractionalize," end quote, JAM in order to drive a wedge between the mainstream elements of the militia and the more radical factions that were emerging. Causing dissension among JAM's subgroups might be one way to compensate for a limited number of U.S. troops. Adjusting the relationship between coalition and Iraqi units was another. All the brigade commanders assigned to MNDB submitted that the Iraqi security forces in their areas of operations bore careful watching. 3 officers explicitly recommended revitalized unit partnerships to address this pressing need. Shields described an arrangement whereby a coalition battalion could cover the same battle space as an Iraqi Army or National Police Brigade, as well as the police stations there. Such an arrangement would not only facilitate closer monitoring by the American unit, but also establish a means for Iraqi units under distinct chains of command to monitor each other. Shields viewed the partnership as a way to improve Iraqi fighting capabilities since Iraqi security forces, quote, fight harder when they know the coalition force is minutes away, end quote. In turn, an emphasis on partnership would drive U.S. leaders to, quote, maintain a continuous presence in the zone, end quote. He suggested that a battalion keep 1 to 3 platoons forward at all times, ready to respond to an Iraqi unit's call for assistance within 30 minutes. Other commanders put a premium on an American presence in order to, quote, align ISF objectives with our own, end quote, and, quote, limit their latitude to passively or actively support sectarian violence, end quote. They proposed encouraging the Iraqis to develop an offensive mindset through more combined operations and urged the adoption of, quote, combat outposts with direct access to the population, end quote. Kershaw went so far as to admonish, quote, get off the roads and on foot and into the hinterlands and side streets, end quote. This last bit of advice would take time to institutionalize. Still, this set of recommendations offered in the fall of 2006 served as a forerunner of concepts to come. Amid a flurry of transitions, MNDB consolidates. Given the candid and rather dismal views of the U.S. BCT commanders in Baghdad, it was not surprising that Thurman's 4th Infantry Division saw the situation in a similar light following Operation Together Forward 2. With Shia militants contesting the mixed areas in western Baghdad and pushing out into the Sunni belts surrounding the city, Thurman considered JAM and other Shia militias' expansion the foremost threat to stability. Thurman recognized that the militia's activity consisted of far more than reprisals. The Shia militants had seized the initiative, and Sunni attacks now appeared retaliatory in nature. Such was the extent of Shia aggression as the division saw it. Yet the Iraqi government appeared unwilling to deal firmly and impartially with the militias. The Prime Minister's inaction in the face of rising Shia-perpetrated violence led Thurman to believe that neutralizing al-Qaeda vehicle-borne improvised explosive device or VBIED networks would only slow, not break, the cycle of violence in Baghdad. The imminent turnover of U.S. units in Baghdad affected the way ahead as well. Of the 4 BCTs operating in the city, 3 were scheduled to hand over their battle space and return home in November. The 4th, the 172nd Stryker Brigade, was slated to depart without replacement, leaving a sizable gap in combat power until December when another Stryker Brigade would relocate to the capital from Mosul. 2 more BCTs posted north and south of Baghdad would also rotate out during this 30-day period, as would Thurman's division headquarters itself. To keep MNDB's head above water, Thurman had 3 battalions that would remain through the unit turbulence. These anchors of continuity were attached to each of the BCT areas in the capital and directed to increase their operational tempo during the transition. The division would also boost its available combat power by adjusting its coverage of the numerous checkpoints inside the city. In the coming weeks, MNDB intended to focus its operations west of the Army Canal in neighborhoods where the most violence occurred. This effectively made operations in and around Sadr City an economy of force mission and served as an admission that the coalition had little to gain there, especially given the Iraqi government's ambivalent stance toward operating against Shia militants. MNDB's plan to concentrate only on Operation Together Forward's, quote, focus areas, end quote, seemed a quiet plea for additional manpower. The decision to withdraw from checkpoints, the temporary loss of battalions, and the repeated delayed arrival of additional Iraqi Army brigades lent a sense of desperation to the division's last few weeks in the country. CENTCOM has its doubts. Skepticism about the Baghdad security plan extended to the highest levels of CENTCOM as well. Following a mid-October visit to Iraq, Abizaid determined that the dynamic should change and passed on his impressions to Casey. Abizaid had known Thurman for decades, and hearing the MNDB commander's first-hand report on the disappointing results of the Together Forward operations made a profound, sobering impression. While the threat from al-Qaeda remained serious, the sectarian violence that accompanied the Shia militia's campaign to dominate Baghdad could prove, quote, fatal, end quote, to MNFI's mission, in Abizaid's assessment. That the situation seemed, quote, normal, end quote, across the rest of Iraq mattered little in the face of rising Sunni-Shia tensions in the capital. Whatever happened in Baghdad would be decisive. Besides JAM and other militants' deliberate effort to drive Sunnis from Baghdad's neighborhoods and extend control over the city, Abizaid was also concerned about increasing sectarianism in the Iraqi security forces. Singling out the national police as especially troublesome, as Thurman had done, he deemed Ministry of Interior units and institutions as, quote, at best dysfunctional, and at worst a deep piece of the sectarian problem, end quote. Recent personnel assignments in key Iraqi Army units suggested that the same problem had begun to grip the Ministry of Defense. The need for the coalition to reverse the alarming trends in the security situation had become even more urgent, but Abizaid believed that any meaningful reversal would require, quote, serious commitment by the Iraqis, end quote. By this, he meant, quote, firm Iraqi governmental intervention, particularly against Jaish al-Mahdi and bad MOI, or Interior Ministry, units, end quote. In the short term, Casey's forces could attempt to address the dire situation in the capital militarily. However, for robust military action to have any lasting effect, it needed to be complemented by actions to advance reconciliation, and, according to Abizaid, progress in this area depended almost entirely on the Iraqis. Achieving mutually reinforcing progress in the areas of security and governance was the way to reduce sectarian violence in Baghdad, he judged. This was the task before Casey and Khalilzad, as the CENTCOM commander saw it. Political defeat of the Baghdad and Basra security plans, page 639. Casey and Maliki, a troubled partnership. Unfortunately, political progress was far from imminent. Worse, the Iraqi government seemed to be playing a deliberately disruptive role, but the MNFI commander had failed to appreciate the extent of its troublesome behavior. As the coalition struggled to check the escalating violence in the summer and fall of 2006, Casey gradually realized that Maliki and his allies interpreted any organized Sunni activity, hostile or otherwise, as the potential forerunner of a broader Ba'athist resurgence. This led the Prime Minister to balk at authorizing operations against Shia militias that he and other Shia leaders seemed to think they might someday need to defeat the Ba'ath. This state-sanctioned sectarianism became evident to U.S. troops executing the, quote, clear, hold, build, end quote, concept underpinning operations Together Forward 1 and 2. After clearing Sunni neighborhoods, the Americans noticed a lag in the delivery of basic services that could not be explained by a simple lack of ministerial capacity. Sectarian bias on the part of the Shia-run ministries was clearly at play. A similar, unseemly bias affected the behavior of the Iraqi security forces. Casey's experience with Maliki illustrated a complex side of civil-military relations. How should a theater commander approach negotiations regarding military strategy and security operations with a host nation head of government driven by his own narrow political interests? As Casey saw it, Maliki was the head of a legitimate government that subscribed to civilian control of the military and was due Casey's respect and deference. Although not Casey's boss, he was regarded by the MNFI commander as a partner. In this partnership, Casey conceived of his role as providing military advice and then letting Maliki lead, not twisting the Prime Minister's arm against his political interests. It was up to Maliki to weigh the risks and make decisions. Casey believed he had little ability to affect the Prime Minister's decision-making calculus in any case, and he was not inclined to do so if it would undermine Maliki's leadership in real and perceived ways. Casey had his own views about what was best for Maliki, but he could not know all of the factors that shaped the Prime Minister's political calculus. In late 2006, the general was especially sensitive to Maliki's need to maintain the support of the Sodderists to stay in power, as inconvenient or even detrimental as that relationship was for coalition operations at the time. Casey consented to give Maliki space to maneuver since a collapse of the Maliki government could potentially set back the campaign's progress by 6 to 12 months. Facing the likely expiration in December 2007 of the UNSCR that authorized the coalition's mission, that was time MNFI could ill afford to lose. Nonetheless, Casey was much less willing to tolerate decisions that threatened to undermine Iraq's security institutions, especially the Army. Iraq could limp along and manage the symptoms of a low-grade civil war, he believed, but if the Iraqi Army itself fractured, the entire edifice of the coalition's transition-based strategy would crumble along with it. In a sense, the general was in line with then-President George W. Bush's approach. Regarding Maliki, Bush saw assertions of independence and decisiveness as positive signs and instructed Casey and Khalilzad to, quote, nurture his spirit of leadership, end quote. Now that the United States had an Iraqi prime minister who appeared eager to lead, it should, quote, work with him, end quote, and, quote, hold his hand, end quote, through the difficult issues if necessary. This perspective was consistent with Casey's interpretation of UNSCR 1546, which assigned the MNFI commander a responsibility to establish a, quote, security partnership, end quote, with the Iraqis. As Casey saw it, the UNSCR unconventionally assigned to him, the military commander, a, quote, direct role with the sovereign government of Iraq to coordinate, end quote, this partnership. To those like Rumsfeld who routinely expressed their frustration with Maliki's leadership, Casey counseled, quote, you need to walk a mile in Maliki's shoes, end quote. The Prime Minister was under tremendous pressure from all sides, and additionally, the process of hammering out political deals involving diverse stakeholders took time. In early November, the general went so far as to attribute some of the recent improvement he had witnessed in Iraq to Maliki's efforts. Publicly, too, Casey had sung the Prime Minister's praises. In what he considered damage control, Casey had issued a press release in late September to counter criticism conveyed anonymously to journalists by subordinate commanders in MNFI. Maliki was doing the best he could in a challenging situation, Casey declared, and he remained a reliable partner. End of Chapter 22, Part 1, The Failed Transition. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 22, Part 2, The Failed Transition. Of the U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 22, Part 2, The Failed Transition. The temporary pulse of Operation Sinbad. Far from the sectarian politics and death squads of Baghdad, MND-SE's Operation Sinbad finally commenced on October 28th, when 2 companies from the 1st Battalion Staffordshire Regiment pulsed into northern Basra's Muftiya University district near the Iraqi Naval Academy. Far from being either ready or willing to participate, the 10th Iraqi Army Division provided a meager 24 soldiers. The Staffords and the 1st Royal Green Jackets would lead later pulses with assistance from the Danish Battle Group in a few of the city's northern districts. Over a period of 3 days, coalition troops cordoned off areas, established vehicle checkpoints, and conducted patrols. They emphasized assessing and strengthening district police stations, expecting that policemen would begin to assert their authority on Basra's streets. As planned, each limited geographical pulse was followed by a pause of up to a month, in order to conduct police training and to initiate quick-impact projects like painting public buildings, constructing soccer fields, refurbishing schools, and restocking medical centers. As the coalition spent development money on one district, citizens in other neighborhoods clamored for similar job opportunities and community improvements. Quote, "It underlined the importance of money as a weapons system in complex stabilization operations," end quote, one commander recalled, lamenting the dearth of UK-provided funds typically available to MNDSE leaders at the tactical level. Still, Sheriff had to remind Maliki in November that Operation Sinbad was not simply about reconstruction. It had a security component as well, and the British commander hoped to extend its impact by pushing into Basra's city center during the operation's next phase. While raids had killed or captured a number of militants, JAM and other militias continued to contest Operation Sinbad's modest and temporary incursions. Sniper fire met British troops at each pulse, and indirect fire attacks on coalition outposts intensified over time. Casey, on an early November trip to Basra, was struck by how the problem of indirect fire consumed MNDSE commanders and their staffs, not to mention the U.S. and UK civilian-run offices co-located with the headquarters. Indeed, frequent rocket and mortar attacks effectively drove the British-led provincial reconstruction team out of Basra Palace in the fall, forcing the team's relocation to Kuwait until facilities could be prepared for it at MNDSE's main base outside the city. Casey saw the threat of indirect fire as a strategically significant issue, distinct from Sinbad's almost trivial focus on improving, quote, atmospherics, end quote, in certain neighborhoods. Alarmed, the MNFI commander asked Corelli to consider directing Sheriff to discontinue the operation and turn MNDSE's full attention to stopping indirect fire attacks. JAM, Casey perceived, was attempting to force a UK withdrawal through a rain of rockets and mortars, and he wanted to avoid another embarrassing coalition pullout along the lines of Camp Abu Naji. Indirect fire attacks across MNDSE continued to rise in December, topping more than 25 per week during the final 2 weeks. In Casey's view, the British had allowed the situation in the South to get out of control and had failed to adapt their overarching approach once political and military considerations made it untenable. Abizaid had similar thoughts on Basra's turn for the worse, but, given the crisis in Baghdad in late 2006, he had little to recommend when it came to improving MNDSE's prospects. During an October visit, the CENTCOM commander flew into Basra and saw Sheriff. He left, feeling uneasy. Quote, "Basra is a concern," end quote, he wrote Casey, adding that the situation in Iraq's largest southern city was, quote, "probably not as good as Richard thinks," end quote. Operation Sinbad culminated on the night of December 25th with the destruction of the Jamiat police station, the headquarters of Basra's notorious Serious Crimes Unit and the site where British troops had fought militia-allied local police the previous year. Thoroughly infiltrated by militia members, the station had become a den of systemic corruption and torture. 3 days earlier, the British had arrested 7 members of the Serious Crimes Unit for running a death squad. On the night of the raid, Royal Engineers breached the Jamiat station walls, allowing Staffordshire Regiment troops in infantry fighting vehicles to penetrate the compound. As they cleared the buildings, soldiers found 127 prisoners showing obvious signs of torture and took them into protective custody. The Royal Engineers used explosives to demolish the station. Operation Sinbad made local and temporary security gains but failed to achieve its main objective of reversing the deteriorating situation in Basra over the long term. In the end, militia influence and intimidation of the populace continued, attacks against the coalition in MNDSE rose, and Iraqi forces remained incapable and unwilling to assume responsibility for security, even as the British prepared to transfer additional bases in 2007. Sheriff's plan depended on a host of resources, requiring troops and reconstruction money not only to clear an area but also to hold and build. Civilian and military leaders in London had declined to resource MNDSE adequately, allowing the constraints of politics and army force structure to exert greater influence on troop levels than the logical requirements of a daunting ground campaign. While Sharif's efforts to employ a comprehensive approach by integrating civilian agencies were well-intentioned, the improved communications it generated mattered little if poor security confined British aid workers to coalition operating bases and prevented their engagement with Iraqis. Similarly, the Maliki administration's failure to support Sharif's plans politically and militarily contributed to Operation Sinbad's shortfalls. The Prime Minister's hesitancy to confront Shia militias watered down the decisive operation the British commander had envisioned, making it a shadow of its original design. Militia infiltration, a lack of training, and low personnel strength ensured that the Iraqi security forces could not enforce the rule of law on their own. As a result, the British could cobble together enough troops to clear an area, but when the pulse and pause concluded and coalition forces moved on, JAM and other militias would dominate Basra's districts once again. Backing down. The Army Canal checkpoints and specialist Ahmed al-Tayyi. The vastly differing views between the coalition and the Iraqi government about how to address Baghdad's Shia militants and their destabilizing activities came to a head at the end of October with the kidnapping of an American soldier. On October 23rd, Shia militants seized U.S. Army Specialist Ahmed al-Tayyi, an Iraqi-born American, during the soldier's unauthorized absence from a coalition base to call on his family in the Karada neighborhood of Baghdad. Kidnapped by local JAM members who had previously observed him visiting his Iraqi wife, within hours al-Tayyi was handed over to Qais al-Khazali's Asaib al-Haq militia, the most powerful of the Iranian-sponsored special groups. Suspecting the missing soldier was being held in Sadr City, Thurman and MNDB ramped up coalition presence at the Iraqi-manned Army Canal checkpoints on Sadr City's western edge to 24 hours per day. With American troops monitoring their operations, Iraqi National Police units searched every vehicle crossing the bridges over the canal. The measure not only disrupted JAM's freedom of movement, it also accompanied a surge of coalition activity in and around the safe haven that knocked the militia back on its heels. Soldiers from the 4th Brigade 101st Airborne Division conducted a U.S.-only cordon and search operation targeting a Sadr City mosque and did so unchallenged during daylight hours. Maliki immediately objected to the checkpoints ostensibly because they caused traffic jams and stifled commerce in East Baghdad. In reality, the Prime Minister was under pressure from the Sadrists to persuade MNFI to relax its presence at the checkpoints. Maliki believed that Muqtada Sadr would call for a nationwide strike if the Iraqi government allowed the checkpoints to continue. Given his careful efforts to court the Sadrists politically, the Prime Minister took this threat seriously, believing that such a confrontation could trigger the fall of his government. After days of chiding from Maliki, Casey directed MNCI and MNDB on the morning of October 30th to scale back the rigor of the checkpoints, adopting random vehicle checks and thus preventing long queues from forming in and around Sadr City. Some U.S. reports, however, indicated that Tayyi was still alive and detained in Sadr City, and that the combined checkpoints along the Army Canal were keeping his captors from moving him to a more remote location. In an appeal to Casey a few hours later, Corelli called the evidence supporting this assessment, quote, overwhelming, end quote. Echoing the sentiments of Thurman and MNDB, Corelli urged Casey to reconsider his directive and reinstate 100% checks. Aside from the obvious advantage of bolstering the chances of Tayyi's recovery, Corelli saw longer-term value in maintaining the Army Canal checkpoints. In the few days the checkpoints had been fully in place, his commanders had seen clear signs that they were disrupting JAM's campaign of sectarian cleansing in mixed areas of the city. They were, quote, absolutely essential, end quote, in cutting down death squad activity, Corelli concluded. The next day, October 31st, Casey went to see Maliki. Visibly exhausted, the Prime Minister greeted the general with a half-joking query, quote, why are you always giving me trouble? End quote. He wanted to know how MNFI could justify the punishment of 3 million Sadr City residents over the loss of a single soldier. Tayyi's Iraqi origin and relation to his uncle Entifad Kanbar, a Sunni politician and an ally of Ahmad Chalabi, seemed in Maliki's eyes to undermine the coalition's claim on the missing American. Quote, "This guy is one of us, not one of you," end quote, Maliki added incredulously. Casey challenged the Prime Minister's rationale for lifting the checkpoints. Shia complaints about excessive traffic congestion in East Baghdad were exaggerated, he said. The general had flown over the city recently and had seen for himself. Maliki admitted as much, but reiterated his need to act in order to minimize the incident's political liability. Leveling with the Prime Minister, Casey presented the disadvantages associated with lifting the checkpoints. First, he said, relaxing the search criteria at the canal bridges might jeopardize the effort to find Tayi and reflect poorly on Maliki in the court of U.S. public opinion. The Prime Minister slyly retorted that, in an unrelated conversation with Bush, the American chief executive had told him not to fret about what Americans thought about the war in Iraq. Secondly, Casey continued, Maliki would be seen as, quote, caving to the solderists, end quote, an especially damaging charge should death squad activity increase as the general guessed it would. Finally, the Prime Minister would be perceived as, quote, caring more about Shia than Sunni Iraqis, end quote, the MNFI commander warned. But the decision rested with Maliki, Casey concluded. Unsurprisingly, within hours, Maliki announced his order lifting, quote, all barriers and checkpoints and opening all crossing points into Sadr City, end quote. A government press release described the measure as one that would facilitate traffic movement in Baghdad. Future traffic controls, it declared, would take place only at night during curfew hours or in the case of emergencies. Kareli had long doubted the Iraqi government's even-handedness in the increasingly bloody sectarian struggle. Even so, the confrontation over the checkpoints left him, quote, stunned, end quote, and, quote, angered, end quote, he told historians later. Sunni Vice President Tariq Hashimi viewed the matter with similar gravity. He heard about the result of Casey's meeting with Maliki almost instantly and phoned the general, leaving a foreboding message. The checkpoint decision would be catastrophic for the Sunnis of Baghdad. It laid bare the meager extent of the coalition's remaining influence over Maliki. The incident also spelled the end of Specialist Tayi. With the checkpoints effectively lifted, MNFI lost track of him and his captors. A 10-second proof-of-life video was posted on a Shia militant website 3 months later in February 2007, but otherwise, the United States would see no physical sign of him until Khazali and Asaib al-Haq returned Tayi's remains in February 2012, a few weeks after American troops left Iraq. Diverging end states. The dispute over the checkpoints was emblematic of the frequent clashes between Kareli and Casey. Kareli appreciated the fact that the MNFI commander endured tremendous political pressure, but he could not help but think that the force and corps headquarters were both, quote, disconnected from reality, end quote. To continue to wage a counterinsurgency hampered by so formidable an obstacle as the host nation government and its prime minister seemed futile to the MNCI commander. Kareli later bristled at charges that he had fought a 9-to-5 war with forces that commuted to their areas of operations each day. Rather than attempt to defend this as the preferred way to conduct operations to secure the population, the general cited the guidance he had received from higher headquarters. Throughout 2006, MNCI's orders had been to close forward operating bases at a steady pace as part of a campaign to transition responsibility to the Iraqis. A corps order published in April had called for a reduction in coalition bases from 110 to 54 by the end of 2006. With just weeks remaining in Kareli's tour, the modified goal looking ahead to 2007 was 30 bases. Quote, there was no point where I was told to stop shutting down, end quote, forward operating bases, he recalled. Kareli later described MNFI's plan as one that, after February or March 2006, quote, should never have been executed, end quote. He had voiced his concerns, but Casey had dismissed or downplayed many of them, Kareli believed. According to Corelli, the inability to influence the Iraqi ministries plagued the coalition throughout 2006. The Corps commander had begun his tour intent on, quote, winning the peace, end quote, through largely, quote, non-kinetic, end quote, means, such as the delivery of basic services and providing economic opportunity for civilians. However, a woefully dysfunctional government was infertile ground for an approach that depended so much on the development of civil capacity. By the end of the year, the disorder plaguing the central government reached its peak. Still embroiled in a crippling and destructive, quote, war of the ministries, end quote, the arms of the executive branch effectively fought as proxies in a struggle for power. The government was collectively held hostage by the cycle of sectarian violence, while various subcomponents worked against each other to exacerbate the cycle. Ever since the first months of Maliki's administration, Corelli believed he had detected the ruthless implementation of a sectarian agenda in various ministries. By fall 2006, his frustration had reached the point of suspecting that the government of Iraq defined progress in starkly different terms than the coalition striving to support it. MNDB saw the same problem and considered it a matter of two parties sharing a common end state but pursuing it by different means. The coalition and the Iraqi government both desired stability in Baghdad that would lay a foundation for future political and economic development, Thurman's command judged. But while the coalition sought this goal by eliminating death squads and accelerants of sectarian violence, the government seemed set on doing it by consolidating Shia power and running the Sunnis out of town. In his final weeks in Iraq in November and December 2006, Corelli jettisoned MNDB's attempt at nuance and declared that the coalition and the government of Iraq were pursuing completely different and increasingly diverging end states. The coalition adhered to a balanced approach, protecting both Sunni and Shia neighborhoods while transitioning security responsibility to what it hoped would be non-sectarian Iraqi security forces. To Corelli, it had become clear that Maliki aimed to limit coalition freedom of action while JAM and other Shia militias expanded their control in and around Baghdad. The government, he inferred, was not serious about reconciliation, an essential milestone for moving forward. On the contrary, it obstructed the process by tolerating or encouraging the spread of sectarian influence in the army and police. The two end states in Corelli's mind included different sets of, quote, winners, end quote, and, quote, losers, end quote. In the coalition's end state, Sunni, Shia, and Kurdish citizens would be regarded equally, while al-Qaeda and Shia militias lost out. In the other, the Sunnis collectively fell into the losers column, and Shia militias emerged as victorious. Quote, while various players in the GOI have different visions for Iraq's future, he concluded, dominant players, Shia and Kurds, are rapidly moving towards an end state that differs substantially from the end state envisioned and pursued by the coalition. End quote. Frustrated with Corelli's focus on the political and economic aspects of the conflict, Casey thought his subordinate was too distracted. As the, quote, guys with the guns, end quote, the Corps needed to concentrate first and foremost on employing its military power as effectively as possible and to worry less about what the Iraqi government did or did not do, the MNFI commander admonished his subordinate. Nonetheless, Casey himself wondered whether a, quote, Shia hand, end quote, was manipulating Maliki and pressuring the prime minister to rein in the coalition. From the MNFI commander's vantage point, Maliki did very little to stop the growth of JAM's power, particularly since that growth benefited him politically. He would need to be persuaded to modify his approach. Casey agreed with Rumsfeld advisor Stephen Cambone, who suggested that the Iraqis were still, quote, struggling to find their own end state, end quote. But this was too charitable. MNFI's efforts in late 2006 to change the dynamic in Baghdad were hamstrung by Iraqi sectarian bias. If reducing violence in the capital required a serious Iraqi commitment, as Casey believed, then Maliki and his allies inside and outside the government undoubtedly were committed. They were just pursuing an agenda much at variance with the coalition's aims. Something had to change. End of Chapter 22, Part 2. The Failed Transition. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Chapter 23. Conclusion. From Insurgency to Civil War, 2004 to 2006. Of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Chapter 23. Conclusion. From Insurgency to Civil War, 2004 to 2006. Page 653. From December 2003 to December 2006, the war in Iraq evolved from a relatively loose insurgency against the U.S.-led coalition into a horrific ethno-sectarian civil war that tore at the fabric of Iraqi society and threatened Iraq's very existence as a unitary state. This 3-year period, which began with the false hope that Saddam Hussein's capture in December 2003 would cause the insurgency to evaporate, quickly entered a demoralizing stage caused by the April 2004 uprisings and the Abu Ghraib prison scandal. Had it not been for the response of the departing 1st Armored Division as an unplanned operational reserve, the coalition might well have suffered a strategic defeat along the lines of the 1968 Tet Offensive in Vietnam. The shock of the April crisis dispelled the coalition's unrealistic ideas that the Iraq mission might be handed off in 2004 to a United Nations or UN or North Atlantic Treaty Organization or NATO peacekeeping force. It also exposed the fact that the coalition had too few troops for the mission, a condition that would persist for most of the war. The uprising made coalition commanders wary for the next 4 years of provoking a war with the Sadr movement. It also bolstered the Sunni insurgency, which promulgated a narrative that it had fought the coalition to a standstill in Fallujah. The summer 2004 transition of coalition commands from Combined Joint Task Force 7, or CJTF-7, to Multinational Force Iraq, or MNFI, and of commanders from Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez to General George W. Casey, Jr., appeared to right the ship by bringing new direction and organization to a flagging coalition effort. As Iraq moved into a UN-sponsored electoral process, Casey and MNFI's fight to the elections appeared to deal the Sunni and Shia insurgencies a serious blow in fall 2004. The battles in Najaf, Fallujah, and Samarra showed that no insurgent force could hold terrain in the face of a concerted coalition attack, and that select Iraqi units, such as the 36th Commandos, could be integrated usefully into coalition operations. The clearing of insurgent sanctuaries enabled the January 2005 election to take place, and with a new Iraqi interim government on the horizon, the strategy, agreed upon by Casey, General John Abizaid, and Secretary of Defense or SecDef Donald Rumsfeld, of transitioning security responsibility to the Iraqi government and its new security forces seemed to promise to stabilize the country. In hindsight, however, U.S. leaders had misjudged the situation. The fall 2004 battles had left Muqtada Sadr's and Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's forces intact enough to fight another day, and the 36th Commando's performance had given coalition leaders the mistaken impression that the Iraqi army as a whole was growing quickly enough in capability. The Sunni insurgency in particular was strong enough to produce a Sunni boycott of the January 2005 elections that had far-reaching negative consequences. Coalition leaders had assumed that elections would have a unifying effect through the creation of an Iraqi government whose popular legitimacy would sap the insurgency of its strength. In actuality, the Sunni Arab boycott froze Sunnis out of the new government formation and constitutional process, leaving them terrified that they had handed political power to Shia Islamist parties that meant them harm. In the aftermath of this polarizing election, the insurgency that had begun in 2003 as a movement to expel the U.S.-led coalition gradually devolved into a conflict between sectarian militant groups on both sides of the Sunni-Shia and Arab-Kurd divides, with the election itself serving as an accelerant toward civil war. Within the Sunni insurgency, Zarqawi and his al-Qaeda in Iraq aimed at provoking a sectarian civil war by carrying out a relentless terror campaign against the Iraqi Shia community. Other Sunni resistance groups, having realized the strategic error of the January 2005 boycott, began to split from Zarqawi and negotiate to join the political process. However, Iraq's Shia population responded to Zarqawi's attacks by turning to its own ruthless militias to protect its communities and strike back against Iraqi Sunnis, further escalating the sectarian conflict. At the same time, in northern Iraq, Sunni militant groups intensified a war against the Kurds along the Green Line in hopes of expelling Kurdish forces and communities from territories occupied by the Kurdish parties in 2003. Coalition leaders were slow to recognize these changes in the character of the conflict and did not re-examine the fundamental assumptions of the campaign. Instead, they continued to formulate plans and conduct operations as though Sunni and Shia militants were fighting mainly to expel the coalition, rather than fighting each other for power and survival. After the seating of the government of Prime Minister Ibrahim al-Jafri in spring 2005, many of the Iraqi governance and security institutions the coalition was helping to build came under the control of sectarian parties who used those institutions for sectarian ends. In the Baghdad region in particular, Shia death squads aligned with the Iraqi government and Sunni insurgent death squads each began to prey on civilians from the opposing sect, creating a growing sense of fear among the populace. In summer 2005, as these dynamics grew stronger, the United States was undertaking two initiatives designed to disrupt the Sunni insurgency in its Syrian sanctuary and to give the new Iraqi government the means with which to secure the country itself. The first initiative involved the deployment of teams of military advisors to embed within and mentor the multiplying Iraqi Army and police units, a mission the U.S. Army had not conducted on a large scale since the Vietnam War. The additional requirement to deploy several thousand senior officers and non-commissioned officers as advisors fell on a U.S. Army already stretched thin by the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Yet, U.S. Army leaders did not seek a significant increase in the Army's end strength and did not halt the modernization or transformation of the Army's brigades, a process that made a large number of active units temporarily unavailable for deployment. In the place of these active units, the Army chose to deploy large contingents from the National Guard, resourcing the 2005 rotation of Operation Iraqi Freedom with almost 70,000 reserve component troops. As a result, during the pivotal 2005 election year, nearly half of the coalition's total force was from the reserve component. The same summer, Casey undertook a second initiative, this one to disrupt the Sunni insurgency's car bomb campaign against Baghdad by shifting almost a division's worth of coalition combat power to the Iraq-Syria border zone. While this shift succeeded in disrupting the flow of foreign fighters across the border, hard-won tactical victories in Tel Afar and Al-Qaim obscured the reality that at the operational level, the campaign was heading in the wrong direction. Those successes had come by pulling critical combat power away from central Iraq and removing the most effective brake on sectarian violence, just as the conflict among the warring Iraqi factions was accelerating there. With death squads from sectarian militias and rogue sections of the government working to cleanse the Baghdad region of rival sects, the cycle of violence in central Iraq was approaching the point of civil war. The October and December elections of 2005 left coalition leaders with the sense that Iraqis, especially Sunnis, were choosing the democratic political process over the insurgency, and that the Iraqi security forces that had secured the voting were ready to begin taking responsibility for security. For Casey and MNFI, the time seemed right to begin the U.S. troop drawdown that he had believed since August 2004 would be the eventual path to success in Iraq, and to accelerate the transition of responsibility and bases to the Iraqis. MNFI's assessments were clouded by the fact that violence against coalition troops was decreasing as AQI and other militia groups became more focused on killing fellow Iraqis. They were also clouded by the coalition's flawed evaluations of the Iraqi security forces, which often failed to capture intangible factors such as Iraqi units' will to fight. Finally, in retrospect, coalition leaders and strategists should also have recognized far earlier the danger that Iraq would descend into ethno-sectarian civil war in the aftermath of the collapse of the Iraqi state in 2003. They should also have predicted that hastily organized elections held amid a violent ethno-sectarian power struggle were almost certain to be destabilizing rather than stabilizing events. In contrast to the generally homogeneous United States, which needed 13 years to write a constitution, ratify it, and seat an elected government after declaring independence, the heterogeneous Iraq would have less than 2 years to accomplish the same tasks after the transition of sovereignty. Recognizing these factors might have led the coalition to act with greater caution as it sped toward Iraqi elections and the erection of a new state. These dynamics came to a head in the aftermath of the Samarra mosque bombing in February 2006. In the days following the attack, Casey and MNFI mistakenly perceived only a temporary spike in violence and judged that the Iraqi political process would stabilize the country. MNFI leaders' denials that Iraq had fallen into civil war echoed the coalition's 2003 denials of an active insurgency and stifled conversation about whether the coalition's fundamental strategy needed to be changed. Also, as in 2003, MNFI in 2006 believed the situation could be resolved by tactical responses. As the situation continued to deteriorate, however, Casey came to realize that the conflict had shifted from an insurgency against coalition forces to a complex war among Iraqis for political and economic power. Even so, Casey maintained that Iraqis needed to resolve their sectarian problems themselves, a conclusion that validated his decision to continue with MNFI's campaign plan of transitioning authority and bases to the Iraqis and reducing his force to 10 U.S. brigades by the end of 2006. The seating of a national unity government under Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki, the killing of Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, and the promising outreach to Sunni insurgents seemed to validate Casey's decision as well. In actuality, the shrine bombing did not mark the start of the Iraqi civil war, but rather the point at which MNFI's perception of the conflict began to catch up with the reality that resistance to the coalition was no longer the principal cause of Iraq's violence. In truth, Iraq's violent power struggle had begun with the fall of Saddam and only intensified during the tenure of the Jafari government. The four major groups Casey perceived as defining the security environment in the post-Samarra period, Sunni extremists, Shia extremists, the Sunni resistance, and Iran, had all been competing fiercely in Iraq's communal struggle since mid-2004, if not earlier. By the end of Operation Together Forward 2 in October 2006, the assumptions underpinning the coalition's transition strategy had crumbled. Neither the seating of a 4-year government nor the receding of U.S. troops from the Iraqi population nor the death of al-Qaeda in Iraq's or AQI's leader had created a stabilizing effect. Pressured by militants on all sides, the Iraqi government ministries had virtually ceased to function, rendering reconstruction plans moot. As U.S. commanders were forced to cancel their planned withdrawal of combat brigades in mid-2006, then-President George W. Bush lost faith in the coalition's transition strategy and began to seek a new one. Simply put, the transition had failed. Explaining the failure of the transition strategy. Page 656. The key reasons for the failure of the transition strategy begin with the coalition's understandable but mistaken decision to focus on operations against insurgent groups in 2004 to 2006, rather than on preventing the emerging Iraqi civil war. In the context of an Iraqi civil war, the elections of 2005 proved to be destabilizing events that handed control of the state and its resources to one party in that war to be used against another warring party. In addition, the coalition leaders' assumption that the presence of foreign troops created antibodies and insecurity in Iraq was counterproductive. As coalition forces began withdrawing from the Iraqi population in 2005 to 2006, they left a security vacuum that the warring parties' militants filled, to the detriment of the population. As Casey instructed his units to consolidate on larger bases, they began to lose awareness of the security situation in the streets and neighborhoods of their areas of operations, undermining Casey's own guidance for MNFI units to conduct counterinsurgency operations. This loss of situational awareness masked the growing danger of sectarian violence, a danger that coalition leaders compounded by deciding to off-ramp 2 full brigades scheduled to arrive in 2006. By the time MNFI finally realized in mid-2006 that the character of the conflict had changed, it was too late. The coalition did not have enough forces to suppress the escalating violence. The coalition leaders' antibody theory was paired with the assumption that reducing the coalition footprint was necessary to prevent the Iraqis from developing a dependency on coalition forces that would slow the Iraqi security forces' growth. Taken together, these concepts produced continual pressure from senior U.S. leaders and commanders to reduce forces. At the operational and tactical levels, these factors meant that coalition units were constantly starved of manpower, and that CJTF-7 and MNFI went 3 years without a true operational reserve. The predictable result was the opening of geographic gaps in security that insurgent groups recognized and exploited. Another key component of the transition strategy was the premise that Iraqi security forces, which coalition commanders assumed would not create the same antibodies as foreign troops, could be quickly and effectively built, thereby enabling coalition forces to withdraw. Several factors hindered the coalition from developing Iraqi military capabilities sufficiently to take over security tasks and achieve this goal. First, the sheer scope of the security force assistance mission in Iraq went far beyond what the U.S. military was prepared to accomplish and vastly exceeded the capacity of the U.S. special forces that traditionally executed such missions. The ad hoc transition teams were an inadequate substitute, with their size, composition, and command relationships with tactical commanders all proving to be challenges that degraded their effectiveness. The coalition's early decision that the Iraqi security forces should be designed without capabilities that could be threatening to Iraq's neighbors compounded these problems, given the danger of Iraq's surrounding region. More importantly, perhaps, it resulted in an Iraqi security force, or ISF, that was unable even to maintain internal security. In addition, the decision to use contractors to provide the ISF's logistics hobbled the ISF's long-term development while creating the temptation and opportunity for corruption that corroded Iraq's new security institutions. These deficiencies were masked by Multinational Security Transition Command Iraq, or MNSTCI's, and MNFI's focus on flawed metrics for ISF effectiveness. Rather than subjectively evaluating Iraqi units' ability to fight, the Transition Readiness Assessment, or TRA, primarily focused on quantifiable factors such as the number of soldiers present and equipped. It also missed the crucial issue of each Iraqi unit's ethno-sectarian makeup, which might have served as an indicator of whether the ISF was truly a national force or a politicized one. Nevertheless, the TRA became a key component of determining progress in the coalition campaign plan and in making decisions to draw down coalition forces. Beyond political and security transition, the coalition undermined its own counter-terrorism and counterinsurgency operations by its incoherent detention policies and operations. The decision to treat captured insurgents under the Geneva Conventions as civilian detainees rather than enemy prisoners of war meant the issue of detention was convoluted and challenging for the duration of the war. The United States never solved this problem, and insurgents and terrorists took advantage of the dead space and legal loopholes that existed between the two Geneva Conventions categories. These challenges, coupled with constant political pressure to reduce detainee population, resulted in overcrowding and insurgent recruitment in detention facilities, as well as a dysfunctional review system that repeatedly released large numbers of the enemy back to the battlefield. The coalition's own detention system gave the enemy breathing space in which to mature and to make the battlefield a more dangerous place for coalition troops. Finally, the coalition's transition strategy never satisfactorily addressed the issue of destabilizing interventions by Iraq's neighbors in 2004 to 2006, especially the Syrian and Iranian regimes. The Syrian regime allowed its territory to become a base for Ba'athist militants and militant jihadists who infiltrated into Iraq and fueled a sectarian terror campaign there, a decision that would later have consequences for the survival of the Syrian state itself. Meanwhile, on Iraq's eastern border, Iran funneled support to Shia militant proxies fighting U.S. and coalition forces and conducting large-scale sectarian cleansing in central Iraq. Washington policymakers recoiled from addressing the serious threat these twin insurgent sanctuaries posed to MNFI's campaign. This policy failure resulted in inadequate operational-level answers to a strategic problem, such as the misguided shifting of coalition combat power from Baghdad west to the Syrian border in 2005. Innovations, Adaptations, and Signs for the Future. Page 658. Despite the failure of the transition campaign, the years 2004 to 2006 saw considerable innovation and change, some of which developed from the bottom up and some that were the result of strategic decisions. General Peter Schoomaker's choice to continue Army transformation amid the strains of two wars represented one such strategic decision that had an operational impact in the Iraq theater for the entire war. Army transformation was beneficial in pushing key resources such as intelligence assets and analysts down to the brigade level, where they were useful in the decentralized Iraq operating environment. At the same time, however, the troop strength of Army brigades decreased considerably, which was problematic in population-centric counterinsurgency warfare. As a result, the net benefit of transformation for the Iraq War is unclear. In the realm of civil-military operations, Ambassador Zalmay Khalilzad's and Casey's decision to transplant the concept of Provincial Reconstruction Teams, or PRTs, from Afghanistan to Iraq represented another substantial innovation. In principle, the injection of PRTs aimed to integrate different elements of national power into the struggle to improve Iraq's ability to govern, which presumably would improve its legitimacy. In practice, U.S. government agencies were slow to execute and manage this integration in 2006. Most non-Department of Defense agencies lacked the resources to make a considerable contribution and lacked the authority to force government personnel to take dangerous PRT assignments. A lack of familiarity with interagency operating procedures and a lack of Arabic language capacity further hindered effective operations as the PRTs got underway. Only later in the war would PRTs begin to have a significant operational impact. More beneficial than these strategic initiatives was the increasingly effective integration between special operations and conventional forces from 2004 to 2006. Whereas during the earliest phases of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, Special Operations Forces, or SOF, had been given their own battle space, by 2004, SOF elements were consistently operating in the battle space of conventional forces. As traditional SOF conventional stereotypes and misperceptions began to break down, new relationships and operating procedures began to develop. By 2006, special operators and conventional units were learning to operate symbiotically, taking advantage of each other's strengths and compensating for each other's weaknesses. Using the joint doctrinal relationship of supported and supporting elements, MNFI effectively integrated SOF units into its campaign plan, at times even making the SOF units the supported element and assigning conventional forces to assist them. As the war progressed, the personal relationships and improvised operational procedures that had developed from 2004 to 2006 paid significant dividends. SOF also underwent a revolutionary internal innovation during this period, learning how to fight networked insurgencies more effectively. Before the war, Special Operations doctrine held that direct action missions, raids or ambushes, should be based on highly detailed intelligence and meticulously planned, with the executing unit often spending days preparing for a mission that might last minutes or hours. Given the fleeting nature of insurgent targets in Iraq and Afghanistan, however, SOF upended conventional wisdom and doctrine, planning missions based on a minimal amount of intelligence and launching them with little preparation. Special operators often relied on a playbook to determine tactical options and launched multiple missions per night, aiming to obtain the additional intelligence needed to launch follow-on raids and to create a compounding effect through repeated blows on the insurgency. By inflicting significant losses in short periods of time, the special operators sought to induce shock in the insurgents' organizational networks and rob them of the initiative. Stuck in a reactionary cycle, insurgent groups experienced difficulty generating operational effects, thereby providing space for conventional forces to advance the objectives of the larger campaign plan. Such innovations, in their infancy in 2004 to 2006, came to have significant operational effects in the later years of the war. At the same time that SOF units were learning how to dramatically increase the tempo of their operations, some conventional units were rediscovering and employing traditional counterinsurgency tactics, as in Tel Afar and Al-Qaim in 2005 and Ramadi in 2006. In those cases, counterinsurgency tactics, extensive partnership with Iraqi units, and U.S. military support for grassroots reconciliation paid dividends. So did the coalition troops' increasing skill in dealing with factions that had formerly fought them, but whose motivations could be leveraged against al-Qaeda in Iraq and other irreconcilable insurgents. Though these approaches were successful at the tactical level, they did not have a strategic impact in 2005 to 2006 because they ran counter to MNFI's focus on national elections, a reduction in the coalition military presence, and steady transition to Iraqi control. Nevertheless, as the failure of that MNFI campaign plan in late 2006 led President Bush and other senior U.S. leaders to search for a new strategy, the examples of local success in Tel Afar, Al-Qaim, and Ramadi would loom large. Counterinsurgency tactics, partnership with Iraqi units, and reconciliation with former insurgents would become the centerpieces of the coalition's thinking and operations in 2007, under new commanders with a new campaign plan. End of Chapter 23. Conclusion. From Insurgency to Civil War, 2004 to 2006. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. Afterword, select bibliography, and General Editor's notes on sources, abbreviations, and about the contributors of the U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Adam Cable. Afterward, select bibliography and General Editor's notes on sources, abbreviations, and about the contributors. Afterward, page 661. The U.S. Army War College, or USAWC, was honored to support the effort for this study and to publish these volumes. Since our vision is to develop strategic leaders and ideas invaluable to the Army, the Joint Force, and the nation, the publication of these volumes is emblematic of this study's purpose. In fact, this study represents what Secretary of War Elihu Root envisioned when he established the USAWC in 1901. He directed its students to consider three important strategic issues: national defense, military science, and responsible command, aspects which are relevant to this study. It is our hope these volumes will prompt and enable further studies on other levels and aspects of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. In addition to hundreds of hours of interviews, as a byproduct of this work, over 30,000 pages of documents were declassified and will be made available online. Over time, all of these primary sources will be reviewed and reassessed by others, including the Staff College and USAWC students, as a way to continue to improve as a profession. To further assist with studying these volumes, we are publishing them in a searchable digital format, negating the need for a lengthy index. Additionally, while this is an extensive study, it is by no means complete. Many areas fell outside the scope of this study and will require further in-depth research, Areas such as logistics, humanitarian assistance, special operations, and conventional mutual efforts, along with U.S. Central Command or CENTCOM's decisions and wider U.S. and international partner decisions, which impacted the strategic and operational direction and resources in Iraq itself. This study reinforces the importance of what we do at the USAWC as part of professional military education and the need to continue to innovate and improve our efforts. The central problems in Iraq and Afghanistan typically started at the strategic level. We rightfully need to address the many operational and tactical issues highlighted throughout this study. However, that is not sufficient to solve the overall challenges we will face in the foreseeable future. We have to get the strategy right and be prepared for the inevitable natural tendency toward strategic drift and strategic depreciation. The U.S. Army has traditionally had an almost overwhelming faith in technology and doctrine, on the changing character of war, which is often reflected in this study. We can and will analyze and learn from it. At the same time, we cannot overcommit to the lessons from this war. As Dr. Mike Nyberg, our USAWC Chair of War Studies, recently reinforced to me, quote, "The next war we fight will be quite different and will render many of the operational and tactical suggestions here overcome by events." End quote. The question is, which ones? At the USAWC, we are committed and will further reinforce the importance of the study of strategy, the nature of war, and the essence of leadership and decision-making at the strategic level, and at the sometimes Gordian knot nexus of strategy and operations. On this, the 100th anniversary of the end of World War I am mindful that this study is part of a long-standing tradition within our Army to critically assess past strategies, operations, and decisions to inform decisions and actions in the future. This commitment to self-evaluation, study, and adaptation serves not only to ensure the future readiness of our Army, but honors those who likewise committed themselves to the security and defense of our nation during this conflict. Major General John S. Kem, Commandant, U.S. Army War College. Select bibliography and General Editor's notes on sources. Page 663. With respect to the wars of the post-9/11 era, the Department of Defense, or DoD, has not yet emulated Chief of Staff of the Army General Dwight D. Eisenhower's directive of November 20, 1947, that the Army should accomplish, quote, "the maximum downgrading of all information on military subjects," end quote, pertaining to World War II. Quote, "The Army possesses no inherent right to conceal the history of its affairs behind a cloak of secrecy," end quote, Eisenhower wrote 2 years after the end of World War II, adding that, quote, "the historical record of the Army's operations as well as the manner in which these were accomplished are public property, and except where the security of the nation may be jeopardized, the right of the citizens to the full story is unquestioned. Beyond this, the major achievements with which the Army is credited are in fact the accomplishments of the entire nation. The American public therefore should find no unnecessary obstacle to its access to the written record. The history of the Army in World War II, now in preparation, must, without reservation, tell the complete story of the Army's participation, fully documented with references to the records used. The preparation of this history does not, however, constitute any reason or excuse for denying to the public immediate access to facts and records where they deal solely with the operations of the Army and where the security of the nation is not involved." End quote. Eisenhower's directive made the U.S. Army's records accessible to researchers and led to the Army's famous Green Book series of histories of the war, as well as a host of other important studies. By contrast, accessing the U.S. military's operational records and internal analyses of the Iraq War is difficult for today's historians. It will be some years before the U.S. military's archival records are available and in a coherent enough state for scholars and the public to systematically delve into them. What follows is a select list of sources used for this volume, along with the general editor's notes about the operational records and oral history interviews the Chief of Staff of the Army's or CSA's Operation Iraqi Freedom or OIF study group used, and the current state of access to the most important repositories. The primary sources used in Volume 1 of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, including more than 30,000 pages of documents declassified for this project, will reside in a research archive at the Army Heritage and Education Center, or AHEC, in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, with digital copies also at the Center of Military History, or CMH, in Washington, D.C., and the National Defense University, or NDU, at Fort McNair, D.C. Operational Records, page 663. The U.S. military commands in Iraq generated hundreds of terabytes of digital operational records from 2003 to 2011. As this volume went to press in 2018, this vast database was in disarray, with no clear prospect for cataloging it and making it accessible to researchers in the near term. The largest digital collections are at CMH and at U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, which, between them, hold more than 300 terabytes of classified and unclassified records pertaining to the Iraq War. Both organizations continually increase their holdings as units contribute records that in some cases have languished for years. CMH and CENTCOM hold a similar amount of Afghanistan war records as well. To organize and mine this material properly would require far more people and resources than CMH and CENTCOM can currently support. At the existing pace of processing, it will be several years before the full holdings are accessible to military researchers, and longer still before they are available to the public. Not until the U.S. government invests the appropriate level of resources and time in these records will Americans be able to fully distill the lessons of the Iraq War, or even to fully exploit the information the government already possesses to gain important insights about the enemy in Iraq with whom, in 2018, we are still at war. Despite its vast size, the records that CMH and CENTCOM hold are incomplete. The U.S. Army went to war in early 2003 with a detailed plan for retaining records from the period of the invasion, but when Coalition Forces Land Component Command, or CFLCC, left Iraq in summer of 2003, no authority in the Iraq theater was responsible for retaining the military records generated there, and no theater plan instructed units how to do so for themselves. Consequently, many units between mid-2003 to mid-2005 destroyed their operational records as they left the theater, meaning that the U.S. military's records for that period have extensive gaps. The documentary record was also damaged by a large-scale loss of data servers at CENTCOM during the same period. Not until the Army began deploying military history detachments to support the major operational commands in mid-2005 did a systematic collection of records at those commands take place. The CSA OIF study group spent thousands of hours sifting through the data held by CMH, CENTCOM, and other organizations. This research yielded many important documents and insights from CJTF-7, Multinational Forces Iraq, or MNFI, United States Forces Iraq, or USFI, the Office of Security Cooperation Iraq, MNCI, CFLCC/Third Army, CENTCOM, and subordinate commands, including a wealth of digital materials produced at the division level and below. These resources include a broad range of records such as internal memorandums and emails, communications between military and civilian leaders, records of commanders' conferences, operations orders and fragmentary orders, planning documents, information papers, command briefings, intelligence assessments, periodic command assessments, weekly reports to the Secretary of Defense or SecDef, battle update assessments, Iraqi Security Forces development updates, security transition plans, detention policies and reports, and after-action reviews. The study group used these materials to develop an understanding of how operational-level decisions were made, implemented, and perceived. The personal papers of senior U.S. commanders provided a unique glimpse into command decision-making processes and commanders' intent at the operational and theater strategic levels of the Iraq War. The papers of General John P. Abizaid and Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez at the AHEC Military History Institute, or MHI, offered many insights into the conduct of the Iraq campaign in 2003 to 2004. These were particularly valuable because there was no systemic archiving of records from CJTF-7 during that period. The papers of General Tommy Franks, housed at CENTCOM, are rich with detail from 2001 to 2003, but are largely inaccessible to researchers. They remain classified in the compartment that protected the security of the long-since-completed planning for the 2003 invasion, with no sign as to when the Department of Defense, or DoD, might declassify them. The richest collection of command papers is that of General George W. Casey, Jr., which is housed at the NDU at Fort McNair, D.C., and covers his entire career as a general officer. These extensive, well-organized records provided an invaluable journal of events and assessments inside MNFI during 2004 to 2007. General David H. Petraeus's command papers from MNFI, CENTCOM, and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO's International Security Assistance Force, are also held at NDU, but unfortunately, U.S. authorities suspended access to a large portion of the classified segment of this collection in 2013, and thus far have taken no steps to restore it. General Raymond T. Odierno's extensive papers from his command tenures in Iraq and his tenure as CSA provide a valuable record of MNFI and USFI from late 2008 to August 2010, and these will be archived at AHEC. The study group also accessed archival materials and operational records at a number of military organizations. The Combat Studies Institute, or CSI, at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, has a large collection of source documents for volumes 1 through 6 of On Point, 4 volumes of which have not yet been published. The Center for Army Lessons Learned, also at Fort Leavenworth, has an extensive collection of analyses and unpublished references mostly focused at the tactical level. The Center for Army Analysis at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, and the Joint Improvised Threat Defeat Agency at the Pentagon, Washington, D.C., both have unique collections of operational data gathered by their analytical teams in Iraq and outside Iraq, and the study group was able to access products from both organizations during its research. Additionally, the study group had access to Special Operations Forces archives and publications at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and MacDill Air Force Base, Tampa, Florida. The archives at Special Operations Command in particular are superb and capture nearly every aspect of the Joint Special Operations Force across the breadth of the war. Unfortunately, declassifying this material is difficult, limiting its usefulness for scholarly studies. For portions of this study, the records held by DoD's Conflict Research Records Center, or CRRC, were useful. The CRRC's holdings included documents captured from Saddam's regime and from al-Qaeda and its associated movements, including the Islamic State of Iraq, the forerunner to the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or ISIS, which the CRRC translated and made available to researchers. The CRRC's 63,000 pages of translated documents from Saddam's regime represented fewer than 10% of its collection regarding the Iraqi dictator. Unfortunately, the CRRC was defunded and shut down in June 2015, and its work on translating additional documents ceased. Its holdings were transferred to the Institute for Defense Analyses in Alexandria, Virginia for safekeeping, but as this volume went to press, DoD had not yet settled on a new means of making the records accessible again, or of restarting the work of translating documents from al-Qaeda and associated movements and the Saddam regime, even though there are indications that those records hold important insights about the origins and composition of ISIS. Finally, for records related to the United Kingdom or UK's role in the Iraq War, the OIF study group found the extensive public records assembled by the British government's Iraq Inquiry to be essential. The Iraq Inquiry's records include both operational documents and detailed interviews with key British military figures from the Iraq War. At the UK Ministry of Defence, the Army Historical Branch in London, United Kingdom, also holds a near-complete set of operational records from British units and commanders that served in Iraq. Though the vast majority of the historical branch's records remain classified, it is by far the best organized of the major collections of operational documents. Interviews. Page 666. Department of Defense organizations collected thousands of oral history interviews during the course of the Iraq War, most of which have not yet been examined by historians. The OIF study group had access to many of these, though the collection of interviews is so vast that only a small portion has been transcribed. The study group also conducted over 200 interviews of its own, many of which have been transcribed and will reside in the group's archive at AHEC. The largest collection of oral history interviews is at CMH, which holds thousands of largely uncatalogued interviews conducted by military history detachments throughout the war. The vast majority of CMH's interviews have not been transcribed, and in mining this collection, the OIF study group had to narrow its research to interviews with several hundred key leaders. In addition, many of CMH's interviews were considered classified at the time they were conducted for operational security reasons, and though there is virtually nothing in them that remains operationally sensitive today, there is no process underway to review them for declassification, other than the small portion that the OIF study group was able to declassify during the course of its work. Another large collection of several thousand interviews resides at the Joint Center for Operational Analysis, or JCOA, at Norfolk, Virginia. As at CMH, however, many of the JCOA's interviews remain classified, and the JCOA does not allow easy access to or use of these materials, though the vast majority of them are no longer operationally sensitive. The best organized collection of oral history interviews is at the CSI. CSI provided the OIF study group with unfettered access to its hundreds of transcribed, unclassified interviews, many of which were of high quality and historical significance. Also at Fort Leavenworth, the Center for Army Lessons Learned has a collection of over 200 interviews with personnel from the Office of Security Cooperation Iraq, conducted during 2012 to 2013, that offer important insights into the difficult tasks that confronted that organization as Iraq's security situation unraveled. At the USAWC, the MHI archive includes division commander lessons learned documents and oral history interviews from many senior commanders who held important positions in Iraq. At CENTCOM, the Command History Office has dozens of important interviews with commanders and key staff officers, some of which were conducted at an unclassified level. Finally, in the course of his important research for the Institute for Defense Analyses on operations in Anbar Province, William Nahr accumulated scores of important interviews with U.S. and Iraqi military and civilian leaders. What follows is a list of the interviews referenced in Volume 1 of the U.S. Army in the Iraq War. Interviews conducted by the CSA's OIF Study Group. General, retired, John P. Abizaid. Lieutenant Colonel, retired, Martin Adams. Colonel, retired, John Agoglia. Robert Alberts. Lieutenant General Joseph Anderson. Lieutenant Colonel Charles Armstrong. Rick Atkinson. General Lloyd Austin. Amatzia Barham. Colonel, retired, Kevin Benson. Major General William H. Brandenburg. Ambassador L. Paul Bremer III. Lieutenant General Robin Brims. Brigadier General Scott Brower. Major General Jeffrey Buchanan. Major General, retired, Aziz Swadi Nur al-Bakutri. President George W. Bush. General, retired, George W. Casey, Jr. Lieutenant General Robert Caslin. General, retired, Peter W. Corelli. Lieutenant General Marco Chiarini. Colonel Ronald F. Clark. Lieutenant General Charles Cleveland, Colonel Chris Connor, Major General Anthony Cuccolo, Dan Darling, David Dawson, Lieutenant General Keith W. Dayton, Colonel Edmund J. Dagan, Colonel Manny Deemer, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Donahue, Major General Edward Donnelly, Major General Paul D. Eaton, Colonel Lee English, Brigadier General Billy Don Ferris, Major General Barbara Fast, Major Retired Thomas S. Fisher, General John D. Jack Gardner, Secretary of Defense Robert M. Gates, General Frank Grass, Colonel Retired Robert Green, Lieutenant Colonel Mark Gerdovich, Brigadier General John Gronsky, Celeste Ward Gventer, National Security Advisor Stephen Hadley, Lieutenant General David Halverson, Colonel Jeff Hannon, Commander Rebecca Harper, Colonel Retired Derek J. Harvey, Colonel Retired James Hickey, Major General Retired Patrick Higgins, Major General William C. Hicks, Brigadier General Frederick Ben Hodges, Colonel Dan Hodney, Lieutenant General David Hogg, CW4 Charles Hoff, Gregory Hooker, Colonel Retired Bjarne Mike Iverson, Colonel Bill Ivey, Iraqi Major General Najim Jabouri, General Retired John M. Jack Keane, Lieutenant General Retired Francis Frank Kearney, Lieutenant Colonel Retired Robert Kelly, Lieutenant General Pool Keirshku, Colonel Randy Lane, Colonel Kevin Leahy, Ambassador Douglas Lute, Major Kevin Bruce Marcus, General Retired James N. Mattis, General Retired Stanley McChrystal, Colonel Retired Michael McCormick, Colonel Retired Kevin McDonnell, General Retired David D. McKiernan, Lieutenant General Herbert Raymond H.R. McMaster, Regis Matlack, Lieutenant General Thomas F. Metz, Lieutenant General Retired Paul T. Mikolashek, Colonel Charlie Miller, Colonel Stephen Miska, Colonel Mark Mitchell, Lieutenant Colonel Pat Morrison, General Retired Richard B. Myers, Major General Richard Nash, Douglas Nolan, Lieutenant General Michael Oates, Lieutenant Colonel David Ocklander, General Raymond T. Odierno, Brigadier General Mark O'Neill, Colonel Paul Ott, Brigadier General Hector Pagan, General Sir Nicholas R. Parker, Colonel Dave Pendle, General Retired David H. Petraeus, Colonel Louis B. Rago II, Kathleen Reedy, Major General Michael Rapace, Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, Brigadier General Rick Rife, National Security Advisor Mowafiq Rubai, Lieutenant General Retired Ricardo Sanchez, General Retired Peter J. Schoemaker, Kalev Gunnar Sepp, Abram Shulsky, Colonel Steve Cyphers, Emma Skye. Colonel, retired, Marty Stanton. Colonel Michael Steele. Lieutenant Colonel Kent Strader. Lieutenant Colonel, retired, Adam Such. General, retired, Gordon R. Sullivan. Brigadier General Sean Swindell. Colonel Jolt Genthiralyi. Major General Joseph J. Taluto. Major General James D. Thurman. Lieutenant General Kenneth Tovo. Lieutenant General John Vines. Major General Rick Waddell. General, retired, William S. Wallace. Lieutenant General Marshall B. Webb. Lieutenant General William G. Webster, Jr. Colonel, retired, Richard Welch. Brigadier General, retired, Thomas White. Rear Admiral, retired, Edward Winters. Major General, retired, Walter Wojciechowski. Ambassador, Paul Wolfowitz. Lieutenant General Richard Zahner. West Point Center for Oral History. Major General Robert Abrams. Lieutenant General Rick Lynch. Institute for Defense Analyses. Colonel Julian Dale Alford. Ayad Alawi. Colonel Ralph Baker. Captain Jim Calvert, pseudonym. Colonel Casey Haskins. Mullah Nadim Mahmud Khalil Jabouri. Sheikh Kurdi Rafi Farhan al-Mahalawi. Sheikh Ahmed Bizia Ftaikan al-Rishawi. Combat Studies Institute. General, retired, John P. Abizaid. Colonel Robert Abrams. Brigadier General Rod Barham. Colonel Peter Bayer. Lieutenant Colonel Chris Beckert. Colonel Kevin Benson. Major General Daniel P. Bolger. Brigadier General Robert B. Brown. Major Stephen Campbell. Colonel Edward Carden. General George W. Casey, Jr. Lieutenant General Peter W. Corelli. Major Mark Cloutier. Colonel Donald Currier. General Martin E. Dempsey. Major Michael Doherty. Major General Paul D. Eaton. Colonel, retired, Todd Ebel. Lieutenant Colonel, retired, Joseph Fisher. General, retired, Tommy Franks. Colonel Bruce Gant. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Gibler. Lieutenant Colonel Glenn Goddard. Brigadier General Carter Ham. Colonel Bill Hickman. Ambassador Zalmay Khalilzad. Colonel Chris King. Major Jeremy Lewis. Major Chris Learman. Colonel Sean McFarland. Major General John P. McLaren. Lieutenant General Thomas Metz. Brigadier General Mark A. Milley. Lieutenant General Richard Natonsky. Lieutenant Colonel Peter A. Newell. Colonel John Norris. Lieutenant Colonel Wesley Odom. Brigadier General Peter J. Palmer. Lieutenant General Joseph Peterson. General David H. Petraeus. Brigadier General Dana Pittard. Lieutenant Colonel James Rainey. Lieutenant Colonel Christopher Reed. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Rickard. Colonel Sean Ryan. Colonel Stephen Salazar. Major Craig Shue. Colonel Robert E. Skurlock. Brigadier General Richard Sherlock. Major General retired Charles Chuck Swanick, Jr. Colonel Jeffrey Terhune. Major Sean Tracy. Colonel Thomas Vale. Lieutenant General John R. Vines. Major General William G. Webster, Jr. Marine Corps History and Museums Division. Major General Richard F. Natonsky. Marine Corps University. Major General John R. Allen. Colonel Joseph Anderson. Colonel Kevin Benson. Major Thomas Fisher. Lieutenant General retired J. Garner. Frank Miller. Lieutenant Colonel Wesley Odom. Major Daniel Soler. U.S. Army Center of Military History. Major General John Batiste. Lieutenant General Peter W. Corelli. Major General Walter E. Gaskin, Sr. Colonel Stephen Hicks. Major Kevin Bruce Marcus. Major General James Spider Marks. General retired David D. McKiernan. Lieutenant General retired Paul T. Mikolashek. Lieutenant Colonel retired Terry Moran. General David H. Petraeus. Major General James D. Thurman. General William S. Wallace. Abbreviations. Page 685. AAR, After Action Report. ABN, Airborne. ACR, Armored Cavalry Regiment. AD, Armored Division. AFCENT, Air Forces Central Command. AHEC, Army Heritage and Education Center. AIF, Anti-Iraqi Forces. AO, Area of Operation. AOB, Advanced Operational Base. AQI, Al-Qaeda in Iraq. AR, Army Regulation. ARCENT, U.S. Army Central, U.S. Army component of CENTCOM. ARNG, Army National Guard. BCT, Brigade Combat Team. BDA, Battle Damage Assessment. BIAP, Baghdad International Airport. BN, Battalion. BRAC, Base Realignment and Closure. BSB, Brigade Support Battalion. BSTB, Brigade Special Troops Battalion. BTT, Border Transition Team. BUA, Battle Update Assessment. CAG, Civil Affairs Group, Commander's Action Group, or Commander's Advisory Group. CENTAF, U.S. Air Force component of CENTCOM. CENTCOM, U.S. Central Command. CERP, Commander's Emergency Response Program. CEXC, Combined Explosives Exploitation Cell. CF, Coalition Forces. CFACC, Coalition Forces Air Component Command. CFC, Combined Forces Command. CFLCC, Coalition Forces Land Component Command. CFMCC. Coalition Forces Maritime Component Command. CFSOCC. Coalition Forces Special Operations Component Command. CG. Commanding General. CI and S. Counterintelligence and Security. CIA. Central Intelligence Agency. CID. Criminal Investigation Division. CINC. Commander-in-Chief. CISA. College of International Security Affairs. CJCS. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. CJTFI. Combined Joint Task Force Iraq. CJSOTF. Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force. CJSOTF-AP. Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force Arabian Peninsula. CJSOTF-N. Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force North. CJSOTF-W. Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force West. CJTF-7. Combined Joint Task Force 7. CMAT. Coalition Military Assistance Training Team. CMH. Center of Military History. CMOC. Civil Military Operations Center. CMTC. Combat Maneuver Training Center. CO. Commanding Officer. COC. Combat Operations Center. COIN. Counterinsurgency. COL. Colonel. CONOPS. Contingency Operations. CONPLAN. Contingency Plan. CONUS. Continental United States. COSAT. Chief of Staff Assessment Team. CPA. Coalition Provisional Authority. CPAA. Coalition Provisional Authority Administrator. CPAT. Civilian Police Assistance Training Team. CRRB. Combined Review and Release Board. CRS. Congressional Research Service. CSA. Chief of Staff of the Army. CSI. Combat Studies Institute. DA. Department of the Army. DCSINT. Deputy Chief of Staff for Intelligence. DCSPER. Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel. DIA. Defense Intelligence Agency. DOD. Department of Defense. DSecDef. Deputy Secretary of Defense. DUSD. Deputy Undersecretary of Defense. EASB. Effects Assessment Synchronization Board. EFP. Explosively Formed Penetrator. EJK. Extrajudicial Killing. EOF. Escalation of Force. EPW. Enemy Prisoner of War. ERU. Emergency Response Unit. ESB. Enhanced Separate Brigades. EUCOM. U.S. European Command. FABN. Field Artillery Battalion. FBI. Federal Bureau of Investigation. FBIS. Foreign Broadcast Information Service. FID, Foreign Internal Defense. FIF, Free Iraqi Forces. FKSM, Fort Knox Supplemental Manual. FM, Field Manual. FOB, Forward Operating Base. FOIA, Freedom of Information Act. FORCECOM, U.S. Army Forces Command. FRAGO, Fragmentary Order. FSEC, Force Strategic Engagement Cell. GAO, U.S. Government Accountability Office. GEN, General. GOC, General Officer Commanding. GOI, Government of Iraq. GPS, Global Positioning System. HHC, Headquarters and Headquarters Company. HMMWV, High Mobility Multipurpose Wheeled Vehicle, aka Humvee. HQ, Headquarters. HVT, High Value Target. IMEF, First Marine Expeditionary Force. IA, Iraqi Army. IAF, Iraqi Armed Forces. IBCT, Interim Brigade Combat Team. ICDC, Iraqi Civil Defense Corps. ID, Infantry Division. IED, Improvised Explosive Device. IGC, Iraqi Governing Council. IIP, Iraqi Islamic Party. IIS, Iraqi Intelligence Service. IMK, Islamic Movement of Kurdistan. IN, Infantry. IO, Information Operations. IOT, In Order to. IP, Iraqi Police. IPB, Intelligence Preparation of the Battlefield. IPLO, International Police Liaison Officer. IRA, Iraqi Regular Army. IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran. IRGC-QF, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran, Quds Force. IRQ, Iraq. ISF, Iraqi Security Forces. ISFOR, Iraq Stabilization Force. ISG, Iraq Survey Group. ISI, Islamic State of Iraq. ISIS, Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. ISO, in support of. ISOF, Iraqi Special Operations Forces. ISR, Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance. ITF, Iraqi Turkoman Front. ITG, Iraqi Transitional Government. JAM, Jaish al-Mahdi, aka Mahdi Army. JCOA, Joint Center for Operational Analysis. JCF, Joint Chiefs of Staff. JIATF, Joint Interagency Task Force. JIATF-N, Joint Interagency Task Force North. JSOTF, Joint Special Operations Task Force. JSTARS, Joint Surveillance Target Attack Radar System. JTF-4, Joint Task Force 4. JTF-SWA, Joint Task Force Southwest Asia. KADEK, Kurdistan Freedom and Democracy Congress. KDP, Kurdistan Democratic Party. KRG, Kurdistan Regional Government. LOAC, Law of Armed Conflict. LTGEN, Lieutenant General, also LGEN and LT.GEN. LTC, Lieutenant Colonel. MACI, Military Assistance Command, Iraq. MARDIV, Marine Division. MARCENT, U.S. Marine Corps component of CENTCOM. MCLC, Military Coordination and Liaison Command. MCR, Main Conference Room. MEF, Marine Expeditionary Force. MEK, Mujahideen-e-Khalq. MEU, Marine Expeditionary Unit. MFR, Memo for Record. MGEN, Major General, also MAJ.GEN. MHI, Military History Institute. MIT, Military Transition Team. MNBNW, Multinational Brigade Northwest. MNCI, Multinational Corps Iraq. MND, Multinational Division. MNDB, Multinational Division Baghdad. MNDCS, Multinational Division Central South. MNDN, Multinational Division North. MNDNC, Multinational Division North Central. MNDNE, Multinational Division Northeast. MNDNW, Multinational Division Northwest. MNDSE, Multinational Division Southeast. MNFI, Multinational Force Iraq. MNFNW, Multinational Force Northwest. MNFW, Multinational Force West. MNSTCI, Multinational Security Transition Command, Iraq. MOD, Ministry of Defense. MOI, Ministry of the Interior. MYA, Mohammed Yunus Al-Ahmad. NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization. NAVCENT, U.S. Navy component of CENTCOM. NCO, Non-Commissioned Officer. NDU, National Defense University. NDU-CISA, National Defense University College of International Security Affairs. NGO, Non-Governmental Organizations. NP, National Police. NPR, National Public Radio. NSC, National Security Council. NTC, National Training Center. NTMI, NATO Training Mission Iraq. OBE, Order of the British Empire. ODA, Operational Detachment Alpha. OIF, Operation Iraqi Freedom. OMS, Organization of the Martyr Sadr. OOTW, Operations Other Than War. OPFOR, Opposing Force. OPLAN, Operation Plan. OPORD, Operation Order. OPSUM, Operation Summary. ORHA, Office of Reconstruction and Humanitarian Assistance. OSD, Office of the Secretary of Defense. OST, Office of Security Transition. PAO, Public Affairs Office. PAX, Personnel. PIC, Provincial Iraqi Control. PIR, Parachute Infantry Regiment. PJHQ, Permanent Joint Headquarters, United Kingdom. PKK, Kurdistan Workers' Party. PM, Prime Minister. POTUS, President of the United States. PRT, Provincial Reconstruction Team. PTT, Police Transition Team. PUK, Patriotic Union of Kurdistan. QRF, Quick Reaction Force. RCT, Regimental Combat Team. RET, Retired. RFF, Request for Forces. RMA, Revolution in Military Affairs. ROE, Rules of Engagement. RPG, Rocket-Propelled Grenade. RSOI, Reception, Staging, Onward Movement, and Integration. RSTA, Reconnaissance, Surveillance, and Target Acquisition. SAMS, School of Advanced Military Studies. SAS, Special Air Service. SASO, Security and Stabilization Operations. SATB, Security Assistance Training Brigade. SBCT, Stryker Brigade Combat Team. SCIRI, Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq. SEAL, Sea, Air, and Land Teams. SecDef, Secretary of Defense. SGS, Secretary to the General Staff. SIAP, Saddam International Airport. SID, Special Investigations Directorate. SIG Act, Significant Activity. SOCCENT, Special Operations Component of CENTCOM. SOCOM, Special Operations Command. SOF, Special Operations Forces. SOUTHCOM, United States Southern Command. SPA, Strategic Plans and Assessment. SPTT, Special Police Transition Team. SQD, Squadron. SSI, Strategic Studies Institute. STRATCOM, Strategic Communications. SVBIED, Suicide Vehicle-Borne Improvised Explosive Device. SVEST, Suicide Vest. SVTC, Secure Video Teleconference. SWET, Sewer, Water, Electricity, and Trash. TF, Task Force. TPFDD, Time-Phased Force and Deployment Data. TPFDL, Time-Phased Force and Deployment List. TRA, Transition Readiness Assessment. TRADOC, U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command. TRANSCOM, U.S. Transportation Command. UAV, Unmanned Aerial Vehicle. UIA, United Iraqi Alliance. UK, United Kingdom. UN, United Nations. UNAMI, United Nations Assistance Mission for Iraq. UNOSOM, United Nations Operation in Somalia. UNSCR, United Nations Security Council Resolution. USA, U.S. Army. USAF, U.S. Air Force. USAHEC, USAWC's Army Heritage and Education Center. USAID, U.S. Agency for International Development. USAREUR, U.S. Army, Europe. USAWC, U.S. Army War College. USD, Undersecretary of Defense. USIP, U.S. Institute of Peace. USMC, U.S. Marine Corps. VBIED, Vehicle-Borne Improvised Explosive Device. VCJCS, Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. VTC, Video Teleconference. WERV, Western Euphrates River Valley. WMD, Weapons of Mass Destruction. XTF, Exploitation Task Force. About the contributors, page 695. Joel D. Rayburn is a U.S. Army colonel with 25 years of experience in intelligence and political military affairs. A 1992 graduate of the U.S. Military Academy, he served in a series of assignments as an artillery officer in Germany, Bosnia, and Kuwait before transferring to the Military Intelligence Corps in 1996. From 2002 to 2005, Colonel Rayburn taught British and Middle Eastern history at West Point, New York. From 2005 to the present, he has focused on political military affairs in the greater Middle East, including several combat deployments in Iraq and Afghanistan and multiple assignments at U.S. Central Command. From 2013 to 2016, he directed the Army's Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group, which was tasked with writing the Army's history of the Iraq War. Colonel Rayburn is the author of Iraq After America, Strongmen, Sectarians, Resistance, Hoover Press, 2014. He holds master's degrees from Texas A&M University and the National War College. Frank K. Sobchak began his career as a military intelligence officer and deployed to Kuwait in 1993. After completing Special Forces training, he was assigned to 5th Special Forces Group Airborne, where he commanded Operational Detachment Alphas, or ODAs, through various missions, including a deployment to Kosovo. Following detachment command, he taught classes in world history and peacekeeping at the U.S. Military Academy. Colonel Sobchak then returned to 5th Group, commanding a company in Iraq during 2005. He was next assigned as a congressional liaison for U.S. Special Operations Command. From 2011 to 2013, Colonel Sobchak commanded the U.S. Army garrison in Natick, Massachusetts. After serving as a senior fellow for the Chief of Staff of the Army's Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group, he became the organization's director in 2017. Colonel Sobchak has published articles in various journals and magazines, including Military Review, Military Intelligence Professional Bulletin, Infantry, and Armor. He holds a bachelor's degree in military history from the U.S. Military Academy and a master's degree in Arab Studies from Georgetown University. Jean F. Godfroy served in the Military Intelligence Corps, deploying to Bosnia in October of 2001 and then to Iraq as part of the 101st Airborne Division Air Assault in August of 2002. Lieutenant Colonel Godfroy went back to Iraq in 2004 to work directly for the commander of the Multinational Security Transition Command Iraq, or MNSTCI. She returned to Iraq for a third tour from 2008 to 2009 and served as an advisor to the Iraqi Directorate General of Intelligence and Security and in the Force Strategic Engagement Cell, or FSEC, where she helped orchestrate national reconciliation initiatives. From 2009 to 2011, Lieutenant Colonel Godfroy taught classes on international relations and civil war in the Department of Social Sciences at West Point. She subsequently served as the 2nd Infantry Division's Secretary to the General Staff, or SGS, in the Republic of Korea. Lieutenant Colonel Godfroy left active service in the Army in the fall of 2012 and spent a year studying street gangs and narcotics at the Council on Foreign Relations as an International Affairs Fellow. She returned to active duty to become one of 4 lead researchers on the Chief of Staff of the Army's Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. Lieutenant Colonel Godfroy presently works as a strategy and management consultant for IT Cadre in Ashburn, Virginia, and she performs her U.S. Army Reserve duties in the Department of Social Sciences at West Point. She holds a bachelor's in history from the U.S. Military Academy and a master's and a doctorate in public and international affairs from the Woodrow Wilson School at Princeton University. Matthew D. Morton served as a cavalryman in Germany and the Balkans as a company-grade officer before instructing in the Department of History at West Point. As a field-grade officer, he served on general staffs in Germany, Iraq, Afghanistan, the Pentagon, and as a regional fellow at the Marshall Center. Colonel Morton is the author of Men on Iron Ponies: The Death and Rebirth of the Modern U.S. Cavalry. He is the Assistant Chief of Staff for Future Plans and Policy, U.S. Army Central/3rd Army. Colonel Morton received his commission from the U.S. Military Academy and received his doctorate in history from Florida State University. James S. Powell is a U.S. Army colonel and strategic plans and policy officer. After graduating from the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, New York in 1992, he served with field artillery units at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and Baumholder, Germany. Following these operational assignments, he returned to West Point and taught military history from 2002 to 2004. After a tour in Iraq as the campaign planner for 3rd Corps from December 2006 to February 2008, Colonel Powell was assigned to the Pentagon, serving first as a speechwriter for the Chief of Staff of the Army and later as a military advisor to the Director of Net Assessment in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. He deployed to Afghanistan in June 2017, working in the Plans Directorate of the Resolute Support Headquarters. Colonel Powell holds a doctorate in history from Texas A&M University and is a graduate of the School of Advanced Military Studies at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, where he also served as a seminar leader following the completion of the Advanced Strategic Leadership Studies program. His book, Learning Under Fire: The 112th Cavalry Regiment in World War II, was published in 2010. Matthew M. Zais served the first half of his career as an infantry officer in the 82nd Airborne Division, 101st Airborne Division, and as Mountain Phase Ranger instructor. Lieutenant Colonel Zais later taught American foreign policy and international relations in the Department of Social Sciences at the U.S. Military Academy. After transitioning as an Army strategist, he served in the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, as the executive officer of the Chief of Staff of the Army's Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group, and as deputy director of the Strategic Initiatives Group at U.S. Army Cyber Command. He currently serves as the director for Iraq on the National Security Council and as an adjunct professor in the Security Studies program at Georgetown University. His deployments include Haiti and Iraq. Lieutenant Colonel Zais graduated from the U.S. Military Academy with a bachelor's in economics and holds a Master of Public Administration and doctorate from Princeton University. U.S. Army War College. Major General John S. Kem, Commandant. Strategic Studies Institute and U.S. Army War College Press. Director, Professor Douglas C. Lovelace, Jr. Director of Research, Dr. Stephen K. Metz. Editors, Colonel Joel D. Rayburn, Colonel Frank K. Sobchak, with Lieutenant Colonel Gene F. Godfroy, Colonel Matthew D. Morton, Colonel James S. Powell, Lieutenant Colonel Matthew M. Zais. Publications Assistant, Ms. Denise J. Kirsting. Composition, Mrs. Jennifer E. Neville. End of Afterword, Select Bibliography and General Editor's Notes on Sources, Abbreviations, and About the Contributors. Read by Adam Cable, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 2021. End of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group.